The timer said there were 36 minutes and 1 second left. The hero paid attention to this man and realized that he was already dead, and only a little more than 35 minutes remained. He told himself that he should be calm, because he still had enough time. As soon as the battle was over, he would wander around this place. There will be a lot of corpses there, and he will look for the living. And it all started as it usually happens in any fantasy novel. This story is about being reborn into a world full of balls of magic, as well as different races and adventures. A guy's first life in South Korea was full of injustice. In the end, it turned out that she ended in a painful death. The problem is that the world to which he now belongs is very different from what is depicted in the comics. Yes, and from the short stories, it is also very different. The hero wandered around and thought, how is it possible that for several days he could not find a single survivor? It turns out that with such a speed of time, everything will end quickly. Suddenly he heard a voice, and there was a still living man sitting there, screaming that he was in pain and asking for help. The hero paid attention to him and understood what he would do next. So I immediately went up to this old man and finished him off. The timer immediately added time, and he had 20 hours, 58 minutes, and 32 seconds. The guy soon realized that this man was an ordinary farmer, and they only gave him 20 hours. It was not worth a whole day, which means it was not enough. Suddenly, a stranger came up and said that it's true. Lately, it seems that there are fewer and fewer people close to death. Then he asked if all this was really happening because of him. The man began to come closer and said that he would enjoy the search for the fallen soldiers, who were glad that they survived perfectly. It is joyful to see how their hopes develop, and once a person has tried it, he will no longer be able to avoid it. The hero looked at him and thought, who else is this? There was some huge madman standing there who asked if he really didn't know him. He must be new. His name is Stefan, and he greets the collector of souls. The man said that it turns out this kid just killed his toy. After that, he prepared to attack and asked if he was now ready to die for it. The blow was quite strong, but the hero still managed to react to it. After that, he clenched his teeth and asked himself about the erased strength. The opponent suddenly ran closer in order to continue his attack. Then he smiled again and said that it was really good because he was blocking his sword. The man soon said that he should wait at least a second and looked carefully ahead. He stated that now, when the guy looks, he looks good and is also young. But then what kind of rare toy did he just find? Stefan smiled and said that he was truly delighted because he could not wait to see the look on his face when he would tear him apart and destroy him. The man could no longer wait and said that now this man would die. But before he could say this, his body was cut into pieces. The main character, of course, did not expect this and was amazed by what happened. Several men stood aside, and one of them said that this was a scoundrel, and he should have guessed that this man would do something again. The old man remarked what impudence it was for a wanted criminal, and the man with a bandage on his face remarked that this would not stop him, and he should know it. The one who killed Stefan asked the kid if he was okay. He just almost got into trouble, so he should be grateful to them. The main character in turn did not stop for a second and immediately grabbed his weapon. And then he plunged the blade straight into the man who was holding him on the ground in order to finish him off. The young man shouted to the camp, "He wants to go with you! This man died by his hand!" The man in the mask noticed that he was angry at the same time, but the interlocutor noticed that he means at first glance, he does not look angry. Rather, this person is simply in despair, and this should be understood. After the murder, the hero had 127 hours and 15 minutes. In the end, the guy thanked the Lord that Stefan was still alive when he finished him off. Then I wondered if this man really said that killing was fun. But did he really think that the hero had the same opinion? One should not confuse all this because he certainly cannot be the only one obsessed with murder as this man was. It simply turns out that he is obliged to do this only because of the timer that appeared after his reincarnation in this world. As soon as the time, which is visible, runs out for him, he will die. It turns out that there is only one way to increase it, and that is to take the lives of others. Even now, killing people makes the guy's hands shake, and his heart beats wildly after that. There were thoughts in his head. Was he really supposed to live like this for the rest of his days? The old man who was nearby continued to look at the guy. Then he turned to him and invited him to join their group of mercenaries. A man with a bandage on his face asked the captain if he was sure of this, but the interlocutor noted that he had already stood up against Stefan, so he had potential. The hero asked, "But if he does become a mercenary, will it become easier to kill people?" The captain was surprised by this and asked what kind of strange things he was asking him. Still, he can definitely say that there is no way to get used to this, of course. Killing is not normal unless you take into account people like someone who is a pervert. So there is no need at all to get used to this. The guy thought that these were the right words. The old man continued to say that in the end, the most important thing is one's own life, and isn't that why they all work as mercenaries? He further stated that he, in turn, should also continue to become stronger, because not only people, but all creatures do this. All this is not because they want to do so, but in order to simply survive in this world. The captain added that if he understood everything, he should get up now. The man with a scar on his face noted that although he was not enthusiastic about this idea, it was the leader's decision, so he would not object. He said that it was good, and asked the guy what his name was, and he thought that he didn't want to live at the expense of other people's lives. But he has no choice but to live thanks to someone's death. He stated that his name is Louis, but asked to just call him Louis. In the end, the guy must kill others in order to live. It was pouring rain outside, and the old man was asked if he had heard of the Soul Collector. Without thinking for a second, he said that of course he remembers it. Even if he wanted to forget, he couldn't. This happened about a month ago, and then the man met him in a battle for territory. At that time, he was a serf soldier under the command of Viscount Ber. At the same time, he knows very well that this sounds obvious, but this man was a knight, an old man. He heard that the power they use is different from magic. He forgot what it was called, but after a few seconds he said that they were the chosen ones who could use the ether. As everyone can perfectly well know and understand, the very presence of a knight on the front line is a huge fear for soldiers. Still, ordinary warriors cannot even think about keeping up with the movement of a person who uses ether. With his ball, this man cut ordinary soldiers as if it were butter, but at the same time he did not retreat in any way. And all this was because they knew that they were not the only ones who should run. So it turns out that with them was the best knightly detachment of Viscount Ber, consisting of Lord Jackson and 8 knights. These were the Knights of the Ash Mist, and the only ones who could kill this monster were the strongest warriors. In particular, Knight Nell, the assistant to Knight Jackson, stands out perfectly. The soldiers were well aware of his great achievements in the wars for the territory. So everyone had absolutely no doubt that the notorious collector of souls would die on this battlefield. But all this happened only until the moment they saw how Knight Nell was cut in half. No one could have imagined or expected all this, even in a nightmare, so the battlefield was shrouded in silence. And at that very moment the old man clearly heard what that man said. The knight said that he had accumulated enough vitality, so he asked to borrow strength from the god of war Raum. As a result, sometime after this, something incredible happened, because Viscount Ber was completely defeated by his soldiers, not having lasted even 30 seconds. After what the ordinary soldiers saw, they immediately avoided it. But when they returned, they saw the knight looking at them all in red because of the blood. That same look from Louis seemed to say that this was not enough for him. And if the old man thought like that, it seemed like something strange. Suddenly, the interlocutor interrupted him. The stranger wondered if it was correct to understand that all he did was call the name of the god before the start of the battle, and if anything else was possible, he ate something. The man stated that he was not sure about this, and the man in the cloak again asked if this was true. Then he gave several gold coins and said that he was grateful for the story. The old man burst into a smile and thanked the gentleman for this. When they didn't get to know each other, the interlocutor was about to leave and said that he didn't tell him the name of this mercenary, but the man replied that he already knew everything. After all, the name of this knight is Louis, but he is better known as a collector of souls. Just recently he became widely known. The stranger thinks that right now he is celebrating, dressed with his allies. Indeed, in one of these places, glasses were raised to victory. But while everyone was celebrating the victory, the main character was sitting alone at the table. He looked carefully at the timer and thought that this was not enough, although there were already over 1,000 hours there. But Louis, in turn, continued to insist that this was not enough and that he did not have enough life. It turns out that from now on he will have enough for about a month and a half. That's how much he has left. But of course, there is a possibility that this is better than living like he did in his previous life. And so it turns out that in the real world, the guy was destined to die in bed without the opportunity to do anything. Indeed, in South Korea, he would like to be born with a healthy body, and this scoundrel who calls himself God said that he is fulfilling his wish. But after that, it so happened that he brought him here to this damned medieval fantasy world. Louis thought that God was just a scoundrel, and didn't he really read any other novels after all? He didn't even give him a special advantage, but gifted him with a time limit. If a simple serf can give him a day to live, it means that in order to live for 6 months, a guy must kill about 180 people. Considering the time he will spend sleeping and traveling, you can add another 9 to this amount. It all sounds simply incredible. After all, this does not mean that he is the most brutal killer in this world. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by some man who was sitting in front. He asked why this man had such a strange face, but the hero asked if he was already drunk. The interlocutor responded by saying that of course he doesn't know when he might die, so he should drink as much as he can. Louis noticed that this was true, but he thought that he knew. Suddenly, another person came up to them and shouted that this is true. Let him enjoy it while he can. The old man paid attention to him and saw that it was the vice captain. The latter said that sad best fighters would destroy the atmosphere here. One of the people from the outside noticed that he immediately raised this topic. Then he should tell them about the murder of those guys. A friend supported him and asked how he did it. The vice captain became more serious and remarked to Louis that he too was wondering how he killed them. After all, the scoundrel that these people were usually does not show up at such battles, especially Nell, who quickly reached the level of a master. The hero sadly noticed that they were probably talking about this and thought that they were talking about this battle again. Then he broke into a smile and said that he was just lucky, because the rumors exaggerated their capabilities. He thought that they would not believe it in any case, even if he told them the truth. The interlocutor asked who else was lucky and noted that they were not stupid here. Well, it turns out that 4 of their squad were killed by that scoundrel Nell, so he's definitely not someone who can be defeated by sheer luck. And so the man asked what this man was hiding from them. The hero did not answer anything. After that, he began to think about what to tell next. After that, they forcibly raised his hand and said that he was just joking, because they know that it was a joke. Now he will tell them the whole truth, so let them listen carefully. In general, it turns out that he risked his entire life that he had. Everyone immediately became wary and asked if he was serious. Then they started throwing food and alcohol at the guy and noticed that, of course, he fought, risking his life, because that's what they all do. But still, does he really have several lives or what? Suddenly, a man came up and told the guys to leave him, because nothing would change if they found out about it. His name is Dave, and he is the captain of a unit called the Crusher. The man asked Louis if he could steal him for a few seconds. The guy agreed and said that he was already on his way, but the others noticed that he should try to return before they knocked out all the beer. Louis noticed that this was too mean, and where did the love for this man's ally go? The vice captain said what other love for an ally, there was no such thing. The hero then turned around and immediately left the room. Then Steve told one of the men to stop drinking and gather these kids from the night squad. The interlocutor asked what else this meant and why. The man with the bandage on his face noticed that they had to work. The subordinates asked what they meant by working. The vice captain said that this was true because he was a little worried. And then the front door in one of the rooms opened and Louis asked why the captain called him. The old man burst into a smile and said that he did an excellent job because he was the best fighter of the last battle. The man did not know that such a newcomer would be so amazing. It seems to him that he saw something in him then, grabbed him by the shoulder, forced him to sit down, and these should not drink. The guy said that he could walk on his own and asked to let him go. Dave began to say something about whether he remembered how he came here for the first time. Louis asked him not to languish and just say it all. And I asked if he had ever given up his job. The interlocutor poured alcohol and said that this was not so, but still they should first celebrate and then get down to business. After all, the old man thinks that at least he won't be able to do this. Then he handed over one of the glasses and said that they had received it recently, so it was quite good. The guy took it in his hands and immediately began to drink, thanking him for it. The captain told Louis that he was grateful for what he did because BR had actually abandoned this battle. But despite all this, it does not mean that he is officially finished. Usually the battle should be properly ended when the Viscount pays compensation. Well, recently this man said that he wanted to meet their customer. The hero said that he wanted to take one more round before giving up. The captain said that this was true. and he was sure that he did not want to pay mercenaries as a soldier. Those he hired won't be paid, and he plans to kill them. Dave knows it's a bestial thing to do, but it's what aristocrats always do. Therefore, he wants the guy to accompany Viscount Barra on a secret mission. Lewis said that if he only needs an escort, it should be him. Dale said it was just for his part, and the man thought the guy's fame was enough to keep him proud, even if he were caught wandering. Next, the captain held out the package and told the hero to take it, because this is the address of the meeting place. He is sure that it costs nothing for the guy, but he will give him a decent reward, and he may also take his time. But the hero interrupted him and said, "He'll go right away." Finally, he smiled and said that he would think about the reward later, because the vice-captain must be looking for him. Dave broke out into a smile and said that it was good and that he should take care of himself. At night, the hero walked and thought that he was fighting in the field to live another day. But these scoundrel aristocrats send people to fight in order to save some money. After all, in the end, more than 10 years have passed since the guy came into this world, but he is still not used to treating people's lives carelessly. Now he came to the place where the meeting was supposed to be, and thought that it was none of his business. Suddenly he saw a man behind one of the trees, and asked if he was Viscount Barra. But behind me I saw another silhouette and asked what it was. I was wondering if this was really a trap because more people were coming from different directions, so he said that he had bad memories. Judging by the clothes her boyfriend is leading in front of him, it must be a knight and Barra. Then, are they here to avenge their dead allies? Louis began to take out his weapon and said that then it was great, because knights give him more time than ordinary people. Using his power, he wanted to say that now he would kill them all. But suddenly something happened to his body. Blood gushed from his mouth. The hero fell to the ground and began spitting out clots of blood, but did not understand what suddenly happened to his body. This had never happened before, and it was definitely very strange. Thinking about what it could be, the guy wanted no one to tell him that there was poison in the glass. The knights, after seeing this man fall to the ground, immediately rushed to attack. Louis thought that this was bad, because if there was real grass in the drinks, then he was not the only one who was in danger. His allies were also in danger. That's why, despite everything, he immediately tried to rush into the attack, but he was hit with a weapon. The main character felt that her opponents pierced her with blades from both sides. After that, more blood gushed from the mouth and came out. Then the knights pulled their weapons out of their bodies. Louis thought that he needed to hurry. The man, on the contrary, said that even if the guy is a great collector of souls, he believes that he is not immune to the poison that neutralizes the ether. Of course, this is good, because it's definitely worth it. The hero saw a familiar face and realized that it was the vice-captain. Next to him was another man he knew, who told him not to blame the guy too much, because they don't do it because they want to. The hero asked if the Viscount really paid them to do this. Did they really need to kill him and get money for his head? Probably because of this, only these scoundrels poisoned his drink, and if Captain Dave finds out about this, it will be very bad for them. One of the men said that he was a little embarrassed to say this, but the only one who poisoned him was the captain. It was he who planned all this and also ordered this murder. The main character was simply dumbfounded by this and wondered why Dave even did this. After all, they were good allies all this time and also drank together and spent time. Soon Louis smiled and said that now he understood everything, because he was the one who thought so. Still, this is a damn medieval fantasy world, and the guy couldn't possibly like it. The opponent got closer and swung his weapon. The main character, in turn, put out his hand to repel this sword, then turned to the system and said that he would pay 1,000 hours. He was informed that the automatic purchase had been completed, and there was only one option available for Ram's blessing for 1,000. The vice-captain saw some terrible force and asked what it was, what kind of power it was. It was not clear what was going on at all, because the guy was confident and calmly handled the weapon. He should not have been able to use ether. The system reported that Ram's blessings were used as a battlefield power that reduces a person's pain. The hero wondered if the person recently asked him. Next, the skill was ready to be used in battle at 10 increases in strength and 5 in stamina. Louis said that this man thought he was being a fool, but he was telling the truth. The system reported that accelerating the healing of wounds does not completely heal, and all the ether is replaced by the divine power of the god of war. Finally, time was completely written off, and the hero crushed the sword in his hands, and then said that he was risking his life. The computer reported that there was a warning that the hero had 15 seconds of life left. After the mercenaries saw the guy's serious face, they immediately said to attack all together because Lewis didn't even have a weapon. Because of this, the hero only smiled and asked how it was that there was no weapon, if he was sure about it. Now the system, in turn, informed the guys that he entered at the will of the god of war. While Ram's blessing is activated, he can use his weapon. It was said that the guy chose Ram's battle dagger, and the price for it was 4 lives per second. The counting continued, and the guy had literally a few seconds of life left, but he grabbed the weapon. Steve was amazed and asked what this incredible sword was. It was completely unclear how a person could do all this. The main character cut all the people in a split second, and he only had a second left. Then he asked to be allowed to ask only one thing. I wondered what kind of person he was to the mercenaries. The man was already cut and noticed that he was asking such emotional questions. But did he really expect them to become one family with him? At the last moment, Louis finished them off, and his time count rose to 507 hours and 57 minutes. Then the system reported what was happening in the restoration of Ram's combat dagger, and it was soon deactivated. Also, physical overload temporarily limits the guy's abilities. Due to the use of this skill, blood gushed out from his mouth after deactivation. After a while, Lewis said that it was a stupid decrease that he received from the god of war, but he helped him enough that he would not die. Now there were only thoughts about whether all the mercenaries before him had betrayed him, although this was probably impossible. Still, it turns out that they have been allies for so long, and at least one should be on his side. Louis, after some time, went to the place where the mercenaries lived and was amazed at what he saw there. A bright fire was burning in that place, and the hero asked who created such a thing. The man who was nearby was still alive, and he asked what the guy was doing here. Now he should run away from here right away, because before him he actually betrayed all his subordinates. In addition to all this, he made a deal with Pierre. Before the man had time to finish this, someone cut him into pieces. It was Dave, and he said, who would have thought that the guy drank the poison neutralizing ether and was still able to defeat his subordinates and return unharmed? It turns out that the captain underestimated Louis or overestimated those weaklings. The hero said that this man was a crazy scoundrel. It was completely unclear why he killed all his allies and whether his goal was not to kill the guy. The interlocutor asked what other allies he had, what he was talking about, because today he had not killed a single subordinate. But it turns out that he simply got rid of interference, moving towards his goal. Lewis asked what other obstacles he was talking about, because they had been fighting side by side for so long. Dave said that since it was just the two of them left, he would reveal all these secrets to him. It turns out that shortly before this, he made a deal with Viscount Bear. The aristocrat, in turn, promised to grant him the title if he abandoned the army of these wretched mercenaries. But if the man let them go, then they were destined to meet in the next territorial battle. The hero asked if that was why he decided to kill them. The interlocutor looked at the corpses and said that the guy quickly grasps all this. Since he also comes from the street, he should not trust anyone. In the end, the old man actually thought that the guy must do something stupid. The hero was dumbfounded by this and asked if this was the whole reason. Then he got angry and immediately rushed to attack his so-called former captain. Dave at the same time put his weapon forward and defended himself from this attack. Then the forces of both opponents began to use the ether, and they attacked each other. Louis again rushed to the attack and was ready to strike the decisive blow with his sword. But the old man blocked it with the weapon in his hands. Then he quite sharply threw his opponent several meters away. The commander said that he was going to give the guy a painless end, but apparently that wouldn't work out. Using the ether, the old man said that Louis should not forget that he was one of the heroes who made a name for himself during the war that happened 50 years ago. It's because of this that, based on experience as well as skill, he's on a completely different level compared to this guy. So one should look closely at how this ability is what helped him earn the nickname Lumberjack. She has the ability to carry absolutely everything within a radius of 20 meters around, like trees, and as soon as he wanted to say her name, he was cut in half by the main character to his friend. The old man was shocked moments later when he realized that he had been cut open and blood was pouring out of his mouth. Afterwards, he asked how this guy still manages to use the ether, although this was expected, because he was right about her potential when he first saw her. After a short duel, The hero remained in place and looked at the building in which the mercenaries were, as well as at the body of his comrades who had been doused. He recalled that he spent 2 whole years with Dave's mercenary team. In terms of time, it took the same amount of time as before, when he spent that time in the hospital waiting for his death. In his previous life, for 2 whole years, he was just waiting for death alone, but after several years in this world, he is the only one left alive. Of course, nothing lasts forever, and the guy knew that one day the day would come when he would leave this group of mercenaries. The guy buried all your comrades and began to leave, but at the same time he realized that this moment had come earlier than expected. And now the average life expectancy is about 80 years. Moreover, this will happen if all the conditions are met, but 3 minutes is the time that a person can live without air. Then we have 3 whole days when the body of a healthy person can spend without water. And 3 weeks is the time that you can live completely without food. And the latter is a counter that exists only for the hero. And this is the time that he can live without killing people in order to survive. In the end, he must kill. For such a life, all he needs is an eternal war. The bald man said that this is not so, because all he needs to live is money. And this is due to the fact that 8,600 gold pieces are now hanging on him for a long time. The guy did not understand what was happening and got angry, so he shouted that he had never borrowed money in his life. It's not clear what he's talking about, since no one has ever lent him anything. The interlocutor asked, no matter how he borrowed money, whether he really thought so. The very building that was rented by a group of mercenaries just yesterday burned down in the evening. Lewis said that he understood what this man was getting at, but why should he pay for this? The man held out a piece of paper and said that he looked there. This is where those who join the mercenaries sign a joint liability bond, which means the guy is responsible for paying damages. The hero shouted at him to stop trying to cheat him, because he had never signed anything like this. The man asked what kind of scam he had. Couldn't he really see his signature? Then he handed over the document, but the fox saw his signature and asked how it was. After that, I remembered how one day Dave approached him and asked him to sign it. The hero then began to sign and asked what it was. The captain replied that it was an application to join the mercenaries. I remember all this. The guy was angry and said that he did not know that it was in the contract. The man commented that he should have read it more carefully before signing. Lewis said that this is bad because this is a scam and he doesn't even have money, and what are they going to do if he doesn't pay? After these words, several swords appeared right near his neck and men approached. The interlocutor asked if he had just asked what would happen if he did not pay the debt. If so, the first thing he would do would be to lose his status as a mercenary, and he would not have the opportunity to obtain that status in their country or anywhere else. Secondly, a reward will be announced for his head, and so mercenaries from all over the world will hunt him. The man noted that he, of course, is not sure whether he is a guy or not, but wizards pay a tidy sum for the organs of knights who use ether. So the decision in this situation remains with Louis Delos. The interlocutor gives him 1 minute to think about it. The hero noted that if we are talking about a minute, then this will be quite enough. He stated that if he still decided to fight with them, he would be willing to bet that he would definitely finish off at least half of them, after which he asked to stop demonstrating his strength and put away the swords. You shouldn't make him angry so that he doesn't kill everyone here. The interlocutor told him to behave calmly. He simply explained what could happen in the worst case. But doesn't the guy think that they could solve this in a more mercenary style, namely by making money while fighting for their own lives? This morning they received a request from Viscount Bera, and he promised a huge reward. It is about fighting the illegal armed forces in the Black Forest. They belong to the Viscount. The man sent 2 detachments, but they were all defeated. Lewis said that recently he was his enemy, and now he will become his employer. I thought about what was said about the armed forces, and this involves fighting a group. The amount is exorbitant, and one can take into account the recent losses in the territorial war. Also, the compensation paid probably should not leave much money for the Viscount. The man said that if he could not fulfill it, he would return it. Louis asked who said this, because he just needed a second to think. He left, and the man shouted that. He warned he must come and report once every 3 days. If this is not done, then they will report his death and a reward will be assigned. I thought that I could solve this problem, but why does it feel like I forgot something? Then I remembered what I had recently forgotten, because the Black Forest is not the place where demonic beasts appear. The hero began to fight these monsters and said that this bald scoundrel should have warned him about this. Of course, Lewis knew very well that in this fantasy world there are various monsters, but this is the first time he sees them with his own eyes. If they are considered living beings, does it increase the time, and decided that I should try this with the system. And then he saw that each of them was giving him 60 hours. But wasn't that better than even killing people then? Lewis still remembers the first time he killed. It's something that still lingers in his mind as if it happened yesterday. This is precisely the figure of this man who is absurdly easily cut by ether. It's just that he was no longer a guy named Min Hyuk and a citizen of South Korea, but now Lewis, who lives in a fantasy world. As a result, he realized that in order to live, he is forced to constantly kill living beings. He had constant thoughts about this, and it was quite difficult and also scary. Thoughts that he should continue to do this, and thoughts that he had become like a common thief. There were also concerns that he too had begun to think of human life as a resource, yet being alive gave him an exciting sense of relief. Moreover, it is not even surprising that this feeling does not last more than 2 weeks. A person with such a damned fate would not be helped at all by feelings of guilt. And right now, while he is fighting these demons, he remembered something he had practically forgotten. After all, it really turns out that this is not at all how he wanted to live, but this only happens because he does not want to die. Louis asked if demonic creatures are always like this and don't give him much time, and there are also many of them in this world. So now there's a good chance that maybe he too can live without killing people. But once he's done with this job, should he just become a monster hunter? Suddenly a stranger came up and said that what is a monster hunter, because he doesn't even understand what he's talking about. It turns out that this mercenary, having barely made it to the forest, really thinks that anyone can become a monster hunter. The hero replied that he wouldn't know about it until he tried it, and asked who he was anyway. The man smiled and said that if we are talking about him, he is a monster hunter who lives in this forest. Speaking of demonic creatures, we can say that 50 years ago they appeared all over the continent, and no one knew where it all came from. It also raised the question of whether there are many different types of demonic creatures, but most of them exhibit aggressive behavior towards humans. Among them are monsters of high rank, comparable to knights or can even surpass their efforts. Some of them have special abilities, and those who hunt these creatures are called monster hunters. The stranger then went downstairs and remarked that the guy should know that there are several rules among them. But the first thing is that you should not hunt on someone else's territory, no matter how low level the demon it is. Today this man is generous, so he asks him. But if it was another hunter, then everything would be difficult. Lewis interrupted him and said that he could take them. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise, and the hero said that he was definitely interested in hunting demonic creatures. But besides all this, he doesn't even need prey after them. He also has questions on whether this man knows anything about the illegal armed forces in this forest. The interlocutor said that if we are talking about illegally armed people, we are talking about monster hunters. It turns out that it is the Viscount who continues to call them that. Louis said that everything is clear to him now, and it seems that he should take back his words. The stranger asked what he was talking about. Let him say it so that he could also understand. The guy said nothing in response to this, and immediately rushed to attack his opponent. At the same time, he stated that he has no other feelings, and he does this only because he has to. No matter how strange it may be, the opponent easily stopped Louis' sword. He then smiled brightly and said that this man is like a mercenary, but all alone. Hasn't he heard of other groups that tried and failed? Still, this kid should gain strength first. The hero did not understand how this scoundrel was holding his sword, despite the ether. The interlocutor smiled and stated that he liked the spirit of this guy, but during the Holy War there were many talents like him. Lewis realized that again it was about your war, and he doesn't even know what it is. But it is still extremely clear that there is nothing that a person cannot cope with. After that, the guy made his lunge, and suddenly, looking at his sword, he thought what else it was, because his weapon, enhanced by ether, was broken. He immediately turned his head towards his opponent, because he realized that he was about to be attacked. Indeed, the man immediately rushed towards him and hit him quite hard. Because of this, the guy I wanted flew away a very long distance. When he landed, his body hit the stone that was there and broke it. And because of the injury he received afterwards, blood gushed out of his mouth. But the stranger was not going to stop and immediately rushed after him. Louis realized that the situation was looking pretty bad and immediately pulled out his weapon. But before he could do this, the demon hunter immediately hit him in the stomach again. Due to the blast wave that flew away from the guy's body, the stones on the other side split into pieces. The main character himself continued to stand on his feet, and it was clear that he had taken off, flowing near the collision of their bodies. The stranger said that it was really funny, and he thought that the guy would show his spirit to the end, so he was really starting to like it. Although, come to think of it, he really didn't want to go that far because he was too excited. Lewis's body fell to the ground, and the man wondered what he should do if he left him here just like that. Then he would definitely be devoured by these demonic creatures. Suddenly he turned his attention to his hand and saw that there was blood flowing there. Therefore he smiled and noted that it was really early and he probably got it fighting with this guy. Then he broke out into a smile again and said that it seemed that he had found a rather interesting person. It turns out that the main character hated this world with all his heart, because this is a place where he is obliged to kill in order to survive. And after the end of the territorial war, he wandered all over this place in search of the living, in order to prolong his life a little. But if this is possible, then he certainly would not want to kill innocent people. Suddenly the hero heard a voice that said that he is no longer so funny when he lies. The guy asked if it was Dave. The interlocutor said that even if they were half dead, isn't this a fallen soldier still a living person? As a result of this whole situation, it turns out that Louis Delassie is simply lying to himself, and he should look at himself. After all, does he really have the face of that person who really hates all this? A few moments later, the guy woke up and realized that it was just a dream. In front of him, he saw people who looked at him and said that he had woken up. Louis immediately got up and asked what was happening and where he was. The interlocutor shouted at him to stop shouting because he was too loud. Previously, the guy grabbed his chest, and then the interlocutor said that his wound had opened. The hero remembered that this man hit him, and after that he lost consciousness. The subordinate asked the boss how hard he hit him. Louis said, "The investigation of this man is called the chief, which means he must be in charge." The man asked if he hadn't told him before. He introduced himself and stated that his name was Jason, and he was responsible for all the monster hunters here. Next, he said, "Welcome to the city of monster hunters, and it has already been 3 days since he arrived here." He didn't think the guy would lose consciousness. It took her so long. Louis asked if it had really been 3 days. Then I remembered the words of my employer, who said that he was warning him that he must come here every 3 days, otherwise a reward would be assigned to his death. Realizing what happened, the hero realized that he was deep in a bad place. Then he introduced himself and stated that his name was Louis Delassie, and he was a mercenary. The interlocutor asked in what sense he was. Then a man came up and asked the main one if this guy was really one of them. Jason said that it was so, and he almost forgot. It turns out that this man didn't even know they existed until he tried to complete this task alone. The crowd of onlookers immediately broke into smiles and said, "Has this guy seriously gained courage?" The hero thought that this was really bad, because he had nothing to say because he was beaten by a man alone. Louis looked at the amount of time and thought that if he focused on killing the weakest and recharged enough to gain the power of the god of war, he would do something. He will be able to kill Jason, but it is not clear how to do this. The hero does not even know whether he can be extended ahead of the task. If he tries to take revenge, he will be branded a traitor in the Mercenary Guild and forced to leave. The interlocutor at the same time noted that it seems that he has problems in life. Before that, he said that he would like to become a monster hunter when his work is completed. So what about that? Does he want to become like them now? Louis noticed that it had only been a few days since he beat him up and knocked him out, and now he wanted him to join them. It was unclear what the sudden show of kindness was. Jason asked who is going to let him live for free. To live here, he has to give back somehow, so let him hunt demonic creatures. The demand for these monsters is high. Their meat can be used to prepare various dishes. Other parts are useful for decoration. Or material for magical research. Louis thought that these creatures gave him a lot of vitality, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The head noticed the guy's confidence and said that he seemed interested, which was great. An entrance test should be conducted for it. In the western part of the forest live the stone monkey demons. Although Louis blew him away during the battle, he should still be able to train at least one of them. The hero noticed the leaflet and thought it should be easy. The man said that their skin is used to make various things. So don't let him hurt her. Louis said he understood and thought it would be a great morning workout. He'd go and catch one of them. After some time, when he arrived there, he was dumbfounded and asked why they didn't tell. It turns out that these creatures are 4 meters tall and also live in groups. One of the monsters became very interested in the new opponent and was preparing to eat him. Louis compared his portrait with what had been drawn and thought what an idiot did this. Soon a battle began between the demonic creatures and the man. The hero strengthened his sword with ether and tried to fight with them, but he was pushed away. I immediately wondered if this was what those people meant when they said it was difficult. The huge monkeys he fights with turn out to be able to regenerate. The guy looked at one of them and thought it was a monkey or was talking, although he didn't care anymore. The demonic creature immediately attacked, and Lewis said that in games like this, in order to catch such a monster with an unusual ability, you need to do something. Then he rather sharply rushed towards this creature and cut it into several parts. The secret to winning this fight was to get rid of it in one blow so that the body does not regenerate. But after that, it was necessary to deal with others in the same way, and they were more submissive than that, the guy thought. Still, at this rate, making money and increasing life expectancy will be easier than a steamed turnip. After a while, Louis returned to the base, and the head took him into account, saying that's why he couldn't make money. The guy said that he caught 3, so it's not clear what the problem is. Jason told him to think about how he was going to sell their skins if they were all marked, and no one would buy the skin. Stone monkeys lose the ability to regenerate, and when their heads are cut off, if their body is damaged, it must wait until it recovers. And then aim for the face and knock out the monkey. Lewis said it's not just about the hunt, it's about the approach and mindset of the hunter. Thought he needed time to get used to it. The leader said that tomorrow's guy will learn from David how to hunt monsters, and if he is not good at it, he will be thrown out. After 2 weeks, several of the big monkeys' heads fell off their shoulders. Jason was amazed and said that it was great because the hero caught 2. As a result, Lewis slowly but quite confidently adapted to this place. The butcher said that the guy was pretty good at butchering, but the man from the outside asked whether he had ever done this, whether he was the same or not. The cook brought a plate of some food and noticed that it was stew from the monster that the guy caught. Louis looked there uncertainly at first because there was something strange there. And then he started drinking it, and the man told him not to be too surprised. The main character felt that this was simply disgusting and thought that she would come back now. So there were still things that were impossible to get used to. The man said that, apparently, it was delicious, and then there would be stew on today's menu. Even so, Louis has adapted to what happens every day. The cook looked at the people who were eating his food and said, how could this happen? But the guy thought that he couldn't die alone. On top of all this, it no longer checks the timer with time. The leader of the group asked his subordinates what they thought about him. David said he thinks he's fine, but despite this, he still doesn't talk about his past. Jason asked if the other guy remembered when this man first came, because he didn't eat anything they offered him. The subordinates noticed that this is so because Nicholas's food is comparable to poison. But the guy just thought that he couldn't trust them, and they remember this very well. The leader then asked the new guy if he really thought there was poison here. Then he asked, when he wounded yours, what made him so suspicious? Let him look at him, because he eats everything, so you shouldn't worry about it. But even if we remember all this, that was not all. After all, at the same time when all the Merlot hunters were sleeping, the guy was watching them. That scoundrel Louis actually slept with his ball in his hands at first. To tell the truth, this made David very nervous, however, with the exception of these Nastia countries. The newcomer behaved normally. Yet it is assumed that he had trust issues, and no one thinks that he is a spy. The subordinate told the boss that something strange was happening because they were losing contact with the steel posts in the forest. The boss said that he thought they needed someone to check them. Therefore, he turned to Louis and said that instead of hunting, he should go to Jones's base today. The guy asked if this was another hunter's settlement besides this place. Jason said that of course that was true. Did he really think that they could patrol the entire forest themselves? If he went east right now, that would be their base. So he said, let him go and check if the people were alive there. The hero went and thought that this was the first day since he came into this world when he felt calm. Besides, he no longer has nightmares and nothing to worry about either. Louis also made sure that this peace lasted forever like this. But in reality, the world turns out to be not as simple as one might think at first glance. Soon the guy saw the corpses of people and realized that, judging by their clothes, they were monster hunters. Knife marks were visible on the bodies, which means there was no monster attack. Most likely this was done by a person, and in particular, someone who knows fencing. While Louis was thinking about this, he suddenly heard some strange noise from the side and immediately turned his attention there. There was a girl there who was in tears and out of breath, so I asked who she was. In front of her, she saw an ominous silhouette holding a weapon in her hands and immediately fell to the ground. Louis examined her and noticed that this outfit looked like she was from Jones's base. If so, then this is simply wonderful because he was just looking for a way there. The little girl immediately burst into tears even more and asked to stop all this because it was unclear what they had done wrong. Probably bothering them was not enough, and they even brought knights as well as mercenaries, so why then do they do this? At the same moment, several men approached from the side and noticed where this girl had gone. It turns out that her little legs must be pretty strong. Tired of running away, one of the crowd asked who the person next to her was. His face seems quite familiar, and another one came up and asked if this was the same guy for whom the reward was assigned. As stated in the flyer, this is the soul collector Louis. He is quite famous for his bathing of dead bodies after battles. The man heard that after eliminating the members of this guy's mercenary group, he stole money from the guild and fled. But who would have thought that this man would meet him right here? Then the hero asked if he had said everything. The interlocutor noted that he actually wanted to ask something else. Then he extended his weapon to the guy's side and inquired that he wanted to write a will. A comrade laughed and said, "With you, I just killed them." And another one remarked that taking on a cleanup request and finding a fugitive is just a lucky day. Lewis asked these guys if they had never intimidated anyone. There was something they should do before trying to intimidate anyone. After that, he rushed to the attack and immediately killed those mercenaries who stood in his way, and further said that they had to assess the enemy's abilities first of all. When these people fell to the ground, he immediately headed in the other direction. One of the mercenaries who was on the side grabbed the girl and, threatening her with a weapon, told the guy not to move. After all, if he comes closer, he will cut this scoundrel's neck. Do you think he will dare to do this? The main character, in turn, said nothing and simply threw his weapon one towards his opponent and knocked him out. At the same time, I asked if he hadn't said just a few seconds ago that these threats looked funny. To the rest of those who were still alive, he remarked that if they want to live, then let them run away now. The little girl then ran up to him and asked if she was right in thinking that he was not on the side of these people. If trampled with tears in her eyes, begs for help, these mercenaries, as well as Burr's army, attacked their city. Louis agreed to help, and after some time they arrived in the city. But there was only a mountain of corpses, and so the girl said that everything was bad because it was too late. Then she fell to the ground and said that they were all really very good people. The main character, in turn, was truly amazed because he thought that he could see in front of him. Let it be that quite a large number of bodies were cut apart, as well as traces of strong ether. The entire area around this place was simply destroyed. This was definitely the ability that he had almost seen recently. When the hero fought with David, he told him that the guy should not forget, because he is one of the heroes who made a name for themselves in the Holy War. Based on experience as well as skill, he is on a completely different level compared to this guy. Then he asked to keep a close eye on this ability. The Colossus helped him earn the nickname Lumberjack. She is capable of demolishing absolutely everything within a radius of 20 meters around, like trees, and this ability is called a typhoon. In the eastern lands of Viscount BR, screams were heard at the hunting post in the Black Forest. There were quite a large number of corpses there, as well as people who were trying to escape. The man saw the man and said that crawling like a worm suited him very well, and the man asked if he thought he could escape with it. If Jason finds out, it will be very bad for them, but before this man could finish speaking, he was cut into pieces. The knight said that it doesn't matter to him whether it's Jason or someone else, because he doesn't even want to hear about it. They just kill everyone who goes against the Viscount. The subordinates turned to Captain Marco and said that they had a report from scouts in the west. They said that a city was located in the inner forest. There was a battle with someone who called himself a soul collector. The captain asked if Louis was really here and laughed. Then he stood up proudly and declared that it would be much better then. After all, if we talk about this person, then he must see him at least once. Louis returned to the city and told everything. The leader asked, "It turns out that BR sent another army to get rid of them." The hero said that he thinks the number of opponents is different this time, because recently the Viscount himself hired many mercenaries for the battle. They had already lost, but since the battle was over, they used everything they had left for a final attack. Jason said that they had been attacked by large armies many times before, but none of them had been large enough to capture the base. At the same time, the input is how they are going to play. The man thinks that he should capture them all alive and then kick Viscount Baru's ass. Louis asked if they really wouldn't kill them, and the leader looked at him in surprise. At the same time, he asked why this monster hunter would kill people. This could happen by accident, but it's definitely not a murderer. The guy said that this is true, but in any case they should be careful, because among them there are really strong mercenaries. But if this is the same person you think it is, then it will be quite a difficult battle. Jason said he understood, and then asked if it was true that she was his girlfriend, and they were going to split up to prepare for battle. The girl noticed that she had never fought while she was in Mr. Jones's post. The leader smiled and remarked that the role does not always have to involve fighting and one should not worry. Still, they do have one suitable place for her. A crowd of mercenaries as well as knights crowded the city, and the main character and the girl were sitting by the fire. I was still wondering if being an attention-getter outside the city was the ideal role for her. Captain Marco asked his subordinates if they were really trying to lure them with bait by lighting a fire at the post, as it was obvious that they would immediately get closer. One of the mercenaries approached Louis and kicked him, asking where the others were. Just a moment later, his leg was cut off and he asked what it was. Immediately after this, he fell to the ground and screamed very much in pain. The hero told Jessica that she had done a great job and now she should go and hide inside the base. And he, in turn, will remove these scoundrels who came here. The mercenaries were amazed and shouted that he was all alone so they should take him. Louis asked if they still didn't understand, since they had been trapped for a long time. After this, the opponents immediately began to fall down because the ground sank. Those who had not yet fallen into the pit shouted that they should watch where they were standing. It couldn't just be that there was only one pit here. The man who did not fall down turned his attention to the side, and there were terrible sounds. A huge tree pole was tied to ropes, and they were pushed down. A group of several people ran to the side, and the leader said that they should go this way, because everything is in order here. But it turned out that this was not the best path for them, because there was another trap there. Jason walked over there and asked if soldiers in their day were really that stupid. He thought it would be a lot harder, but they walked straight into their traps. Suddenly, the leader of the hunters noticed a knight who was standing on the other side and was ready to attack. The man said that he has a two-handed axe, which means that this is probably the most powerful knight that Louis warned about. The captain shouted to his subordinates not to cut the ropes and to get out, but the man beat him and said that he was warning them not to listen to him. Just because they do all this, they will immediately fall straight into the pit. Jason yelled at Louis to come here because this was the same person he was talking to. Marco asked if the Collector of Souls was really here. The hero, in turn, was already flying from above and was ready to finish off this man. Then he rushed to attack, but his opponent was still able to defend himself with his weapon. After what happened, Louis thought he was really different. The opponents continued the battle, and each of them already used the ether. The guy thought that his opponent was also using it, and his fighting style was also using an axe. All this was indeed quite similar to how he fought with Dave just recently. Although all this in truth is not true because this person is a little faster. Louis asked if he was right in thinking that it wasn't Dave. Marco was surprised by this and asked what he was saying. He couldn't understand how this man dared to pronounce this name right in front of him. The guy still didn't understand whether it was him or not. While he was not fighting on the other side, a demonic creature that was of enormous size approached. It started screaming quite loudly and then turned its attention to the people below. They asked what else this was and why the demonic creature suddenly appeared here. The hero thought that the path to the soldier who was preparing the trap was blocked by monsters. It's amazing, of course, that not only ambushes are not used, but also the environment. This is how monster hunters fight. Jason shouted to his subordinates that they should stop because they had to catch them alive, and the monsters were here, so they should fight them first. Louis was amazed because of this, because he realized that his guesses were definitely wrong. The hunters immediately began to shout that the beast was being attacked, and they actually attacked their houses. To begin with, they were ordered to return to the base, and then line up, because they simply had to calmly fight back. The battle between the knight and also the main character continued, and they were attacked by a huge gorilla. The leader said that the monsters on the other side were also attacking and shouted at Louis to dodge. Still, now is not the best time for them to fight together. The demonic beast continued to scream more and more and attacked them. His opponents, in turn, shouted at him to shut up and got angry at him. And then, using a joint attack, they hit the monster from several directions. One of the demonic monkeys was hit quite hard. so she immediately fell powerless to the ground and Jason attacked her. Soon he went downstairs to see what was happening next. He asked if even the stone monkeys had come here to fight. They usually don't come out of the forest after all. The rest of the hunters immediately shouted that the walls were collapsing and they must prevent the monsters from approaching. Wolves began to break through to them, planning to kill absolutely everyone here. The hunters shouted that these were wolf-like beasts. It was not at all clear what the Highland monsters had forgotten in such a place. People were shouting that they should retreat because this was not something they could handle. The leader saw what was happening and said it was bad. It is not clear why, but all this happened in the center of the forest. The knights were also amazed because of this and said that they were worried because it was not clear what was going on. A huge demonic gorilla was about to attack Marco and he noticed it. But suddenly the main character appeared and using his weapon easily defeated this creature. When he landed on the ground, he said that he thought they should team up and then the guy would tell him something. It turns out that the stone monkeys continue to train until their heads are cut off, so stop doing meaningless things and aim for their faces. The knight in armor said that even if the guy hadn't told him this, he would have done it. Lewis's answer to this was that he believed. Then he stated that the animals were advancing, and it was clear that more and more of them appeared. Then the hero told his opponent not to die because he still had business with him. After that, he rushed to attack the evil monsters, and the interlocutor asked, "Why don't die?" Then he used divine power and said that of course he would not die. Still, if someone dies here, it will definitely be the guy, not him. The hero noticed how the knight with whom he had just communicated was using his power in large quantities. After that, he suddenly rushed into the attack and began cutting off the heads of the huge monsters in front. They immediately fell to the ground, and Marco said that his opponent was right. It turns out that demonic creatures really don't regenerate if he cuts off their heads, basically, just like the guy. The hero, in turn, rather abruptly rushed to attack his opponent. Because of this attack, the knight in front of him lost his helmet. Louis then said that this would be his first and last warning, because if this man attacks him from behind, he will definitely be a corpse. The helmet fell down, but the man said that it was unexpected because the famous collector of souls was threatening him. The main characters looked at the man who was hiding under the mask and realized that it was not Dave, but he knew it too. The interlocutor asked to be allowed to ask something. He asked if his father told him anything about him, or if he did. The hero asked what kind of father he was. The man said that he heard correctly, because he is Marco, the son of Dave, the same man whom this guy killed not so long ago. Louis was amazed and wondered if this old man really had a son, and then asked if he wanted to avenge his dad. Marco smiled and said, "What other way to take revenge? Of course not. He's just very grateful that the soul collector took care of such scum like him." It seemed like the man didn't mention him even to the group of mercenaries he was friends with like family. One of the mercenaries was standing aside, and suddenly, some strange noise was heard from underground. He asked what it was because the sound was coming directly from below. Suddenly, at a fairly large distance, the ground began to rise up, and people scattered to the side. Some rather strange monster appeared right below, similar to a snake or a huge worm. People asked what kind of monster had appeared this time. One of the mercenaries was in a critical situation and tried to ask at least someone to help him. Jason immediately rushed to the rescue and struck the creature with his strength. The old man looked at him and asked who else he was. He noticed that this was a hunter and asked why he saved him, because he was an enemy. Jason said that if he had a happy chat, then let him help save his comrades. It turns out that in this place there really is nowhere to retreat, and now is not the time to choose sides, but rather let them save whoever they can. Louis shouted, "Has the leader gone crazy because they are their enemies, yet they will not even be useful to them if they save them?" The man shouted at the guy not to judge them by their usefulness, because they don't need reasons to save someone. The heroes did not expect to hear such an answer, and because of it, he was truly amazed. After that, I calmly exhaled and thought that of course this makes sense. If the hunter says that they must save these people, then perhaps this is called morality in his home world. But now in this world where he found himself, it calls itself the honor of a knight. Although the main character in turn has never seen anything like this actually observed in this life or in the past. Jason, in truth, is the first real knight the guy has seen in this world. While Louis was thinking about this, his opponent came up and said that all this was just nonsense. This guy's boss really doesn't know how to use people. It's unclear why the strong should sacrifice themselves to save the weak. Let him look at those people who are now fighting monsters. If they actually did the favor and took them out, they wouldn't be able to hold their own against even one or two monsters. And it is precisely at such moments that the strong must take care of solving the problem in order to reduce losses. The main character shouted with you. He waited because if he uses this skill here, then everything will be bad. In addition to all this, the comrades with whom he came will also suffer and die. The interlocutor smiled slyly and said that he knew this. I noticed that he had told him before that this was definitely a solution that would save the majority. When the man was about to use his famous skill, the hero began to stop him. Their power, which was enhanced by ether, began to fight with each other. The hero turned to him and remarked that this scoundrel really doesn't care whether his comrades die or not. The knight asked what Louis was talking about now because he had never tried to kill his comrades. They are still just tools and should be good for at least that much. They shouldn't worry because it's not worth their lives. The man wondered why Louis suddenly began to empathize with them after he cut people down like grass on the battlefield. In addition to all this, he even killed his comrades, and then asked whether the guy was a master at killing people. The main character then released his gaze downwards and said that the interlocutor was indeed right. If it's about saving those people who came here to kill him, then he doesn't know how Jason does, but he won't do that. In the end, it turns out that as Marco said, Luis is a master at killing people. He then thanked him and said that now he had figured out what he had to do. His job remained that he had to kill such scoundrels as his interlocutor. The hero cut his opponent, and after he felt it, you immediately shouted that he was a scoundrel. The guy paid attention to the timer and saw that there were 940 hours. Compared to Dave, this man is a complete trash, but he's still a knight, so the guy will get at least 60 hours from him. Lewis said that there was nothing personal in this because his opponent's life would serve good purposes. But immediately after that, he took his blade into the chest with his head and blood gushed out. After the guy pulled him out, he immediately wondered if he was still dead. Because of this, he felt like he should land another critical hit. But suddenly, a strange noise began to be heard in the area again, and the earth began to shake. After this, a huge monster appeared, which looked like a wolf and was also red in color. The monster began to growl quite loudly, and it deafened everyone around. Against the background of this demonic monster, people simply seemed like small insects. The main character looked at it and immediately asked what this absurdly gigantic monster was right in front of them. Jason noticed and shouted that this was a monster called the owner of the mountain, the Red Bear. It turns out that he got out of the mountain right now, and it's unclear what's going on. Louisa heard some noise nearby and immediately noticed it. But I was literally amazed when I saw what happened because it was a blow. And he was hit by Marco, who was still alive, but for some reason had a very large hand. The hero noticed him and thought that this was simply impossible. Still, this man's hand was cut off and his chest was pierced through, so then it's unclear how he could still be alive. But an even more incredible and creepy fact was what happened to his hand, because it looks exactly like the paw of a stone monkey. The man had some kind of flask in his teeth that contained liquid. He immediately drank it and then threw it away in the other direction. Then he had some kind of enormous power, and he said like an ordinary mercenary like this, how dare this guy call him trash? This man's mind immediately flashed back to memories of being cut as a child. It was the father who struck with his axe and the boy fell. The old man said that he couldn't even block such a simple blow, and what kind of stupidity he was. It turns out that he would have died long ago if this was a real fight. Marco grabbed his head and asked the man if he really couldn't see, if it was possible that he was going to break his own son's head. Dave said that it's quite normal to get injured during training, so don't be a coward and get off your ass. But otherwise, he will simply die on the battlefield, like some kind of pile of garbage. After a while, Marco grew up and heard whispers behind him about this guy who was called Trash. If this is a knight from 7 hunters, then you should not rush, because someone suspects that he is damn weak. Do people know that the reason the Viscount accepted him was because his father sold all his fellow soldiers in exchange for patronage? But if this is really the case, then the son must be not far from his own father. Soon the man was on his knees in front of Viscount Bear, who was telling him off. He asked Marco if it was true that all the senior knights looked like that because of him. His subordinates shouted that Bacon had asked him a question, and that he should answer this vile scoundrel immediately. He asked what other scoundrel, because most likely these were not just idiots. The knights asked what he was talking about. The man raised his head and asked what these noble knights had been doing all this time. Had they really fought and died in the fields in the name of the Viscount? It was completely unclear how such weaklings could even judge him. The aristocrat said that this man spoke as if something would have changed if he had been there. Marco shouted that, of course, this is all true, because it is many times more valuable than these guys. Because he really is strong, and hasn't he proven how capable he is? The interlocutor asked if he really came here to confirm this and looks rather stupid. In the end, Dave's son really is a good warrior. So the aristocrat ordered from now on he will be the one in charge of this group. A little later, Bear said that he knew it was a little wrong to say such a thing after appointing this person as leader, but still this place should have belonged to his father. Marco asked why he chose him then. The interlocutor said that there was not even the only reason for this. But has he even heard the recent news because Dave is dead? The man was disheartened by this news and asked if he had really been killed. The Viscount said that this, of course, has not yet been confirmed, but the entire group was destroyed, except for the soul collector named Louis. Marco immediately broke into a smile after this, and thought that he had really made their task easier because he had killed not only the annoying mercenaries, but also Dave. The aristocrat noticed that his subordinate was not at all saddened by the news of his father's death. The interlocutor noticed that his dad said that if a person is not strong enough, he will disappear like garbage. In the end, he turned out to be right, because this simply means that he is garbage. And they, in turn, have no time at all to insult the death of the scum. Beer smiled and said that this is true. He further stated that in this case, he should get straight to the point, and whether he could see this huge rock ahead of him. After all, she is the symbol of the dark forest, where demonic monsters appear, and lately he has had to spend a lot of money. So, at the same time, he needs a reliable source of income, but annoying robbers live in the forest. Marco said that he understood everything and asked if he needed to eliminate everyone. The aristocrat declared that this was true, and then extended his hand along with the flask in his hands, and declared that he would grant him one thing as a blessing for success. The subordinate accepted it, and then examined it a little and asked what it was. The Viscount smiled and said that there was nothing special, just let him use it when he faced a strong opponent. This thing will undoubtedly help him, and now the flask was completely empty. After Marco drank it, he acquired some strange power and rushed to attack. The main character saw that this was not at all the same person with whom he had fought before, but in any case he blocked his blow from a rather strong hand. Because of this, the blast wave spread throughout the area, and the light from the use of force illuminated everything. Now the man was wondering where all the passion of the soul collector who had been there before had gone. It turns out that he is just now blocking his blows and not attacking. Let him gather his courage and try to cut off his hand again. The opponent's blows became more and more powerful, and therefore the weapon could not withstand it. After one of these rather powerful blows, the hero even flew some distance. Then he turned his attention forward, because he did not want to let his dangerous rival out of sight. And he, in turn, jumped up quite high and was preparing to strike. The limb, which had been standing out blue all this time, turned red. Marco burst into a smile and told his opponent that he would not leave a living space on him. After this man landed on the ground, it scattered into different parts. Someone used their power to stop the man's attack, and he asked what else it was. The leader of the group of hunters was there, who used his power and noted that he was sorry to interrupt them, but they also had an emergency situation here. So we hit our opponent quite hard, and he flew very far away. Louis was breathing rather heavily and thanked the old man for his help, but noted that he could have dealt with him himself. The head said that this is not so, because there is definitely no need there. Then she turned around quite sharply and hit the guy. The hero did not expect this and missed the blow, but the interlocutor immediately apologized to him. He also stated that he simply crossed the line where a monster hunter can tolerate anything. The hunters were interested in where exactly the Knights of Viscount Barra were located now. It was said that they were just now on their way to the exit, but Nicholas was carrying Louis. The subordinates asked the captain if the guy would be angry later when he found out what happened, because perhaps he would be indignant. Jason said that this may be true, but it is not something that they can let outsiders decide, but it is a fate that they must face. Let them just imagine what will happen when this monster comes out. A terrible catastrophe will happen. People in the vicinity asked where the rock had disappeared and what was happening. The leader of the factions and hunters said that even if they died at this moment, it would buy enough time for the townspeople to escape. Half a century ago, the demon god Chaos invaded the continent with his army. When all the nations joined forces to resist them, a war began, which later became known as the Holy War. During the battles, they formed an alliance many times, and after that they still managed to win. But due to the consequences of the Holy War, most species, with the exception of humans, began to die out. So it was from that moment that unknown demonic creatures began to appear throughout the continent. Emperor Troyson is the person who made the greatest contribution to the Holy War. He ordered the aristocrats to take responsibility for the problems caused by the monsters. After this, many knights volunteered to take control of the places where demonic monsters most often appeared. To be more precise, in this whole situation they were forced to volunteer for this. One of the men, when this happened, asked to wait a little. It was Jason who noticed that they were saying, the aristocrats will take responsibility, so why sacrifice the young knights then? Is this really what His Excellency the Emperor wants? After all, in the end, the man never answered the question Jason asked him. But the assistant, who was standing nearby, shouted, how dare he address His Majesty like that? Is he then ready to take on this instead of them if he says so? He remained silent at the cry of the high priest, and from that day on he lived in this forest as a hunter, but in any case he does not regret it for a day. And even if he dies today, he will still take the biggest one with him. A few moments after the inspiring speech of their leader, the hunters immediately rushed to attack. They were in no way inferior to the monsters in strength, although there were quite a large number of them. Jason saw all this perfectly, and said that although he had expected it before, but of course they simply could not be counted. Of course, the man's main opponent was a huge bear that was in the distance. The head thought that he was actually feeling a hitherto unknown powerful energy. It in turn shakes the entire forest and comes from the giant owner of the mountain. The wolves continued to break through, and more of them came. Jason rushed to attack and felt the same energy from these monsters, although not as strong as from the huge beast. Soon the opponents faced each other in a hellish duel. But for the demonic creatures, this turned out to be a rather bad idea, because most of them died after one blow. But the head didn't stop for a second and immediately rushed further at the huge ones, saying that they were ahead. He used his energy, and after that his fist turned blue. Most of the huge demonic creatures were also killed after this attack. Then Jason rushed up and realized that he was sure that there was a reason why all the animals went berserk. And this is exactly this huge monster that he is now about to attack. Once again, the main hunter charged his hand with energy and noticed that he had no idea what kind of energy was coming from this creature. But despite this, he is going to find out personally and then understand what it is. Immediately after these words, Jason delivered his killing blow straight to the chest of the rather large creature. Because of this, the ribs that were visible in front were destroyed, and only the crystal remained there. The hunter noticed that it was inside him, and then it was great because he would break another one. But when the old man tried to do this, it surprised him very much. And it all happened because a bright flash of light began to spread around the perimeter. And then a few moments later there was a huge explosion, and a bright flash of light rushed upward. Nicholas was amazed and asked what kind of explosion it was. Literally immediately he began to ask if Captain Jason was okay. And when this happened, the main character finally opened his eyes. Therefore he asked where he was and where this man was taking him anyway. The interlocutor lowered him down, and the guy grabbed his stomach and said that this old man was a scoundrel. It was not clear what this was all about. Nicholas asked Lewis if he really had already woken up. The guy answered why he was asking this. Did he really think that he would pass out again for 3 days? The interlocutor said that they did not have time to explain, so let him listen carefully. The huge monster that they saw before is called a red bear. The creature collects ether in the Holy Stone, which is located directly in its chest. But with such a size, it could just be a disaster. The captain said that they couldn't get him into trouble and ordered them to get out of the forest. The hero was outraged and asked what the hell this man was talking about, because if it was dangerous, then he should fight him. They, in turn, are allies. So he asked Nicholas to listen, because he knows that this is difficult to believe. But even so, if the guy kills a few more demonic creatures, he can do something. The old man looked down and asked Louis to simply evacuate the people outside the forest and warn the entire empire. In fact, it turns out that they have already prepared for this kind of situation. And at that moment, when he said this, part of his hand was cut off and blood splattered on the guy's face. Louis realized that this man had been killed and immediately looked to see who did it. And it was Marco who turned into a demonic beast. He laughed and said that it was clear from the guy's face that it was close. If not for this man, he would have pierced him too. Although, undoubtedly, this is simply the fate of the weak. The value of their lives lies in being expendable to the strong. Louis was very angry about this and tried to get through to Nicholas, who was coughing up blood. After that, he asked the guy to run away from here, because it turns out that at least he should survive here. The hero put his comrade on the ground and told his opponent that he had just said that the lives of the weak are consumable for the strong. Then he pulled out his weapon and said that he had actually taken it before. In order to ease Nicholas's suffering, he immediately plunged the blade into him and thought that he would never forget his sacrifice. Marco laughed at this and said that he had just killed his comrade, but wouldn't it be better to worry about himself instead of giving peace to his ally? Louis, in turn, asked to be allowed to clarify two things to the man. Next, he took out the sword of the god of war and carried this creature noticed. Firstly, what he did to Nicholas was not so that he could rest in peace. And secondly, the guy definitely doesn't have to worry about himself because he's a little different from his opponent. Marco realized that literally in a split second he was cut into pieces and at the last moment asked what else it was. The guy said that your opponent hated himself too much because he would take advantage of his fate better than him. After a rather strong blow, the opponent's body was cut into pieces, and in front there was a huge crater from the blast wave. Louis said that it seems that Marco will not be able to recover after he cut off his head, of course. Not only his ability to regenerate, but also the time gained is good. Still, in many aspects he is very similar to stone monkeys, but can a person have the abilities of demonic monsters? Although this is absolutely not what the hero should think about now, because the most important thing is to deal with that giant monster. After that, he looked again at his fallen comrade and thought about Nicholas, remarking that it seemed that he would have to be kept here for a little longer. Then, continuing to use the war god sword, he immediately rushed forward. It turns out that he got here only thanks to the sacrifice and life of his comrade, so he will never be established. The head of the demonic creature hunter squad was fighting at the same time and flew a short distance away. Then he exhaled deeply and said that now it was really close. But if you look at this huge red bear, how can this even be? Even after attacking this creature, he was still alive and growled quite loudly. The captain shouted to his subordinates to gather together and then attack. The monster continued to move forward, and then people also rushed to attack its limbs. One of the men used the power of the ether and tried to hit him quite hard. But when this was done, he didn't understand what else it was, because for some reason the monster became so soft. Suddenly, when his hand was inside, a mouth appeared on the other side and tried to attack him. In addition to the heads that came out of his body, spikes also appeared that could easily pierce people. Jason noticed all this and immediately shouted to his comrades to watch carefully, because this thing was turning into something. A few moments after he looked forward, you were simply dumbfounded. The body of the demonic creature began to swell, and some limbs came out of its limbs, which looked like worms. The man wondered what the hell this was all about. Those same strange creatures that appeared below began their attack on people in large numbers. The hunters were unable to cope with them, and so they were either sucked inside or killed by demons. Jason was amazed, because he remembered that this was the same phenomenon that he had seen back during the Holy War. Then there is a high probability that it is the eerie aura that emanates from the center of this monster that is the reason for its unimaginable power. The captain rushed to the attack and thought that they would never be able to defeat this monster until this thing was definitely destroyed. The creatures that appeared below immediately attacked the man, but he tried to heal him from them. One of them even managed to scratch him a little, but the old man still killed her. Then even more of these monsters appeared, and they blocked the path further in large numbers. Jason became very angry about what was happening and immediately used his power to yell at him to get away from him. Then, using his enormous strength, which was concentrated in his hand, he easily cut off all these heads. The attack had such a strong destructive effect that it even hit a large amount of the red bear's body. After this, the captain prepared to attack the crystal, because he understood that there would be many more casualties if he continued to hesitate. And when he attacked him, it was with this very blow that he was going to hit and kill him. With his fist, together with his enormous strength, the man hit exactly this target. But literally a few moments later he was amazed and said that this simply could not be. The man turns out to have invested all the power of the ether that he had in reserve, But even despite this, not a single cut happened. Then Jason raised his head and saw that this creature had begun to regenerate. In order to continue to have access to this cross matter, he immediately grabbed the walls that came from different directions. Of course, he succeeded with difficulty, but he thought that all this was really bad because he could not put it off for later. And so, having hit my head there quite hard, I decided that I had to make a decision immediately. Immediately, the man proceeded to headbutt his target, and it caused him to bleed. But in any case, the old man was not satisfied with this, and he continued his furious attacks against his opponent. He did all this because he definitely needed to destroy this thing before the creature killed everyone here. In this case, only head blows remained due to the fact that the hands were busy holding the regeneration. Jason kept trying to destroy it, but after several attempts he stopped and wondered if this was the end. Of course, the head understood perfectly well that he was not at all afraid of death, even if he had to die here. But if it happens that they fall, then you can't even imagine how many people this attack could affect. And then the thoughts of this old man were interrupted by the main character, who appeared from the side and said that he heard a loud shock that came from here. The guy had a huge sword of the god of war in his hands, and he was preparing for an attack. Then he said that it was thanks to this strong noise that he found the captain here. The man was amazed and asked if it was Louis. It was completely unclear to him how this happened. The main character, in turn, asked his interlocutor to hold on tight because he was going to blow up everything here at once. After that, he took a fighting stance in the air, grabbed his weapon and said that he would change weapons, Rauma. The system reported that a decision had been made to borrow Raum's two-handed sword, also 12 hours of that person's life being taken every second. Jason looked at what was happening and was amazed and immediately wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes, because this power was definitely not ether. If we remember the Holy War, everything that took place there, we can say that this was the power of the god of war Raum. The hero continued to use this, and hours of his life were taken away from him quite quickly. Literally moments after the incident, the crystal, which Jason could not destroy, scattered into several pieces for quite a long time. But at the same time, not only the crystal was destroyed, but the entire demonic creature was cut into several pieces. After this attack, only a huge blast wave scattered to the side and demolished everything that was in its path. After all, the trading in the air was just a fraction of the warmth from the monster that had been ahead all this time. The hunters below were amazed and said that the body of the transformed monster was destroyed. But did Captain Jason really do all this? Then people began to shout for joy and said that everything ended in such a way that they were saved. Louis was on the side with his interlocutor and spoke. He said that he wanted to ask only one thing, because the captain could have died if he had not come to save him at the same time. At the same time, Louis absolutely cannot understand why he did something so reckless now. Most likely, the correct judgment would be that he simply could not leave it to Viscount Bera. Jason smiled and said that he thought he was going to say something else. As a hunter of demonic monsters, he should hunt them anyway, and then why would he give something so big to another person? The main character also smiled in response to this and noted that it was true. The man then asked why the guy had arrived here right now, because he told him that it was none of his business. The hero asked why this was none of his business, because he didn't want to leave such a big monster to someone else. The timer added more than 1,000 hours, so it was definitely worth it. After he said that he couldn't just ignore it, being a hunter of demonic beasts, the interlocutor was amazed and asked what he was saying. Then he broke into a bright smile and asked if he was really a hunter of demonic monsters, because with the skills he has, it's strange. After all, he destroyed a huge platform, did not leave pieces, and still calls himself a hunter. The guy noticed that you then taught him so that this would not happen in the future. Jason said with a smile that this was good, and starting tomorrow, he would conduct appropriate training for him. In addition to all this, he will count on him, but suddenly he looked at the guy and saw that he had begun to fall. Louis immediately lost consciousness and immediately collapsed to the ground. The head asked him if he was okay at all. The guy, in turn, spoke rather heavily and noticed that he was not at all okay. I thought that this was really bad, because this is what happens when the God of War buff goes off, but it was completely unclear that it kept beeping at all. So he looked at the system notification, and the system said that he could no longer use Raum's protection. Several people were driving along one of the surrounding roads, and a guy sat sadly and said that he didn't want to work. He said that he thought the dark forest was safely sealed according to their previous report. So did he really need to come here for this? Gina, in turn, noticed that he should maintain composure because the seal of the dark forest was imposed by the rocky mountain that surrounds him. And all of this really wouldn't be a minor problem if it broke, and besides, they would definitely be involved in all of this. Richard said that he knows this very well, but can she at least sometimes agree with him? The interlocutor noted that this is simply impossible. The guy asked her not to be too strict, because in the end, he was doing this just to take his mind off the stress. She knows what will happen if they are sadly destroyed, because as soon as it breaks, it will release all the magical power that is stored inside. After this, the surrounding area will be completely contaminated with magic, and there will only be dead land where nothing grows. Richard asked the girl not to mention this terrible smell because he wanted to vomit just thinking about it. The girl turned around and said that she could talk, that she could do without nausea. The interlocutor asked what she meant by this. Gina noticed that it still seemed to her that the situation had already been resolved. The guy asked if she was really saying this seriously. In this case, it was completely unclear to him why it was so quiet here. Then he turned to the girl and asked if she was sure that they had come to the right place. The interlocutor said that this is definitely the case, and they are in the dark forest of the northern part of Troisen. Richard asked, if so, why he was in such a state. It looks quite strange, and for some reason it seems that they are in an interesting situation. The main characters, in turn, sat on the carcass of a huge monster and said that they had been scouring the forest all day, but even so, they had only caught one beast. But it turns out that recently there have been significant changes here, and the number of magical creatures has sharply decreased. The reason for this is still clearly the Yan monster that was killed recently. It turns out that even old Jason thinks about it too. In addition to all this, they also have another problem, which is much more serious than that one. The hero looked at the system notification that said that he could no longer use Raum's protection, while it was unclear why it had changed out of the blue. At least someone said the reason for all this. The old man came up and said, "Louis, why is he sitting there? What student is making his teacher wait so long?" This kid himself asked to teach him, and he definitely lacks determination, so he should understand all this perfectly well. Louis turned to him and said that the old man still seemed worried, and whether this was true, he thought that without Raum's powers, it was necessary to get used to using the ether during the battle. Although, of course, the hunters put an end to the owner of the mountain, as well as other monsters, but this became possible only thanks to the large number of victims that followed. The people held a simple ceremony for their fallen comrades and buried them near the village, following the leader's wishes. They did the same for Burr's soldiers. Jason then said that he was not sure that they would like it, but David said that they would rather be glad that now they could sleep forever, and isn't that so? The interlocutor asked, "But is this really so, and let them have a good rest, and later he will contact them?" As a result, Nicholas was also buried along with the others. The hero looked at his grave and hoped that he would be able to cook normal food in his next life. Subsequently, as now, the main character trained under the guidance of Jason. The man attacked him and said that instead of randomly spreading the ether throughout his body, let him focus only on the points of impact on his opponent. It should look like being beaten with the full force of the ether, asking if it hurt him, because it was all because he was only focusing on the places where he hit. Then he asked Louis if he really wouldn't tell him the whole truth, because the old man was still interested, but it was completely unclear how he was able to use the power of God. On the very day when they crushed the giant monster, he saw the power, and it was definitely the god of war, Raum. Louis, in turn, noted that he seemed to have made a mistake after all, and then shouted that he had opened. The opponent hit him quite hard and said what kind of cunning guy he was, and the guy flew away a short distance. Jason said it was okay if he didn't want to tell him, but he was sure he had a reason for it. The hero thought that this man had already beaten everything out of him, and yet it was unclear how a guy could tell this person that he was not from this world while using the system window, as if in some kind of fantasy novel. Then he pointed his finger at the girl and noted that in any case, now it was her turn. The head noticed that this was indeed the case, and asked to come closer, and also called her their bait. The girl was indignant, and noticed that she had said that her name was Jessica. Louis said that he should be more careful with her, because she had been in a bad mood all week. The interlocutor noted that earlier, it was his mistake that he accepted her as his student. But she is definitely not an ordinary girl, and the man was sure that Jessica was more than capable of becoming a knight. When he saw her return, he was amazed. It was a crazy battle, and he even thought that she was something like a ghost. The little girl bowed and thanked the elder. He asked in surprise what this was. Then the analog bowed down and said that they would see each other later. Louis said that he was very uncomfortable like this, so he asked not to do that again. And what about her hands? It was unclear why she was even saying all this now. The interlocutor smiled sweetly and noted that this is called respect. Jason said that we should start broadcasting messages again. Jessica wondered if they would start using swords again. He asked you why she thought it would be so easy for knights, because she needed to start at least with the basics. The little girl said that she wanted to fight with a sword. The main character immediately smiled and lowered his results down. Then he wondered what this little girl's whims actually reminded him of the last time. Suddenly the training was interrupted by a guy who came up and asked Uncle Jason if he was doing well all this time. The old man looked at him in surprise and asked the staff something else. It was not clear to him what actually happened to him. After all, it turns out that in all his time he comes to this place only once a year. Richard said that he just wanted to see him on the way somewhere. Jason said that it sounded like some kind of lie and asked Louis to say hello. The guy did. He introduced it to the man as the main bargainer for their hunters. The hero wondered what other merchants were there, because none of them had weapons. Was it possible that it turned out that they had come all the way here unarmed and even without guards? The captain asked what the real reason for his visit here was. The interlocutor noted that he did not trust people at all, but this did not promise anything special. There is simply a high probability that someone is using divine power here. The hero and the man were amazed at the response, and the old man asked if so, then so what? Wondering what he meant when he said all these words, Richard snapped his fingers and then asked if he was really already here. When he did this, some strange magical bonds appeared that completely enveloped the man's body. In addition to all this, Jessica, who was nearby, also fell under the influence of this action. Like the main character in turn, who was surprised by what was happening. He looked at this technique in surprise and wondered if this was some kind of limiting magic. It turns out that this person with whom they communicate is a wizard who is able to defeat everyone in one moment. Richard apologized for being rather rude. It simply turns out that this is a really important matter. Jason shouted whether he would let him go at all. Then the interlocutor asked to listen carefully to what he would tell him. He further asked, "Is it correct that they recently encountered a large stone in the form of a crystal? He does not know what is going to happen, but this crystal is called a sealing crystal. As a result, it turns out that this stone could only be destroyed by using sacred power, but someone destroyed it. It was because of this that they just came here to check if there was this holy power." Jason became very angry when he listened to all this. Richard said that if it was not a divine ability, but a pagan one, they would immediately deal with him. The man noticed that if it can only be destroyed by divine power, and he knows too much about it, in the end it seems that this is not the first such incident. The guy thought for a few moments and then stated that there were a couple of the same, but the captain was wondering why he still did not notify them about this. After all, if he knew that he could only be destroyed with the help of divine power, the hunters would not have suffered so many losses in this battle. And all this can only mean is that this person could have prevented all this before it happened. Richard smiled and said that this was indeed the case, because he knew that this would be the case, so it was precisely because of this situation that he did not say anything. Because then he would lose the location of the demonic monster's offal. Jason laughed because of this, and said that if he is the location, then it is correct. The wizard also laughed and said that this is so, because there are not many places where you can get them, and his interlocutor really has a corresponding job. In the end, it would be beneficial for both of them, but when he said this, he felt something strange and looked forward when he was dumbfounded. Jason was already rushing at him with his fist and was very angry, saying that he was a scoundrel. Richard tried to ask him to wait because he refused to use violence. But the man did not stop and still continued his fierce attack against his opponent, although it so happened that his blow was blocked by a dagger, which for some reason was transparent. This was done by a girl who remarked to Richard that she told him this many times so that he would think before speaking. Jason's fist stopped and did not move after this attack. The hero saw this and wondered if she could really block this man's blow. After this, the commander jumped a short distance, and then said that as far as he could see, he was reflected with the help of a sword formed from ether. As an old man, he can clearly remember that only one family on the continent uses such a technique. It turns out that she is one of them from the frozen chiles of the laziest sword family in the world. She said that he can call her the third best sword of the emperor. At the same time, her nickname sounds like a ball to him, but she doesn't really like being called that way. The old man laughed very hard and asked if she really didn't love her, if her youngest really felt completely uncomfortable. After that, he rather abruptly rushed to the attack and asked if he should see what she had in her pockets. On the continent where the main character lives, there are 8 main families of swordsmen, and among this large number there are only 3 that are trusted by the emperor himself. The first sword, called Croix d'Electricity, is known as the sharpest ball in the empire. The second sword is Chemphin, which is famous for its darkness and is known as the heaviest sword. There is also a very famous third sword. Jason rushed into the attack and smashed his opponent's weapon directly with his bare fist. She belongs to a famous family that uses the affirmation of the ether to create temporary weapons. But when this happens, in exchange for this, they lose freedom of action. It's called Lazy Sword and Frozen Chilies. Gina summoned her weapon and charged at her opponent. He also used ether at the same time, and it was because of this that he shattered this weapon. This old man's look was actually quite crazy, and he asked the girl to show everything she had. After that, he attacked again and said that after all, there is a limit to the number of weapons she can form at once. No matter how much she does, he will still defeat them easily. But suddenly he saw that the girl had summoned a very large number of blades. Therefore, he was greatly amazed at what had happened and asked what else it was. Then a skirmish occurred between them, due to which only a wall of dust rose up. Gina said that it was a good attempt to attack her, known as the weakest of the Chai family. But that did not mean that they were resting all this time. As Jason continued to stay here for a long time, their swords became sharper and sharper. Now that she was holding him back, she asked him to tell him about the man who used the divine power of children. The man tried to get out and said that the interlocutor was talking too much for herself, and suddenly he would just tell her about it. The rival grabbed her weapon and said that then she simply had no other choice after all. She didn't really like aggressive methods. Next, she pointed the blade towards the old man's body and noticed that it seemed that she would have to take away one of his hands. At that very second, she was interrupted by the main character, who called for her and asked her to wait. After that, he looked at the girl and noticed that he was the person who used her, so he asked to let the old man go and not touch him. Jason didn't say anything at the same time, because he understood what consequences this could have. Then, having gathered his thoughts, he said that this guy was coming, because if he really remained silent, they could just get by with his hand. Richard immediately turned to the guy and asked if he understood correctly that his name was Lewis. First of all, he needed to check the accuracy of his words. So he used his magic and the guy's body began to move in the air on its own. When this happened, Louis asked what he was going to do with it. The interlocutor noted that he had no need to worry because it was simple magic. After that, a magic circle appeared in the air, through which a hand climbed. Richard himself said that it would simply pass through the body of this person and nothing more. He further stated that depending on what kind of energy this person uses in business, traces of it always remain. He is not a hero. Literally, after a few seconds, he felt something strange in his mind, and also as if someone had penetrated his body. I immediately thought that he had such a feeling of discomfort, energy traveling through his vessels, so could this really be that magical power? In addition, it was interesting whether all wizards really live like this in their bodies. Richard, after a while, stated that this was truly amazing. Soon, the magic that had been shackling the guy all the time began to disappear little by little. The wizard announced that it was working. He finished the test. On top of all this, right now he can lift the restrictions and let them go. So he turned to Gina and told her to let them all go right now. The girl bowed down and apologized to her for the rudeness she had done before. The old man noticed that her words did not at all correspond to her actions. Next, Richard turned to Louis and asked if they could chat a little. The hero asked if he still had something that could be discussed. Even if so, why don't they just do it here? The interlocutor came up and said that this would be problematic. If his assumption is correct, then he is from another world. The main character was simply discouraged by what he had just heard, because he did not expect that anyone would know about it. And so they went aside. and the wizard said that the sealing crystal was created after the Holy War in order to restrain demonic forces from spreading. As a result, there are several such stones throughout this world, and one of them is, or rather was, in a dark forest. But despite this, it turned out that somehow the rocky mountain was destroyed, and the sealing stone evaporated without leaving a trace, and everything happened at the same time. Lewis asked if he really followed him just to tell all this. The interlocutor only wanted to emphasize that force was needed to destroy the sealing crystal. After all, divine power is required, but why don't Louis use it? Because he is a knight who can use the ether. The hero asked if there are any problems with this. Richard Hired took a look and said that these are really big problems, because usually the power of God cannot coexist with the ether. It is because of this that most do not even know about the use of divine power like ether, after which the hero understood what the matter was. Then I thought that a little earlier I began to suspect this, because the notice said that the ether is transformed into holy power every time time is consumed. Many people, when the guy used this power, asked what was going on. After all, he shouldn't have used ether. So it turned out that people did not even suspect or understand what kind of power he uses. As this person said, this is the type of it for whom practically nothing is known. Perhaps in the recent battle, Jason asked if he had ever seen the god of war realm. But it was completely incomprehensible to the main character how the hell this man found out that he was not from this world. Richard stood for a long time, turning around, speaking, and then turned to the guy and asked if he would like to pray. The interlocutor was surprised to ask about prayer. The wizard said that he did not condemn his powers, he just wanted to see his connection with God. Lewis asked if he really could contact Raum if he prayed. The interlocutor then said that it was becoming more and more interesting, because he really said that he does not communicate with God through prayer. The hero was in a difficult situation and thought whether this man knew anything at all or definitely not. Stated that this was not so. He had recently received a notification from God. It was said that he wanted to terminate their agreement. Richard asked if it was really an agreement, since it is usually concluded between two people of equal level. And he, in turn, sees for the first time a man who agreed to a deal with God himself. Louis wondered what kind of smart guy he was. Perhaps he should act crazy and say that he knows what he is thinking. Richard said that it seems there will be no end to his question, and perhaps he should pray first. As a result, if the guy sincerely thinks about what he really wants, then God will immediately answer. The hero thought that he would just pretend, turning to the god of war. Although he thought that it was not even God, but a pig that was constantly taking up his time, further thoughts told him to go out. A few moments later, the hero saw that he was in some other dimension, where there were planets, as well as something similar to space. In addition to all this, there was something huge there that said that a mortal's prayer had reached him. Lewis wondered what this huge thing was. Suddenly the goddess was illuminated, and she noticed that she was the god of life and wealth, so they responded to his call. The guy looked at her in surprise and noticed that he had called Raum before, not her. The interlocutor immediately replied that whoever he was addressing would never be able to hear his call. This happened after he reached the lower world and acted unilaterally, not listening to their requests. It also turns out that he even refused their deal. The heroine continued to be incomprehensible and looked at his interlocutor with surprise. Then he became more confident in himself and asked what all this ultimately meant. It was not clear what she meant by requests. The goddess noticed that she actually had to come here in order to reprimand this man for his laziness, but now she can see something else. The guy's system was vague and said that it was impossible to use the interface here, so the interlocutor said that he arrived in this world in an unstable state. Then she said that it was precisely because of this that he should be punished, but she extended her hand and asked to be allowed to help him a little. And now the technology that accompanied the guy reported that system restoration had begun by 11%, and the store function had also been restored. They further reported that the statistics function had also been restored, and quests were being restored by 7%. As a result, the final activation was started for completing the main quest, which meant that the life limit system should be destroyed. The hero thought and was amazed when he saw all this. Richard, who was next to the guy, looked at him carefully and thought that this was incredible. The guy used his power, and it was clear that the energy that envelops this man is the divine power of the goddess Mercyla. If we remember and understand, then the first force in this world exists is the power of ether. Also, in addition to this, there is mana, which is used by various wizards. There is also holy power from the deities, and unique energies like this cannot exist in one body. Even if I remember all this, the holy power is also difficult to restrain oneself if the person's body is not at the right level. But it turns out that he is afraid of how the guy who is right in front of him easily receives energy from different gods. But if it is him, then this is really interesting. While the guys were talking to the side, the leader of the group of hunters sat near a tree with the girls. Soon he grabbed his shoulder and began to say indignantly that his whole body hurt. Gina saw this and asked if he was okay at all, but the interlocutor noticed that he wasn't at all and called her a scoundrel for that. Then he asked why the unpredictable guy with whom she came was so actively looking for those who possess holy power. The girl noticed that she simply followed his orders and did not doubt them in any way. Jason said that she could still talk about ignorance for a long time, and the interlocutor added that in any case, she heard that this was being done to prevent a potential threat. The man did not answer anything to this, and after that she said that she should not worry too much, because probably nothing bad would happen. The old man, in turn, immediately stood up and said that, of course, this should not happen. Then he looked rather angrily at his interlocutor and said that if something happens to Louis, then by that time it will no longer be Sir Jason, the former Imperial Knight. And as a monster hunter, he will make sure they pay for what they did to his village. The girl felt the enormous pressure that was on her and thought that, as expected, he went through the previous battle sparing no effort. Jason walked away and said that now he can only hope that this won't happen again. That guy can't be that stupid. Jessica called her interlocutor her sister and asked if she could ask her about some things. She would like to know this ball that had previously sparkled in her. It was quite interesting to know how she did it. Gina created a weapon in her hands and asked if she was really talking about this. The old man was telling this scoundrel to wake up because her sword formation techniques are top secret. The girl came closer to the baby and said, "This is how it's done." The man was amazed and asked why she was telling her all this, but the sorceress showed her hands, said that this happens through magical symbols carved on her hands. It turns out that they allow the formation of a sword from ether. Jason said indignantly, "What other symbols? Because this is a rather majestic name, and all for the sake of a simple diagram." The little girl asked what another scheme was. Gina said that her interlocutor could understand during training that there is a positive ether. While it dissipates, the negative gathers. This is how knights, who spread the ether throughout their body, have both formidable destructive power and endurance, depending on the level of skill. Jason said that they could also tattoo their bodies with energy pathways made from ether or mana. When the ether flows through these channels, it allows one to demonstrate extraordinary abilities that are not possible for others. Gina said that for your information, the abilities of the balls and chiles are associated with materialization. The old man asked to stop feeding the child this nonsense. The little girl asked if they had such a thing. Jason said no, and then asked what was that blatant disappointment on his face. Jessica said that it wasn't so easy to be disappointed because of your expectations of yourself. The old man asked not to be greedy because you need talent to have such a tattoo. Real strength is not built on tattoos. It is built through your own efforts and attitude. The little girl noticed that he was still a little carried away with his sister. The interlocutor was amazed and asked where she even got such words from. Soon the main character returned with the wizard and asked what all the fuss was. The captain asked Louis if he had really returned. Jessica was in the hands of this man and said that she was welcome back, but the captain was interested in whether they were doing anything strange to this guy. The hero noticed that it seems that everything has really been settled. Jason noticed that if everyone is finished, that means they are finished, and what else can be said? Gina asked her interlocutor whether this guy is able to use the power of the gods. The guy said that he really knows how to do this. He can use the power of the gods, as well as the ether, and is someone who can handle various energies. The girl asked if this is the second time he has seen this. Richard asked if she wanted to hear a rather surprising fact. It turns out that Louis is connected to not only one god, as they assumed. But what is more surprising about this situation is that he has no trace of connection with the god of humanity, so in reality he is definitely special. Jason turned to the wizards and said that they could join them for food, if it was okay. The guy was surprised and said that he cared so much about them. The captain asked what kind of nonsense he was telling him now, and asked if he had learned from Louis everything that interested him. The wizard said that if this is the case, then everything is really in order. He is not a heretic, but just a nice guy who safely destroyed the sealing stone. And if they talk about this, then does the uncle now plan to leave this place? Because it turns out that the sealing stone has disappeared and will not reduce the target number of monsters. Jason said that if they decrease, it is not clear how much, and in general he would say that in 10 years they could almost completely disappear. Despite all this, the name still has a lot of work to do, so they can stay right here. Richard said that his uncle was being pretty stupid if he said that. After all, this could be an opportunity to regain his knighthood. The hero listened to all this carefully but did not speak. The captain asked why he shouldn't do these things, since they should make money by selling goods from monsters. After that, he wanted to say something else, but he saw in front of him a crowd of uninvited guests who were knights. He immediately rushed to attack them without hesitation. He said that these were the Knights of BR, and had they really come here to attack them again, they raised their hands and said that this was not so, because they came here today without the knowledge of the Viscount. Suddenly, from behind this crowd, David appeared and asked the boss if he was there, and also had a drink in his hands. He hugged the knight and said that these scoundrels said that they brought alcoholic meat as gratitude for saving them last time. Got a little bored while waiting for the boss, so he drank first. One of the men who came to them noticed that everything was in order, and then maybe they would like to drink together. After a while, a large crowd of people sat around a huge fire and drank together. Jason happily sat with this knight and laughed, telling various stories and drinking. Jessica also ate quite a lot of food and asked her sister why she didn't drink. The interlocutor said that she didn't drink when she worked as an accompanying person on missions. The main character, in turn, also sat dressed on the other side. Richard approached him after a while and said that it looked as if he was enjoying his solitude. Louis drew attention to him. After that, he asked why this man came to him again. The wizard said, "Aren't they friends who share secrets? And well, this is an interesting gift for him." Then he handed over the leaflet, and the hero asked what else it was. The interlocutor said that the villagers had it, so he took one for him. There was a photograph on the leaflet, and the guy said that Louis de Lossi was wanted. 6,000 gold were given for the dead, but 20,000 for the living. The guy was simply discouraged by this. I thought that he had a debt of only 8,000 gold, but they give 6,000 for his head. There is also a reward depending on the results of the check. After his capture, there will be as much as 20,000. Jason came up and asked if this even makes sense. After all, 20,000. Did he really offend someone that much? Jessica said that this amount was life-changing. The captain added that it was unclear how he managed to express such a high reward. The hero noted that everything would end soon. Still, first he should pay off this debt. The interlocutor said that if we are talking about debt, then even so, this is a rather unrealistic amount. Richard then came over and said he was surprised too, and then asked if he was going to stay here. Jason asked him not to ask the same question again. And the thought of looking at this is that not only the Beara warriors, but also a couple of locals from the nearby territories also came here to celebrate this. Still, if it weren't for the hunters of demonic creatures, they would have died in any case. And the worst thing about this is that they wouldn't even know the reason. Jason said that to tell the truth of that palace. If the Long Nights, even without him, however, they are the only ones who can help them. The wizard stood indignantly after this and said that he still did not fully understand the whole situation. In any case, even despite this, if he feels good, he thinks it still matters. The hero listened carefully to what these two were talking about, and when everything was resolved, he smiled. A few moments later, the system informed him that the restoration quest had been completed, and then the process of the main quest itself was started. And after a short amount of time, the very first one was issued. The hero looked at this information in surprise and asked himself what it was. Louis looked at what kind of information there was and immediately turned to the captain, as well as Richard, and noticed that he had a small question for them. The interlocutors immediately drew attention to him, and he asked if they knew what MANHUA was. Not even a moment had passed after he said the last word when he felt the captain grab him and immediately cover his mouth. It was clear that everyone was very wary, and Jason was telling him to watch his words now. Louis did not understand what was actually happening and why the atmosphere immediately became very tense. The main quest that the system gave was for him to find Bamkar. The captain of the hunters turned his attention to the others and asked if no one else had heard this, or if anyone had heard it. Richard said that everything was probably fine. Luckily, it seems like all the other people are too busy drinking and chatting right now because it's quite loud and noisy in there. The old man continued to keep the guy's mouth covered and then turned to Richard and said that it would be better if he didn't talk. He said that you weren't worried because he wouldn't tell anyone. In any case, he really did not expect to hear this name right now. The captain released the hero after a short period of time. He began to breathe heavily due to lack of air, and then turned his attention to the people who were in front of him. They all looked attentively, with a kind of sad and incomprehensible look, and the guy asked what happened to them. He was discouraged and asked if he really said that this was not the case, or why they were looking at him so strangely. Jason got angry at his words and shouted if he was serious now. Richard tried to calm him down and said that it didn't seem like he knew about it, and he would explain it to him. Further, pointing with his hand, he stated that he would start with dreams. Before that, it turns out that Louis had heard about 3 gods that protect humanity, probably. The guy looked at him and said that he did not hear them. Then the interlocutor stated that in that case he assumed so. Next, the wizard began to say that there is indeed anxiety that protects humanity, and the first of them is the god of war Raum. Next after him comes the goddess of life and wealth. Her name is Mercila. The main one among all these 3 is the god of order, and his name is Charlotte. It turns out that for the sake of the people they fought against God, whose name the guy had pronounced before, and during the war the sides suffered huge losses. The enemies of humanity, in turn, are called demons. The hero was dumbfounded by this information and wondered if he really needed to find the enemy of humanity. Then I asked the interlocutor whether he understood correctly that therefore he could not pronounce his name out loud. Richard pointed with his hand and said that this was true because many scientists were executed just for calling his name. At the same time, Louis again noticed that he had literally just said his name, but nothing happened. The guy said that he had misunderstood because this was not an instant heavenly punishment. But in any case, if Louis commits blasphemy by saying his name, then immediately meet with the judges. As a result, if the fact of blasphemy of reality is proven by these judges, then all those involved in this will be subjected to a horrific execution. The guy was actually very lucky that they were next to him, as well as the captain. Jason entered into the conversation and said that otherwise the church would have reported on him. Besides, now he was really wondering why he was interested in this devil. The main character immediately hesitated and noted that, of course, he couldn't tell everything, but there was definitely a reason why he had to find it. When the captain of the hunters heard all this, he immediately became very angry and immediately hit the table with his fist. Next, the street asked if this was his doing by chance, and perhaps it was a prank. The interlocutor literally swore that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. A few moments later, Louis noticed that this definitely had nothing to do with him, because the guy himself decided so and told them about it. After that, he turned to the captain again and noticed that he really lived for a long time without any goal. All the years that he spent there, he simply did everything in order to survive. But in the end, when he met with the gods, using Richard's help, he found out that until now they had been pulling the strings of his fate. Jason asked if that was why he could use their powers like this. The guy noted that perhaps it was because of this. After this, the hero stated that from this moment on, he would look for an answer to the question of what each of these gods needed from him. And there also remains a rather interesting question of what he should do next when she finds out about all this. The captain looked at the confident face of this guy and immediately wondered what Louis was thinking in his head in general. It was interesting whether he really wanted to say that he was going to fight against the gods, if there really was such a need for it. Richard stood on the sidelines in silence, watching what was happening and the plans they were making together. Louis further said that the conclusion from this turns out to be quite simple and thinks that most likely the time has come for him to leave this place. The captain exhaled sadly and noticed that this fool wasn't the one who asked for permission to stay here, and then asked if he was really an incredibly stubborn guy. At the same time, he stated that he was inviting him to go straight to the kingdom of Cetria. The hero was surprised and asked what kind of Cetria this is. Jason said that the guy heard everything correctly, and this is the same country that was founded by dragons and people. He is sure that the guy will be able to find mentions of this devil there. Lewis said that if this country was founded by dragons by its people, then what does this have to do with the devil? Richard said that this is now nothing more than just a myth. But despite this, they say that the devil looked like a dragon. Unlike their empire of the kingdom of Cetria, there is relatively little belief in the three gods of people. Therefore, the guy is sure that it will be easier to ask the devil there. Besides, this kingdom is far from here, and the best couple will not go to bed early today. The next day, when early morning came, Jessica came out of the camp and stood near one of the trees. At the same time, she used a fighting stance and accumulated her own ether, which was supposed to pass through her veins. After this, Gina approached her and asked if she had been training hard since the morning. The little girl noticed that it was her sister who had come up. Then I noticed that before they had said that this was the fastest way to become stronger, the interlocutor said that she was really very honest. Then she asked if there was any reason why she wanted to become a better person. The girl remembered the moment when the main character stood up for her, shrank, and said that this was because others would not be able to use her if she was strong. In addition to all this, she wants to swing a sword just like this girl with Louis, but in the end, it turns out that she can only work with her fists. Gina then took out her knee and noticed that she wanted to give this sword as a gift for her. It turns out that it no longer corresponds to her ability. Jessica was inspired when she took it and asked if she really could take it. The interlocutor said that of course it was, and she would be happier. If the little girl can use it properly, how cool that will be. The interlocutor thanked her and said that now she has a sword. The moment the girl bit a small amount of ether into it, it immediately became covered with cracks and almost disintegrated. Therefore, she immediately became alert and shouted that it was not clear why it had just cracked. The leader of the hunters, as well as the main character, stood aside. The latter stated that they should watch, because they had already become so close. The old man said that the guy must already know about this, but when using weapons, you should be extremely careful with the ether. The guy said, again, he started this barrel organ. Indeed, he is already sick of this. Jason said that he repeats, because this is important. He will break the weapon if he uses the ether before he can touch the enemy. The main character said to wait a second. Does that mean the girl just did the same thing? It turns out that very little time has passed since the old man taught her. Jason took one look at her and declared that she was incredibly talented, and one might even say that she was a genius. Lewis said that this was great, because it was probably more interesting to teach her than himself. The interlocutor was indignant, and said that naturally it was so. Then the guy turned to Richard and asked if they were leaving too. The wizard said that this was so, because they had to leave, because the food and housing here sucked. This is a disgusting place, and does not suit such an elegant person like him. The old man said that he was a scoundrel, that he blathered there, because until now he liked everything here. Next, Richard held out something and told the guy that it was a gift for him. He, in turn, extended his hand and asked what it was. The wizard noticed if the guy remembered that he said that he owned a weed company, so this sign was an honorary client of the Horn Company. In the future, it might still be useful to him, and let him take that too, Jason said, and at the same time handed him some kind of bag. He stated that he put here, of course, simple but rather very valuable parts of monsters, so he thinks with you that this is his severance pay. The guy looked there carefully and then sweetly, bending over, thanked the captain for this kindness. The main character began to remember that he had been with these people for literally 2 months. It was at the same time that he began to fight alone and did not trust anyone, but after all this time, a lot happened. The old man and him shook hands, and the girl came up and asked if he would really return. The hero at that moment thought that they were no longer one. Jason turned to him and asked if all this meant that they would not see each other forever. After all, let her return here to them whenever she wanted. After that, Louis hit the road and thought that it was true, because nothing lasts forever, and he knows it. The guy assumed that this would be the day when he would have to leave this place. Simply, as it happened to him last time, this moment came earlier than he expected, and finally he just looked at his comrades and smiled. Immediately after this, he set off on a journey, and when he was walking in the distance, some creature looked at him. It said that the darkness would return, because they would exist always and everywhere. The demons simply cannot believe that the sealing stone of the dark forest has disappeared, and recently there have been no results for them. A woman approached this creature and said that he was really very loud, so I wondered what was going on. Adam asked for forgiveness from Kazakh. something unexpected happened. The interlocutor asked if a person could really use divine power. If so, then you should keep an eye on him, and he could turn out to be a huge hindrance to their plan. Then she asked where he was going. The demon replied that he was going to the kingdom of Cetria. The woman then licked her lips and asked if it really was like that. Still, this is just great, because she is already starting to get tired of the people of this kingdom. She was sitting on the lap of the king, who was already under control. Continuing to enjoy this moment, we said that let this person still come. Sometime after the journey, the main character was already in the kingdom of Cetria, namely in the Holy City. Several men ran after him, and one of them shouted to them to investigate this scoundrel, and in any case, he must be captured. Louis continued to run away and said that he would simply stop chasing him because they were crazy scoundrels. There should be a gate to guard, so why the hell did they leave the castle behind? It turns out that this same damn wanted poster appeared, although the guy expected something like that, but to think that this kingdom also knows about his existence. In addition, it was completely unclear why these guards left their post. All this was done only to catch one wanted person. Louis, this whole situation was really starting to irritate him, so he thought maybe they should just kill them. But he remembered the captain, who would have forbidden him to do this. He would have told the best guy not to do this, so the hero decided that there was no need for this, because after all, this is not something that can be solved only by murder. The guards continued to run and told her to stand, because there was a reward for him, Louis. I thought that you were very lucky that you decided not to touch them for now. When the main character ran along one of the mountains and then into a gorge, he saw demonic creatures that attacked people. The guy heard screams and turned his attention there, because he understood that it must be a trade caravan that was attacked by the creatures. One of the old men shouted to his subordinates to leave the cargo. It was not clear what happened, because they almost reached Cetria, and it happened in such a way that it was bad. Louis carefully watched what was happening, and saw that it was a demonic beast, so it was unclear whether there were monsters near the capital. The animals attacked people in large numbers who tried to escape, and did not even resist when they were beaten. The old man who was the head of this group tried to run away, but suddenly tripped and immediately fell. Then he turned his attention to the side and realized that he was now being attacked, so he begged them not to do this. But at that very second, a guard appeared, grabbed his weapon, and thereby repulsed the creature's attack. The hero saw that it was close enough, and ultimately, if these knights were in their right mind, they would also want to finish off these creatures. The one who protected the old man smiled and said that meeting a demonic monster in such a place means that a person is completely unlucky. But at the same time, you can say that he is really lucky, because meeting someone like him here is also wonderful. The interlocutor joyfully stood up, became animated, and also thanked him, expressing great gratitude, and noted that he would pay if they could keep the cargo in good condition. Louis, after seeing what was happening, was surprised and thought in his head why there were mercenaries here at all. It was unclear what happened to the knights then. The hero saw that they were looking down, and one of them asked if they had really already reached the city. They should just pretend that they didn't see anything, and on business. The guard said that they needed to return, otherwise he would receive a serious punishment for this, but the interlocutor noted that this was bad, because for this guy, they give as much as 20,000 gold. Louis was surprised and wondered if they were walking in such a situation. It was unclear what was going on with the local army. The mercenary heard the caravan leader saying that he would pay in full, so he immediately attacked the monster in front. But the wound that he made just a few seconds ago began to instantly regenerate. The man was amazed by this, and then said that he did not even know that this creature could do this. After this, the demonic wolf literally instantly cut this man into pieces. The old man ran away and said that he thought they could deal with the monsters. After that, he begged to meet him, at least someone heard. Then he asked him to help, because he would pay them for sure. The remaining mercenaries, who also came here for protection, were destroyed, and the creatures continued to attack the survivors. The hero decided that he should not do this, because he would attract too much attention if he interfered. After all, the local knights should take care of this. And so it turns out that he is wanted. But I remembered the words of Jason, who said that one should not judge by usefulness, because reasons are not needed to save someone. After these words, the hero began to think that he might actually need help. The old man, who was the head of the caravan, was already on the verge of death at that very second because the demonic creature was very close. But what was his surprise when a moment later he saw how the head of this monster flew down. Everyone immediately turned their attention there and saw a swordsman who was literally floating in the air. Using the power that was enhanced by the ether, the man withered away the creatures ahead with ease. Of course, it turned out to be the main character who easily dealt with these creatures, since for him they were like seeds. Finally, all the demonic wolves were destroyed, and after that the guy was able to stop. When I paid attention to the timer, I realized that each one was guessed for only 40 hours, and if this is so, then this is less than the monster from the dark forest. The main character heard some girl run up, and she asked if this was the knight who saved them. She asked how he was feeling. Her name is Mary, and she is from the Horn Company. She was the manager of the Centurion branch of the company. Lewis asked in surprise whether this was really about the Horn Company. The interlocutor said that they work according to a contract with this kingdom. After all, it is their company that is engaged in getting rid of demonic beasts. Let this person do whatever he wants, because she just wants to get her share, and that's all. Suddenly, other mercenaries came up and shouted that they should stop, and this was due to the fact that they also had a right to these creatures. It turns out that this guy just struck the beast that they almost caught, but in the process of everything that happened, he did not lose his own comrade. They were talking about the man who tried to fight the demonic wolf, but he easily cut it down. Mary said that it is a pain in the ass, and according to the regulations, they cannot ignore these types of situations. In the end, it turns out that they should check this and let them hit the monster directly with their sword. Immediately after these mercenaries do this, we can understand what contribution they made to his capture. The interlocutors immediately looked at each other. One of them, with a smile on his face, remarked that it was not so difficult and immediately rushed to the attack, trying to hit. But after a few moments, his sword began to shake, and the skin and flesh of the creature were not even wounded. He hesitantly asked what else it was. The hero was a little puzzled by this and thought that this man didn't even scratch him, but the girl said that it was all good and let the next one come up. The man who had to do this said that he was tired after the battle with the creatures, but the first one said that if he tried again, then he would succeed. And the main character got quite angry because of this, and shouted that they would stop talking nonsense. Next, he charged his sword with ether and hit the monster, and inquired that he believed that this was enough. If these people want to prove they're right, then they should fight him. Only then will they be able to find out who will win in this situation. The guy said that he doesn't mind if they attack at the same time, and the winner will then ban everything. Of course, the mercenaries got scared because of this, and turning around, announced that they were leaving. But suddenly, a representative of the Horn Company asked them to wait. Immediately after this, she took out a bag and immediately threw it towards one of the men. He was surprised. He looked at her and asked what it was. But the girl smiled sweetly and noticed that even if they didn't kill the beast, they should be rewarded for their help in killing it. Still, if it had not been for the sacrifice of their friend, who was killed in this battle, they would all have been killed before the knights could enter the battle. The mercenaries smiled slyly because of this, and then said that the girl was really fair, and he was grateful for what she gave them. The main character then asked why they weren't paid for this. The interlocutor smiled and said that the most valuable thing for a company is truly trust. In the end, if they don't pay now, will they help them next time? Louis noticed that she was really right. The girl said that in that case, they would return to their conversation. The hero noticed whether he should say that he was the knight Louis de Lacy, then extended the sign and said that he received it from his good friend. Mary said that this was a sign of an honorary client and company, so she immediately asked what she could do for him. Louis said that he wants to get to the holy city of Kshatriya, but is now a wanted man, so he wonders if she can help him with this. Mary looked at him in surprise and asked if he had just said that he wanted to go to the holy city. She immediately called out his full name, and then said that it was not at all recommended to be there now. After all, the capital of this kingdom, which is called the Holy City right now, is on the path of destruction. The subordinates ran to His Majesty and said that the demonic beasts were already at the gates. They had many hungry deserters, and the security of the country was poor. At the same time, a woman was sitting on the throne who ruled this king. The man literally begged to listen to their plea, but after a few seconds he felt his hand being cut off. But the king did this to himself. who said that reducing the cost of the army was the Queen's plan to establish peace in Cetria. It was not clear why they all dare to slander Her Majesty. The old man was completely out of his mind and shouted that he was a traitor because his Cetria was unshakable. As a result, quite a lot of time has passed since this kingdom was no longer governed. From that very moment, the entire country was abandoned. As a result, confidence in it also dropped greatly. At the market, a man said that it was not sold for Cetrian currency, and the buyer said that they simply could not exchange it. The seller hit him hard and shouted that it was his problem. Let you exchange it for gold or other money. The buyer, of course, was very angry about this, but could not do anything with his money, which had become useless. Also, the guards who walked around the capital became simply useless, and crimes from petty to serious became commonplace. With this, in turn, no one could do anything. The knights said that they should leave, otherwise they might be slaughtered. As a result of this whole situation and confusion, the country that was located outside the Cetrian castle lost its importance. Mary was riding a cart, and suddenly, one of the guards told her to stop and ask what was there. She threw money and said that, as usual, there were various goods there. The guard grabbed the money and then joyfully said that he believed there was no need for an inspection at all. That's why he announced that he should pass through, and after that, the gate, which was closed, began to rise up. The girl drove inside with the carriage and then turned to the man there, saying that he should see this little bit of trust and problems can be easily solved. Inside was the main character, who noted that he was very grateful to her because it was she who was able to get inside this castle. Mary smiled and said that there was no need to thank her because it was a mere trifle because he had saved her life not long before. Then Louis began to mumble something, saying that perhaps she would say something, but suddenly he closed his turn and realized that he shouldn't say that. He remembered how Jason covered his mouth and then told Richard to remain silent. The interlocutor, understanding, said that he should not worry because he would not tell anyone. Therefore, the hero said that he wanted to say where he should go if he wanted to hear about God. The girl replied that the best solution would be to go to the temple. The guy understood perfectly well that he couldn't pronounce Bamhara's name here, so this definitely didn't suit him. Mary said that the next place for him could be the library. Louis asked in surprise what kind of library this was. The company representative remarked that she really didn't know what it was. It could be called a storage room for books. Naturally, the guy understood perfectly well and knew that he simply thought that such a thing did not exist in this world, and then said that there was the last thing he wanted to know. He now has in his hands the fragments of the monsters that he killed in the dark forest, so can he exchange them for money? It turns out that the main character still needs this money for some things, and soon he went straight to the Cetri branch and the Mercenary people. In this very place, as it once happened, the guy was surrounded by men who leaned blades against his neck. Soon he stated that he still expected it to come here in order to pay off his debt and get off the wanted list. A man who was sitting somewhere in the distance asked Louis if he had really lost his mind. The hero drew attention to him. The mercenary, pointing to the leaflet, said that it was much more profitable for them to receive a reward for his murder than to simply forgive debts. Did he really think that they would let him go like that? Louis said that if the man was planning this, he would have tried to kill him a long time ago, so I wonder why he still hesitates. Well, if he really wants to fight him, then the guy offers to do it right now. He had a strong confidence at the moment, so he said that he warned that he would kill every act of drawing his sword. Suddenly, someone started to come down from the second floor and remarked that they should give it back to him, because this is exactly what they are thinking about right now. So it turns out that if you look at the leaflet, then for the capture of this person we give 20,000 gold, but usually it doesn't work like that. But in most cases, such a condition is put forward by the state or a large noble family. They believe that they will earn more if they catch him alive. The man noticed that this was Louis de Lacy after all. The main character drew attention to him and asked who he was. Then he took a closer look and said that this was the same bald man. The interlocutor smiled and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, he asked if it was true that the guy came here only because of his duty. Louis replied that this was true, but I wondered what he was doing here. The interlocutor said that they plan to close the Cetri branch. That's why it's here, and that's why they say they should start paying off the debt. If you look at the money that he brought is 8,000 gold in imperial currency, and he paid his debt. Louis asked if the wanted notice for him would be cancelled. The man said that this was not so, because catching him alive was not their whim at all, and on top of all this, he had not yet paid interest of 6,580 gold. The hero then shouted, "Who ordered it?" From what oak tree the percentage is so huge, the bald man said to be careful, because if he becomes a word, it will not add it to his debt. Then he asked to listen to the vestals of the Mercenary Guild equal to 30% per month. The guy said that this is madness if this happens. Is there really no legal ceiling on percentage in this world? Suddenly, one of the mercenaries asked what was legal, and what did he blurt out? Lewis realized that while these scoundrels were busy with the reward and would pursue him, the interlocutor came up and said not to worry, because they would not start a fight here. Once they found out that the reward was assigned, they guilds will increase it if they leave him alone for a while, then meet next time and say goodbye. The guild representative told the guy to concentrate, because his percentage was a certain amount. The hero asked to wait, because he still had some parts of the monsters. The interlocutor asked if he wanted to pay with this. The hero said that it was so. He tried to sell them to the Horn Company, but they did not have enough money. They said that it cost 10,000 gold. The company representative noted that he still could not give him more than 4,900 for it. Louis asked in surprise how the amount of 10,000 was reduced by half. The bald man replied that Kshatriya is now not paying her food to both the trading companies and the Mercenary Guild. So it turns out most likely that the Horn Company could buy these fragments, but is he really saying that even they don't have enough gold? This means that you need to take care of this outside the kingdom, and has he thought about expenses, commissions, transportation, and you also need to take care of guarantees. So, given all these reasons, the man thinks that this amount is justified. The hero thought that he did not understand anything, but is sure that he was outwitted. The guild representative said not to worry too much about mercenaries. They have their own ways. The guy noticed that everyone was used to this, and what kind of mission was that? But if the staff answered, the mission is not difficult, because he should go to the Lumina Tavern and grab the guest from room 201. Louis thought, didn't he say that the capture alive is ordered either by the state or the noble family? It would be a bad feeling if he communicated with this bald scoundrel. There is a high probability that in this case the situation will only get worse. Then I thought that I should forget, because he will deal with this idiotic debt as soon as he finishes this matter. At the same time, while the guy was approaching this building, someone was looking at him from the second-floor window. After a while, Louis approached the room and saw that she was there. The sign was turned the other way, but it was clear that this was the right room. As soon as the guy wanted to go inside, the front door suddenly broke and a girl suddenly jumped out. She, in turn, literally touched the guy a little, but he still managed to dodge with ease, and that's why she saw it. After that, she again rushed to attack, but this time with her foot, but Louis again dodged easily. Then he thought that she was really trained and her movement was perfected. The hero said that he was not entirely sure if she felt something when she made the blow. At the same time, he thinks that the difference in their skills is simply huge, so stop resisting and should go with him. At that same second, someone with a weapon was flying from behind to the left, but he easily grabbed this girl with his hand. Then he turned his attention to her and noticed that it seemed like his employer, husband, or something like that, but it looked like the mother and daughter had run away from home. The main character came to this judgment after he saw this girl, because she was very small for her age. And when she heard this, she shouted who he called his daughter, because she was just petite, that's all. After some time, loud laughter was heard near the room in which all these events were supposed to take place. It was the same little girl who was laughing and apologizing for surprising her, but she just had to check if the guy was useful as a fighter. As a result, the Mercenary Guild finally sent them someone worthwhile. The hero was surprised and asked in what sense the guild. The little girl said that he heard everything correctly, where they sent a request to them today, and they sent them such a talented guy. The hero immediately got angry and thought, was this bald guy really fooling him? He was just sitting in his office and thought that they should have already met. Louis asked to wait a minute because his goal was to complete the mission and receive payment. The interlocutor interrupted him and noted that she believed that mercenaries only understood the language of money, and he should not worry when he was done with this work. After all, then she will give him as much money as he wants, and she swears by her name as Sylvia Citria. The hero thought that her last name was Citria, which meant that she was probably of royal blood, and also said that it was an honor for him to meet a member of the royal family. Then he called himself despicable and noticed that he had already left. The little girl in turn screamed, and how dare he even turn his back on her. The knight then looked at him coldly, and then told the mercenary to sit down. After all, the princess had not even finished speaking yet. The main character looks coldly at her next to him, because he didn't like this situation at all. Therefore he exhaled sadly and thought in truth, what is the point of creating problems at all? Still, at least he can listen to her first. Because of this, he turned to her and asked why this noble person still wants a destroyed mercenary. Sylvia asked if he had ever heard of Josephine. The guy said that he still didn't know much. The little girl shouted that he didn't need it after all. She is an insidious queen who destroyed their country. The hero at that moment did not understand whether she wanted him to know her or not. Then the interlocutor is stunned by his request that he help her get rid of this evil queen. Louis turned around again and noted that he had no right to hear anything about the royal family. Sylvia shouted that he had already heard this before. After all, the country they are in, created by dragons and also by people, is quite small and is called Kshatriya. But for hundreds of years, it was a beautiful country where people of all walks of life respected each other. The princess's father, and to put it correctly, the king, also tried to create a country for his people. The knight who is now with the girl also congratulated His Majesty on his birthday. As a result, all the people really respected their king quite a lot. He thanked the little girl for this and said that these were beautiful flowers, and it turns out that this old man, in turn, responded to them with love. Then a girl came up and asked if these were her favorite flowers. This woman was the one whom he loved more than his people. She came closer to His Majesty and immediately took out a flower and put it behind her ear, thereby confusing him. Then Josephine burst into a smile and said that it suits him so well, in which case, why doesn't he wear this flower instead of a crown? And here she was, after all, the mother of the princess and Queen Josephine. In fact, one could say that before this there were just happy days. The little one wished they would last literally forever. But despite all these wonderful happy moments, my mother soon died of illness. She, in turn, had been sick before, but left them so suddenly. His Majesty the King mourned her for a long time, and after what happened, he fell into despair. The main character was a little discouraged by this story, and immediately asked if Josephine was really her mother. In addition to all this, she died, so is it really necessary to kill the ghost? So he asked what kind of task the young princess wanted to entrust him with. The knight who stood nearby remarked that she, of course, understood the confusion, but the story was just beginning. Still, it turns out that just a few weeks ago, after the queen's funeral, Josephine appeared before a desperate old man. Usually, as everyone can understand, the dead never return. The new woman, in turn, behaved completely differently than the previous queen. At the same time, her name remained the same as before, and her voice and face were also the same. Those very warm touches, coupled with her scent, were enough to drive the king crazy and fool his inconsolable heart. As a result, it so happened that His Excellency became a holdover, and this man no longer cared about his own country, but only the queen. And then one day it happened that everyone realized that their kingdom was actually ruled by Josephine. The moment someone tried to speak out, everything was bad against her. The king was angry and shouted at him to shut his mouth, because how dare he slander the queen? He would under no circumstances allow them to take his wife away from him again. As a result, this woman continues to continue, only thanks to the support of the elderly. Louis said what a difficult situation this is, and he has two questions. Firstly, did the girls really need to tell all this while she was standing on the bed? She immediately shouted and asked if he really wanted her to look up to him. While she explained everything, the hero realized what his own reason was. After that, he looked more serious and said secondly, he has a question, why she needs his help. If what she told him was indeed true, then as long as she was a princess, that would be enough to decide something. But in that case, why did she then decide to resort to the help of a simple mercenary? Sylvia hesitated and said that it was because the nobles were on Josephine's side. The guard asked if it was really so important, because isn't money the most important thing for him? The guy said that it should be. He thinks that for all mercenaries, the wallet comes first. Despite this, they fight for money, risking their own lives, and they also sell it for suicide missions. Louis said that he didn't care whether Josephine was evil or not, instead of saying that he was right. He would rather try to convince him that they could win. But if at the moment she has nothing more to say, then he will simply leave interlocutor. They immediately became alert and were amazed by this. The princess asked him to wait a second. Did he literally not care if this country fell? The guy asked why he should worry about this at all. The guard again told the mercenary to sit down, because he was repeating the same mistake. Louis looked at her rather angrily, and remarked that he understood that she was devoted to her, but that she should probably learn to choose her opponents better. Rebecca was wary, and he said, "I'm only sure that she will stand against him if he draws his sword. Everything will definitely not end as simply as it was last time." The interlocutor did not say anything to him after that, and the guy simply left, did not leave anything behind. When he went outside, you immediately thought that you wasted your time on this, because you didn't receive any plan or even any information about the enemy. And this girl, in turn, is just a child with flowers instead of brains. Exhaling rather sadly, he thought that good deeds would not feed him, and he did not care. After that, I remembered the bald man and thought that he was a simple devil, and also thought that he really pisses him off. Then the hero turned to your system and thought that he should look at the main quest, and then he saw that it had not changed at all, because he should have found MANHUA. So he thinks he needs to move on, and then he remembered a dialogue with a representative of the horn company, who said that the next place could be a library. Therefore, he decided that he needed to go to exactly that very place, and after a short period of time, he was already near the Royal Library of Cetria. The channels from the channel came closer to this place, then immediately looked down and was surprised when I saw something there. He didn't understand what it was, because it looked like some kind of magic that was limiting, he immediately thought. Perhaps there was some kind of translucent border here. When the hero touched it, he thought, is it really some kind of magical barrier, even if it is a royal library? Why go that far? It turns out that they do not allow other people inside. As a result, Louis did not understand how this world worked and immediately looked. No one was looking at him. Then he used the power of his ether and did not understand that this world was based on class inequality. Just like methods of increasing strength, such as ether and martial techniques, all this is passed down only within families, as well as clans. As a result, knowledge is also controlled by various nobles, and this is done in order to prevent the lower classes from becoming smarter. Naturally, based on everything about the library, which stores such knowledge, there will be a strong defense. And so the hero tried several times to strike with the help of his strength. Then I realized that there was not a scratch on this strength. Although this is not surprising, it is still strange. When Louis failed to get into this royal library, he immediately set off and decided that in any case, there were other libraries in this place. The hero was heading along the road quite quickly, and then he disappeared from the place where he was a few seconds ago. But literally, after a short period of time, he found himself in the same place and was amazed at what else it was. Louis was completely unclear what the hell was going on here, because he was sure that he had been moving forward all this time. Next, I noticed the mark of my blow, which I had made recently, and wondered if I really ended up here again. After this, the hero felt that it was strange and immediately turned his attention to the sound. The door, which had been closed before, immediately swung open, and the doors began to open. Louis realized that the exit to the library began to suddenly open, and it was also strange because the barrier that was here had disappeared. A little hesitantly, the hero said that it seemed like she wanted him to go inside. Of course, he didn't like it, and understand, I think, will everything be okay if he goes in there? Despite everything, he had no choice but to enter, and so he did it. When he was inside, he thought to go, but there was no one here. He said that inviting someone in and then leaving them alone was a bad idea. But shouldn't you at least introduce yourself first? Suddenly she heard a voice from above, which said that goals may differ, but the reactions of people entering here for the first time are always the same. They are in awe of the number of books and quickly become confused. But this person is different. Has he really already seen something like this at least once? The hero saw that there was a man upstairs who was asking if he was just not interested. Louis, who thought that this was truly an amazing sight of us, and what was on earth could not be compared. In terms of quantity and quality of books, the land wins on both counts, so he told his interlocutor that he was choosing the first option. Then he looked carefully and said that if they had any books about the gods, he was especially interested in the evil gods. Because of this, the man smiled and said that it was interesting. At first he thought that this man was trying to rob the library during these difficult times, but now he will become even more drawn to what happened. The hero, in turn, did not understand how the moment began. He found himself next to his interlocutor. Then Louis realized that this man had snuck up behind him when he least expected it. The old man took his weapon and noticed that he was offering to put dangerous things aside and talk. The guy understood that his weapon had even been taken away. Then they sat down at the table, and the wizard said that he had given in as he asked, so they should start a conversation. Louis wondered if this man was really a powerful magician. Robert said that he was a busy man anyway, and so he suggested setting one rule to save time. The hero thought that his instincts were just screaming for it. The wizard said that their conversation would end with the fall of the last grain of sand, and they would take turns asking each other questions. Louis thought that if he didn't answer honestly, he would simply die. The interlocutor asked to be allowed to start first, asking them if he knew the name of the evil god. The hero told him, and then the man said that this is MANHUA, but not many theologians will mention it. Then he noted that it was interesting, and now it was his turn. The soul collector stated that he had received some kind of divine revelation, and therefore was looking for the evil god MANHUA, so he wondered where he could find him. Robert said that he doesn't like the phrase evil god at all, because it shows human ignorance, and to meet him you need two things, a relic and a sanctuary. After that, he said that it was his turn, and asked who, in his opinion, decided that there were evil gods. Initially, there was no division into good and evil. It turns out that they only have people who worship them and those who hate them. The hero said that this is a world of game allies of neither good nor evil, so he is probably evil only by human standards. The wizard noticed that this is true, but people hope that the logic they worship is good. That's why they hide the truth and change history after that. Louis said that this was not surprising, and then asked where the relic was located, as well as the sanctuary. Robert said that the religion was in Cetria, and the sanctuary was in the northern part of the empire. However, now that MANHUA has lost her physical form, their exact location is unknown. The guy asked if she had really lost her physical form. The wizard replied that this is in reality, and she no longer exists. She rebelled against the human deity Charlotte and was defeated. Of course, he personally did not see what Charlotte did to her, but after everything she lost her powers, he further noted that he asked two questions, and therefore whether he would reveal his name and identity. The guy said that his name is Louis Delossi, and he is a mercenary, and then he asked whether there was any way to talk to MANHUA or not. Robert noticed that the interlocutor told her the truth, and the hero stated that his answers are no better than this. Even if he finds the relic and the sanctuaries, will they be useful if there is no God? The man said that there was a misunderstanding, because a relic is an object endowed with the consciousness of a god. If you bring his sanctuary and perform a ritual, you can achieve his will. Even if not directly, it will happen, and he would like to have lunch with the guy about the ritual. But unfortunately, he still cannot do this. And Louis asked to wait a minute because he can't, which means that he still knows about him. If you think about it, when he mentioned MANHUA, he spoke about God as a woman. In addition to all this, if you remember the previous conversation, it follows from the person and the way he talked about her. They create the impression that he experienced something. That's why the main character asked what he was trying to hide from him by talking about it. Robert responded by saying that he was not trying to hide anything, and firstly, it was his turn to ask the question. And secondly, if you look at the sand clock, the sand in it has long since run out. The man then smiled and said that next time they would talk without restrictions, but he in turn would need to come on an official visit. Just a few moments ago, the main character was sitting and casually drinking tea with this man, when he suddenly found himself on the street with a cup in his hands. Louis realized that he had not learned anything significant in this, but over the past few days, it seemed that he had contacted unusually skilled magicians. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by a noise from the side, and he immediately paid attention and saw a man there. It was a few supporters who approached him and told him that it was property of the royal family, so it was unclear why the hell he was hanging around there. Louis, in response to this, said that he was just leaving the library and nothing more. The interlocutor asked how he left the library. Immediately he pointed the weapon at the guy and said that he would stop fooling around. Still, it turns out that the royal library is simply impossible to get into without the permission of the royal family, so they are interested in why he appeared here after all. The main character was amazed by what happened and wondered if he really needed the royal family now. Then I remembered the words of the same wizard with whom I was talking, and wondered if by an official visit he really meant that permission from the ruling family was needed. After that, he remembered that if a member of the royal family he knew was the same girl, he therefore understood that everything was very bad. Still, so that it doesn't happen right now, the main thing is to avoid this very situation. Then he raised his hands and said that he understood everything, so they could move on. The guard said that this was not so, because he had already crossed the line, turning from an ordinary onlooker to a suspect who had attempted to commit theft. The man used his weapon and immediately charged it with ether, and also announced that they would arrest him here and right now. After that, Louis also used his weapon and said that it was also not enough for it all to end like this. So he doesn't want to complicate the current situation, so he won't kill. But it's difficult for him to control his strength, so let them be careful. The old man said that he was just a scoundrel, and they would see how long he could remain so self-confident. After this, he rather rarely rushed to the attack and ordered his subordinates to follow him. At the same moment, the hero wondered whether he should test what the royal knights were capable of. So he decided that maybe this situation would be beneficial for him and fought one of them. But at the very moment when the opponents were about to collide with each other, someone appeared and stopped. The guard became wary and immediately asked who else this was. It was not clear to him who dared to interfere in their battle. A few moments later, the fog cleared, and they saw that there was a knight. The man said that it was Lady Rebecca. The girl said that this man had the permission of the princess, so the attack should be stopped, and she told him that he too should not complicate things further and put away the sword. The knight asked if the princess really gave him permission, but if so, he would immediately retreat, since he recognized the face of Lady Rebecca. Well, in addition to all this, he insists on telling the princess to behave appropriately outside the palace walls and not create problems. After all, in the end, low-ranking people will have to deal with the consequences, after which the interlocutor, along with his subordinates, left this place. Louis grabbed the weapon behind his back and thanked for the help. The girl replied that he should express gratitude to the princess. The guy said that this was great, because he actually had something to say. Suddenly, loud laughter was heard, and the main character immediately turned his attention there. The little girl, in turn, was right on top of one of the buildings, and laughing said that he would get his help. She also said that she followed him because she needed him, not because she saw him in trouble, but did not order Rebecca to help him too. The guy should join her so that she can repay him with her gratitude. The people below were amazed, but did not say anything at the same time. Louis thanked him reluctantly, and then thought that this damn princess, all this for permission to enter the library and nothing more. After a while, Sylvia continued to laugh and said that it was a wise decision to cooperate with her, and also said that the mercenary was welcome to come to her. The hero, in response to this, introduced himself and stated that his name was Louis de Lossy, so just let him call him Louis, and then asked whether he should be interested right away. I wonder if they really need to talk in this position. The princess, in turn, told him to invite his tongue. The guy wondered if the first order was to shut up. Then he told everything, and they asked him if permission was really needed to enter the library. The little girl said that it was really not difficult for her to give him after the work was done. So was it really possible that he had previously tried to penetrate there? Louis thought that even if he told the truth, she still wouldn't believe it. So he stated that if he penetrated this misunderstanding, there was something he needed to know. Sylvia, with a thoughtful look, said that he was asking permission to go to the royal library. The guy wondered if she guessed that he was looking for Bakmara there. After that, she said that she would ask, just in case, if he was some fool who was looking for the legendary dragon. Louis asked what she was talking about, but the princess responded by saying that there had recently been a rumor that there was a dragon in the library. Considering that this person is a mercenary who values money more than legendary beasts, most likely he doesn't care about this gossip. The main character was amazed and thought that fortunately his assumptions turned out to be wrong, but he had already decided what he would do as soon as he finished here. Still, he was going to take this princess and come to the wall. After a while, evening came, and the hero said that something should be clarified. It turns out that what they have been planning all this time is a clear rebellion, and he will not risk his life in battle. Their enemy is the royal army, and even if he manages to escape, he will pose a threat until he leaves the kingdom. Sylvia, in response to this, said that she understands all this perfectly well. If everything does not go according to plan, then it is unfair that he, being a mercenary, will become an enemy of Kshatriya. However, there is a caveat because, as she said earlier, they do not have enough military power in case of unforeseen circumstances. As a result, she does not ask him to fight, but only wants him to become a deterrent. The guy thought that this applies to a situation where the enemy surrenders voluntarily. He further stated that if we talk about the uprising, or more precisely about the showdown with the villainous, then, as he understands, probably not only the three of them will be there, but also the guards. The princess immediately rose from her seat and hit the table hard, saying that, of course not. Fortunately for them, she and her crown brother the prince have the same intention. Then she wanted to say something else to this man, but suddenly a knight approached and noticed to the princess that she had better be careful. The little girl asked what she meant, and the interlocutor said that even the walls have ears, and then she understood everything. Louis at that moment thought that this was a reasonable remark, because precautions in such matters would not hurt. But still, is she really sharing her plans with her older brother? In his opinion, this was a bad idea, and he immediately decided that he was not at all sure now that everything would be all right. Soon, Sylvia said that in any case they would begin to implement the plan in a few days. The guy just needed to protect her, so there was nothing to worry about. Then she said that now the guy can go, because he needs to sleep well in order to grow. Louis said that he would be in the room. On the contrary, if he needed anything, let him find it. After that, he immediately left, but Lady Rebecca looked at him rather incredulously. Sylvia turned to her, noticed that this day had been quite difficult, and that she should end it already. The guard told her to go and rest. Sama continued to look closely at the main character, and said that she still needed to be convinced of something. After a while, Louis went outside to wash his face under running water. After that, Rebecca approached him, who turned off the water and said that he was Louis, better known as the Collector of Souls. The guy asked if she really wanted to tell him something, and the interlocutor noted that she had recently made inquiries through a representative of the Mercenary Guild. As a result, she learned that his track record is truly impressive, and he is also suspected of destroying the mercenary group to which he belonged. The hero began to wipe his face and said that he believed that this was said for a reason. That's why he turned to look at her carefully and asked why she suddenly started talking about it. The girl took out her weapon and said that there was no reason for me, but besides all this she asked him to draw his sword immediately. It turns out that although the princess wants the best for the country, unfortunately, she is not very good at understanding people. Now that the prince has joined them, the dragon knights who support him will also accompany them, and this order has existed since the founding of Kshatriya. A particularly important person in this whole event is Captain Caesar, the commander of the order, and it turns out that he even participated in the Holy War. The hero thought that another influential figure of this era would appear before him again, which is why the lady said that the princess might have liked him, but she didn't. So, using her weapon, she asks to prove before the order joins them that he is useful. Rebecca of the Dragon Knights challenges him. Louis then looked at her coldly and noted that he would just clarify something just in case. Isn't that why all this is happening? Because he then threw her. The girl asked what kind of nonsense this was, but the guy said that he doesn't think he'll let her leave just because she asks. Immediately, the hero took out his weapon and said that they would finish this quickly. It turns out that the one who knocks down the enemy first will win their duel. In addition, he noticed that he would be careful, so don't be shy and attack him, since now there is no need to use ether. After Rebecca heard all these words, she immediately rushed to the attack, grabbing her ball with both hands. After this, the opponent's two blades clashed in a furious duel. The princess, in turn, looked out from the side and, laughing, said that it was good that she followed her, and trying to evaluate Louis's skills was a really great idea. Sylvia was glad that she was watching a hot duel of knights crossing swords right in front of her, although in reality, this was not at all the case. The princess thought that her subordinates should find out how much her mercenaries from the northern part of the empire were capable of. Using her sword, the girl raised her head to see where the enemy's open area was. Next, she tried to attack the head, but the hero returned. He thought that surprisingly, she is a knight. I was wondering if the royal knights are the strongest in this country. Louis then realized that he did not expect this at all, because Rebecca, as well as the dragon and knights, are very weak. And after these words, he swung his sword for the first time, and his opponent flew far into the sky. It turned out that they were much weaker than the guy had previously imagined himself to be. The princess was amazed and asked what else this was. How could something like this happen? Her bodyguard landed on the ground after a while and also asked what happened, because she didn't understand how this happened. The main character immediately approached her to see if she was okay, but she was unconscious. After that, Lewis smiled and asked if these were the skills of the best order of Cetria. Josephine, like the guy, said that with such abilities he was nothing of himself. Right in front of the queen sat a guy who was covered in blood and was already on one knee. Exactly this man was the crown prince who stood in front of the killed people. At the same time, next to the queen was the captain of the order, Caesar. The prince turned to this man and asked if he really didn't care that the queen was attacking the law of the born prince. It was not clear what he was doing. The captain, in turn, asked him to surrender because it turns out that they have all the evidence, as well as the witnesses. As a result, even if he is the crown prince, there are things that he should not do for sure. He thought that even if Cetria was collapsing from the inside, then this was not an option. Josephine came closer to this man and asked if the crown prince was really planning to kill her. She really looks like his mother. Does he really want to destroy her? The guy shouted, "Cover his mouth, because if it weren't for her, the kingdom would not have become like this." So he promises that he will definitely cut off her head and hang her right in the square. The woman asked if he was really going to blame others, even in such a situation. After all, we can say that all this really is the result of the crown prince's own actions. This is a tragic ending, which was a consequence of his desire to take the throne. The interlocutor shouted that she should not make him laugh, because all this was being done only to save this kingdom. Josephine came closer, and then, grabbing his face, asked if he could really believe this in general. And is he really saying that all this was done only for the sake of justice, or for the sake of his ambitions as the crown prince of this kingdom? The next day, disappointing news came to the princess because they reported something about her brother. The girl asked if the child had really lost contact with her older brother. In response, she noted that everything was true. She was even trying to figure it out. It turns out that not only was communication lost with the crown prince, but also with everyone who was in the palace and agreed to cooperate. And the connection was lost just last night. The girl noticed that perhaps she knows what happened, although this is not so, because it is too early to draw conclusions. The knight said that first they need to change their place of stay, because if there was a leak of information, then this is bad. Suddenly, some noise was heard outside. The girl asked what was going on, and then immediately went to the window in order to understand the whole situation. But when she looked at what was there, she was dumbfounded and asked that it was not clear why people were going somewhere. A huge number of people were heading forward, so Sylvia asked why people were moving towards the royal palace in such a large crowd. One of the men who walked ahead said that this side had long been finished, but after Horn's uprising, even getting food became much more difficult. The interlocutor said, "Does he really think that this is the only problem in this whole country? It turns out that not so long ago his brother was stabbed to death by a thief, but he never received punishment. It is because of this that people cannot do nothing and just die. If everything goes wrong, then perhaps they themselves should become thieves." This old man talked to the girl and told this story. Then he looked straight at her and told her not to follow him for no reason. Still, it could be very dangerous for a little girl like her. It turned out that it was the princess who burst into tears because of his words and said that she was not a child. She noticed that even she had heard that there were opposition forces in the palace plotting something against Josephine. The interlocutor asked if she was also aware of these rumors. One of the men from the outside said that he did not even believe that this could be any truth. The interlocutor said that without a doubt it was a lie, invented to suppress discontent. Sylvia said that even so, wouldn't it be better to wait a little longer, and she was asked what difference it made whether Josephine disappeared now or later. All this is because even without this so-called queen, the Cetria family is no longer trusted by the people of the kingdom. And all this is due to the fact that these crowned persons are interested only in their own power, so they literally don't care whether the common people die or not. The man got angry and shouted that he was no longer going to put up with all this, so instead of just waiting for death, he would prefer to burn everything to the ground. The young princess was discouraged and did not understand what was happening and why everything had gone so far. Josephine is a villain. and this is for sure, but a proven fact. But if she disappears, won't everything return to normal as it was? And is it possible that all these people lived with similar thoughts all the time? Rebecca said that the atmosphere here is really strange, and perhaps they should retreat. Sylvia said unnecessary things, because they must understand what they want. And if in truth there is a massacre, then she will need the help of her ward. The interlocutor said that she understood everything. After some time, a large number of people reached the palace of Kshatriya. This was precisely the western gate. One of the men spoke to the guard, who shouted that if they rushed in without a plan, they would achieve nothing. It is because of this that there is a certain order of actions. If they behave this way, then it will be bad. The interlocutor interrupted him and shouted that to hell with this order. After all, it turns out that if they all follow these so-called rules, then half of these people will die of hunger. Sylvia thought that fortunately they were having a dialogue. Then the old man shouted to call the commander, or at least give them food from the palace. Soon a man approached and asked what the commotion was all about. That this person turned out to be the vice commander of the Dragon Order, whose name is Maxwell. He noted that he seemed to have heard that it was disrespectful, and whether it was so. Rebecca said that this was the vice commander of the order. The princess said that she thought she had heard about him before, and whether she understood correctly that this was Caesar's student. The bodyguard said that she was right, and compared to her, he had exceptional talent, because this man even studied in the Trojan Empire. As a result, it so happened that he became the youngest vice commander in recent times in this country. Some people even say that it lacks a little flexibility, but nevertheless, this is nothing serious. The conversation between the girls was interrupted by a man screaming from the stage. They immediately turned their attention there and were amazed at what they saw. Maxwell wounded the man and said that he had come to see His Majesty, which betrayed the current situation in Centria. It is unclear why they came in such a crowd to scare the guards. Then they asked to do everything in their power, and in general, do all these people know how many similar people appear here every day? In truth, it can be said that some kings said that they valued communication with the people, and it was precisely because of this that Centria became like this. At the moment, it turns out that the royal family is above the law, but these people who come here cannot come and demand that the same service be performed for them twice. Maxwell stated that he was warning them for the last time and let them retreat peacefully. Those who do not turn back will be considered people with evil intentions. And suddenly, one of the guards approached and immediately turned to the vice commander, covering with his body the very old man whom he had wounded. He further stated that despite his position, this was already too much. It was still incomprehensible how he could raise his sword against a civilian in the kingdom. Just a moment after these words, the man's upper torso was cut off. Next, Maxwell looked forward and said that disobeying orders was sufficient grounds for punishment. He would consider everyone who sided with them to be bad people. After that, he said that he thought, after all, he had already given him enough time to think, and further believed that those who remained were those who had bad intentions. The vice-captain turned to his subordinates and said that they were all immediately arrested, and if necessary, they could simply kill them. The princess was discouraged by this and thought that this was all bad, because this could not be. Then she shouted to everyone to stop and wanted to say something, but the crowd in turn began to move quite quickly, and after that turned in the other direction and ran away. The young girl was literally lost among these people and screamed at Rebecca to help. The bodyguard noticed her, but it was too late, because people ran quickly enough and dragged her along with them. After a short period of time, one of the men fell right on top of her. Soon they were on the ground together, and she said that it was quite hard for her, so she asked to get off her. But the same old man who was on it did not answer anything, and it was clear that he was dead. After that, she ran away from the man's body and immediately screamed very loudly. In despair, and also with tears in her eyes, the girl did not know what to even do in this situation. Next, I drew attention forward so that you could look a little at what was happening outside. It was clear that the knights, as well as the officers, began killing the civilians who gathered for this protest. She wanted all this to be untrue. Besides all this, the girl had to somehow stop all this right now, but she didn't understand how. Suddenly some person touched her. She immediately screamed very loudly, scared, and suddenly saw that the main character was there. Lewis asked her why she was flying in the clouds. The princess asked if it was really him, and it was not clear when he came closer. The hero in response to this said that he literally followed them from the very beginning. In fact, now the situation has become really strange, so he asks the girl to get up because he needs to get out of here quickly. Sylvia came closer and said that this is not a solution at all because they must somehow stop this. Louis noticed that if she says to stop, then it is not clear how to do it. The princess continued to beg, no matter what it takes, all this needs to be stopped. The guy realized that this girl is definitely one of those who acts without a clear plan. Then he said that demolishing all the guards who were attacking was a trifle, but should they do that? The little girl replied that she didn't allow it because they were not citizens of this country either. The guy said that of course he doesn't like a lot of things either, but there is no other way naturally. There is one way, so he asks you to trust him. Dame Rebecca, in turn, was worried about the princess and shouted to her, trying to look for her. After a short period of time, she discovered the cape that Sylvia had worn before, and it was lying on the floor. What if there was some man who was standing on the roof shouting at everyone to stop quickly, and the girl turned her attention there? Also, the knights who attacked the common people also looked there, and this man told them to throw down their swords now. All the people turned their attention to the roof of a nearby house and saw a guy who was holding a girl hostage. They whispered about what happened there and who he was. Louis said at the same time that if even one of the royal knights advanced, the princess would lose her head instantly. The young girl did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore was very surprised by his words. The vice captain immediately turned to this man and said, "Has he really lost all fear? Because he took the princess hostage. If he doesn't let her go now, it will be bad." The guy immediately grabbed his weapon and made a wound, so that from the side it was visible as if a fairly large amount of blood gushed to the side. He asked what if so. At the same time, Sylvia stood with a relaxed look so that it turned out that it was she who was wounded. The crowd became angry when they saw what happened, and immediately everyone started asking if he had hurt the princess. Lady Rebecca, in turn, was also amazed by this and said that this was madness. She asked how he was going to deal with the consequences after this. Maxwell realized that the man who was on the roof was not joking and immediately shouted with you. Everyone stopped and no one moved. Ordinary people immediately began to shout that they were no longer attacking the knight, and therefore everyone should run away. As a result, the wars really stood still, and people simply ran away, trying to save their lives from them. After what happened, the hero said that they had sorted out the current problem. Suddenly, the girl began to tell Vice Captain Maxwell to listen to her. The hero was not surprised for this, but the princess said, "Does he really think that using the name of His Majesty as an excuse to cause harm is normal? Is this really the only sure way to maintain the authority of the ruling family?" After that, she got angry and started screaming that this was not true, because his actions insulted the royal family. Then she said to wait. As soon as she returned to the palace, it did. It definitely wouldn't work, but the hero restored her and immediately rushed off the roof to the side. On the way, she said that if she makes such speeches, then who will even decide that she is a hostage, because she already went too far, cut her hand, and created a similar situation. The girl lowered her head down, and with a voice that said that she was definitely to blame, apologized to him. Maxwell got angry after that and said that living like this for someone else is just terrible. In addition to all this, she was taken hostage for such a crazy reason. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to the crowd that had gathered. Then he asked if it was Lady Rebecca. He was interested in the fact that she was responsible for protecting the princess. Then he smiled slyly, because he realized that this situation could play into his hands, and it couldn't have been better, but he still found a way to correct this situation. The vice captain came closer and said that she left the princess unattended, and this is what happened, so she is disqualified as a personal guard. Then the subordinates were ordered to grab her for further action, and the knights immediately presented weapons in front of her. Maxwell told Rebecca that she had neglected her duties and tarnished the honor of the knights. The girl asked to wait because she wanted to explain something. The interlocutor looked at her coldly and said that he no longer wanted to listen to her excuses, and from that day on, she was no longer the princess's personal knight. The knight asked if the vice commander had such powers to do this. He asked if she was really ignoring the orders of her superior. Therefore, he quickly hit his interlocutor and said that you added insubordination to this and immediately arrested her. After some time, the princess walked among a crowd of people and tried to reach her bodyguard. She said that the girl was still not the type to run away from the battlefield, and so it was unclear where she went. People, in turn, looked at the little girl. One of them then looked there and said, "Isn't that the girl in front of them?" The second person said that it was definitely her who claimed to be a princess. Sylvia asked who he was, and it was generally unclear how he dared to touch her. The interlocutor in turn did not stop and immediately grabbed her quite tightly. He was angry. He said that his brother died in this chaos, and he was also killed by the royal family of Kshatriya, and the rest of the people who were angry immediately ran there. The man continued to say that now everything is clear to him, because the ruling family really abandoned its people. In the end, if this is the case, then there is no more point in serving them, and they will repay the same thing that they did to them. The girl asked to wait and asked what he was trying to do. But the old man sharply swung his weapon and shouted, "That's what! Soon they will see if the royal blood is different from their blood." As a result, this man still failed to realize his plans, because the main character came closer and immediately hit him with his hand. The man continued to hold the girl and said, "Was it really he who staged a performance with the hostage earlier? And if so, then what does it all mean?" Louis casually replied that the princess hired him, but then asked if the person could have accidentally let her go, so as not to create even more problems. The princess was told not to wander around in silence, because she was small and difficult to find. An old man was quietly approaching him from behind, holding a weapon in his hands. After that, this man hit the guy hard and told this scoundrel not to talk nonsense. But when you looked at the weapon with which you hit this man, you were stunned because it was broken, so you asked what it was. Louis looked at him pretty mean and said he didn't expect them to thank him for saving their asses, but isn't that a bit much? Immediately, the guy began to take out his weapon in order to fight these people and said that he was now a little annoyed. Sylvia stood in the way and told Louis to stop. She asked if he was really going to attack innocent people. The hero was surprised and thought, why the hell did he even grab the sword? Then hesitated and apologized, so he said that he was not going to do anything. Then I saw that this child began to cry. The girl was really sobbing a lot and begging him to just leave here and not touch anyone. After that, the guy exhaled quite deeply because he had accumulated a little anger. But at the same time, he didn't say anything and simply covered the girl with his cape. She was surprised and asked what Louis was doing. Then the hero and the princess simply left peacefully, thinking that even though he got angry for a moment and pulled out his sword, she still had self-sufficiency and self-control. You can actually say that this baby is of royal blood, of course. The guy had thought about this before. After some time, Louis came to the room and turned to Her Royal Highness. He asked if the girl was really going to sit locked up in this room forever. It turns out that he, of course, doesn't care, but mercenaries usually charge for extra time of their work. It seems there was something like that. Soon the princess apologized and said that she had a lot to think about, so she asked to leave her just for a while. Louis agreed to this and noted that she still knew where to look for him, so in the end, let her come if she needed anything. Sylvia, in turn, sat right next to the front door to her room and was very sad. The girl thought about at what moment everything went completely wrong according to plan, and she couldn't even imagine that everything would turn out this way. Still, the little girl just wanted to bring back the old Kshatriya, while she assumed that people thought exactly the same as she did. But if she remembers what happened earlier, all she sees in them is deep-rooted anger, as well as hatred for the royal family. Sylvia understood that she was scared, and tears were welling up in her eyes, and it was not clear how she came to this. Due to a lot of thinking, there were thoughts about whether this problem was caused by her weakness. Then I remembered my mother, Rebecca, and also her father. It was not clear why now, when it was so difficult for her, there was almost no one next to her. Louis, in turn, went out into the street and thought that he knew that she was a good-natured person, but that it was so strong as a rule. Such individuals usually end in tears. In addition to all this, it was interesting where the same lady who accompanied her had gone, no matter how weak she was, but the one who knows how to use the ether will not suffer in the crowd. Suddenly, the guy decided to stop and think about what kind of useless thoughts were creeping into his head. After all, in the end, he had a different goal. After all, you need to complete tasks in order to unravel this damn system and its missions. Even without the princess, the guy can find clues about Bamhara in the library. At the same time, he will become a villain or not. He doesn't care about this at all for a long time, but should he go over to Josephine's side or not? Although after a couple of moments I decided that this definitely shouldn't be done. If you think about what happened in the past, then the intensive care unit made him unhappy. This is not only because he lived a life limited in time. After all, the most difficult thing in that whole situation was that until his time was up, no one was with him. She exhaled rather heavily and thought that she should think positively. And if we talk about children, then he must have seemed like a naive youth to the captain. And then the main character's thoughts were interrupted by a man who came around the corner. The guy drew attention to him, and he said that he had been selling himself here all the time. It was the vice captain who said that he had sent a pursuit group to deal with the rebels, but now he realized that he and the princess were at the same time. Louis took out his weapon and said that he brought it here just in time. It still turns out that he needs to clear his head a little. Maxwell responded by taking out his weapon and saying that he doesn't seem to be worried at all. Maybe it seems easy on his part, but what about the other side? The hero looked at him in surprise and asked in what sense on the other hand. The interlocutor remarked, didn't he tell him before? Because it turns out that he sent people to put an end to the rule breakers. And so the leaders of this group ordered their subordinates to move, because they were told that they would be generously rewarded for everyone who was not caught. So they should move. In this case, you need to search the buildings quite carefully and not allow anyone to escape and find everyone. The vice captain loaded his weapon with ether, said the recent shortage of patrol officers has led to instability and public safety here. From time to time, there is a clash between civilians and mercenaries, and sometimes 1 or 2 people die. Louis took notice of the man and his strength, but didn't think about whether he might be who he thought he was. Maxwell rather abruptly rushed to attack him, and because of this, the ground that was below began to break apart. After this, the main character even had to jump a short distance because of the danger. Then he looked ahead and wondered if he had underestimated Rebecca too much, since it turns out that his new opponent is quite capable. The vice captain smiled slyly and said that this man should not worry, because when he goes through everything, this man will take the leading role in restoring Cetria. Louis said that thanks to him, he had less time to worry, so it turns out that there really is no point in leaving him alive. After this conversation, Maxwell got into a fighting stance using his shield. The main character looked at this and wondered if he really had a defensive weapon. In fact, it was unusual, because he used a shield and an ether at the same time. Without a doubt, in all this it can be said that among the families teaching the art of the sword, there was one that used such a technique. After a short period of time, the opponents collided with each other using their strength. The resonance from the collision spread throughout the area, illuminating everything in its path. Vice Captain Maxwell pushed the guy's weapon away using his incredible strength. The main character was surprised and thought what kind of power he felt. It seemed as if the shield that this person was using was repelling the sword. As a result, the opponent skillfully defended himself with the help of his defensive weapon and attacked with his free hand. Louis thought that he should still change the trajectory of his attack and attack from the flank. But at the moment when he did this, the shield was again in front and this zone was not open. The guy noticed this and wondered if the line of attack had deviated towards the shield. And after that, the hero felt that his hand was being attacked by several sides. Because of what happened, the guys had to retreat some distance. Maxwell smiled and asked if he was surprised by the layout of the strongest defense among the 8 families of swordsmen, and it is called the Behemoth Fencing Art. At the same time, he said that it was a great honor for him to meet an opponent in battle, all this due to the fact that mercenaries like him are truly rare. Suddenly, the vice captain asked to wait at least a minute. What kind of interesting thing was that on his shoulder? Due to the same attack he had made recently, the shoulder was exposed, and it was clear that a stigma had appeared there. It was completely unclear to the man why such an insignificant mercenary like this man needed her, although that was not even what worried him. But what was more important was that this symbol belonged to one of the families. The main character wondered if it was really unexpected that someone found out about this, and so he said that this stigma really belonged to him. It also turns out that she is a lightning ball art, and this is the mark of one of the swordsmen from the Croyd family. Between subsequent attacks, Louis thought that he should remain calm, of course. He does not know why, but the enemy rushes forward, using only simple sword techniques. If this continues to happen, in the right scenario, the guy will be able to break through his defense. The most important thing in this whole situation is to use this opportunity. This must be done in order to identify the enemy's weak point. And after a while, the guy swung, using the strength of his veterans, and collided with the shield. After this, the man smiled quite brightly and said what this meant, how now everything was extremely clear to him. He said that it turns out that it is not that the guy decided not to use the lightning ball art, but that he cannot do it, and all because this stigma was not completed. Maxwell then began to remember that during his time studying abroad, he fought with the Duke of Croyd's niece countless times. In the end, it so happened that this man never even managed to defeat her. But despite this, in any case, he received more blows than anyone else and can recognize the pattern on her hand. And if the guy can't use the lightning sword art, then he's not that good. Suddenly, Louis grabbed his shield and immediately hit the man on the ground. The vice-captain felt a rather strong blow, after which he was dumbfounded because he asked what kind of power this was. The main character, in turn, used his rather great strength and threw his opponent a long distance to the side. He flew into the very wall that was behind his back and hit it hard. Louis didn't stop and immediately rushed towards his opponent, plunging his sword right near his neck. Maxwell was amazed and asked how he could have such power without the stigma. The hero said that this person only talked about stigma, sword art, and the like, and only relied on techniques while having a weak base. It is precisely because of this that he is weak. In a normal situation, he would simply cut this man's throat, but alas, he was hired. Next, the guy turned to the princess, who was around the corner, and asked what she wanted him to do with him. If she was spying, she should at least say something. The little girl hesitated and said that she didn't know if she could even make the right choice. After all, Maxwell is also a citizen of the kingdom, and to hurt such a person is too much. Louis interrupted her and said that she was talking too much. She thinks too much about all this. This time the guy is going to help her a little, so let him watch carefully. He told the captain that he probably had a dying wish, and he would listen if it was a word or several. The man just smiled because of this, and then asked the princess what she was doing. It turns out that this uncouth mercenary is going to kill her knight. Hadn't she said before that he was also a citizen of the kingdom of Citria, so would she really just stand by and watch as his throat was cut? Further, Maxwell called this man a scoundrel and said that he was completely disappointed, asked him to do at least something, literally anything. The main character then got angry and shouted that enough was enough. He, in turn, no longer wanted to listen to everything this man said. Here we are passing out the introduction. Louis used his weapon and took the man's head off his shoulders. The girl did not expect what would happen and was amazed when she saw a flying head above. Remotely lifeless, she fell to the ground and rolled straight to the place where the girl had been standing all this time. When she saw her in front of her, she immediately fell in despair and began screaming in fear. The main character noticed how she was breathing heavily and looking scared and asked if she was really scared. He also came closer and asked if perhaps she was feeling guilty for what had just happened. He said that he had actually just made his own decision, but she should remember what he told her now. Still, I'll do it by choice, or else, in any case, there won't be a situation where there would be no victims. The interlocutor lowered her gaze when she heard this. She went on to say that she was still well aware of this situation. But in any case, before that I thought that good intentions were enough, although it seems that this is not enough for the guy to listen to her. The main character lowered his head down because he understood the whole burden of the situation, which fell on the shoulders of this fragile and small one. Sylvia then remembered Josephine and said that she still wanted to solve the problem in the most correct way that could be. But if she spoke honestly in this situation, she believed that everyone would understand if she spoke sincerely, and at the same time she was confident that she was doing right by everyone. Louis realized what was happening now and what he should do, so he immediately approached the interlocutor. He lifted him onto his shoulder and began to carry him in an unknown direction. The little girl asked what he was doing. Let him let her go. The guy asked what was the point of being upset. First, we need to deal with the immediate problem. And according to the guy, it looks like they sent people to meet the refugees. The girl asked what he was saying. Louis said that this time it should be easier to make a decision and save them or quit. Sylvia asked if he was still asking, of course, to save. The hero rather coldly asked if she knew that these people were planning to harm her today. But the princess was unshakable and shouted, "What kind of net is this? Even if that's the case, and even if they left her, she can't leave them." The guy exhaled sadly when he heard all this, but thought that she had her own principles in this regard. Still, it turns out that she just hasn't figured herself out yet. Remembering Jason, she thought that perhaps she needs someone who will guide her. Therefore, he told the interlocutor that they should do as he says. Firstly, they will deal with their worries that are in the depths of their souls. At the same time, secondly, if she is still not sure, then let her ask for help. It turns out that she should not try to cope with everything herself, like an idiot. The princess lowered her head and said that she understood everything, wondered if it was normal for him to carry her like a pack mule, and then thanked him for his help. At the same time, there was a tense as well as dangerous situation outside the holy city of Kshatriya. The mercenaries were plucking ordinary citizens who were hiding in their houses, and one of them shouted that someone else had appeared. One could say that they had a cockroach nest here. The knight said that if this man wants to live, then let him offer something worthwhile for his life. The interlocutor said that in truth, he has nothing at all. The opponent said that if this is so, then nothing can be done, and put the weapon to his throat. The man understood that the situation was critical and therefore asked to wait. Suddenly they were interrupted by the princess, who appeared here and shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The mercenaries as well as the knights took notice of her and were amazed that she was here. Sylvia asked in surprise how they even dare to torture her people, and if they continue to do this, then she will make them pay for all this. Of course, if it wasn't the person who was with her who did it herself, Louis wondered if she had come to her senses too quickly. After that, the main killer of these killers began to come here and asked who else they were. Wasn't this the same Louis who was legendary? The old man came closer and asked if he really received the order here. Unfortunately for him, they came here first, so he should get out of this place. The guy in turn came closer and then brought with him a bag that was bloody. The interlocutor asked what else it was. The hero immediately smiled and noted that if he was talking about it, then it was a fine. There was a high chance that he would change his mind when he opened it. The man with the bandage asked what this is. Is it really some kind of reward? It turns out that the mercenaries really have a good tongue. But right now they will see how sincere he was towards them. Then he began to open the very bag that was well tied. It turned out that Maxwell's head was there. Louis had said. Before that, she said that he could change his mind if he understood everything. Let him screw it up. No one will pay them anymore. The princess noticed that these were negotiations before the battle, and that's why they were looking for him. The guy asked, who said that he was one of those who go crazy with the desire to fight. Of course, if necessary, he will willingly enter into battle, but if this is not necessary, then he will not kill under any circumstances. If there is a better way, then it is wise to choose it. But if they cross the line, then you need to act immediately in order to survive. The young interlocutor thought about these words and realized that we were talking about crossing the line. The leader of the mercenaries shouted that they were scoundrels, and did they really think that this would work for them? It turns out that the soul collector threw it to him, and did they really think that these people would obediently leave just because their leader lost? As a result, if they really stop funding the mercenaries, they will turn into thugs. Then they captured one of the civilians. She asked if they saw this, because if they wanted these guys to stay alive, they needed to bring him gold coins. The leader ordered to capture everyone, and they would release one for 10 coins. It turns out that this would be a profitable deal, and leaving them alive was still the right decision. Then he asked what Louis was waiting for, because he said to bring the gold to him. In the end, the princess was also outraged by their behavior and said that now they had really crossed the line. Then she turned to the person she had recently hired and said that she was leaving these guys to him. It turns out that the safety of people, her kingdom, comes first. She may not have enough strength to defeat them, but she believes that the guy will do the right thing. However, he in turn is also a rather valuable ally before her, so let him be careful. After Louis heard this whole conversation, he immediately smiled and said that it was really interesting. Now it was still unclear who was worried about whom. The mercenaries who had been standing peacefully all this time immediately rushed to attack their partner. He, in turn, immediately took out the weapon that was behind his back and immediately charged it with ether. That's why most of the mercenaries who immediately rushed at him were cut or crippled by this blow. The leader of this so-called small group asked what else this was. It was completely unclear to him why this man was so fast. While he was shouting all this and didn't understand what was happening, he felt a boot on his face that hit him hard. Then the body of this mercenary was distinguished several tens of meters back and hit the crowd of others. Louis lowered his blade and noticed that he still did not inflict mortal wounds, but despite this, this was the last time. But from this moment on, everyone who intimidates the unarmed, without exception, will be dead. Even if they attack him, they will still die. It turns out that this still confuses him a little, because this person is the one who brings death, so let him get lost. The man wondered if this was worth 20,000 gold. It turns out that he didn't even see the guy's previous attack. That's why, if he wanted to, this man would already be dead. It's not for nothing that Louis has the nickname Collector of Souls, because he is quite strong. The guy came up and asked what would happen now. He wondered if the leader of these mercenaries was thinking about running away, or if he actually wanted to go all the way. The interlocutor got angry and asked if he thought that he would be afraid of his chatter. Fine, let them see how far they can go, and let them listen carefully. After that, Louis immediately rushed to bow and said that he was asking for forgiveness because they would leave quietly, so they begged him to just let them go this time. The main characters, along with the princess, were a little surprised by what was happening because they did not expect this man to give up so quickly. The guy finally let them go, and after a while the mercenaries ran away without leaving their things behind. Sylvia began to think that Louis had really taken control of the situation. It turns out that even if he fights with someone, the basis of his action is the desire to win. This is what happens when someone who has power acts. Although all this is not true, because isn't this someone who knows how to wield power, the girl wondered what she should do now. The old man soon said that he still couldn't press the wound with his hand forever. Then a girl came up to him and tore a piece of her clothing away from her. She told the man to use it to bandage her. The other person was amazed when he saw her. Then he started shouting that she was a damn princess. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Did she really think that they would be grateful if she took care of their wounds? And suddenly, another person came up and hit him on the head, asking what nonsense he was saying to their benefactress. The man paid attention to him and noticed that it was Sir. The old man said that if it weren't for this little girl, they would all have been caught or killed by mercenaries. It doesn't really matter how much they suffered from the royal family, because there is no reason to treat her poorly just because she is one of them. On top of all this, if it weren't for the princess's knight, this man might not be alive now. He wouldn't even talk about it in a noble manner. The main character then released his eyes, and then thought that there was actually no need to reveal that he was a mercenary. Next, the gentleman approached the young princess and asked for forgiveness for thinking too narrowly. The little girl asked how she could even blame him for her anger. So it turns out that the main one knows very well that people suffered because of the royal family of Cetria. She asked just to believe her just once, and she definitely does not ask this country. One person from the crowd said that the princess's words really sound beautiful, but there is one thing. Several people said that mercenaries had already rampaged through this city. The interlocutor said that they simply could not wait for this country to become normal. After all, it turns out that in this place there is not even a place to spend at least one night in peace. The girl thought that everything was clear to her, because no matter how insecure Louis was, he could not protect everyone. If only she had such a huge power, then everything would be better, although this is not the case, because she must think about how to use the power that she has. After a little thought, she finally decided that this was it, and she could use her power. The princess then announced to everyone that there was indeed a place where they would be safe, so they should move with her. The man asked if they could trust her at all. The interlocutor said that he understood perfectly well that the princess sincerely wants to help us, but there is a but. Louis entered the conversation and said that it was up to them to believe what this girl said or not, but he could say something about it. It turns out that if they still do not believe her, they will not be able to see how the country will change under her leadership. After some thought, the leader of this group of people said that they still did not trust Sylvia and had doubts about her, but they wanted to try, and they would follow her. The baby thanked her for this and said that she would definitely meet their expectations. Louis noticed that then he had one question. He wondered if they happened to see a knight who had a scar on the right side of his face. The interlocutor thought for a moment and then said that if he was not mistaken, they saw how other knights grabbed her and dragged her somewhere. The hero said that since she was a royal knight, she most likely would not be killed, but first they needed to make sure that she was revived at all. The princess was angry at the same time, and it was obvious she said that her bodyguard simply could not die. This person should remember what she told him, because Rebecca survives under any circumstances, so there is no need to worry. The girl noticed that even if Louis loses to her, she is also quite strong and a knight. The hero replied that this is so. At this time, the bodyguard, along with another prisoner, was sitting in prison, before saying that he needed to apologize to his sister for causing such confusion before the ceremony. The girl asked, but since the crown prince was to blame for this, the interlocutor noted that this was not so, because the problem was that he trusted Sir Caesar. Suddenly some noise was heard from the bars, and Rebecca turned her attention there. After that, she grabbed it, thought the iron grate was securely fastened. It really seemed like she could open it. She just kicked the iron bars. Justin asked her what she was trying to do now. The girl replied, "Leave the iron bars. They look completely unreliable. That's why they must be relying on the suppression device available in this prison, so they're going to escape from here and then join Sylvia." It was clear that the guy was very angry because of this and gritted his teeth. Through the anger that he felt, he asked what she said. Was he really going to join his sister after all? Rebecca was surprised why the man suddenly started screaming. Justin grabbed her by the neck and dragged her straight to the bars, asking if she was really thinking of restoring royal power with the help of this idiot. The girl is out of her mind if she's going to do this, and it's all wrong, because the only hope for this country is him, so only the prince can save her. The man's expression was truly insane, and he shouted that only a natural could become the king of Cetria. Just a few days before what happened, a guy came to the fish and offered to unite in order to overthrow Josephine. He asked if his sister Sylvia really said something like that. The knight replied that everything was true, everything was so. It turns out that at the moment she is looking for capable mercenaries. The prince replied that if we are talking about mercenaries, then can they trust them with such a task? He took off his hood and told his interlocutor to tell her sister not to worry about the troops. It turns out that they had already completed negotiations with the citizens. In addition to all this, they even hired several knights, and this crisis in the place should be overcome. The girl recalled that this was exactly what the prince said then. And now he was literally screaming with anger and asking what the scoundrel could achieve by bringing in help, mercenaries who were simply pulled out of the slums. Rebecca asked His Highness to calm down, because he was completely different from how he usually is. The prince asked how normal he was. It turns out that everything before this was completely untrue, until now he suppressed all his desires, but now in front of her is the one who is truly him. As a result, Justin is not legitimate, and also the only savior who can do this for Cetria. The knight thought that this man is mad, and he is out of his mind. Come to think of it, the crown prince really wasn't like this before he was captured by Josephine, so I wondered if this woman had done something to him. The girl at that moment decided that she should do something now, so she used one of the techniques and hit her interlocutor on the neck with her palm. Because of this technique, the person in front of her was in a conscious state. She apologized to His Highness and said that she would leave him near the cell and then leave. Suddenly, guards appeared and asked what was happening. Was it possible that he was escaping from prison? And it was also unclear why the prince was in such a state. In response to this, Rebecca said that she was really sorry, but she had to get out of here. Then she looked coldly at her interlocutors. The man in turn grabbed his weapon and told her to consider this a warning. After all, she should have returned to jail immediately. Otherwise, he will have to use force. The interlocutor replied that she does not hold any grudge against them, because it is their duty, so they ask them to attack immediately. And so the guards, who were supposed to protect this place, did not stop and immediately rushed together at her. The man swung his weapon, but Rebecca easily returned from his attack and walked to the side. But there, in turn, this man's partner was already waiting for her, who swung his hand and was ready to hit the target. And so it happened that the knight did not have time to dodge this attack, and her shoulder was cut a little. She only made a small sound due to the pain she felt, and then grabbed the weapon with her hand. The man who attacked her shouted at her to let go, because if he turned his weapon even a little, she would lose her fingers. Rebecca shouted for him to try if he could, but the other guard, whom she had evaded the first time, rushed at her. But the knight noticed the attack and, using one of her limbs, hit the man hard. It so happened that because of this, what if she pushed one into the other, and that's why they fell to the ground? After there was a short break in the battle, the girl immediately decided to look at her wound and realized that the hook was crushed. It could be said for sure that it was impossible to fight with such a hand. The guards stood up and rushed to the attack, saying that everything would end and they should end it. Rebecca immediately saw this attack and took a fighting stance in order to at least somehow defend herself. She knew full well that if she did hesitate, she would be at a disadvantage, so she had to use this useless arm as a shield and break through them. And now she suddenly rushed at one of the people like this and hit him hard right in the face with her hand. Further along the path, another opponent was waiting who had already prepared for an attack and swung his sword. But when this holiday tried to attack her, the girl easily dodged and rushed towards him in order to hit him in the stomach. In the end, it so happened that she managed to knock this man down, and he hit the ground hard. This man found himself in the same position because he saw that his sword was in his hand, which was pressed by his foot. Then she turned her attention forward and saw how Rebecca, using her good limb, prepared to knock him out. After the battle, a short period of time passed, and the girl walked near one wall, breathing heavily. Her wounds were very painful and also bleeding. On the way, she understood perfectly well that she had lost too much blood. It turns out that in this case, even if she escapes, she is unlikely to be able to find the princess. And if only she were as strong as the very mercenary with whom he was arguing, although she realized that this was not so, because she couldn't do it anymore, and her consciousness was already slipping away. Some person appeared ahead who noticed, was it really not enough for her to neglect the escort task? Now it turns out that she is still avoiding. Through her foggy mind, the girl looked ahead and asked if it was Sir Caesar who was in front of her. Indeed, this person turned out to be him, who said that this is to make a mountain out of a molehill. When a clear head is decided poorly, the lady behaves stupidly. The interlocutor said that this was not an action dictated by emotions, but a promise to the princess and an act for the good of this country. The capital said this means that it works out, and in the end, he also acts not under the influence of feelings, but simply wants Cetria's well-being. So it turns out that for several months now, their kingdom has been completely shrouded in fog. The king went out onto the roof of his castle and spoke behind the walls of the palace in a way that was barely discernible. As a result, the beloved prince is preparing for an uprising, but the princess is nowhere to be seen, and besides, the courtier is constantly undermining the queen's authority, and it's all his fault. After this, Josephine approached, who asked how this could be his fault, because His Majesty loves Cetria more than anyone else, and this is definitely true. So it turns out that His Excellency did not do anything wrong. The old man hugged her and said, "Is this really so? Does she really think this?" The interlocutor replied that of course this is so, and this is just an attempt to undermine the authority of the king, but he should not worry about it. And all this is due to the fact that even if the whole world is jealous and builds various intrigues against him, she will always be on his side. The man smiled because of this, because it made him happy, and said that her words clarified everything. Indeed, he was very lucky to have such a wise wife like her. The old man begged her not to let the particles destroy their kingdoms. The woman thought that, of course, she would do this, because she would be the one who would destroy it. On top of all this, if you think about it, dealing with this old man every day is quite tiring. It was unclear how long he was going to stand on the sidelines and watch. Is he really going to remain indifferent until this kingdom is completely destroyed? But we were talking about a creature that lives in the library, and this is the last remaining dragon. The man said, no matter how calm the kingdom was, in the end, everything has its term. Asked if she really thought that she could distract him from his fleeting entertainment. After that, he turned to his young interlocutor and looked at her in surprise. At the same time, the little girl asked what he would say about this, whether everyone could relax here with peace of mind. It turns out that this is a place where only members of the royal family can come, and so as long as the royal library remains intact, no one will pose a threat. One of the women was amazed and asked that it was just strange that ice flows like theirs were able to get to this place, and further wondered if these were all books. Lewis said that she did not allow anyone to enter the library, but him, the girl, was angry because of this. And the guy continued to say that he achieved his goal quite easily, and then what would happen next if he just ran away like that? What would she do? Her face in turn became quite sad, and she behind the bag, Six, did not know what to answer him. The hero saw her sad face and thought that it was a joke, and if she had accidentally taken everything to heart, it looked like she hadn't even thought about his escape. Sylvia sadly said that this, of course, is possible, because while she is the only one in the black, then let it be in advance that she considers him a person capable of fulfilling his promise. Then she hesitated even more and noticed that the matter was in one detail. He became wary after these words. The princess continued to say that the mercenary guilds were saying that he not only owed them a debt, but was also wanted if she wished on behalf of the kingdom, she could help. So it turns out that she can vouch for him, because he will help her until the very end and will not give her trust. While the little girl continued to tell all this and was a little shy, she saw how the person was no longer with her. She asked what else it was. Then she began to look for his corpse in all these people and asked Louis where he had gone. He, in turn, jumped up and headed towards the dragon. That's why, after a few moments, he was already sitting right next to him. Then he said that, as his interlocutor had said, he had come here officially. So while talking about this to the librarian, he asked if they could end their conversation. Although I noticed that he expressed himself incorrectly, because this is not a librarian, but a dragon of Satria. Louis asked what kind of book this was. The interlocutor noted that this was a copy created before the Empire buried its history. The information could still be distorted. Depending on who provides it, they have different points of view. It is too troublesome to explain everything in such a way that he should read it first. But immediately after this they will talk, using their magic. The old man saw people and said that quite a lot had passed through the library. That's why he asked the main character why they were brought here. Louis, in response to this, said, "Isn't the dragon able to figure this out on his own?" In the end, let the person directly interested in ask about this, whether he really lacks skills in communicating with people because he hangs out in the library all the time. The man did not answer him anything to this, but it was clear that he was very angry. It seemed to the guy that he was too weak to play with him like that. One of the people said that the man said that he had permission about the princess, but would everything be okay? The dragon stood aside and listened to it. He was quite interested in what kind of conversation these people were up to, and suddenly turned his attention to the men who were carrying a large number of books. One of them called him a friend and asked him not to stand here and move, and if he had free hands, then let him help them carry this firewood. When people dragged them to the appointed place, they immediately began to tear out the pages and were ready to burn them. Robert thought that these were just petty scoundrels, and they at least asked when this book was written before tearing it apart. Suddenly, he saw more people. They said that there is also fabric here that can be used as blankets. It's strange why there are so many curtains where there are no windows, and they hope everything is fine with them. The old man was simply discouraged by this and realized that these curtains were needed there so that sunlight would not fall on the ancient texts. It was completely unclear whether these people even had any idea how long it took to collect all these books. He's really damn upset with these people that they don't realize the value of this place. Is it even normal for them to flock and turn his nest into a mess? The girl approached this creature and asked if he was okay. After all, it turned out that his face did not look healthy. Robert was angry about what was happening, but when he saw the girl, his face immediately changed. He understood that all this was exactly as he gave then, because it turns out that this girl invaded his territory without permission at all. On the same day, Sarah was amazed and shouted that this was a real dragon, and then asked if she understood correctly that he had not died after all. But the creature replied that he was quite alive. She was stunned by this and said that he scared her. Then she asked if he could even talk to her. Robert replied that elves can also communicate with them, so it's unclear why dragons can't. The little girl said indignantly that it was impossible to know for sure, because they had only met today, and now the creature itself was indignant. Then the dragon stood up and said that it doesn't matter. Since the species became aware of his existence, he must leave. The girl asked why that was. Actually, he shouldn't worry about it, because as long as he's here, she won't tell anyone about what's going on. The interlocutor looked at her, but was not sure that this would happen, and something else attracted his attention. The girl was making some strange movements with her weapon, as if she was fighting with someone invisible. Robert asked why she was swinging the sword so hard. Sarah asked if he was pretending not to look, but was actually watching her. But she has been waving this weapon all this time in order to become much stronger, and this is done so that she can protect the weak. The interlocutor then lay down calmly, and closing his eyes, said that everything was clear. Sarah was annoyed, and asked if that was all he could say about this. She asked if he had fallen asleep again. The dragon, in turn, began to open his eyes and thought that this was a desire he's heard countless times. Then she asked him to look at her, because she officially became a squire. They say that she started studying ether control late, but she really has talent. He saw this talent that the baby showed many times. She came and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, or for him it was only a moment. Perhaps today they meet for the last time, so she came to say goodbye just in case. The interlocutor asked why say goodbye because she does not seem old. Sarah stated that due to the death of the king, wars were breaking out everywhere, and she decided that she would protect her family neighbors as well as friends. In addition to all this, he will fight with their enemies in order to create a country where their descendants can live without worries. Yet the creature has heard this reason many times. Robert asked to take care of herself, because there is nothing shameful in her choosing survival instead of victory. The girl was surprised because of this. Then she asked what he was saying, because she knew that he still knew how to show care. The dragon said that if she knew, then let him go. After this, a bloody battle eventually took place, leaving a large number of casualties and flames. Robert wondered what kind of ending he had seen countless times, so he entered the battlefield where Sarah was. Now the dragon had a human appearance, and therefore said that he was still alive. The girl said that this voice was familiar, and could it be that he had finally left the cave? As this girl must understand, he still knew that everything would be like this, and probably this is true. Most likely he turned out to be funny to him when she said all her words. The stories are that she will protect her neighbors as well as her comrades, and this was done in order to end up being the only survivor. A large number of people were really killed in this battle. The interlocutor came closer and looked at them and said that this was the whole essence of the war. It turns out that any justification ultimately comes down to getting what you want through violence. She asked how many times he had seen something like this. Robert replied that indeed, many initially raised their balls for reasons similar to the girl. It seems that such a moment is worth returning to the old question. Sarah looked at him in surprise, and the old man asked, then she swung her sword so hard. I remember this whole situation, and the story that happened a long time ago. The dragon closed the book that contained this story. After that, he said that everything changes over time, and the kingdom changes, and the people also change a lot. While he was standing and looking out the window, pondering his thoughts, a girl interrupted him and asked if he was really giving in to unnecessary memories. Is it possible that he too cannot sleep at this mortal time? The interlocutor was even a little scared, because he did not expect that someone would come to him. The little girl came closer and asked if this was not the biography of the king, who was the founder. Robert was surprised and asked if he knew about this book. The princess replied that she really knew quite a lot about it, because it was her favorite, and when she was younger, she was so captivated by it that she read it more than 10 times a day. It turns out that she used to think that she could find a dragon like their ancestor, the founding king. So she searched every cave in the mountains of Kshatriya again and again. And if you think about it carefully, then it was then that rumors reached her that a dragon lived in a cave in the mountains. So she wandered there several times hoping to find him. But now she has already given up and is not looking for him. This is because of the fact that it turns out that she cannot see, chasing only fleeting dreams. For some time after this, they both looked out the window from the library, after which Sylvia became sad and remarked that if she had learned anything, it would have been better during this time. In this case, she would not be so powerless now, and it is precisely because of this that she regrets her own helplessness. The dragon listened to her carefully, and then turned to the princess, and then he said that she could really achieve a lot, even without doing anything. He didn't understand why she wanted to become stronger so desperately when there were so many other things to value too. The little girl was very surprised because of this and asked what he was saying. Then she began to tell what she really wanted, and the old man remembered Sarah. That girl also told him that she wanted to make sure that something like this would not happen again. Even if it was a freaky dream, she would fight for the future. Sylvia said that she wants to save people from their suffering, and even if this goal is unattainable, then what can be done will begin. Robert exhaled sadly and said that the blood was not water, and he would be interested in whether it ended up looking like it somewhere. The little girl was surprised and asked in what sense it seemed, because she didn't understand what he was talking about. The interlocutor handed her the book and said that these were just thoughts out loud. Then he asked me to give her just one piece of advice: let her take good care of the people around her. It turns out that even if she can solve everything on her own, she needs to find good talent, and this is also the ability of a ruler. But if we talk there, the very dragon she was looking for all this time, then perhaps they had already met him before. The princess again did not understand what he was talking about, and after that she looked at his back as he left. The main character in turn continued to sit on the chair all this time and carefully read the book that the dragon gave him. The old man approached him and asked him if he had not finished reading yet. The guy looked at him and asked him not to rush him because he never liked studying. But it was not clear that there was some strange feeling with its content. The interlocutor asked if it was as if he was reading a manual for the game or settings. Louis was dumbfounded by what was happening, asked if he really recognized himself. Judging by his words, he already knew about the system. Robert said that this book contained a magic spell. She is meant to share knowledge, and to put it simply, she had their memories exchanged. A knight who is tied to time is truly intriguing. Thanks to this, he was able to learn a lot. In the end, he will help Louis complete the main task, and in return, he will have a request. The guy said that this task is from the one who stole the memories. Probably it's still expensive. It will cost him, and he knows it. Robert turned to him and asked if the heart of a dragon was the right price for him. The main character was amazed because of this, and after thinking a little, immediately replied that he was refusing. The dragon said that it's very strange. Isn't he aware of the true values of the dragon's heart? The interlocutor said that he is aware of it, and that's why he refuses. Quests with higher rewards are usually more difficult than normal ones, and that's probably right. Plus, he can't take on everything and his life meter. The old man said that he is very careful, and indeed, they often give big rewards for difficult tasks. Lewin noticed that he felt strange when talking about such topics. Robert said that, however, easier tasks with generous rewards created specifically to help complete the main quest. The hero asked what this meant, if he wanted to help solve the problems of a simple human kingdom. He replied that this was not just tried, but of a human kingdom. After all, as soon as Louis intervened, this kingdom ceased to consist only of people of this world. The guy noticed that he was not from this world. But are there really others on the other side? The dragon replied that they are not exactly like him, but they are also people. Queen Josephine is a demon, and this is a race that has completely disappeared from this world. The woman asked Adam what the urgent report was. The interlocutor noted that he had come to reconnoiter the situation in Cetria, and almost a year had passed since that incident. Isn't she ruling over only one human kingdom for too long? The interlocutor noted not to rush, because he himself said that she was not caught, in front of people's eyes. Wasn't he the one who failed in the dark forest, and then impudently appeared in front of her? Adam said that he was just about to ask about the knight who appeared then. Josephine noticed that if it was about that night of that day, she was on her guard, but she never felt the divine power. And if she can still find him, will she be able to absorb him? Adam said, kill until she is sure and not contact him until the job is done. Literally a moment later, after this creature disappeared, the woman noticed that he always comes and says whatever he wants. We are talking about the revival of the race and other nonsense, and she, in turn, simply cannot tolerate this kind of game. Everyone will have to work hard to prepare for the second coming of the demon god. But this woman, in turn, sees much more than the others. The kingdom in which she now finds herself is literally nothing. It turns out that in this place, there actually exists a hidden, enormous power that is even unknown to their species. The hero asked if the speeches of the demon lord were true. It turns out that, considering that the library, the stomach, the income, the presence of the lord is not so surprising. Then he asked what would happen if he lost to such a powerful creature, and whether in this case it would be better for him to intervene directly. Robert stated that he still does not directly interfere in the lives of mortals. It turns out that the guy should have known about this, and then asked what he would do if he refused. The dragon said that in this case nothing could be done, and he originally planned to spend his whole life here. However, if he really dies, then Lewis can die too. The guy became wary and immediately asked what kind of nonsense this was. The interlocutor asked him until what point he actually read the book. The hero replied that he had read more than half of it. Robert opened it and said that then he must have already read about the relationship between gods and races. In this world, mortal races maintain a symbiotic relationship. This happens in relation to the gods, and thanks to the threads of faith, one side prospers at the same time as the other gains strength. This creature is the last dragon in this world. If he dies, then MANHUA will lose the race associated with it and disappear. Lewis noticed that the interlocutor is the last dragon, and he is a man. So what does this have to do with him? I then remembered the words of Richard, who said that it would be problematic if his assumption was correct, and he was from another world. The dragon said that this is so, and he has a human body in this world, but is not a man. Born from MANHUA, he is closer to a dragon, but cannot be one. And if his deity actually dies, then no one knows what will happen to Louis after that. The guy said that in the end, not only did he need to find out the whereabouts of MANHUA, he also had to defeat the demon lord threatening this kingdom. Is it really possible that all this is being done in order to ensure the safety of one's life? The creature listened to him carefully, and then coldly replied that it was so. And the main character was amazed because of this, and asked if everything would really end like this now. After that, he thought for a while and remarked that, speaking to the word, isn't it suspicious? It still doesn't seem like a mere coincidence that he came here after receiving the main quest, as if someone had planned it. The guy was extremely interested in this acute stage. MANHUA brought him into such a fantastic world, besides what she actually needed from him. The interlocutor realized that this is not a simple person, just as this conversation is also not so simple, so he thought about it. Then he smiled and stated that he did not know the details, but as far as he knew, what he wanted and what she wanted were the same. Louis finally got confused and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The dragon said that it wasn't because she wanted something from him, but she brought him into this world simply so that he would meet people and also have relationships with them. The guy approached the princess, and she immediately woke up and looked at him, and then asked what was actually happening. Bad thoughts immediately popped into my head, and so I asked if he was really going to leave. The dragon in turn said to this girl that even if he can solve everything on his own, then finding the necessary talents is the same ability of a ruler. Serbia said that after all the trouble the guy had been through, she was a little embarrassed to make such a request to him. Robert told the guy to also trust people and rely on them, to also be a support for someone, and God hoped that they would live like this. So Lewis interrupted her and told her to wait for him here, and he would go in and find Rebecca. The little girl was amazed and looked at him. But the guy continued to say that although he received permission to enter the library, he was not so unscrupulous as to run away and not fulfill his part of the deal. In addition to all this, he asks if he is entitled to additional bonuses. Sylvia, after hearing all this, ran up to him and hugged him tightly. After that, she sincerely thanked him for his help and said that she would never forget him. The guy wondered if he really would have to move on with his life. But isn't this too high a level of difficulty for something like that? After a while, he went outside. There was a rocket on the roof of a building nearby to the castle. When he stood there, he wondered what people were talking about the novella being captured. However, there must be many experienced knights in the royal palace, and perhaps some heir should be released to see who would react to it. Suddenly, some loud noise was heard, and the guy realized that it was coming from the direction of the castle. Of course, this interested him, and he rushed there, also thinking that it would be great if he killed one before entering. All the subsequent time, he carefully looked ahead and was a little dumbfounded when he saw something interesting below. It turned out that there were some strange bloodstains there, and so he wondered what they were. Louis landed down to look at them, before it turned out that the place where the ether reacted, as well as the direction of the bloody trail, coincided. The blood that he touched with his finger had not yet had time to rest, which means it was only recently. In addition to all this, if we take into account its quantity, we can say that the wound was quite serious. Louis continued to walk forward, following the trail along which he was led by blood, as well as the ether that he emitted. Suddenly he noticed some kind of light and realized that it was there. In order to check what really happened there, he went into the corner of the hall and looked at what was there. But how surprised he was at that moment when he saw Rebecca's bloody body. The guy tried to pick her up and thought that they said they had grabbed her, but had she really escaped from there on her own? Then he turned to her and asked if she was okay. He tried for a long time to reach her so that she would open her eyes. When the girl did not answer, he realized that her breathing was weak and her body was cold. At this rate, she'll bleed out before he gets to the library, so it's unclear what to do. But if you think about it, Mercila's divine power is capable of healing. But he doesn't even know how much time just healing your wounds can take. Looking at his timer, he didn't understand whether he could heal her with this amount. Although the situation was critical, so the guy thought that there was no point in arguing for a long time and immediately used the divine power of Mercila. Josephine, somewhere at the same time, was standing on the upper floors of the castles, and then she saw in the distance and also felt the flow of divine power. So she immediately became wary and thought that this was exactly what she understood, and without a doubt it was true. I looked at this very place, from which the strength of the main character, which he used for healing, was thinning. The demon thought that her interlocutor Adam was really right and not wrong. Such a creature really exists. In order to look and make sure what she felt, the woman immediately rushed forward. When she approached, she realized that she was right. After all, it turns out that the divine energy is becoming more and more distinct. Josephine came closer and told the hero that he had been here all this time. The guy saw a demon who was behind him. She continued to say that this is the same knight who has the power of the gods. Shortly before everything happened, Captain Caesar stood next to Rebecca's body and said that it was unfortunate. Even though he appreciated her chivalrous spirit, he never thought that she would ultimately decide to betray this country. After that, he threw her body down and said that this might be a short-term phenomenon, and they couldn't just get rid of the noble just because of a convenient little thing. But if fate is on her side, then perhaps she will really survive. Perhaps he too, then perhaps, will do this if such a phenomenon as fate really exists in this nature. And after some time, when the hero used his divine power, the girl woke up. He saw this and was happy. He thought that everything was all right. To be honest, he highly doubted it, but Mercila's divine power could be used to heal others. As a result, it takes about 70 hours just to revive a person who is on the verge of death. It's a little expensive, but considering that he can save a person in just 3 days, it's not that bad, or not, if you consider that otherwise he needs to kill 3 strong people. Although the important thing for now is that he brought the tights back to life at all, the knight finally began to make some sounds. The guy stood up and asked her if she had finally come to her senses. The girl became wary and asked where she was, and more importantly, why she was okay. Louis said that to tell the truth, it is a little difficult to explain, and could he be approaching now? The other party stood up and said yes. But where is the princess? Still, she should meet her immediately. The guy responded by saying that she was in the library with other people. The girl was surprised and asked if there was a library, why she was there suddenly. Their conversation was interrupted by some person who appeared behind the main character. Using her hand, she touched the guy's shoulder and motioned for Rebecca not to say a word. But the knight did not want to listen to her and immediately shouted to the guy that someone was behind him, when suddenly she and Josephine disappeared. The girl was upset about what had happened and shouted that this couldn't happen, so it turns out the country didn't have time to do anything. The main character found himself in a completely different place and said after that another unexpected turn of events had occurred. Then he took a closer look at the room he found himself in and asked if all magicians were really like this. Soon a demon appeared next to him who said, "Welcome to the royal palace, and this mercenary," although in truth he is not an easy mercenary to say. She asked if perhaps she should call him a knight with the power of the gods. Louis wondered if she knew anything about him. Then he wondered if it was possible that all this was due to the fact that he had previously heard about it from the dragon. He felt that the overall atmosphere here was clearly inhuman. Josephine said that one of her friends told her about the exploits of this guy in the dark forest, which is why she wanted to meet him when he came to this kingdom. So she asked, how about showing her your abilities? She really wants to see the power that defeated the sealing stone monster. The demon introduced this man and said that this is Sir Caesar, and he is the leader of the Order of the Dragon Knights. This friend will help him do this. And the main character looked at them coldly, and then said that if she was curious, why not try it herself on her own skin? The woman noticed that all this was being done because she was a little shy. In the end, let the men talk first, and she would discuss everything later. She also stated that, by the way, ordinary ether cannot be used within the walls of the royal palace. Precisely because of this, if he wants to survive, he will have to do everything in his power. The hero listened to her carefully, and then, assessing the situation, realized that it was all bad. The opponent immediately took out his weapon and said that he did not understand everything that they talked about with the queen. He only knows one thing, that he is a knight who guards the royal palace. That is why he no longer has any questions, because he is simply doing his duty. The captain immediately after these words rushed to attack, and the hero defended himself against him with the help of his weapon. But the onslaught of this man's strength was so great that his body flew to the side and immediately hit the wall. The guy gradually began to come to his senses and thought that it was bad that he had to fight without ether. Of course, he would like to borrow the power of the mind for this fight. But it turns out that since then, when the guy saw the notification that said that he could no longer use Ram's protection, he could not make a deal with him. And besides, the remaining time is also not enough, and the hero ultimately cannot do anything about it. It was a long time ago after all, and should he use the art of ball control that he learned in this world? Louis rushed to attack, but his opponent defended himself with his shield. Then he paid attention to these actions and realized that the technique was quite familiar. The guy himself wondered what else it was, because there was something alarmingly strange about it for sure. The very blows that he keeps trying to inflict on his opponent never reach their target. The old man moves across the battlefield with ease as if reading his attacks, but even so, this is a wrong judgment. After all, he constantly predicts the movements that the guy will make next, after which Caesar rushed into his attack and immediately cut his leg. The main character felt all this and did not have time to return, so he missed this attack. Subsequently, the captain continued to cut his body and entering the side was cut severely. Louis immediately dropped to one knee because he felt severe pain, and the bleeding did not stop. The old man continued his attack and immediately pounced on him from behind, then asked correctly if he understood that the guy was using the art of wielding Croyd's sword. The hero concentrated a little and, in order to protect himself from this attack, put out his weapon. But the interlocutor's blade still reached its target in the shoulder, and he said that the peculiarity of the swing of Croyd's blade was its powerful cutting ability. And for all this, it is necessary to use the ether to the fullest. And although it is said that the ether in the royal palace is suppressed, he did not expect that the guy would be so easily broken. Then he looked at Luis with contempt and asked if he really relied solely on his technique and did not train at all. If this is really the case, then now he should only blame his laziness and nothing more. The guy's blade he was trying to defend himself with was cut. After this, the man pulled out his weapon and immediately hit his opponent quite hard, causing him to fly away. Louis' body flew a fairly long distance and then hit the concrete barrier behind him. Then Caesar said that he had broken as many as 12 of his ribs, so it turns out that he would definitely not be able to move for some time. The guy, in turn, should remain motionless and pray that the queen will have mercy on him. When Louis heard this carefully, he began to laugh quite hard. The captain was surprised because of this and asked what was funny about it. The hero raised his hand and pointed with his fingers and said that 2 things would make him laugh. First of all, he just learned something interesting. The first was that even if he couldn't use ether, he could still obtain divine power through a transaction, and so his wounds kept healing. The old man was surprised by these words and asked what other deal he was talking about was unclear, and moreover, what kind of power this was, how a knight could even use it. Louis continued to say that secondly, what really mattered was whether this person in front of him had ever tried to break the deal while drawing divine power. The moment he did this, the static divine power in his body turned into ether, and did he understand what the guy was getting at? Now for him, one time was enough for him to use the stigma. The opponent was simply discouraged when he saw it. Due to the power that the main character used, the entire room was destroyed, and it was also illuminated by a bright light due to the flash. Somewhere at the same time, the princess was in the library and carefully looked out the window when she saw a bright flash. She wondered if she had just seen thunder, although it didn't look like rain was gathering outside. The captain, in turn, defended himself from this attack with the help of his shield, and it was clear that there was some kind of invisible barrier around him. After that, the old man thought that he did not fully understand what that man said, but it turned out that for a short moment, he still used the ether. And besides, it somehow turned out that he released Croyd's lightning. It was quite strange, because it turns out that he even has an incomplete stigma. Louis smiled and said that he complained that he still didn't get any goodies the moment this world arrived, but in the end, he still enjoys some privileges. The disadvantage of incomplete stigma is that its use causes overload and injury to the body, but it can benefit from healing power. And all this is then compensated. Now he asks to be allowed to show him what the art of handling the ball is. Croyd's lightning. Let him look at it more closely. The system notification reported Mercilla's blessing that life was taken in proportion to the healing of the wound. The Croyd family is one of the 8 great swordsman families, and it also turns out that they have a spicy seed that was trusted by the Emperor. But the main feature of the swordsmen of this family is the concentration of characteristics on the most basic indicators. We can say that this is due to strengthening the body with the help of ether, as well as increasing the cutting ability of one's body. At the same time, the main character used his strength and the ether-fortified sword to attack his opponent. Naturally, if the features ended there, they would not be useless against a strong knight. But there is a reason why the Croyd family is known as the sharpest blade. It turns out that the reasons are not only this, but the most important secret of this family is an intricate stigma that only family members can cut out. It is this that, in turn, helps circulate the ether at such a speed that the body of an ordinary person cannot cope with. Captain Caesar continued to defend himself, and it was good that he only saw what was in front of him, because it was a bright flash. And so the guy released it all in one blow and gave it destructive power. It was so great that it could be compared to a natural disaster. And the destructive force, as well as the bright light, spread throughout the area and demolished everything in its path, be it this building or some other things. The buildings nearby immediately began to collapse one after another. And so the prison in which the Crown Prince was kept all this time also began to collapse gradually. After a while, he woke up on the floor because he felt a noise. When I was racing, I didn't understand what was happening and literally asked myself where I was. It was also not at all clear what the noise was all about. The guy got up after a while and realized that he had sat down, he remembered. It turns out that he had been imprisoned here all this time, just like Rebecca too. It was clear that there were a large number of corpses in the room, and guards were also quickly running along the corridor, and he asked what happened here. But no one answered him. People shouted that they should run faster, because the arch of the palace collapsed and they were attacked. Justin was dumbfounded and asked how they attacked, if it was possible for his sister. It was unclear whether she could organize an uprising on her own. Captain Caesar continued to hold out and said that Behemoth's barrier uses the polarity of the ether. It also draws out the enemy's energy and dissipates it in the ground. And yet the barrier the strain put up was damaged. Truly, this is an incredible destructive force. In fact, if even one more blow had happened, his barrier would have been destroyed for sure. But there is still one thing. It turns out that the concentration of ether, as well as the use of divine power, means that the body cannot constantly use Croyd's lightning. Louis actually stopped his attack at that moment and then coldly looked at his opponent. After that, the guy attacked because he saw his opponent, but the man continued to defend himself and said that, as expected, that's what happened. As the captain realized before, during the restoration of his own body, Louis cannot use the ether. After that, he immediately rushed to the attack, switching from defense to attack, and also said that the guy should know the only thing. The guy's weapon at the same time released a fairly large amount of power. Because of this, it was illuminated. The old man continued to attack, and said that in order to defeat a knight who wields ether in close combat, he still must be able to artificially handle ether. The captain used his armored shield to attack and hit his opponent's body. As a result, this blow turned out to be quite powerful, and therefore the guy's body flew quite far in the other direction. Next, Caesar looked at the limb in front of him and asked how long the guy thought it would take to heal the arm. A few seconds or maybe minutes. But even if this happens, will Louis even be able to repel his attacks until then? Even if he succeeds, he only thinks that he can break through his barrier. The guard then offered to surrender, and in this case there is a possibility that he would spare him. The hero smiled and said that he was offering him to surrender. Then he apologized and noted that he simply could not do this. The interlocutor asked if he really wanted to become a hero so much. Louis raised his head, and his squad said that this is not so, because he will not be able to understand him, but this is what the guy must do in order to stay alive. The interlocutor was dumbfounded by this and asked if he was really laughing at him now. Although if you think like that, then it doesn't matter now, and soon everything will be decided. After that, he looked rather coldly towards his opponent and prepared to go from defense to attack and hit him. Lewis then thought that this man was definitely right when he said his words, because in battles between swordsmen, ether gives a rather strong advantage in strength. And so it turns out that until he uses the power of Mercila, he cannot block his attacks. But if he switches to ether, he will not be able to heal his hand in this way. But it turns out that if his hand still does not recover, then he will not be able to use the Croyd technique of wielding a sword. Otherwise, he will not be able to break through this barrier. At the same time, when the enemy has monstrous strength, there is no guarantee that the Croyd technique will be able to break through it with one blow. Lewis realized that in this case he needed to do something different, so, as always, he rushed towards his opponent and hit him, but he easily defended himself with a shield. The captain looked at all this and said that in the end, his opponent chose to fight at the restoration site, but ordinary ether would not be able to break through this barrier. Suddenly the old man noticed that a hand appeared and grabbed his shield. The guy, after listening carefully, said that what he was saying was true. And after that, with a smile on his face, he noticed that when he found out about this, he gave up trying to break through it. Instead, he did something else and used the power of the ether. The hero at the same time remembered his Jason, who said that he must know about this, but when using weapons, you need to be extremely careful with the ether. It turns out that Louis will break his weapon if he uses the ether before he can touch his opponent. That's why, remembering all these words, the guy put his knowledge into practice and released some ethers on the shield, so what happened was that it quickly broke. After what happened, Louis immediately threw his weapon aside, and the sword flew quite far away. Then it stuck firmly into the ground, and the guy couldn't use it quickly. So he raised his fists and took a fighting stance, and then said that now they were on an equal footing with their opponent. The captain did not stop his attack and was desperate, so he rushed at him, but the guy dodged with ease. When this attack was unsuccessful, the man was amazed, asking what else it was, because it was not at all clear how he was able to break through his barrier with only one blow. Louis did not stop either, and immediately rushed to the attack, hitting Caesar, and then noted that this was still a long story to tell. As a result of this situation, even if he simply believed that this would be the guy's unique technique, a few moments after these words, he immediately struck. When the captain's crow was finally broken, the guy continued to strike him on the head. Because of them, that same person flew quite a long distance away, as he could not control the defense. After Lewis sent Caesar flying, he rushed to his weapon, which was stuck in the ground, and pulled it out. At this time, the man was trying to come to his senses a little and move away from the blow he had received. His consciousness was a little foggy, so he asked himself what had happened. It turns out that the person he fought with his bare hands destroyed the weapon. It was the same as seeing the Iron Lion Knights. It would seem that the legend of the Holy War appeared right in front of this man. Louis, in turn, rushed to attack in order to make the final blow and swung his weapon. Josephine carefully watched the madness that was happening there and said that the more she looked there, the more interesting it became. It turns out that Louis has the stigma of Croyd's sword art, but if this is the case, then could it be that Mercilla's divine power healed him? In addition to all this, the woman thought that a person would use the power of Raum when he was in trouble, but it seems that Caesar is not enough for this. Or there is a high probability that it is possible, since he previously used Croyd's lightning. That is, there are some prohibitions or restrictions. After that, Josephine thought about it some more for a few moments, but then she said that after all, it didn't really matter. And all of this, that a knight who uses the divine power of several gods is interesting in itself. And it is true. She looked carefully at his figure and thought that there was a high probability that he could help her. It also turns out that she could have killed this man right now, but in the end she decided not to and would simply make him hers. And Louis will definitely not be able to refuse this in any case, since he is a person, he must have his own desires. At the same time, evening time had already arrived, and the young princess was standing near the window in the library. Suddenly, one of the people approached her and immediately addressed her. She looked at him, and the interlocutor said that someone was looking for her right in front of the library. She is a female knight who has scars on her face, baby. I noticed if this was really the case and if she was at the entrance now. Sylvia then quickly ran to the place where she needed to go and saw Rebecca. Then she said if she was really alive. The princess ran closer, and when she touched her, she asked if she had seen Louis. It turns out that he said that he was going to find her. The bodyguard did not say anything in response to this, and immediately grabbed her lady. The girl realized that she was being dragged in an unknown direction and asked what was happening. Rebecca immediately said that they needed to leave Centria immediately. At this point, all plans really went awry. Sir Caesar in turn disowned His Highness the Prince and imprisoned him. As a result of the whole situation, it turns out that she managed to escape because this mercenary Louis saved her. But despite this, they were immediately attacked by Josephine. Sylvia tried to stop her and shouted what she was talking about. Did she really want her to give up everything? And then how would other people live who believed in them? After that, the knight turned to her and asked what the princess could do because she was the only remaining knight. The little girl asked what she meant. Rebecca continued talking to you. The princess has no fighting power. How can they even fight? Just do as she says and run away. But then we can only hope for the best. Men appeared behind us and asked in surprise about escape. It was interesting if they were going to leave them here. In order to calm these people down, the girl came closer and told them not to worry at the cinema. She would never leave them. The man said what they had just heard. It turns out that there is no one else to fight. Sylvia said that this is true, and they lost reinforcements. But because of this, she cannot escape without even trying. So now that they have no escape route, it looks like she has to make one more request to them. She wants people to trust her again and follow her too. The knight was discouraged and did not understand what had happened. This girl was one of those who would not act without the help of other people. The princess turned to her and said that she believed that Louis had not succumbed to Josephine's influence. The interlocutor understood that she had really changed. Sylvia said that when we met him again, she would do everything in her power to protect him. Rebecca wondered what had caused such a change in her heart. The main character, in turn, continued the battle, and suddenly, two strange silhouettes appeared in front of him. Louis said that this guy did not intervene in the battle, but what does all this mean then? If he really does not want to die, then let him leave immediately. The Crown Prince came to the captain's defense and asked if it was true that Sylvia sent him, but if so, then he asked to listen to him first. Josephine, or rather that woman, is a completely unusual person. Perhaps he doesn't know, but she uses strange magic to control people. In response to this, the hero said that he knows everything because they say that she is a demon. Justin said that if she is a demon, then she didn't know it, and in any case, it's good that the guy knows. He, in turn, just recently also came under the influence of this woman's magic, so that, as if in a dream, he spoke and also acted against his will. Because of this, he begs his interlocutor to lower his sword. It turns out that Sir Caesar is most likely now also under the influence of Josephine's magic. The old man listened attentively all this time, but when it came to him, he immediately smiled and asked if he was under the influence of magic. He further said that this is not so, because his mind is clearer than ever, defying the Crown Prince and following Josephine's orders is solely his desire. The guy was surprised and asked the captain what all this meant. The interlocutor said that the knight, which he is an instrument in the hands of those in power. Because of this, it turns out that the instrument does not define what justice is, but it simply carries out the task given to it, risking its own life. Louis listened attentively to this entire conversation, but he didn't like it at all. Therefore, he turned to his interlocutor and asked whether it was pleasant to be just a puppet. The old man answered the guy that he was saying that because he knew nothing about it. Still, no matter how much he wants to cry for justice, the actions of the Crown Prince are nothing less than an uprising that is disturbing the entire country. The hero asked what would happen then if the prince or princess got rid of Josephine after the coronation. Caesar, in turn, did not answer this. And then Louis asked what exactly was the matter. Was he really confused? And asked if the instrument would really give him an answer to this right away. Then the guy turned in the other direction and said that he had lost interest, so he was going to talk to Josephine. If they want to stop him, then now is the time. Then he looked at the number of hours and saw that there were about 400 left. In fact, at the moment it was even more than he expected. But despite all this, he simply cannot retreat, nor can he make up for it by killing the people of the capital, not on the battlefield. Speaking of which, in a sense, he now spends the most time in Cetria. Right now, Louis needs to talk to her as soon as possible. Justin shouted to Caesar, "Why this is so? And isn't he a hero of the Holy War? In which case, why does he refuse justice and want to live as a tool?" The old man replied that he was not a hero or anything like that. Right now, a holy war might have a big name, but in the end, it was just an ordinary massacre. In reality, there was a rather long story, but it begs to be understood, because to tell the truth, these participants in the holy war are not heroes, but sinners. The main character, in turn, headed straight to the castle where he was supposed to meet Josephine in order to talk. Near the entrance to one of the buildings, he noticed the countless number of knights lined up there. He looked at this and smiled and said that considering that they were all blocking his path, it seemed like he was going in the right direction. In addition to all this, if you look closely, you can clear an aura similar to Josephine's, so most likely they are now under some kind of influence of her magic, just as the prince was. The guards saw the troublemaker, and immediately the chief of them ordered to seize him immediately. Lewis used his power, but thought that he did not want to waste too much energy fighting these scoundrels. The peak power of his ability had finally reached his entire limb, and he was ready to attack. That's why it hit the ground, and the destructive power of this technique swept through the surrounding people like thunderbolts. From inside the building near which this fight took place, it was clear that very bright radiation appeared on the street. The king and the queen were in this building. The old man heard and saw that something had happened and asked what the commotion was there. Josephine smiled after that and said that he came earlier than she thought. The man asked who they were talking about now. Louis had already dealt with his opponents, who were outside, and was entering the room. The demon answered her interlocutor that now we are talking about the guest whom she invited shortly before. We can truly say that this is a strong person who has unusual abilities. She further stated that even though she is now next to the king, this man is one of those men who makes her heart flutter even more. Her Majesty, after hearing all this, became very wary and angry about this. And then he turned straight to Louis and asked how he even dared mock the queen's pure heart. Grabbing his weapon, which was not far from him, he shouted that he would kill him right now. The hero exhaled sadly after this and thought that there was no need to even check the aura here, because we could say that the king was definitely under its control. The old man rushed to attack his opponent, but the guy also did not stand still and knocked him out with one touch of his fist. His Excellency collapsed to the ground, but the guy turned to the woman and asked if she thought it was all fun. She asked if it was really that bad. After all, it turns out that she worked hard on all this, by the way. She is really surprised that the guy was able to defeat Caesar, and she also heard that the guy has the power of the gods. But he also has a stigma and a strange technique, so it becomes more and more fun. Louis did not listen to her until the end, and therefore immediately rushed to attack. The woman easily stopped his weapon with her magic and told him to be patient, because she was just asking a question. She was really curious why he didn't use Raum's power. Louis wondered if she had really parried the attack with the back of her hand, and then wondered why she didn't find out all this herself. The woman in turn grabbed him by the neck and said that he was right, because this was her plan. At that moment, she had already used her demonic power and said that soon the guy himself would tell her everything about it. But at the same time, how about they get to know each other better? She called him a knight who has the power of the gods. Josephine wondered what he really wanted. Perhaps it was wealth, fame, or whatever it was. Then the demoness smiled and told him to tell her his deepest desire. After what she did, Louis remained motionless and did not say anything, so the woman smiled and said that everything was fine, because she had caught him. The hero took up his weapon and held it in his hands quite confidently. The queen continued to say that it was quite natural that any intelligent creature should have its desires, and weak-willed people were unlikely to resist them. Then I began to think about what I should say to Adam, explaining this whole situation. At the same time, Demons lost her vigilance and thought about her words, but when she looked at the guy, she was surprised. But what she saw. After all, literally a few seconds later, the weapon, as well as the force that the guy used, cut her with a diagonal stripe. The power of this attack was actually quite strong, so the demon's body was sent flying a long distance. In order to attack his opponent, the hero used his ether and stood in a fighting stance. Also, his mind was clear. Thinking about what happened because this woman wanted to do to him, he decided that he would kill her. Therefore, without stopping for a second, he immediately rushed after the body, which flew off a great distance. Josephine continued to fly forward, but the guy looked at her and was angry, so he thought that he would definitely kill her. In the air, the demon nevertheless grouped herself and then jumped back, taking a stance, although this situation was surprising for her. So the woman wondered what was happening. It really was not clear what happened, because her magic really didn't work, although it is simply impossible for all living beings to naturally have different desires. But now she saw the main character being under his own control and attacking her, so it was unclear why he was suddenly attacking her. Josephine saw the rather lethal power of this attack, so before striking her, she shouted for him to wait. Louis, however, was in no way going to stop, and immediately rushed with his weapon. In an instant, a huge destructive force splashed out, and therefore the buildings, as well as everything else, were destroyed in a radius. The demon, in turn, used her power to defend herself and shouted for him to die in this case. The dark magic she used released several streams of energy that looked like fangs. The guy saw this attack and immediately jumped up in order to protect himself from it, and then rushed into the attack. Josephine followed him without stopping, and using her hand shouted that he was caught. Having quite high speed, she grabbed the guy by the hand and shouted that no matter what he was, he still wouldn't be able to dodge this. The woman held Louis with one hand, but with the other she used magic and was ready to deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, to tell the truth, Louis was actually under the influence of Josephine's magic. It was really very powerful magic, so much so that he didn't even care about his own body. That's why, because of the attack that his opponent wanted to use, he cut off his own hand and also injured his opponent. Desire is something that every person and creature has, so Josephine uses it to dominate others. If we talk about the king of this country into which she wormed her way, then love was an important desire for him. But having used this power on the crown prince, it turned out that his deepest desire was power. Also, the woman used it on mercenaries, and they only had money and fame on their minds. There are times when the desire for these things is stimulated. It is only because of this action that most people begin to doubt when faced with their true feelings, and Josephine uses this to manipulate them. However, when she used this skill on the main character, it only made things worse for herself. And all this is due to the fact that what Louis wanted was not something luxurious at all. This guy's greatest and deepest desire was simple survival. So it turns out that in order to survive, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own hand, revealing to the world his terrifying obsession. The woman noticed that he had now used the divine power of Mercenary. With the help of this technique, the guy's hand returned to its place and began to heal. Josephine wondered that even if there was a way to restore it, is he really in his right mind if he thought about cutting off his hand? This was difficult for the demon to understand, because a person willing to harm himself and summon others in order to survive. The identity of the soul collector is based on the uniqueness of Louis. Indeed, we can say that most people in this world have a desire to survive, but they live as if they had forgotten about their mortality, as if they had gained immortality. However, the main character had already lived his life as MANHUA and was well aware of death. In addition, he had unique abilities and limitations. He acquired them during the transition to this world. He has a timer that prolongs his life by killing strong creatures. It is because of this that powerful enemies become both a threat to life and, on the other hand, an opportunity to prolong it. To put this whole situation in other words, for Louis, overcome by desire, Josephine became a creature that would satisfy his desire to survive. So the guy's understanding was that this creature became the one who had to be killed in any way. The woman tried to defend herself from his attacks using her magic. This battle was truly deadly because two truly enormous forces came together in a duel, destroying everything that was around. His Majesty, the king of this kingdom, went to one of the castle towers to see what had happened. He said that his head hurt and did not understand what had happened. Josephine continued to attack the guy and now used magic to direct the beam directly at him. But Louis easily defended himself from this attack using his weapon, which is why it fought off and flew to the side. Now this deadly attack flew straight at the king, who realized that he could not dodge and therefore was afraid. After a few moments, the force finally reached its target, and therefore there was a rather strong explosion on the tower. But by some miracle the king survived, and after that he heard someone calling to him, the man asking if his excellency was okay. The old man turned his attention forward and saw that Sir Caesar was there, who defended him, and then asked what had happened to him in the first place. The captain of the knights asked the interlocutor not to pay attention to his body. If his majesty was not injured, then the rest is not important at all. The king was shocked by this situation and most likely began to regain his consciousness. The man asked the old man to leave this place as soon as possible, and he, in turn, would himself deal with the whole situation that had developed. The battle between Josephine and the main character continued all this time, and large flows of energy spread throughout the area. The demon looked at her opponent and thought that she didn't know why, but she seemed to know how he moved, so it could be said that this person definitely wanted to fight. The power of the god round that she would like to see performed by Louis is the power of the orcs. But then does all this really happen because of the influence of that divine power? The woman thought that when faced with a guy like this, perhaps it would be better to dispel the effect of the charm she had cast on him. After all, looking into the eyes of this man, one could say that he only had on his mind the desire to kill her and nothing more. Therefore, the magic that was involved in him soon dissipated. Louis's eyes returned to their previous state, and he stood still for a moment. In order to come to his senses a little, he paid attention to his hands and thought what else it was. The hero said that literally for a moment it seemed to him that he had passed out, which is why, while he was thinking, he lost concentration in the battle. The demon decided to take advantage of the advantage and confusion of his opponent, so he used his rather strong magic. After a short amount of time, it finally dissipated, and the woman asked what it meant. Right in front of her was Sir Caesar, who protected the main character with the help of his technique. Josephine did not understand what was actually happening. The captain said, "Her Majesty, that no matter what orders she gave, so far as the guardian of the royal family, he has faithfully followed them. However, it turns out that shortly before this she attacked His Excellency the King, so in this case she no longer has the right to give him orders. In this very place, he's going to use his power and pronounce judgment on the traitor Josephine." The demon smiled when she heard these words and asked what other sentence is he, who is an ordinary knight from a small kingdom, going to do this. Caesar then stated that, of course, it might be difficult for him to do this alone. Then he turned his attention to the guy and said that there is someone who has the same goal as him. The captain turned to the main character and said that this is the reason why, ever since the queen lost her power, he is ready to fight him. After all, it turns out that the orders of the princess, which this man followed, still began to have legal force in this place, so the man asks to help him. Louis was really amazed by this and said that this guy knows how to surprise, then asked him if he was completely dedicated to his work. Although if you think about it like that, then in the current situation this is really the best choice. But in this case, he suggests continuing their hunt for demons. Josephine was very angry when she heard their conversation and realized what their intentions were now, so she used her magic and shouted that they were just bugs. The old man told his new partner that he would go forward. Louis noticed that if we talk about the shield that the guy uses, after all, he destroyed it in the battle. Is everything really in order? The captain said not to worry too much about it. All this is due to the fact that Behemoth's defensive abilities depend only on the skills of the caster. The man went to the front and covered his partners with his shield, pushing away the deadly beam. He further said that this shield is just a tool, but its very existence is protection. For some reason, Josephine turned her back to them, and so her partners immediately rushed to attack her. After that, as the demon saw, she got angry and immediately used her technique. Then she said that she was not even prepared for such a situation that happened. Right in front of her opponents, some magic circles appeared on the ground, which did not bode well. This technique was then used, and therefore several loud explosions were heard at the battlefield site, causing it to shatter the soil into pieces. Josephine herself continued to remain in the same place and waited for the dust to settle a little in order to see if she had won. But soon she looked up and saw Captain Caesar, who was leaving after this attack, rushing towards her at full speed. The demon was shocked by what happened and was indignant, and then she noted that, to be honest, she thought that he only knew how to absorb blows, but it was not so simple. Because this old man was really preparing to attack her, then she used her magic, but her opponent defended himself again. Then Josephine, with a smile on her face, said that using weight is a really good approach, but even despite this, everything is useless. While this creature was distracted by the man who was in front of her, she noticed that the main character had approached from behind and swung his weapon. And this attack was crowned with success, so that the demon's head flew off her shoulders with just one blow. The hero didn't even say anything about it and looked coldly, so he was sure that they had already won. The captain immediately tried to reach him and shouted that he should not relax for a second because nothing was finished yet. Louis asked what he was talking about, and while he was asking about this, several magical rays that Josephine used pierced his body. The hero paid attention during the period and saw how the body of this demon moved on its own, even without a head. The woman really continued to stand confidently, and it was clear that she was ready for further battle. Louis used divine power to heal, and thought that the opponent could move even with her head cut off. He should have realized this before, because it turns out that he did not receive any additional time for the murder. Then the hero paid attention to the period, and saw how a hand came out from the place where the head was. Immediately behind it, the main body of this creature appeared, in which there was quite a large amount of hair. The whole picture looked pretty disgusting, and so the guy asked his interlocutor if this was her true form. Finally, this demonic creature appeared, and she took on the form of a snake. Josephine then said that this was an unloading creature. She, in turn, was quite persistent in trying to swallow this country entirely, but nothing could be done, because the original plan had changed. So in the end, there is a lot to absorb everyone here. The guards ran around the castle and said that the palace was in disarray, so they should do it quickly. But suddenly someone hit one of these men quite hard, and he was shocked because of what happened. It turned out that it was the blindfolded mercenary leader who became inspired and shouted to his subordinates to go forward. The knights looked ahead and saw that there were a large number of mercenaries there. So one of them asked what they were and where they could all come from. Jack, who was the leader of these mercenaries, said that a member of the royal family called them here, so they should not worry, because they would not kill them. Instead, he did not crush everyone as ordered, and then turned to the girl and said that they entered the palace following her orders, so would he receive a reward. Sylvia stated that there was no need to worry about this, but the shadows would pay them generously for this work. Rebecca asked Her Highness why resort to the help of these non-entities. The princess responded to this by remarking to her that she understood what she was trying to say, but while she was wasting time defending her views, people suffered day by day. In the end, it was important to make this decision right now. Suddenly, Justin appeared and shouted to everyone to stand, because there was no need to fight each other. Sylvia was startled by this and immediately wondered if it was her brother too. The guy, in turn, turned in her direction and said that it was his sister, the princess, who came closer to him and asked if he was really her older brother. Is it possible that he is under the influence of a demon? Justin said that Rebecca told him about it, and he shouldn't worry because he was under the influence of Josephine. It was her spell, so it was definitely wrong, and they shouldn't enter the palace together. Sylvia was surprised and asked what he was saying. After the guy said that the mercenary whom the little girl brought was currently fighting with Josephine, the girl asked if it was really about Louis. The interlocutor noted that this was so, and despite the fact that a misunderstanding arose between them, he managed to win the battle with Sir Caesar. Rebecca noted that this could not be. Sylvia shouted to her brother that they should move quickly, because they had to remove Josephine today. He said that this was so, and it looked like there was something more behind all this. At the same time, the demon himself, after showing his true appearance, began to swing his tail in order to attack. The first thing that came under this attack was Louis, who nevertheless jumped up to evade the attack. But when he landed on the ground, he fell into the trap that the demon had prepared. It was the same magic circle that she had used recently. And then energy was released from it in the form of a beam, which cut Louis' leg. He looked at it and wondered what was happening. There were a large number of these countries of magic circles on the battlefield, and I began to think that this was not just a spell, but perhaps a bomb with a delayed action. When one of them went off, all the others also began to explode one after another, releasing demonic energy. It was also at this point that it became very clear that the attacks were largely directed upwards, and how many of them she set up was interesting. A few moments later, Captain Caesar ran up to the guy and asked if he was okay. They were sitting under the protection of this man, and Louis said that, thanks to him, everything was okay. Josephine, in turn, was directly above them. She asked the man how long he thought he could hold out under this pathetic shield. After all, they are all just annoying pests, and now it's time to put an end to it. Sir Caesar said that it seemed risky to drag out the battle any longer, and now that the distance between them had closed, they had a chance to carry out a counterattack. He told his partner that when the shield was missed, he could launch his own attack, and then it could cause significant damage. But it seems that Louis is still unable to attack. "And is this true?" The hero was surprised and asked if it really looked like that. "I looked at my timer. The guy realized that there was little time left and said that he was really delaying this dangerously. Then he thought that he had spent too much time on regeneration. If they continued to fight like this, he would waste all his time. That's why he didn't stop and immediately rushed to attack his opponent. This technique used ether and therefore cut her a little. The demon felt that she had a wound, and the hero thought that this time he must definitely inflict damage on her. When Louis landed after his payment, he immediately turned around to face his opponent. At the same time, he received a wound during the flight, so he again used the technique and healing. Then the timer announced that he only had less than an hour left. At the moment, in the situation in which they found themselves, there is definitely nowhere else to retreat, and the next blow will end everything. At the same time, there was a dragon on the roof of the library, watching what was happening in the kingdom. Due to the forces that spread across the battlefield in sufficiently large numbers, a strong wind arose and spread throughout the area. Robert stated that because of this, the fog that had spread throughout Citria has already cleared, so it looks like many Josephines are getting weaker. In addition to all this, most of the spells that were prepared before have also been used up. The old man thinks that enough time has passed after all. Enough to still borrow the language of this world, so for now it is time for the main event to take place. The demon continued his attacks, but his partners also did not stand aside and ran towards her. The woman looked at them and thought that Sir Caesar was not receiving any damage at all from her mediocre attacks in his direction. But Louis, at the same time, heals wounds with the help of his strength in accordance with the principles of a knight. At the same time, the woman had already used up all the magic circles that had been installed in the palace before. It was initially assumed that they would be used for that guy. And then a picture popped into her head of how the young princess, along with the rest of the people, as well as the mercenaries, fought with her guards. After that, there were thoughts and some cunning plan matured, after which the woman smiled very brightly. When everything was decided, she immediately took advantage of her demonic power and prepared to attack. The beam was directed towards the opponents who were moving towards her, and Caesar immediately defended himself with his power. He then said that it was the same technique she used before, but definitely weaker at the moment, so the demon must be pretty tired too. The main character looked ahead carefully and said that he should wait a little before drawing conclusions. Now they both looked forward, and the guy said, had she really simply disappeared indeed? There was no one in front of them anymore. Together, they rushed in the other direction, and Louis shouted that you should run faster, because she couldn't get far. The captain said to be careful. This is an expensive inner palace. There is a high probability that she still did not escape from here. And while they were talking about this, the mercenaries Jack crawled straight towards the guy. The captain of the guards sensed the danger and immediately put up his shield so that he was protected from this attack. Now the partners stopped and looked ahead, so they said that it was clear what was happening now. Now it turns out that the mercenaries were on the side of this demon, and everyone was ready to fight for her. Caesar said that, as he expected, it happened. Indeed, it turns out that Josephine has a power that controls the minds of those in the palace. Under her influence, as well as her outsiders, was now the princess, all the other guards and people, as well as the crown prince. The demon also appeared there and began to smile very slyly, and then asked her partners if they were surprised. Then she continued to say that just a moment ago she was at a disadvantage, and this is true, so now they should switch roles and then fight. She ordered her subordinates, whom she controlled like puppets, to kill these two. The main character noticed what was happening, and assessing the situation, thought that it was becoming more and more problematic. Of course, if you look at the situation from the other side, then this, in principle, could also be a good opportunity. Even if we take the minimum of a person's 20 hours, he could easily provide himself with 100 hours in the shortest possible time if he killed them. Usually, his principle is to mercilessly defeat those who try to kill him. Now he was attacked by Rebecca, who had a blank look. He, of course, restrained his attacks and thought that after all, these guys were not here of their own free will, so he couldn't kill them. Josephine watched for a moment as both of her opponents fought the people who should have been their comrades. After that, she used her demonic power and prepared to strike. Louis, of course, noticed this attack in front of him. In order to notify his partner, he shouted to the captain that she was trying to involve the villagers in order to kill them. The old man asked what he was saying, and then, getting angry, he pushed people from the side, shouting at them to get out of the way. Of course, Caesar noticed that an attack with the help of demonic power was being prepared in this place, so when he pushed the people away, he rushed to protect them with his skill. After what happened, he shouted that this is how it is done, because everyone is safe, but at the same time he was attacked from behind by people who were under the influence of the demon. The old man tried to defend himself and pushed them away with the help of a bill so that they would not attack him. At the same time, due to the fact that she received quite a large number of puncture wounds in her body, she began to cough up blood. Also, at the same time, his strength was almost running out, and he collapsed on the ground. Louis tried to hold back the others and looked at what was happening. Then he began to think that things were taking a bad turn for them. With so much time, it would be difficult for him to use both his brand and divine power. As a result, if everything continues as it was before, then they will not follow her orders, and the allies will definitely lose. Josephine continued to smile slyly and said that this is a classic method, but it works surprisingly well. Weak people cannot free themselves from the spell. But we can say that their resistance is really strong, in which case there is a possibility that they should end this ridiculous game already. Suddenly her limbs and body began to shake, and she asked what was happening. Because her movements became sluggish, the demon heard a voice that said that it was impressive. Even in this state, she resists at the level of a demon monarch. The woman looked up and asked, "Is this really so? Where is this familiar voice?" When this creature took a closer look at who was at the top, she saw that it was Cetria's dragon. The system reported that this skill is called Dragon Fear, and it imprints primal fear on low-level entities. Josephine's strength was greatly suppressed, and she shouted that the dragon was a despicable coward. It turns out that he was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal himself. And so, returning like this, he dispelled the fog that enveloped the entire capital. Also, if we talk about the traps that the woman set in order to catch him, then this creature stood in the shadows and waited while Louis took the blows. Robert listened to everything she said, and then coldly asked what it had to do with what was happening in general. He further asked if he was right if he said that she was not going to fight honestly with him, and she and Louis had already made a deal for their lives. At the same time, while they were talking, the main character jumped up and, using the power of his ether, prepared to strike. A huge amount of energy was released after this blow, but after it the guy also began coughing up blood. Josephine was still alive at that moment and began to laugh at what happened as the weapon only cut her a little. The creature asked how disappointing this was. After everything this man has been through, this is all he has. Besides, even if he uses the birch bark power, in the end he is still just a man. Louis continued to smile madly and shouted in rock that this was not so, because the sword had not yet completely gone. Using his power, he said that he intended to stop him. The demon asked what all this meant, and immediately looked at her wound when she saw that it was overflowing with ether. After this, a rather powerful explosion occurred and released the attack. Spreading to the sides, Louis used Jason's technique called resonance. When all this happened, he was also quite badly wounded because his right side was hit by his rival's attacks. There was also little strength at that moment, and he flew to the side, landing on his back, and also thought that it was all over. And since he stabbed the blade into her torso and blew it up, there was no way she could survive. Perhaps it was because he used it close to himself. The damage from his side was also huge. Then Louis decided to see what time he gained after defeating this creature, but was surprised when he saw on his account that nothing had changed. Although this demon's body was quite badly damaged, she was still alive and ready to fight. So she shouted that this person was just a scoundrel, and using her living limb, immediately sent out a demonic ray. She also shouted for him to die immediately after him. The hero could not return, but suddenly Sylvia appeared in front of him, which she protected with her body. Louis didn't understand what happened and thought what else it was. Then he saw how the girl received serious wounds while protecting him and wondered why she did it. Worried about her, the guy caught her and asked if the princess was okay, but she, in turn, asked if he was hurt. The heroes did not understand why she shielded him, knowing that she could die. The little girl hid that she was grateful to God, because at least in this way she could be useful to Louis. The girl said that she was fine, and if saving him meant sacrificing her life, then she was ready to do it. Louis couldn't believe his eyes and ears, and his hands began to shake. He immediately thought about how dirty he felt when he lived in this world. It turns out that before this time he had met quite a large number of people who were hunting for his life. But on the other hand, there are people who tried to protect him with all their might, although there were only a few of them. He literally just lost one of them, so this one brings back a lot of difficult memories for him. The guy was very angry about this and thought that this was his only remaining option anyway, because even if he died today, he had to kill the demon. The moment Louis tried to do this, the system informed him that he had been summoned to the domain of the God of War. There, Raum applauded and shouted that Louis was behaving excellently, while he did not lose his fighting spirit even in the face of death, and this is the behavior of a real warrior. The hero asked if he understood correctly that God would not call him without a good reason in such a situation, asks if he wants to offer him to lend his strength. The orc responded to this by saying that of course he would lend him his strength only if he paid at least 1,000 hours of his life for it. The guy laughed and said that if we talk about such a quantity, it's not even funny at all. God would not appear just to throw a tantrum in such a situation. Then he asks this very being to tell him what he really wants. Raum laughed and said that it was nice to deal with Louise, because his conditions were as follows. Let her give all the time she gets after killing that very demon. The guy touched his weapon and said that such a narrow-minded god, as he suggested, deferred payment, like that monster gives quite a lot of time. The system reported that Raum's blessings reduce pain. Endurance has also increased and healing has been accelerated. Ether has been replaced by divine power. The hero said that obviously God would take advantage of it no matter what. Then he appeared in front of Josephine and said that we should play by her rules. The demon was discouraged because she realized that the same power of the God of War that destroyed the sealing stone of the Dark Forest was simply beyond imagination. So it is unclear whether this creature can resist her, and I wonder if the spells worked, but it is completely disadvantageous for her to fight right now. That's why I weighed all these factors. She immediately turned in the other direction and began to run from there. So she decided that first she needed to find a way to escape, although she had very little speed now. And she saw a bright flash. This was noticed by the main character, who used divine power and accelerated quite well. Josephine realized that certain death awaited her, so she turned to the guy and asked him to wait a second. But the main character did not listen to her at all, and therefore, rushing to the attack, cut her with a huge sword. The creature could not defend itself from this attack in any way, and only screamed pitifully in agony due to the understanding of its own death. A few moments later, the system reported that the demon of the monarch was defeated, and the guy already had about 5,000 hours on his account. He watched carefully as this number increased, and wondered how much more it would be. He soon saw that it had risen to 9,000. Louis realized that the damn God of War forced him to make a bad deal for the guy. It was reported that the remaining lifetime was determined as part of the deal with Raum. After that, the main character saw that he had only 28 minutes left on his account, so he collapsed exhaustedly to the ground. Then the guy continued to lie there and thought that this was a scam that he had gotten beyond imagination. It turns out that he only has 30 minutes of life left, and in the end, if he still has some left, he and the princess will definitely die. Louis began to think that if he was going to die anyway, it would be better if at least one of them lived, and for him to live, someone had to die. The hero did not immediately think about his first former comrades, and decided that ultimately the most important thing was his own life. He reached his hand towards the little girl's hand and stopped a short distance away. After that, the very moment when he was almost killed by a demon appeared before his eyes, but the princess protected him with her own body. That's why he stopped, and he was sad about the whole situation that happened. Then he apologized and said that he knew that everything would happen like this. At the same time, a dragon approached both of them, listening carefully to what was happening and watching what would happen next. The guy continued to say that even if they win, not everyone will have a happy ending, and that was for sure. Robert looked at this and thought that she had been abandoned by someone she trusted. Then he remembered Sarah and her words immediately after the fight. He asked if she regretted that she believed in people. In response, the girl noted that she would be lying if she said that it was so. If we say that she does not regret it at all, then this is not so. But even if this is so, then in the books they will write that she died a noble death, and she was in pain now. There was no strength left to even joke about all this, but she smiled and told Robert that she believed in people, and it didn't matter how much she was betrayed, or how tragic it will end because there is another idealist fool like her in this world. Then I asked the dragon what he thought about this, whether it was impossible to live 1,000 years, then let him watch to the end and find out whether he could or not. The old man's memories were interrupted by the power that he saw in front of him. He immediately wondered if this was really the divine power of Mercila. Robert smiled because of this and thought, is this really so? It means that what she wanted to show him was something like this. A bright flash rushed straight from the palace into the sky and was very high. The people who were around the square immediately shouted that they should look. Everyone looked up and asked what it was all about. That thing that is in the sky looks quite strange. A silhouette was visible high up, and someone shouted that this was the dragon of Citria, and if this was so, then the legend really came to life. Robert grabbed Louis in his paw and pulled him high into the sky, the system message warning him that he had 6 seconds to live. After that, a few seconds passed, and the warning announced that there was only a second of this guy's life left. After a while, one guy was sitting and eating at the table, and his hands were bandaged from the wounds he received. This same person turned out to be Louis, who was interested in why he was still alive. Then he drew attention to the number of his hours. Rebecca sat next to him and looked at him in surprise, and then asked if he was really asking her. The guy said no, he just didn't understand something. He further stated that, by the way, he completed the task. And then, when he was paid, the girl replied that he really completed it after all. The door to the room where they were sitting opened, and a man entered, asking for forgiveness for doing this. Those present noticed him, and the knight asked if it was Sir Caesar. She stood up and declared that she was glad to see him in good health. The commander turned to the main character, who was sitting at the table, and said that, realizing that he must be hungry after 2 days of sleep, but he was asking for a break for a while. It turns out that His Excellency the King wants to meet with him, and there will also be talk about the reward that he will receive. Louis enjoyed his food, and then he became interested and asked if it was really so. The old man noticed that he would be waiting for him outside, so he asked him to hurry up a little. The heroes, in turn, immediately rose from the place where they were sitting. Then the knights left the room they were in and stopped near the entrance. The girl turned to the commander and asked if she could ask him a question. The interlocutor has enough for food, told her to ask. Rebecca stated that she had heard. He had previously abandoned the prince, not because he was fascinated by a demon. It's really hard for her to understand, but she doesn't think he did it for personal gain, so she asks him to tell him just one thing. Based on this situation, she still thinks that the commander made the right choice. The man did not expect such an answer, and did not say a word after that. But when he thought for a moment and said that whether it was right or not, it was not too early to talk about it, Rebecca asked if she had heard what he said. Caesar said that these were just thoughts that he said out loud, and if he spoke, by the way, it is not clear why the person inside still does not come out. The girl remembered his character and decided to check if he was there. Then she opened the door and was dumbfounded, asking if he had really run away. The room where Louis had been sitting all this time was empty, and the window was open, so everything said that he was not there. The guy at this time was already quite far away and thought that everything went smoothly. It would be really problematic if the king's friend decided to reward him personally. He will hear the words of the old man who said, "Did the others hear that the king was being manipulated by demons all this time?" Someone asked what other demons? Weren't they destroyed during the Holy War? And whether it's demons or the king, what difference does it make anyway? The guy thought it was true. After all, the human race in the world in which he now lives has already gone through 1,000 wars. Louis was heading straight to the library and his comrade all this time. The moment he entered there, he was surprised because it was clear that a large number of books, as well as curtains, were scattered there. The race of people suffers from social problems, and the guy understood this. So when he walked inside, he noticed that everyone seemed to have left without cleaning up after themselves. Robert said after this that, unlike the guy's world, commoners in this one do not even have the opportunity to appreciate the full significance of this knowledge. But for those who fight for survival every day, power is much more important than all this. The guy asked if it was this dragon, and didn't he die then? And probably this is not so, because he must still have gone to the other world just like this book and paper. The interlocutor noted that right now, he is just a fragment of his consciousness. In any case, it turns out that his heart seems to be perfectly suited for this man. It turns out that Louis actually has the heart of a dragon beating in his chest. The main character said that he knew it because not only did he survive, but his lifespan was also extended due to this action. In the end, it turns out that when the dragon began to drag him up, he gave his life there. And this was the result of his sacrifice for the sake of this man. But Louis now didn't understand at all and asked why he did all this. The interlocutor came closer and put his hand on his heart, and then said that it was a long story. Maybe he should see for himself while he is in his usual form, after which his body began to turn into some kind of liquid that changed into another form. The guy was surprised because the streams of this power were penetrating through him and asked what it was all about. As a result, after some time the transformation was completed, and so he looked at the creature in front of him, further noticed, and so this is how he sat down, and this is how he really looks. Robert said that it may be just an illusion created by the mind, but it is truly his true form. Thus, he welcomes the bearer of his heart. If the guy really wants to know why he did all this, then it would be faster to directly look at his memories. The creature then used its technique so that the guy could get in there. Louis's head began to hurt quite badly because of this action. The dragon then began to tell his long story that over countless centuries he had watched civilizations being created and destroyed. Also, in the end, he came to the conclusion that in the end there was only emptiness after everything. The guy saw the picture of how Cetria flourished and also the war that happened. Robert went on to say that a friend of his described it as being part of a process and a form of growth. Ironically, she herself met her end in that very course of history. It was precisely because of this that the old man, throughout his life, wanted to prove this without outside interference outside of life. But in the end, it would all be in vain. Louis grabbed his head and asked if he really continued to watch instead of directly intervening. If so, then he is a rather stubborn person. The interlocutor responded to this by saying that everything was correct, and that is how he met this man. The head almost stopped rolling, and so the guy noticed that now it was a little late to talk about it, but he did not express his gratitude, and therefore, thanks for saving him. The creature began its transformation into its usual form after these words, and said that it was he who had to thank his interlocutor. And now he appeared in human form, and said that if it weren't for Louis, he would have spent countless days in this kingdom. At the same time, he would be hopelessly trying to prove his point, so he thanks the guy for showing that waiting all this time was just worth it. Then some rustling was heard, and so the guy turned his attention there. But the old man immediately thought about his words. Remembering Sarah, he thought it wasn't like you had been trying to prove her wrong all along by saying those things to him. At the same time, there is a high probability that perhaps this girl was right from the very beginning. Most likely he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Robert's strength gradually began to disappear, and he said that it seemed that his resolve had reached its limit, and that as soon as he completely dissolved, the quest would be renewed. Finally, he asked that Louis not allow himself to focus solely on the quest, since he still faced the immediate task of survival. His life right now is not in the quest window, but in front of him. The dragon has completely disappeared, and Rebecca came running to the guy, that she had pumped up, that she had finally found him. She came running with the lone man and asked Louis how he could disappear without telling anyone. The hero apologized for this. After that, he calmly turned to his interlocutor and asked if they were going. She responded by saying that they should take a 5-minute break. His Majesty. The king was sitting in his office at the same time. A subordinate who came to him asked whether this man was serious in what he was saying. It turns out that this is not something that should be taken so lightly. The old man signed some papers and said that the matter was really not easy. But he, in turn, never thought that a knight could say such a thing. The man noted that it was difficult, both on an individual and on a national level. If His Excellency talks about this, he is not sure whether the interlocutor realizes it, but he bears the stigma of a croyed swordsman. Because the brand reflects the creed of this family, this is his true identity. It is not known for sure. The old man hit the table after that and said that it is not that important. But if he used the fictitious name Delossi, then one could assume that he did not intend to get involved with his ancestry. At this point, what is more important is not who he is, but what he has done for this kingdom. The man appeared during a crisis in the country and stood up to powerful demons. As a result, he won the battle, which promised the existence and salvation of Cetria, and after this action, he was generally enveloped in a shadow reminiscent of dragons, as if you are a legend that has developed about the first king, and indeed, Now this country needs hope. In order to justify it, to win the hearts of the people, they need a hero. Then the old man remembered his own daughter and said that perhaps this child did not understand before, but now this is definitely not the case. Still, all this is really the responsibility of the royal family. The knight understood that this was true and therefore did not answer anything. Next is His Excellency. The king said that if the other party understands all this, then it is time to go, and they cannot keep the hero of the kingdom waiting. Captain Caesar, in response to this, said that he understood everything. If this is the will of His Majesty, then he will do everything. The old man, in turn, remained thoughtful after these words, and it was not clear what was on his mind, but it was clear that he was sad. After some time, Louis was told that because he had upheld the dignity and integrity of the kingdom, he was given the reward of the title of Viscount. In addition to all this, a carriage given by the land, as well as great wealth, the hero looked at all this and said that he did not need it. The king was amazed because of this, and in the depths of his soul thought that he was saying such a thing. But he asked, no matter how necessary it was unclear, what he meant. Louis replied that if it sounded rude, he apologized, but to grant titles for the territory to a traveling mercenary was too bad if he took so much. After all, this will slow him down during the journey. His Excellency asked if he was leaving. The guy replied that he had already received everything he needed from Cetria. Then he turned around and said that when he joined the mercenary guild, he had some responsibilities, and could they please take care of it. Louis began to head towards the exit, and then turned his attention to the mountain of treasures that were given to him, and saw a golden weapon. Then he walked up to this sword and said that if he thought about it, his was broken, so he would take this one instead. The king remarked that of course this is so, because he can take whatever he wants in this place. Sir Caesar looked at him, but did not say anything. After the guy had done all this and said them, he slowly left the room and left the king alone with his supporters. The old man continued to sit all this time and smiled sweetly, making an official appearance, so that he did not want to seem somehow strange. But when Louis left, he immediately relaxed, and it was clear that he had a frightened look on his face, wondering if he really left because he thought that after saving the kingdom there would be many demands. Even those same mercenaries wanted to receive compensation, but quite unexpectedly, this person refused not only the territory of the carriage, but also the rest. Although if you think about it, then all this is not so important, because in the end the man actually choked on half the success. At the same time, Captain Caesar followed right behind the guy and caught up with him in the corridor, then asked him to leave the sword that he took here. Louis was surprised by this. That's why he said that even if he didn't like it, it wasn't all too much. The man replied that he wasn't talking about that. He just didn't need this sword. The guy asked if he hadn't broken his sword when he was fighting about that very battle. The captain replied that if, after all, this was the only reason, then he asked to be allowed to bring him the sword that was in the armory room. Caesar continued his story and noticed that people said this sword was received from a dragon who was a close friend of the founder king. Louis wondered if he was really talking about Robert. His interlocutor noted that even now it is used in ceremonies and symbolizes the power of the royal court. Of course, unlike the legends, this ball does not shine with golden light, but everything is not so simple. Then he interrupted his story and asked what he was doing. The hero pulled out a weapon and noticed that he didn't seem to be anything special. The captain told him that they were inside the palace, so they shouldn't draw their sword like a fool. Although if we talk about this, the man thinks he already understood everything. Then he asked when this man plans to leave Cetria. Louis put the ball back in its sheath and said when he stops pestering him from noticing. When he does this, then asked if he was really always so persistent. He noted that he had not yet decided, but while he was planning to leave this place in a few days, Caesar said that before he left, he should make sure of something. The interlocutor relayed it and noticed that he would really think about it. Then he left, and the captain began to pay attention. He remarked to the young princess, who was standing aside, that the man had said that he would soon leave them, and from what she had heard, he did not seem to understand the significance of the sword. Sylvia, in turn, is really free not to pay attention to this, but they will have a little time to think. At the same time, the girl stood with a rather sad look and thought about the whole situation that had happened. Louis, after talking with the king, as well as the captain of the knights, went to the house where he lived all this time. After some time, I thought that after all, I had probably already rested enough, and with the help of the divine power of Mercila, I also completely restored my body. Even so, right now, there is still a feeling of discomfort in his chest, most likely due to the fact that he currently has a dragon heart beating. At the same time, the ether that the guy feels also looks different. Now it's calmer or something than it was before. Louis' thoughts were interrupted by Rebecca, who asked if he planned to spend the night here, and not in the royal palace. The hero noticed that he left there just in case. What if they actually decide to have a farewell banquet or something? The girl said that given the king's character, this was to be expected, but still. Isn't everything perfect for a mercenary like him? The guy noticed that if she asked everything she wanted, she couldn't step aside. He needed time to sharpen his sword. The knight asked, "Oh, is he training immediately after recovery? And he is really impressive. Since we started talking about it, why not train together?" Louis said that he too was in pain, but now he feels much better, and it still takes time to get used to the new sword. When he picked it up and began to examine it, Rebecca was surprised and asked Louis what was happening with this weapon. The hero paid attention to her, and it was clear that he began to glow with some kind of golden light in his hands. The guy then remembered that if you think about it, the commander of the knights mentioned something like that, because it was he who said that the sword presented to the first king shines with a golden light. But this is how it goes there at this moment. It never glowed in the hands, so why this happened is now completely unclear. Suddenly, the system reported that the sword of the golden dragon was presented to the first king of Cetria and shines with gold in the hands of the one who was summoned by the dragon. Louis wondered if it was really happening again. He also remembered the goddess who helped him restore the system, and wondered if this display of information about the item was related to the impact on the system at that time. Still, there was no reaction with other weapons, and given that this one is a ball, it seems that this information window only appears for special items. The guy asked to postpone their training until later because there was something that needed attention. The girl asked what he meant. Louis said that the training was just an excuse, and she came here to say something. Rebecca was indignant and noticed that he understood everything. She further stated that she actually came here to express gratitude. The hero asked what other gratitude was and whether there was anything worth it. The knight asked, "But wasn't it he who protected the princess, whom she could not, and also saved not only her life, but also the whole country in which they live?" After that, as if squeezing out a lump from her throat, she noticed that she was apologizing, because in that last fight, she was under the influence of the woman's magic. But before she got there, she tried to escape with the princess and leave this country. Louis listened carefully and then asked if it was really that important. The girl noticed him and asked what he meant when he said this. The interlocutor noted that in that situation there was nothing reprehensible in running away. To be honest, he himself wanted to run away from there many times. But ironically, it is the princess who seems strange in this case. Louis asked why she didn't run away, but instead rushed into a fight. He asks her bodyguard to be more careful next time to prevent similar incidents from happening again, because in truth, she is supposed to protect her. Or is she really inviting him to work here for the rest of his life? The girl thought that it seems like he still doesn't know anything. Louis then noticed that, speaking of the word, where did Sylvia go after all? Her bodyguard did not expect such a question and hesitated a little. Then she said that the princess takes part in state affairs in order to gain experience. The little girl was shocked and said that signing documents would not end. Couldn't they take a 10-minute break? The butler asked if she hadn't gone to rest for half a day yesterday after she said that at least half of it should be completed. If she did this, then the work would be done for today. Wasn't she planning to explore the city tomorrow after all? Sylvia immediately noticed that this was exactly the case, and then thought about exploring the city. The next day, Louis was on the street and thought it was noisy there, and asked if there was some kind of festival going on there because hopefully it wasn't a funeral. Looking at all this peaceful atmosphere that is now taking place in this kingdom, he of course wanted to stay a little longer. But it turns out that now he has to deal with something else. Then he turned his attention to the system, and it reported that a wire quest had appeared. Since Robert finally disappeared for no apparent reason, an additional quest appeared. The guy needed to find Giuliana Sonetti and a proven warrior. It is easy to cross the border with the Trossen Empire, but to get to the Marin Republic, he must go through the port of Hoves. The quickest way is to return the way that was previously. While the guy was thinking about the quest all this time, he felt that there was a little princess behind him. So I paid attention to her and asked what she was even thinking about, walking around the area without proper accompaniment. Sylvia gestured to be quieter, then said that it was not that she did not have an escort, but that she deliberately left them behind. Rebecca was looking for the princess, who was angry. The girl said that she had probably already noticed this one and was now furious. But at the same time, she left a note saying that she was going somewhere and would be back soon, so everything must really be in order. Luis said that to tell the truth, Yama has already been through a lot, and he knows it. The girl noticed that this is so, and she knows it too. She went on to say that the king suggested that she take politics lessons, but she felt depressed when she was just doing administrative things. So she can't bring herself to do all this, and asks why he's torturing her when she has a brother. But considering what the old man went through, he can be understood. The guy listened to her carefully and then said that giving up and leaving is sometimes also a good option. The little girl asked what he meant. Louis asked if he understood correctly that it was already clear who would be the successor. If she was not interested in politics, wouldn't it be better to find something she wanted to do? Sylvia was surprised and asked in what sense what she wanted to do. Indeed, these words interested her. That's why I wondered if she would really be able to do this. Definitely. Because the girl thinks that she cannot become a queen. Before this, all this time, he really acted for the sake of this country and for the sake of its people. But now that she has achieved her goal, what should she do? The little girl looked at the guy who was in front of her and thought maybe she should live only for herself. And then her heart began to flutter, so she wondered if it was possible to live together. Louis interrupted her thoughts and said that if she thought about it, he needed to tell her something. The little girl became wary and asked what he was saying. After all, it turns out that she is not yet mentally ready for this. The interlocutor came closer to her and immediately hit her on the head. Then he asked if she had really lost her mind or if she really had 9 lives. Because if the truth is told, she was lucky, but she could have easily been killed in that very situation. So Louis asks why she did something so reckless. The princess was annoyed by what happened and shouted that she didn't know why she did it, then asked if he shouldn't thank her for saving his life. After that, he casually said thank you and looked away. The little girl became even more indignant and asked what kind of dry answer he was, and he was just a fool. Suddenly, Rebecca appeared behind the girl, who touched her shoulder and noticed to Her Highness that it was happening. That's where she had been all this time. Sylvia became very wary near this, and then the girl began to drag her and said that she said not to be captured without security. The princess realized that she had done something wrong and immediately apologized. Louis looked at all this with a smile and said that if it was so destined by fate, then they would definitely meet again. Sylvia and the bodyguard immediately stopped after this, and paying attention to him, the girl asked if he was really leaving already. The guy turned his back to them and said that he really needed to take care of something, and now he was saying goodbye, because he planned to be there tomorrow at dawn. The little girl listened to him carefully, and then sadly thought that he was really leaving. It turns out that from the very beginning, his only goal was money. And now, since the issue with the debts has been resolved by the royal palace, you have nothing to hold him back. This is so, after all, she is a member of the royal family, and he is Louis, a mercenary. Soon, the young princess was riding in a carriage and looking out the window, wondered if there was any sense in this at all. Then she turned to her brother, the prince, who was riding ahead, and noticed that she had a question. Justin asked what was going on. Sylvia asked if he even wanted to become a king one day. The interlocutor did not expect such a question and hesitated a little with an answer. Then he smiled sweetly and stated that he was actually not sure about this. Of course, it turned out that he had been raised for this since childhood. Moreover, the more responsibility a person has, the less he can live the way he really wants. The girl, turning over thoughts in her head, sadly answered that this was really so. Adam was in some strange place, and near him there were some entities that looked like clots of energy. He said Josephine was dead, and it seemed that there were other plans hidden from them. There were also rumors throughout the continent that there was indeed a dragon living in Cetria. At the moment, it seems that all of this was true. All this is confirmed by the fact that people on the day of Josephine's death claim to have seen the shadow of a dragon in the sky, and reports about it have not stopped. The green entity said that that demon was crazy and her head almost exploded. The interlocutor asked Lucifer to refrain from harsh words addressed to their relatives. But he said that Adam should come to his senses, because thanks to this stupid Josephine, their existence became known to the world 100 years earlier. It turns out that if the Emperor really finds out about this, he will probably chase after them again. The man said that it is possible that the Emperor will not interfere personally. Lucifer noted that if this is true, then they are lucky. He should not forget that their main goal is not to confront humanity. And the goal they strive for is the liberation of their God from humanity. The interlocutor said that this is true. And so, before they unite against them under the pretext of fighting demons, they should be set up against each other. What kind of person was fighting with a demonic creature and using the powers of the scammer? He plunged his blade into his chest. Because of this, the demon was killed literally a moment later, and the residual energy left him. Because of the very hole that was made inside the creature, the energy, as well as the essence, poured out, and therefore only the dried-up skeleton will remain. There was still some liquid left on the weapon with which this wanderer pierced the creature, which was the essence. Then he went downstairs and said that it was really quite strange that a monster appeared in such a place. So after all, there must be a reason to meet and fight with this guy whose name is Louis. At night, Sylvia sat in her room and wrote some message, which she addressed to her own dear father. She said that she apologizes for reporting this only in writing, but otherwise he wouldn't let her leave, and that's true. In truth, the little girl believes that her role has been fulfilled. Since her brother is here, problems with state affairs should not arise. In the end, it turns out that she did not fight Josephine in order to take this throne. Sylvia stood up and wondered what to write next. She, in turn, wants with all her heart to do only what she herself wants. The main character collected all his uniforms and headed towards the exit from the kingdom. He also walked near the dragon monument, as well as the first King Sarah. The princess thought that she, of course, knew very well that the kingdom needed a hero. But the girl, in turn, certainly cannot become this person, and she, most likely, does not even want to become one. Louis, at the same time, was heading towards the exit, and suddenly he saw that Captain Caesar was there. So he immediately approached this man and asked if it was not too early for him to take up guard duty. The man replied that he had not come yet, and he came here to say goodbye to him. While the old man was talking about this, it was clear that behind his back he was hiding by force from the girl. In the letter, Sylvia told her father that she was simply begging him to forgive him for what she was going to do next. The young princess hesitated after that and told Louis that she had thought about what he had said, about those very words that he could go away and do what he wanted. After all the thought, she really decided that she did not strive to take the throne of the kingdom, and also did not even consider herself a suitable person for this. His Excellency, the king has solved his problem, and his brother is also here, so she shouldn't feel obligated to do anyone else's duty. As a result, even though they didn't meet until a few days ago, he feels that he can trust this person and follow him and follow him. However, the very wounds that were inflicted on the kingdom of Kshatriya have not yet healed. The splendor of the last days can only slightly soothe the pain that people lived in the past. A fairly large number of pressing problems have also accumulated, and their resolution will require quite a lot of time. That's why she looked Louis straight in the eye and said that she apologizes for all this. She, in turn, also loves the country she is in very much. This is all not only because it is her duty as a royal person, but also because of her own free will she wants to contribute to her development. So it turns out that she can't leave her and came here to say goodbye. Louis then noticed what it means like this. It turns out that when he first saw her, she was just a child, but now she behaves quite decently, although she really made a mistake about something. And this is all due to the fact that he never invited her to leave with him, and she herself suggested this shortly before. The little girl was very confused when she heard these words and immediately asked what he was saying. The hero said that he was just a mercenary, and why would he drag along a useless parasite with no combat skills? This further irritated the girl, and she asked how useless it was. Sylvia noted that he said that he never said that they would leave together, so it is unclear whether this brat does not know what it means to receive the king's sword. She, in turn, got angry because of this and became embarrassed, so she began to beat the guy. Because of the anger that she tried to throw out, it still hit quite hard. Louis looked in surprise at what was happening and asked what she was doing. The princess said she hit him because he was being impudent, and the conversation is over, so let her go. Hope she never even sees him again. The main character responded to this by saying that this would definitely not happen. This attracted the baby's attention, and she asked what he meant. Louis said that she had to say that she wanted to help this country, so he became very curious to see what kind of kshatriya she was trying to build. Then the guy looked into the eyes of his young interlocutor and noted that perhaps he would be able to see something when he someday returns here. The princess was embarrassed by this conversation, and then, breaking into a smile, said that, of course, he could count on that. The hero said that this could still take several years. Sylvia still did not understand what he was even talking about. The interlocutor walked forward, and she said that in any case, this ball needs to be taken good care of. The guy thought that it was not clear why everyone was going crazy because of this sword. Then Louis went to Captain Caesar, who stood a little ahead. He handed this man a piece of paper and said that it was for the commander. He asked what it was. The hero noted that in the dark forest there is a village of hunters of demonic creatures. Let him give it to a man named Jason, and he will lend him a helping hand. The old man noticed that this name was familiar to him. But isn't he from the Empire? In the past, he was a fairly famous person. The guy replied that he really was from the Empire. But this gentleman doesn't care where he is from. Caesar asked why he helped Kshatriya to such an extent, to which the hero replied that he does not care about this kingdom at all. After all, now he simply returns the same amount as he received from him. The man noticed that if we talk about it, it's not even funny after all. If this is still a debt, then is it true that they should return it? The main character, in turn, did not answer anything and only continued on his way. Sylvia, turning to her father, said that in order to restore hope to this kingdom, there is no need to create a hero. And so it turns out that if everyone really gets their act together and works together, they will definitely rise again. So let him leave the golden sword for Louis. And even if he still never came back, when they could fend for themselves again, he wouldn't necessarily bring him back. And the main character finally left the kingdom in which he had been all this time and headed further along his own path. Of course, along the way, there were quite a large number of demonic creatures, which he easily killed. The new sword he acquired during his last operation cut these monsters quite well. Once again, Louis succeeded and immediately brought up the status window. Before his eyes, his system saw that the details of the quest had not changed much. It turns out that he needed to go to the Maroon Republic, but that it was not clear to Juliana. It turns out that at the moment he still needs to save up a little more time. But the sword in his hands is quite well balanced and sharpened. But at the same time, isn't he shining too brightly? So it turns out that if everything continues at this pace, he will stand out wherever he goes. Louis drew attention to the demonic creature that was near him, and parts of the body of this monster were in the air. This became interesting to him, so he tried to catch his head with his hand, and then he wondered if he was really floating in the air. If you understand this ability better, then you get this weightlessness. Of course, it is slow, but it is clearly moving in the right direction. A few moments later, the parts of the monster's body, which had been floating in the air all this time, fell sharply one after another. A man started to get closer to Louis and noticed that this was a truly terrifying forest, so he wondered if he was thinking about it. It turns out that initially the monsters did not appear in this place, but when such a large number of them appeared, it is cause for concern. The main character said nothing in response to this, and only looked at the stranger whom he saw for the first time in front of him. Suddenly, the man who was in the cloak stopped and asked to wait a minute, if it was possible that he was the person he was looking for. After that, he took out a wanted leaflet with a squad of guys on it and said that he thought so. This man is the soul collector Louis Delossi. Although, to tell the truth, this is not entirely true, because he is Louis Cloyd. The leaflet that was in the hands of this man was cut by a weapon a moment later. This attack was made by a hero who did not like the information that this stranger was saying. The opponent dodged and said that the assessment of the situation was completed. Because he was attacking without hesitation, Louis said that he was the one who saw his target. Therefore, is there any need for further conversations, besides the family coat of arms that is on his chest and the Chef Moon coat of arms? So it was unlikely that the man from the duchy would start a conversation with him. The interlocutor removed his hood and said that the skill assessment was completed, and that was impressive. Then he introduced himself and stated that his name was Benjamin Chef Moon, but his opponent's reflexes definitely failed him. The hero felt some strange energy and saw that his hand was cut in an instant. So I was startled because of this, and wondered if the stranger had just tried to find an opening to attack him. Even now, When they are 10 meters away from each other, the guy is definitely within the range of this person's attack. Benjamin said it was a little disappointing because for someone with the last name Croyd, you wouldn't notice until you got hit really bad. Suddenly, this man concentrated his gaze forward and was amazed, and the hero asked what other blow was struck. After all, as you can see with your own eyes, his opponent's hand is in perfect order. At that moment, the guy used divine energy to heal himself. The stranger broke into a smile and said that fortunately, it was not a complete failure, because after all, the surprise factor was also present. Louis took a fighting stance, because he understood that the situation was not in his favor, but if he could not avoid it, this meant he needed to give it his all. On this continent, there are as many as 3 families of swordsmen, trusted by the Emperor himself. Croyd embodies electricity and freezing chiles. And so the Kempen family specializes in haze. Those who once encountered them on the battlefield say that you should never engage in one-on-one combat with these people. This all happens because there is something special about other sword arts that makes them different from others. They all believe that not the body, but the weapon is a continuation of this art. Combining the sword with the stigma also acquires 3 basic skills. The very first of these is that they surround the opponent with a huge hemisphere, which is exactly what the opponent was doing. This dome, which appeared at the site of the eruption, was made in order to limit the possibility of movement for the opponent. When Louis came under the influence of this first skill, he immediately turned his attention to the side in order to appreciate what he could do himself. And Benjamin saw what the guy who was in his space did and laughed, then touched his weapon and asked if he still had time to look back. Then this man rushed to attack and hit the guy with his weapon literally instantly, then noticed that he did not have the ability to concentrate. So is it really possible that after this he is still going to call himself a hero of Citria? Yet this time the reaction of the guys really saved him, because it could have been worse. A large scratch was visible on the blade with which Louis defended himself. He in turn thought that it really was dangerous. To tell the truth, a disaster would have happened if he had not parried this blow. Even if everything was as usual, it would still be enough for him to simply avoid this person's attacks. But inside this Chef Moon sphere, the body becomes as if it were lead. The second aspect of this family's technique was that it embodied the energy of the opponent. The hero thought that he would really like to just destroy that thing right now. But despite this, he cannot do it in front of his eyes. Benjamin interrupted his thoughts and asked if he really realized that he was stuck in a swamp and was not moving just like that. It turns out that he still has reason. Then he rushed to the attack and asked if they would still have fun. The guy turned his attention forward and saw how the man began to take off. The third aspect of this family power was that the sphere transforms the absorbed energy and transfers it to the owner of this power. As a result of this situation, it turns out that inside the sphere, Benjamin becomes many times faster and also much stronger than his opponent. Louis continued to only defend himself from his opponent's attacks and thought that all this was bad because the longer and further this fight dragged on, the harder it was for him to move. At the moment, at any cost, he needs to block the very device that his opponent placed, but it turns out that he can't even get close to it. Everything happens due to the fact that Benjamin stands in the way, waving his weapon and easily attacking the main character. The guy realized that the man was constantly pushing him aside. In addition, he makes his attacks in the opposite direction in order to distance himself. The opponent noticed the guy's thoughts and said that he thinks a lot. After all, it turns out that exchanging a couple of blows from your own swords is just a knightly greeting. Well, Louis didn't listen to him and continued his attacks. And so he pointed his blade directly towards the man, although the attack should have been quite fast. But because of the sphere, it turned out rather slowly. Because of all these factors, he easily came back from the blow and then counterattacked with his leg and pushed the guy away. Louis, in turn, did not fall, but only landed on his feet and was already ready to continue the battle. At that very moment, he realized that there was definitely nowhere to retreat, and he should fight. Suddenly, this very device, which stood to support the sphere, rose up and headed somewhere in an unknown direction. The hero, of course, saw all this and immediately looked around, seeing that the sphere was beginning to dissipate, and did not understand why this was so. The opponent continued to manipulate the device and asked why he was so happy. It turns out that he was just going to restore the position at the moment. After that, he landed this thing that controlled the dome near the guy. Louis was surprised and thought that he was doing such a thing. It's not at all clear, but it was possible that he suddenly again used the same technique that recently. Something was wrong, as if the guy was really releasing something. Immediately, the past began to be remembered when the heroes were still in Dave's mercenary squad. There he fought with a knight, and when one of them fell, people began to run and panic. The deputy commander then came closer and shouted that Louis was doing great. Now they should catch up with everyone who ran away and destroy them. But suddenly the head of the guild came up and said that this should not be done, because they were retreating now. The guys were really surprised because of this. Steve asked the main thing, what the hell was going on? Because he said that Viscount Nelson would pay with the heads of his fighters. The old man asked to calm down and look ahead. After all, it turns out that they are retreating at a fairly high speed, and those who are in front and those who are behind are working harmoniously. So if you look closely, you can say that this is a trap. The escaped soldiers are just slaves who know nothing. But based on all the logic of what these people did, they hid real troops and are sitting somewhere in ambush, waiting for mercenaries. Dave said that the battlefield is still not a flower meadow at all, and you are constantly deceived by murder and are deceived in the same way. At the same time, the main character was still listening to him attentively, which is why the old man told the guy not to believe what he sees with his own eyes. And all this because you need to learn to see through the enemy and develop an instinct. Only in this case, if you adhere to all this, you can survive. Finally, Louis remembered all the words that were said to him, and immediately realized that he should not believe what he was seeing now. Therefore, I decided to do one of the tricks and grabbed a stone and threw it straight towards my opponent. He, of course, easily reacted to it and simply tilted his head, then asked what it was. Was it really a stone? But did he think that he would hit it? The real target, of course, was not the guy, but a man. So he looked in the direction where the shell flew next. Having realized everything that had happened, you could only see it with your own eyes. He smiled and said that, of course, it was so. Then Louis began to reach for his weapon and said that he still couldn't hit Benjamin, even with such nonsense. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what nonsense. He also continued to support the device in front of him so that it absorbs energy. The man with glasses said that the guy was sniffing around for something, using cheap tricks like these. And it turns out that since he doesn't have enough for more, he needs to end this whole fight. So when he said this, he immediately rushed forward. At the same time, the main character plunged his weapon into the ground and began to use his ether to make an attack. Soon, a rather important explosion drove off, after which a large number of fragments from the soil began to spread throughout the area. They were also all charged with the ether that the guy had released into them a few moments ago. Benjamin looked at what happened and said that this time he was really surprised. This is how it turns out that this person collects the ether for a short time and also masks the power of its destruction. To be honest, this is an amazing technique. Even knowing it, it's still quite difficult to repeat. Naturally, it won't have much effect because he is the guy's opponent. But for some time, the heroes did not attack, so he looked in surprise and then thought, was it really not an attack, but a smokescreen? He hid and was looking for opportunities to attack. Although indeed this is a rather primitive technique, but based on everything, we can say that in any case, his goal is either a man or a blade. But if we start from a higher probability, then most likely he is aiming directly at the device, because at the moment there is nothing protecting it at all. Then the man waved his hand away and decided that in any case, he could move the blades without even touching it with his own body. In order to be on the safe side, Benjamin still decided to use force and move it, but realized that he should wait. Is it possible that the guy is going to free himself at the moment when he pulls out this blade? If you judge logically, then outside the sphere, the Croidas are many times stronger than they are. Therefore, the swordsman decided not to do this, and said that because of the ridiculous actions of his opponent, he had even been deceived earlier. But in any case, tricks are the basis for battle. The opponent approached his device and touched his hand in order to defend it. Then he carefully looked ahead and said that, having analyzed the situation a little deeper, he would not fall for the deceptions of others like him. Louis, at the same time, was somewhere further away and asked the interlocutor to speak louder because he was quite hard to hear. Now he was out of the range of this sphere because he had somehow successfully left it, and then said that he thought a little about what happened. It really turns out that one of the Chief Moon's abilities is to imprison the enemy in this area, but then why did he push the guy to the barrier and move the blade? Based on this logic, then, if everything continues to be exactly the same, this guy will have nowhere to go. So I thought maybe he didn't want Louis to get closer to the edge. It turns out that this dome is not a physical barrier after all, but only an energy field, because the stone that the guy recently threw easily passed through it. Then he asked if it was Benjamin who accidentally said that tricks are the basis of battle. Some of the information known in the world about the Chief Moon's weapons was falsified. The opponent grabbed his weapon, and the main character also took the sword in his hands, and then said that everything was done so that this man's family would succeed in psychological warfare. The man got angry because of what happened, and said that his opponent was just a puppy. Then he removed the dome that had been there all this time. He noticed that he really thought that he had been deceived by this complex technique, but since everything was happening like this, the challenge would be accepted right now. Here he really succeeded. Since he did this, Louis in turn took advantage of his skill and immediately sent a rather strong attack forward. Benjamin, fortunately for himself, dodged this attack, but was amazed at how destructive the power was. A few moments later, he said that the similar hero had no intention of cutting him from the very beginning. The guy came closer, and in response to this said that he had not fought seriously from the very beginning. The interlocutor smiled and asked when he realized this. Louis said that all this was clear from the very first attack, because with the abilities he has, he could have wounded him much more seriously than it was. Then the hero asked the author why he came to him. Benjamin smiled and noted that it was nothing special, because he just wanted to see with his own eyes his ability. The guy was confused by this, and the interlocutor continued to say that it was time to introduce himself properly, and his name was Benjamin Sheffman. As Richard's friend, he decided to join him. Louis hid his weapon and asked what other holy war it was. Why this would be so, the man said that he was probably coming from Cetria, and maybe that's why he was not aware of the news. It turns out that everything is simple because of the recent incident in Cetria. The existence of dragons, demons, and other non-human species on the mainland became known. So it turns out that everything in the world has turned upside down. So 2 days ago, Emperor Trossen declared war. This will be the Second Holy War. Because of this, it will soon cover literally the entire continent. Louis became wary and wondered if it was because of what he had done recently. A few days before these events, a rather interesting conversation took place in the lands of Viscount Ber. Benjamin sat at the table with a cup of tea and said that recently a holy war had been publicly announced. Then it was unclear why they would invite him to the borderlands. In addition to all this all happened not even for a battle, but for a meeting, and he is still a knight, not a recruiter. Richard sighed sadly when he heard these words and told the man how difficult it was with him. After all, he was the mentor in the palace. So, if we talk about mentoring and recruiters, aren't they the same thing? The man asked him not to talk his mouth off, because why is there such an interest in that mercenary Louis? The wizard noted that they could become friends, and then asked if he had read the documents from Horn. Benjamin said that it was so. If there had not been a seal and a manager Laia, he would have decided that it was a fake. Louis de Lacy is better known by the nickname the Collector of Souls. But his real name is still Louis Croyd. This guy is just the missing person and the child of the family. He, in turn, killed the demon who had led the kingdom of Cetria to destruction all this time, and was also chosen as a dragon to revive the legend of the first king. The interlocutor asked what kind of story this was, because not only did Richard say that he uses divine power, but also this. In addition, it can be said that even in the novels this sounded quite right. The magician asked whether it was because of his suspicions that he personally came to look. It is not clear why he says such things without seeing it for himself, or whether he is afraid that the Croyd offspring are more distinguished than him. The swordsman's hand trembled after these words because he didn't like it, and I also violated his creed. But pretending that everything was in order, he said that it was funny. It is possible, of course, that it is the same woman, yes, but in this generation none of the Croyds are his equal. The interlocutor said that of course this one is so. This is not a groundless sense of pride. The man again did not like these words, and he immediately thought what kind of ridiculous remark he had just heard. Soon, Gina also joined the conversation. She noticed that they expected a similar reaction, but Richard said that if it were him, it would also be difficult for him to believe it. But even so, he had seen with his own eyes how this man used divine power. Perhaps if the swordsman had been there, he would have changed his mind. The interlocutor thought for a few moments when he heard these words, then noted that Richard still would not joke with such things. But there is a but. And when he was talking about this, their conversation was interrupted by the Viscount, who apologized for being late. The magician noticed that he had finally come to them. After that, he turned around and said that lately it had been quite difficult to meet the Viscount. The man replied that it was awkward, and they arrived without warning. Therefore, it turns out that the preparations took quite a long time. Richard interrupted him and told the man to familiarize himself, because this is Viscount Quain Bear. It is this person who will be today's main character in the conversation. Benjamin thought that one could only think that this was some kind of Viscount, but he introduced himself. The aristocrat broke into a smile and said that from His Highness to the heir himself, the Duke of Chef Moon, it was an honor for him to meet such important people. But for whatever reason these people arrived in such a remote place as this place, the wizard did not listen to him and handed over a flask, which he found at the battle site. He continued to smile and said that it was this drug that turned a person into a monster, or more correctly, that it subjugated the mind. After this, the guy became more serious and noticed that this incident took place in the dark forest in his domain, so it is not clear what Quain is trying to achieve. Benjamin Mulnogo listened to their conversation and realized that things were taking a rather interesting turn, so he wondered why this very man called him. The Viscount was a little confused and told His Highness that it seems that there was a slight misunderstanding between them, the interlocutor noted. If so, then let him explain so that they understand. The old man also changed his face after that and noticed that before he said anything, there was something that they should discuss before that. Then he looked straight into Richard's face and asked whether those who arrived with him should still know about this great matter. Those present immediately drew attention to him and thought what else it was. It turns out that now it was about a man as well as a girl who were also here. Benjamin looked at the Viscount with contempt when he began to say such words, but he was interested in it. Gina also looked at him, because the words about a great matter sounded somehow strange, and it was not clear what it was. Of course, Richard was interested in this, and he thought that he should stop. Is there really something else hidden here besides what they know? So he noticed that he trusted them. When Quain heard these words, he immediately threw himself down on his knees, then turned to the prince and said that he was simply following the will of His Majesty, and nothing more. That same drug is intended only to blind fellow tribesmen who want to destroy people. In fact, he wanted to provide at least a meager amount of help. After all, this path leads to the achievement of ideals for His Majesty. The Viscount himself is not at all like their fellow tribesmen, who are delirious with dreams of reviving the legend and beg to be believed. Richard ended up confused by the words he heard and thought about what he was talking about. It was not clear which tribesman he was talking about and who was following the will of the Emperor. If we are talking about a fellow tribesman who dreams of resurrecting a legend, then isn't it a demon by chance? But suddenly the demons obey his father. Then why does he declare a holy war? There is quite a bit of information on this matter, so the guy wondered how to find out more, but the Viscount turned to the gentleman, interrupting his thoughts. Then he stood up and looked at him with a rather aggressive look, and noticed that he couldn't help but know about this great matter, and that's true. Literally moments after this man gave in to the aggression, an ice blade pierced him and pierced his chest. Because of this, the aristocrat immediately flew to the side and made a large dent in the wall that was opposite. Gina did this to him, who got angry and said that he dared to talk about safety. Did he really think that he could get away with being insolent towards Mr. The Viscount sat silently, and one could say that he sat in an unconscious state, as if he had really died. Richard came closer and looked at him, and then told Gina that she was being willful again. The girl immediately apologized for what she had done. The prince continued to look at him carefully and said that it was a pity, because if they had played along with this man, perhaps he would have told them something interesting. Suddenly, the door of the room they were in opened, and a knight with a weapon ran in and asked what the noise was. After this, he immediately ran up to his master's body and asked him if he was okay. The old man did not answer, but Richard turned to him and asked what his name was. The man looked at him and then hesitantly said that he was Paolo. The interlocutor noticed that this was good and asked if the Viscount had given him medicine. The knight was surprised that he was asking, so he asked why he was suddenly talking about this. Then he began to talk about the same ethereal potion that the knights had recently received, but he was interrupted by BR, who immediately grabbed him by the neck. Despite everything that happened, this old man turned out to be alive and, smiling madly, said that be that as it may, it seems that they still misunderstood something. Gina rushed forward and immediately shouted at Richard to step aside. The guy was disappointed, but he also wanted to see what would happen. The Viscount continued to hold his subordinate by the neck and said that he could not understand this, of course. They were thinking about the son of the Emperor. After all, he has the power of the people and is on their side. But why did His Excellency bring him into the world and leave him aside? Benjamin was amazed when he saw what happened to the body of the knight from which the spirit came, and this was clearly visible to the naked eye. A moment later, that man's body was completely exhausted, and the Viscount pulled out his energy. Beer said that there was no need to worry, because he was, after all, the prince of this country. And since this man is not on His Majesty's side, it is necessary to get rid of him and shut his mouth as soon as possible. That's why the man used his power and demonic creatures appeared from above, which were once human, but after the medicine, they turned into this. Benjamin immediately used his family's technique and said that the knights had turned into demonic monsters, which was interesting. Then he thrust the blade into the ground and said that even if there were 5 of them against him alone, but despite this, isn't it enough to fight him? So he immediately pulled the blade out of its sheath, which he left in the ground, and said that it was even infuriating. In the next few seconds, this man rushed near the monsters that were supposed to attack and cut them with his weapon. Some of the creatures didn't even have time to land on the ground before they were cut into pieces. Not even a minute had passed after the attack, and all the opponents were killed, and Benjamin attacked another monster and thought that this was the last. When he was about to finish him off, a huge mouth of a demonic creature appeared on the other side and wanted to eat him, and so it instantly slammed shut, taking with it everything that came within its radius of action. In principle, he used his teleportation technique, and therefore the man found himself behind him, and then asked if he was okay. And the interlocutor sat in a rather deplorable state and said that he was about to vomit after all. He was quite sick due to the magic of movement. At the same time, Richard noticed that since he said so, it means he was definitely in order. The monster continued to move and said that he was sorry because he wanted to end it all in one fell swoop. But it's completely inconvenient when the same technique is used against him. Benjamin took a fighting stance and said that it means he was not mistaken. It is shown that that same person can also use absorption abilities. The Viscount smiled and said that talking about this ability is funny. How does he even think who first invented these magical techniques? He had the body of a monster, on whose head there was only a shoot from a human head, and said that he would devour everyone here. The prince immediately smiled and asked if perhaps he should take better care of himself, because he would not like the one he would encounter right now at all. Then he began to talk about himself. About such a key that he is a great and brilliant and undeniably excellent strongest wizard on the continent, Richard Asishal Troisen. And also there are 2 of his assistants next to him. The knights were immediately indignant because of this, and thought what kind of performance this was, because it was somehow dry and not like theirs. In response to some strange cries, the knights who defended the Viscount came running and asked what those sounds were. Then they asked him if he was okay. But when they saw a large demonic creature in front of them, they were amazed and began to ask what kind of monster this was. Quain immediately turned his attention to them and shouted that they had arrived here just in time, because it turned out that they would be suitable as a snack for him before the meal. Everyone else, as well as the prince, realized what was about to happen, so he shouted for these idiots to run away from here as quickly as possible. But at the same time, it was too late. The demonic creature opened its mouth, and some tentacles began to crawl out of it and grab their victims. Benjamin did not stand aside and immediately rushed at this creature in order to cut off the limbs with which he was trying to kill the men. The girl caught the body of one of these guards and immediately asked if he was okay, but he did not answer, and it was clear that his body was already completely exhausted. Therefore, Gina turned to Mr. Chef Moon and said that it was pointless to save them. He, in turn, asked what she was talking about. The interlocutor stated that she looked, and it turns out that all the life force has already been sucked out of these victims, so therefore there is no point in doing this. The demonic creature that devoured them declared that one touch was enough to drain all the strength from these weak bodies. Then he said that this is the body, Or rather, this is the ability of the ruler of predators, but in any case, it will not be possible to feast on meat, and if so, then he will feast on them. The girl was standing on the ground and suddenly felt vibrations coming from right under her. Literally, a moment later, one of the tentacles appeared from there, which was supposed to defeat her. Gina had no choice but to dodge him and jump up Viscount. I asked how about having some soft skin for a snack. As he knows, the Chiles still can't use their stigma if they don't stand firmly on the ground with both feet, so you laughed and said that he would swallow it right away. But when this creature rushed straight towards him, something happened that he did not expect, because his limbs were cut off with the help of this girl's technique that she made. The prince used his magic and said that this is true, because the weakness of this family is that they cannot get off the ground, but he can use his. Because of this, the ally stood on a solid surface that this man made, and he noticed that even weakness can be turned into a deadly weapon if you try. Gina was preparing for her attack and was again outraged because she understood that this prince was definitely talking some kind of nonsense again. But all this did not bother the old man, and he immediately laughed and shouted that all this was useless, and this was because the body would swallow everything before they touched it. A large number of those same ice blades began to hit this demonic creature's body, and he did not absorb them. It was funny that he was taken aback by what happened and immediately asked what else it was. It was not clear why some human knight's equipment was working on him. Benjamin smiled and stated that if he was wondering why he was wounded, then everything was quite simple. At the moment, he was using his power and saying that if energy absorption collided, then their effect would be nullified. Everything that is happening at the moment and this situation resembles a tug of war. The man does not even know who was the first to discover this technique. But despite everything perfectly well, they know that it was his family chefman who bred it. And the most important thing is that the old man will not be able to build it to suit his own abilities. The demonic creature became wary and said that this lousy scoundrel was ruining everything towards him. On the other hand, Richard began to use his technique, who said that it would take too long to explain, and in short, this restaurant is closing for a dear guest. The technique he wanted to use was completely ready for use and was just waiting for its target. So in a moment, it was released into the body of the demonic creature, and its chest was pierced right through. The monster didn't even have time to do anything before the blast wave scattered from his body in a semicircle and turned into a mountain of dust. The wizard turned to Benjamin, who was sitting on the back of this creature, and said that he was constantly moving, so maybe he was hungry by chance, and perhaps he should eat donuts. The interlocutor plunged his weapon into its sheath, and then said that he would probably refuse this offer. I also noticed that you shouldn't relax, because this creature has not died yet, which is why first you still need to absorb the remaining energy. Burr's head was near his head for an instant, and the old man began to laugh. Then he declared that this man was damn right, and he would eat him in one fell swoop. Still, it turns out that you rarely get a chance to fight with someone who has the same abilities as him. He further asked if he really compared it to a tug of war. And if he really wants to absorb his power so badly, then let him come up and take it all at once. Of course, he can do all this only if his human body can withstand it. There was quite a lot of energy, and therefore the man lost concentration after a while and immediately began coughing up blood. And then he lost consciousness and immediately fell to the ground. The Viscount laughed at what he saw and asked if this little bastard had really been transferred. The prince saw what was happening and immediately shouted to his partner to make sure he was okay. The demonic creature continued its attacks, and he noticed that he had changed the order of the dishes a little, and now he should return to the previous victim, which he wanted right away. He was heading straight towards the girl, who continued to stand on the support in the air that Richard had made. Gina understood that if she defended herself before then, she used her power and summoned quite a large number of ice blades. All these blades, and one after another, began to fly forward towards the demonic creature that was moving towards her. But the girl noticed that this was of no use, because it turned out that the monster did not receive damage at all. Because of what was happening, the old man began to laugh uncontrollably and said that this was very stupid, and this was because he could absorb this clot of ether without even touching it. When the demon absorbed all the weapons that were flying towards him, he continued to head straight towards his victim. Richard noticed what was happening, and using his power, he shouted for Gina to run away there, and for now he would remain stubborn. The tentacles that were moving from the Viscount's body in turn had already reached that same support and were ready to attack. That's why the girl tried to push away from them, as well as from the magic circles that her partner created, while the monster continued to chase her. Several tentacles that were reaching forward were in an instant cut by Benjamin's ball technique. He was already conscious and shouted to Richard to be careful. This is because the monster is attacking randomly as well as throughout this area. The man realized that this situation looked pretty bad since the ether was quickly running out, so he decided that he would pull out the blade and create a sphere with it. And when she lost a little concentration in the battle and was preparing to use her power, the tentacle attacked him. But the prince used his strength and covered him, and then told him to be careful himself, because the guy was busy protecting both of them, so he should move on to another plan. The demonic creature heard all this and asked if they had such a common opportunity. It turns out that he made a huge mistake when he decided to do all this, because now the main body of this monster was trying to eat him. After all, he asked if he protects these people with both hands, then how he intends to protect himself. The wizard said nothing and used his power. The demon opened its mouth and shot a large stream of energy directly at its opponent. Gina saw this attack and immediately turned to Richard. Everything was bad, because the support on which she had been standing all this time disappeared, and she began to fall down. The old man naturally took notice of this, and wondered if she was really jumping straight into his mouth, so he came closer in order to grab his victim faster. Beer said that he would accept this gesture with gratitude, and when the body was almost in his mouth, he immediately closed his mouth. But this attack was still not successful because the wizard used his power of teleportation. Then he asked where this girl was looking and let her be more careful. Gina told him that he should not be so self-confident. And at the very moment when the guy was distracted by talking to her, the monster grabbed him by the hand. After this, the creature sharply pulled him up and opened its mouth as it prepared to swallow him. Because of what happened, the old man smiled madly and shouted that there was nothing special about the main wizard of the continent. It turns out that it was quite cute. After all, he risked his life to save his bodyguard and was caught himself. Benjamin saw what happened and immediately threw down his weapon and shouted for the girl to take his sword. Gina ran forward straight to the demonic creature that grabbed her master, and the weapon was flying there. Finally, the knight grabbed it and looked forward in order to assess the situation and what to do next. But she saw something bad and immediately turned to Richard because she saw that this monster almost grabbed him with its mouth. The wizard drew attention to her and, smiling, said that he was fine. After all, no matter what happened, she should not worry, because it was not her fault. At that same second, the huge monster's mouth closed and blood only spurted out through its teeth. Gina saw this and was simply discouraged. She was truly panicked by what she saw and immediately shouted Richard's name to get through to him. When all this happened, the girl's memories immediately revealed the moment when the wizard stood next to several demonic creatures. These were the same demonic monkeys that lived in the dark forest, and he looked at them and said that there were such monsters here too. Richard sat casually right next to them, and after a few moments, the bodies of these creatures were struck by Gina with her ice technique. After that, she went downstairs and, taking out her weapon, said that before that she told him that there was no need to wander around here and there just out of curiosity. As a result, the prince smiled sweetly and apologized, saying that next time he would be more careful. The interlocutor noted that she said one thing, but still did the opposite. Then she extended her hand to help him get up, and noted that he should never forget to be careful, because his body is priceless, and many people want to encroach on it. Richard smiled when he heard these words and remarked that there was no need to talk about sad things, because she was nearby, so he had nothing to worry about right now. He went on to say that no matter what anyone says, she is truly the best bodyguard. When Gina remembered that very moment and the hand that was reaching out to her, she saw how the same limb was bitten off and fell down. The demonic creature laughed uncontrollably and said what a pity it was, because now she was a bodyguard who could not protect her ward. The girl very angrily told him to spit it out immediately, and the interlocutor, pretending as if he had not heard this, asked what she was saying. At the same time, Gina was furious, and therefore almost did not understand what she was doing. Then she rushed to the attack and shouted that she told him to spit it out. The tentacles with which the monster tried to push her away from its main body were easily destroyed with the help of her technique. So in a few moments the bodyguard was already near the head and prepared to cut it off in one blow. Suddenly the head of the demonic creature changed, and Richard's head was there. He smiled sweetly and asked to stop, because now everything is in order. Of course, the girl immediately stopped because she was confused and asked if it was really him. The interlocutor noted that he had gained control over the body of this creature. Then he asked whether he was a genius by chance, because she probably wanted to say this when he said it, that the facial expressions on his face changed and were somehow strange. Because of this, the knight lost concentration. The battle and the demonic creature pierced her with its tentacles in several places. Gina realized that it was after all the same Viscount and thought that she could not believe that he could fool her so easily. The situation at the moment looked very bad. After all, because of the attack she made, the ether began to spread faster. Benjamin noticed what happened and immediately rushed to the attack in order to chop off the monster's limbs. When he did this, he immediately grabbed the body of his partner in order to carry her to safety. Bear laughed and said that this was the same Duke Chef Moon. It turns out that this very touching friendship of brothers in arms appears, and although his sword skills are impressive, the monster quickly regenerates. When the creature finally fully recovered, some kind of energy immediately began to appear from its mouth, and he said that they would stop playing hide and seek. Benjamin noticed that an attack was being prepared on him, and a few seconds later, there was a rather powerful explosion in the place where the main body of the demonic creature was. After the incident, most of his limbs were cut off, and they immediately began to disappear from this world. The Duke himself, together with his partner, landed on the ground, and he carefully looked at what was happening. Due to the power that this person used, the tentacles did not regenerate, but gradually disappeared, as if they had melted due to the impact on them. After the partners landed down, the girl began to head towards the monster and told Benjamin to move away, because she would deal with him herself. The man understood that the situation was tense, and this person was not himself, so a long slap in the face so that she would come to her senses a little. At the same time, the Duke shouted for her to calm down, because if she continues to be willful, she will even drag him down with her. Still, she won't achieve anything if she continues to inflict slips and attacks, but Gina still hadn't come to her senses and stood with her eyes downcast. And so she cheered up after the interlocutor said that Richard was still alive, and he understood this very well. Then she looked at this man with hope, and he said that the more energy, the more time it will take to absorb it. There might only be a couple of minutes left at this point, but that would be enough to save him, so it turns out that first they need to disperse the creature's attention. The Duke said that the girl should attack from the front, and he would come from behind. At the same moment, the monster attacked them and asked what the two of them were whispering about. After this creature hit the ground, this body of Gina immediately flew into the air, and the monster prepared to eat her. But the bodyguards did not give in to despair and thought about Mr. Richard, and that she would definitely save him using her strength. Therefore, she again created ice blades and continued to attack the creature that was below, but the demon, as before, easily absorbed them. The Viscount then smiled and shouted to the side, attacking, squeezing out the last vital forces from himself, and from the outside it looks quite pitiful. Suddenly he felt that someone was attacking him from behind, and when he looked there, he saw that Benjamin was there, who stuck his blade into him. The old man asked why this was still happening, because the two of them had recently joked down there together and committed the same stupid thing. So was he really resorting to a failed strategy again? Beer again wanted to release a large amount of his energy in order to transfer the body of only a person, and then stated that all this did not matter, because he would still arrange a rich feast. And so he gave almost all his energy, and then told him to take everything he could, because he was sure that his opponent would not be able to absorb it. But the Duke only smiled after that and said that he should thank him for his own self-confidence. The device the man was using continued to reside in the body of the demonic creature and released energy. A moment later, something happened that the Viscount had never expected, and there was a rather large explosion in the very place where the blade was. The creature felt hellish pain when all this happened and began to scream out of nowhere. Benjamin's body fell straight to the ground a few moments later, and then he said that the demon was unable to swallow his own strength. So it was he who was very reckless and did not even hide because the man did not notice, and his role remained over. And then he turned to his ally and said that everything was now in her hands. She heard this and already ran towards the creature with great speed. On the way, Gina thought that she should run a little forward, and there was very little left before she approached this body. Suddenly, the girl began to slow down, and from the side it was clear that a sphere was rising, which only a person from the Chef Moon clan could use. Gina couldn't understand what was happening, and so she kept trying to get closer to the demonic creature, but she couldn't. Benjamin's body, in turn, fell to the ground due to the impact of the attack, and he was hit quite hard. After I concentrated my gaze and analyzed the situation, I realized that this brat used the same technique as him. Beer, in turn, continued to laugh at them and said that this was true. Because this technique of the Chef Mu family, the man was also very reckless and did not even hide. So this demon looked at what was happening and was able to repeat after him, but for a second it became dangerous, and still isn't it time for them to stop these games? The Viscount opened the main marshmallow on his body and began to concentrate a large amount of energy in order to splash it out at his enemies. At the same time, Richard was still alive and conscious. He saw darkness in front of him and wondered where he was, because there was no one, and some kind of light appeared. It became interesting what it really was, and he immediately began to make his way towards this light, reaching out to it with his hand. The demonic creature at that very second felt that something began to break through his body. The prince was there saying what it was and why it was so cramped. He further stated that perhaps it should be expanded a little in order to get out, and in the place where he was, a rupture occurred and blood poured out. Benjamin, as well as Gina, were surprised by what happened and saw that the sphere that covered the room began to fall away. A silhouette appeared from inside the body of a huge monster, asking what it was. He, in turn, was unclear about what really happened here. Then the guy turned his attention to his comrades and said that these were familiar faces, and the girl was amazed and asked if this was the prince. In fact, it was that person, but now he had changed his appearance and was in demonic form. He noted to Gina so that she would look at him carefully, and he also immediately asked if he really looked cool. Suddenly, the Viscount drew attention to him and asked how this happened, because he absorbed his life energy. In a moment, the head of this creature was half crushed, and he said that this was a chaotic force, definitely the force of his fellow tribesmen. After that, he began to scream, and Richard said that the chaos was his fellow tribesmen, or something else was unknown to him. Simply, he still shouldn't use other people's faces, or at least facial expressions. Let him do it more abruptly if he does. The Viscount was still alive at the same time, and his facial expression showed that he was discouraged. And his opponent, who seemed to be a fellow tribesman, continued to use his strength to kill him. Bear shouted that the power in his hands was quite familiar, but Richard used it, and a dark clot of matter appeared. The guy looked at it more closely and said that it was a little different from the ether, but you could still get rid of it in almost the same way. The old man still had vitality, so he began to regenerate his head in order to continue to exist. After that, he changed his appearance to Quain when he was told about this. Then, not understanding what was happening, he asked why he had this power. Richard, in turn, directed his new technique towards his opponent and began to cut off his limbs one after another, and then said that he himself did not know it. Benjamin, who was on the side, began to come closer, and when he saw what was happening, he thought it was overwhelming energy. If you look closely, the prince is simply playing with this demon, and to all this we can say that now everything is fine. But there is a catch. Because this appearance of Richard resembles a demon, so the man wondered if they should still be afraid of him. The Viscount, in turn, did not want to give up, and therefore, using his tentacles, he enveloped the prince's legs and tried to knock him down. After that, they immediately lifted up and opened their mouth quite wide, began to laugh and say that this stupid bastard was inattentive. Still, although he cannot absorb the power of his own tribesmen, even so he can swallow the body, so he should do it right now. Gina saw what was happening and immediately turned to Mr. Richard, but her friend stopped her and asked her to wait a little. Then he asked if the girl was at all confident that this was the same prince they knew. After these words, she immediately became wary. The guy, at the same time, continued to be trapped by a demonic creature that completely enveloped his body with the help of its tentacles. The Viscount continued to indulge madly and said that Richard was so arrogant, and now he couldn't even move his legs. Well, now it turns out that he is going to completely devour him. When the creature was about to do this, he saw something strange and thought what was happening. It was completely unclear at that moment what else it was and why he could not absorb his fellow tribesmen. Then the prince also smiled. But then he used his technique and said that this was interesting, and a technique. Now it was clear to him this is how it's all done. The old man's body and head gradually began to be absorbed due to the use of power that Richard made. Beer realized that something irreparable was happening to him now and asked him to wait a little, but his opponent did not listen to him at all and continued to absorb him. Soon his body, as well as his strength, almost dried up, and the old man only managed to say that this could not be, because he was absorbing him. For the Viscount, what was happening really was something that he could not believe, because his magic was taken away, as well as all his vitality. Literally everything he had before was being taken away right now, so this creature asked the prince to wait a second and not do this. He, in turn, wanted his fellow tribesmen to stop with you, but Richard looked at him dismissively and said nothing. Beer was in a panic at that moment, so he shouted that he realized everything and was not his enemy. But as before, the guy didn't want to listen to him at all and immediately grabbed his head. Then he raised him up and said that, after all, there was no meaning in the words of the one who was going to kill him a little earlier, but still he was interested in what he would say. So he noticed he should speak. The old man clings to life, thanked him for his mercy, and noted that he did not recognize this body of a commoner, but now he understood everything, because it is the prince who is the mediator of his majesty. So it turns out that it was Richard who should become the hero of the new world. The guy looked at him in surprise and did not understand what he was actually talking about. And if we still talk about mortal beings, they believe that they live in submission to their own will and no one else's. But even so, the reality becomes that their existence is subject to the will of a few ghouls. The very war that was called sacred was started by Emperor Troisen, namely by the will of God Charlotte. This is what their demons began to bring out the devil himself. But in other words, it is simply that mortals are just pawns in the hands of the gods. The emperor himself, in turn, understood perfectly well what fate awaited mere mortals, and so he did something to break this tragic cycle with you. Richard asked if he understood correctly that he should get rid of the gods, and that's all. The interlocutor asked what he meant. The guy responded to this by asking if he really got rid of the gods and freed mere mortals. Although they say so, in this world gods and people cannot exist without each other, and this is clear. If some disappear, then the others will not exist either. As a result, all living beings really depend on this very balance, but suddenly I thought about it and asked to wait. The old man said that this facial expression looked interesting, and had it really dawned on him? Most likely it was true, and he too had only recently realized all this. Richard said that his interlocutor, it turns out, is not a man and a demon, but he turned himself into a creature not subordinate to the gods. So it turns out that now he understands all this and tells him to return to the emperor. The Viscount was surprised and asked what he meant. The prince responded to this by saying that he understood everything, but could not agree to this. So thank him for the information, and thanks to him, he learned a little about the emperor's intentions. But this creature now betrayed his compatriots and told about the plans of the emperor, so he asked whether he would definitely be okay when he did this. Beer began to cry, and then, inspired, shouted that glory to His Majesty the Emperor, because he did not doubt his mission for a second. When he once again said that he was expressing his glory to the emperor, his head was crushed in an instant by Richard. In the end, this turned out to be not what could be said at first glance, and the guy asked if it was really a self-detonation. He thought that now he was definitely convinced of something. It turns out that the Viscount, in turn, feared and favored the emperor more than his own compatriots, even so much so that he chose death. And so he turned towards his comrades and said that there was still a lot to learn, and asked them if he understood this correctly. Gina and Benjamin continued to remain in the same place and said nothing, looking at him rather uncertainly. Richard waved to them and said that it was such a touching moment of reunion, but then he didn't understand what happened to their reaction. The man immediately touched his weapon and told him to prove that he was a prince. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what he meant. It turns out that he is asking for evidence, and probably it should be said that what only the three of them know. Then he began to remember what to tell. The first thing he immediately remembered, told and noticed, was something like how this man confessed his love to the fencing teacher, and they rejected him. And the friend who consoled him during that very difficult period was precisely him. Benjamin got angry and shouted into his own. He covered his mouth, because that's enough. Let him shut up. Further, in order to prove to Gina that he too is who he was, he wanted to say something. But suddenly he felt the girl approach him. She pressed herself closer to his chest, and so the guy was surprised by what happened. Then he asked what happened, because he hadn't even said anything yet. The interlocutor's body began to shake, and she apologized to the gentleman. Tears also appeared in her eyes, and she said that it was because of her weakness that she could not protect him, and therefore she was grateful that he still survived. The prince smiled lightly and then hugged her, saying that he had already said before that no matter what anyone said, she was still the best bodyguard. Benjamin turned to him and noted that then he would now meet with Louis Croyd. The prince was delighted and asked if he would really help. And the interlocutor puts it on this, he noted, is it really possible to remain on the sidelines after what happened today? After all, if you really believe Richard's words, then there is no need to check whether this Louis is on the side of the emperor. And so the man told this whole story to the main character. He noticed that this man told him and came here and then asked if he was on the side of the emperor. Benjamin, without even thinking, replied that this was definitely not the case. Louis then noticed that he had such a feeling in his soul from his confidence. The interlocutor said that when they fought, he felt the sincere will to live in this guy's sword, so a swordsman's intuition after a fight is never wrong. So what if they fight again one day? He will remember it. At the same moment, Benjamin raised his head and saw Louis leaving and shouted at him to wait. After all, it turns out that he hasn't even finished speaking yet, the hero asked. What's the use of his chatter? Is it really that his skin is no different from him now? I don't even know what decision the guy will make. He told the whole story together with Richard, and on top of all this, he offers to talk face to face. So he inquired about the skin. This man now reminds him. Benjamin thought about it and immediately remembered Pollen, who also talks quite a lot. After a little thought, he smiled a little and said that he spoke to the bull's eye. At the same time, he asked whether Louis really said that he was heading to the port of Hofs. He drew attention to his interlocutor and replied that this was so. The swordsman said that it was better to avoid that very dark forest, and the hero asked in surprise why there was such a sudden concern for his life. The interlocutor noted that this is not true. Nothing special happened there, but the problem lies only in the traces that this person left. In the end, it turns out that the Croyd family sent someone to look for this guy. Because of all this, it turns out that now, wherever Louis goes, the tale of the Croyds will always follow him. Somewhere at the same time, Jessica continued her training, cutting down a tree and saying that there were only 140 logs. After that, she remembered old Jason and thought that he was a scoundrel and how this was all connected with the art of a swordsman, so a little later she would definitely hit him once. Suddenly the little girl wondered why it was so quiet around her. She was surprised that she couldn't even hear the sound of falling trees. While she was thinking about this, a man came up and interrupted her. The stranger was surprised and said that it was dangerous to cut down trees back and forth where people were standing. The girl turned her attention to her new interlocutor and saw if he really lifted the tree so easily. But who was he? It turned out that it was a woman who gradually approached the young woman and interlocutor. She immediately greeted the little girl and said that she was excellent with a sword. A little later, her gaze became sharper, and she noticed that her sister was looking for someone. So she asked if Jessica happened to know Louis Croyd. He is her younger brother. After these words, an awkward pause hung in the air, and the woman looked at the girl in surprise, and then asked why she was looking at her so intently. The little girl stood rather thoughtfully, and then noticed that she and Louis were never alike, so she wondered if they were really brother and sister, as she had said earlier. Elizabeth and the girl went to the camp, and she said that they were definitely half-blooded. The little girl asked in what sense half-blooded aristocrats or something. Louise's sister asked if she understood correctly that the guy still didn't tell himself anything. Suddenly they came closer to the camp and asked what the pandemonium was. Some man in expensive clothes read the verdict that the captain of the knights, Jason, would be reinstated along with the Order of the Steel Lion. After which he teases him to join the Holy War. This man stated that this is the order of His Majesty the Emperor. His name is Vincent, and he is a knight of Troisen. He also bangs illusions. The man said that this is the situation, so he asks to get ready. The captain of the hunters said that His Majesty is so impatient. After all, it turns out that at first they threw them into this wilderness, but now they are going to reinstate them in their positions. Then he showed an obscene gesture and asked what kind of pardon. Are they really some kind of sinners and are pretending to show mercy? Someone shouted that this is true and let them get lost now. Perhaps they will even be forced to return. But they, in turn, will in no case follow orders. Vincent said that he assumed this, and then he would follow His Majesty's second order. So this man took out his weapon and immediately used his limitless power so that he created several copies of himself, because he is an illusionist. Declared that anyone who disobeys the First Order will be considered a traitor. Let them remain firm in their disobedience until they express intentions to cooperate. One of the hunters shouted that this man had multiplied into several, but there was no need to panic, because the tonics were just an optical illusion. This same man who said all this was cut in the shoulder area, and then their opponent asked what other optical illusion was happening. Of course, he can say that in reality everything was like this before, but now the Tudor illusion technique has physical embodiments even for its clones. So he can say that this battle can be called a battle of knightly orders. The clones, in turn, continued to attack the hunters who were waiting for them not far from this place. But after a few moments they received powerful resistance, and one of them flew far away from the blow of the fist. But the head of Jason came to fight them, who rather fiercely attacked all these so-called knights, and said that it was necessary to defeat them all. Vincent saw what happened and immediately thought that, as expected, this was amazing, but the number of opponents he could attack at the same time was limited. But if in reality we continue this battle to exhaustion, that Jason will lose in any case. Suddenly the main body felt a hand on itself and thought what it was. The captain, in turn, took advantage of the power of the ether and destroyed almost all of these people in a few moments, and then set to work on the main body. After that he stopped and then smiled and told his opponent that he had come relying on his technique. If he really came for him, he would have to take high-class knights with him to win. What if the man suddenly felt that his body was cut in several parts? He did not expect this attack, so he looked in surprise and asked what it was. The subordinates saw that something had happened to the captain and immediately turned to him to ask if he was okay. Jason turned to the others and shouted, "Everyone didn't let down their guard with you, because in addition to the opponent he was fighting, there was another one here." At the same time, a man began to materialize behind the hunter and said that he had been here for a long time. But had he really just noticed this? The men looked at him. And this man said that it was not for nothing that his name was the Magician of Silence. Let them stop their useless resistance and surrender, because his sword was implanted in the ether dissipator. This man's name is Wilhelm. He is the Knight of Troyson, and also the Bach of Silence. The captain smiled and said that as many as 2 of the great swordsmen had come to catch the old man. So it turns out that she does not risk losing all her dignity in this very battle, but if they want to allow it, they attack as much as they want. Vincent continued his attack, and then the man thought that everything was bad, and this was all due to the fact that the opponent had used an ether dissipator, and his body was now weakening. Therefore, if the battle continues at this pace, the damage will only become more significant. But the old man did not show it, and therefore, smiling, asked if that was all. Wilhelm jumped up and said that if he was so careless, then who would be able to cover him from behind? Jason felt this attack and knew that he couldn't dodge. So the opponent, who was already in the air, shouted that this was the end and was confident that he would now win. But it so happened that his attack was not successful, as someone stood up for the old man and threw the man away. Of course, the knight was amazed at what happened and immediately became angry, and then asked who dared to do this in the first place. The main character's sister slowly approached the battlefield, smiled and said that she dared. They still should calm down and talk like adults. Still, she asks for forgiveness for what happened. But do they really have something to do with this old man? And if they kill him right now, then difficulties will arise, so maybe they'll wait. The man asked if it was Elizabeth Croyd, even though she still belongs to the ducal family. But isn't this an abuse of power? Stopping these knights means that she went against the will of His Majesty the Emperor. The woman said how scared she is, because she is not going to commit a repeal or something like that. It's just that at the moment she needs to make sure of something, and she should do it personally, Jessica. That's enough of Jason, because he had serious wounds. Elizabeth continued to say that she did not care whether this old man was killed or not. Wilhelm was very angry and said that she appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. But at the moment it turns out that she is talking about this bullshit. So does she want to say that if she is from a ducal family, there are unwritten imperial laws for her? Let her stop now. Talk nonsense and get lost. Vincent pointed his weapon at this woman and said that, unfortunately, they cannot retreat either. The Duchess smiled at that moment and said that nothing could be done, and then suggested that they should not blame each other in the event that whatever the outcome. The illusionist knight used his clones and immediately rushed to attack after these words, without even thinking. Wilhelm, in turn, also used his power, and immediately his body began to disappear and materialize. Elizabeth, in turn, remained motionless and looked at how these people attacked her, and then coldly replied that there was no fun in this. Moments later, she harnessed the power of her family's lightning, and thereby struck the clones who attacked her. When this happened, this woman said that no matter how much illusion this person created, it would still not help him. After all, if a real person hides in a blind spot like the last coward, everything becomes obvious, and then it is quite easy to capture him. Elizabeth leaned the blade of her weapon against her opponent's neck and said not to move, and then suggested that they still be kind to each other and not make bad moves. The interlocutor was good, but because of what happened, he didn't want it, but agreed anyway. The Duchess felt an attack from behind and said that there was something else. And then with a sharp movement she turned in the other direction and said that this person who was attacking her was too rude towards her. It was on this occasion that he got it once, and the weapon he aimed pierced his opponent's stomach. At the same time, he was now in the air and was ready to inflict damage on this woman, but alas, this failed for him, and he himself paid with the same attack. Wilhelm was shocked by what happened and shouted that she was just a scoundrel. Then did she really think that she could just get away with it like that? Elizabeth was angry at what he was saying and asked if he still couldn't bite his tongue. But did she still know that today he hadn't met him at all? After all, it turns out that before coming here, he came across a high-level monster, and as a result, that same creature fried him to death. Then, using her power, she delivered a rather powerful lightning strike, and when this happened, she noticed that she needed to be careful in the forest, which was full of monsters. At the same time, she asked if this was not so. Vincent responded by saying that she was right. The woman noticed that the interlocutor was quite accommodating, and now let him return. She further stated that next time he would be much more careful with monsters and asked if he understood this, but the man simply ran away and did not even say anything in response. The Duchess approached the rest of the hunters, who were on the sidelines, and noted that now that nothing was stopping them, they should move on to the main thing. She turned to Jason and noticed that they would talk about Louis de Lossy or whatever his name was. Did this old man still know where he was going? Naturally, the man understood perfectly well that he should not talk about this, and said that he did not understand who she was talking to. The interlocutor looked slyly and asked not to pretend. Although it turns out that the nice girl who lives with them told everything, the old man understood who he was talking about and immediately looked at Jessica, who was embarrassed. Then he started shouting that this little girl was just stupid, and why was she telling such a thing to a stranger? She, in turn, was saddened and asked to forgive her. Elizabeth interrupted them and asked them to take care of their upbringing later. It turns out that the older sister is looking for her brother, and the question needs to be answered. Is this true or not? Jason turned her attention to her and asked who her other sister was, and whether she and Louis were related. But even if so, they didn't look like her at all. The Duchess was amazed. But then she asked whether he knew where that man went or not. The captain said that he did not know everything, but he knew something. But first let him answer him. At the same time, he looked at her rather angrily and asked if she was going to harm Louis. But the girl did not even hesitate to answer that this was not so, and everything would be the other way around, because at the moment she was just going to save him. After some time, the main character was on the slope of one of the mountains, and this place was the northeastern border of the Trossen Empire. The weather at that hour was quite bad, and the guy said that it was quite cold, but he was already at the place where he was going. Literally not far from him was the side city of the Trossen Empire, which was called Hofs. This is exactly the place where the cold wind blows. But in itself, it is located 2 days' journey from the capital of the empire, but not only a tailor and a fortress built on a steep cliff. In other words, this is the most suitable means of transportation across the sea on the way to the Marin Republic. This boat, the old man said that he could not lower the boat. Louis put a fairly large number of gold coins on the table, and asked if this was really not enough. The interlocutor replied that even now it's not about the money, because he simply can't. It turns out that other races are not prohibited for the Marin Republic, which is why a holy war was declared, so the Republic was subjected to a blockade. The guy noticed the answer to this. Does he really want to say that dragons and demons moved there? But what kind of nonsense is this? The old man replied that people like them could know. Still, it turns out that this is what the top officials say. The hero thought that he was at a dead end because he had just gotten rid of his debt, and now a holy war is right in front of him. So he asked if it was possible to get to Marin in another way. The man replied that it seemed that he was a mercenary, because in 2 years from here, he would go to the army and would like to join. At the same time, when a request for assistance is received from the Republic, troops will immediately go there. In addition to all this, their commander is the son of the famous ducal family Croyd. The hero immediately became wary when he heard this. The old man held up the flyer and said that he had heard they were having trouble finding volunteers, so if his abilities were great, they would welcome him with open arms. Handing out the leaflet, he noticed that here were the statements, but when he didn't see any, he asked what it was. It turns out that this young gentleman is really so impatient. Louis walked out of that building pretty quickly, and as you walked down the road, you thought the situation looked bad. And because it turns out that if he didn't have enough to get involved in a holy war, the leader of these people is that same scoundrel. While Louis was walking along the road and thinking about the situation in which he found himself, a stranger stood behind him and looked right behind him. The man's face was hidden under a cloak, and he did not want to give away his identity, but continued to watch. The man shouted at his subordinates and said that they weren't idiots who didn't survive, only now they decided to report it. It turns out that departures were just around the corner. But their troops, in turn, were not even half assembled. One of the people turned to the commander and asked to be allowed to say something. This campaign is too risky. So much so that the aristocrats do not regret joining, and the mercenaries also avoid them. But he was transferred by the chief, who immediately kicked him in the head quite hard. Then he looked at this man and asked what kind of ignoramus blurted out these words. And so, it turns out that this is the order of the emperor, and if the limbs have not yet withered, let him take and bring them all. This man's name is Nicholas Croyd, and he is the commander of the army. Further, he noticed that these people are just slobbering, and so they cannot get out of this village because of the disgusting mood that he has tonight. They will have a feast. Also, let them not bring the same girls as last time, but find new ones. The subordinate remarked to the commander that he had been organizing banquets for 7 days in a row. Because of this, it turns out that there were no girls left in Hoves whom he had not met. The commander looked at him angrily and said that in that case, let him bring his wife. Or better yet, he would bring his daughter here. The men were amazed at how impudently he said this and about these words in general. One of those who heard this looked there and noticed that it was chilling. At the same time, the main character was approaching that very place. Then he apologized to this man and said that he had heard that they were recruiting troops. The interlocutor looked at him a little surprised, and then said that everything was correct. Louis immediately put something on the table, and noticed that here were his credentials from the Mercenary Guild. It turns out that his name is Louis de Lossy, and he does not belong to any of the organizations. At the same time, it was thought that among them he would be at the very bottom. So, while hoping that he would not have to meet with their commander, the recruiter shouted that he was a second-level mercenary, and not a knight at all. The guy asked him to speak more quietly. Then Nicholas came up and asked if a mercenary really couldn't be a knight. What was so surprising about that, and why the fuss was made? The same mercenaries who use the ether, although talented, are disgusting, self-interested types. Further asked the guy who he was with. The main character at that moment thought that he couldn't tell him about it like that, and stated that he was not with anyone right now. The captain got angry when he saw him and told someone to look at him and see what he would do now. Then he took off the hood that Louis had on his head and asked if he dared to stand in the hood in front of the ducal Croyd family. Then he turned his attention to the man who was right in front of him and asked why this was. Could he really be who he thought he was? Isn't he really Louis Croyd? The heroes, in turn, did not look him in the eyes and only lowered their gaze in order not to give themselves away. Nicholas, after what happened, broke into a bright smile and shouted that he thought he was already dead. But he lives like this, of course. You can say that he is obsessed with the idea of surviving. Besides all this has been happening for a long time. Then this man approached the guy and immediately continued to put his hand on his shoulder. And after that, he continued to smile and said that not so long ago the Croyds put him on the wanted list. His older brother would still help him, so let him return to the family. Lewis really didn't like all this, so he immediately threw away the hand that was on his shoulder and told you to wake up already. After all, it really turns out that the guy gave up the name Croyd a long time ago and is not going to return after all. Then he smiled slyly and asked, "But even if so, then how did the second son get sent to the outskirts? And did he really not control himself again and do bad things?" Nicholas, of course, got angry because of the words he heard and noticed that it caught up with him. Ours didn't scratch his tongue. Is he really so amused by the rank of commander? Lewis stated that when it comes down to it, it's funny and he's having fun like a real scumbag. In addition to all this, as he could literally only recently hear about what happened, the troops had not even been assembled yet. So, to tell the truth, this is surprising, because even money-hungry mercenaries do not come to them if he wants to know the reason. For some reason, he can name the reason. To tell the truth, this is not due to fear of war, but due to the fact that this army will have an incompetent commander. But don't worry too much about this. So it turns out that the main character came here to help him. The interlocutor did not even listen to what his younger brother was telling him, and immediately rushed to the attack, hitting him. Louis missed this rather strong blow, and therefore his body flew a long distance and then hit the barrels. Immediately after this, Nicholas smiled and said that it seems that the guy learned something from wandering around the battlefield, should he still show arrogance with an unfinished stigma. This boy is just an idiot who has been hiding behind his mother's skirt all his life, and there may be a reason why he is going to Marin. Perhaps killing his own mother is not enough for him, and he also wants to burn his own homeland. While this man was speaking, the main character stood up and began to gradually approach further. He noticed that he was definitely not going there for this reason. If we still say exactly, he did not kill his own mother, but at the same time there is one big but. After all, if the older brother bends over her again, the guy will easily kill him. Then Louis has already taken out his weapon and used his own strength. The subordinates noticed what was happening and turned to the commander, and he shouted that they should not interfere, because now he would just show them an example. After this, he took out his own weapon and used ether, after which the opponent was ready for battle. Before they engaged in a fierce duel, memories immediately surfaced of how young Louis was hurt by his older brother. Then Nicholas swung his weapon and shouted that this was a pathetic puppy. He told him not to be an eyesore during his training. After all, he is incompetent, and he also dares to show off. This crazy scoundrel, after so many blows, didn't even make a peep, and this is strange. And then this guy used his power and said, "Great, now they'll see if he can take the hits with the ether." Suddenly, Nicholas heard his older brother address him, and he immediately turned his attention to him. There he saw his brother standing with his sister and closely watching what was happening. Then he got angry and began to walk away and only said that his older brother and sister also hated him, so let Louis consider that he was definitely lucky today. The main character then began to get up and said, "Is it really that he finally left after all? We can say that the fist fight was really worth it. But you can't fight with swords against someone who is trained in this at all." Louis at the same time was only 14 years old, and soon he was already sitting together and his wound was treated. The woman said that now everything would be fine for everyone who was ready. Then she touched his face with her hand and noticed that her son was a good man for being patient and not saying anything. He was a little embarrassed and noticed that there was nothing complicated. Mom, in turn, said that there was no need to be modest because she also knows how difficult it is when her opponent is just an unreasonable child. And she also prepared what he had been asking her for all this time. The boy looked at her a little surprised at that moment. Then the interlocutor asked how much time the guy had left, so at the same time she already knew about the timer that he had. Louis remembers that when he was reborn in this world, it was the son of the second wife of the Duke of Croyd. It was a family that was one of the best in the entire empire. Perhaps, of course, the reason was that in infancy his brain was not yet so developed, but at the same time, he did not even understand that he had been reborn. But besides all this, he didn't even think about the timer that appeared right in front of him at the age of 10. When he was able to count the numbers in the timer, he asked his family teacher about it. The boy remarked that the numbers would end when he turned 19, and what would happen then? The man replied that he did not understand what the young master was talking about. After that, Louis asked his brother and sister about his age, but they simply mistook him for a crazy person. It was after that incident that the guy realized that this timer existed only for him. And immediately after that, he remembered his past life and became his present self. Every time he looked at that timer, he intuitively understood that if there was a 0 there, he would die. Then the mother asked what her son, Louis, was so worried about. After what happened, he fell into despair, and his only support was this woman. It was his own blood, which seriously listened to the 10-year-old child, his mother, whom he acquired in this world. He told her, who believed in the existence of the timer, about his past life as well. And in the end, it turned out that she even believed in something that was quite difficult to believe. In addition to all this, she constantly helped the boy so that he could devote time to acquiring the knowledge necessary for the scene of aristocrats, as well as searching for those very cases, which were accompanied and related to the lifetime counter. Louis still did not achieve significant results. But everything was not so simple. He stated that there were no similar cases to his, with the exception of necromancy and blood magic. Then he saw a cockroach and immediately killed it. And for this, he was credited with more life points. Then, when the boy could not expect anything like this, he found a way to increase life expectancy. A little earlier, he would not have noticed the added 2 seconds. But since I was in the process of searching for information about the timer, I was able to notice such a chaotic change, and having caught on to this thread, I began to act thanks to my mother. Increasing her lifespan, Mom said that, with the exception of monsters, this is the most powerful beast of all. Perhaps the stronger the life taken, the more time. Louis looked at the time and said that 3 hours was much more, but for such difficulty in capturing him, it was worth little. He killed the strongest animal, but the calculations did not match. That's why the boy thought a little at that moment and thought what the standard was. And there were also thoughts that so far he had not only killed people. After what happened, the woman came closer to him and hugged him quite tenderly. The kid looked at her carefully and was a little surprised, so he asked, and she asked if Louis would listen to her request. Mom began the story that if compared with this boy's past life, then in this world, human life is still much less valuable. But he, in turn, was born into a family of knights, so one day he will also kill some person, but even if that day comes, she, in turn, strongly hopes that this will not hurt him, who carried within himself the values of the old world. The boy then thought if his mother had also realized everything. He lowered his weapon down and threw it away, and then, with his bloody hand, touched her, and wondered if she too realized that he was destined to kill endlessly. After all, you should do all this just to simply live. So Louis smiled and told her not to worry. Here he should live like a man of this world. And he, not a hero, thought that then, as he was at that time, he was not able to bear this burden. But this was because she rather wanted him not to be able to bear it. Louis struck his own older brother and said that the wound was not deep, so even though he had such a character, but one day it happened that they really became a family. Because of what happened, of course, Nicholas was angry and said that it was true that he had passed the test, even if it was because we would receive the documents together and fill them out right now. The recruiter who was in that booth watched in surprise what happened and was wary. The guy, in turn, immediately turned to him and slowly began to walk, when suddenly his older brother used his weapon. At that moment, he wanted to deceive his younger brother and then attack from behind in order to kill him. So a few moments later, at the very place where this man was supposed to land, a rather strong and powerful blow was heard. Nicholas smiled madly and said, "Did Louis really think that he would let him get away with his own wounds after all? Such trash as he could not be a member of their family for sure. This boy is just useless, like his mother who died a long time ago." When the man had calmed down a little, he looked forward, and the good thing was that Louis was able to block his blow and also looked him straight in the face. Therefore, Nicholas became even more angry and immediately jumped up in order to deliver another powerful blow, the hero noticed. It seems that this man is really mistaken. After all, to tell the truth, he does not consider this person family, unlike him. For his mother, everything in this world was truly the first. Even a scoundrel like Nicholas was part of her first family, so he was given a chance. The hero asked if he really warned him, and so he cut him with his weapon. After that, he stated that if he mentioned his mother again, he would kill him. And he talks about this. The commander's subordinates were simply dumbfounded by what happened. They tried to turn to the commander, but it was too late because he was cut into several pieces. The knight said that he had just been attacked. Everyone was panicking at the same time, and one of the people who was upstairs asked why these idiots were standing still. He started shouting for these people to arrest him immediately, because if they missed the killer of the second duke's son, then they would definitely not blow their heads off. The knights understood what needed to be done, but when they looked at the place where the main character stood, they saw that there was no one there anymore. The guy quickly began to run away from there because he understood what was waiting for him and immediately began to think whether he should endure it, although this is definitely not the case, because how can such a thing be tolerated? At the moment, everything is very confused, which is why he has no choice but to steal the boat. It turns out that these people don't even realize that the guy is heading to the port and not from the city. Some girl approached the place where it was noisy and asked what was happening. The old man immediately drew attention to her, and when he was dumbfounded, he asked if it was Her Highness the Princess. In fact, it was Vivian Trosson, who was the first princess of this empire. She was surrounded by several guards and was waiting for an answer. The rather arrogant one immediately noticed that Commander Croyd was indeed dead, but now she wonders how it all happened. The interlocutor hesitated for a moment, but then said that he had entered into an argument with a mercenary who wanted to join the army, and during the battle, everything happened. The girl interrupted his story and remarked that he should go to the port. The man asked what she was like and said, shouldn't he first catch this man? The princess looked at him rather slyly and said that that's why he said that they were heading to the port. The old man was still unable to understand this whole picture. When Her Highness looked at the place where everything was happening, she saw a trail of ether that led from Nicholas's body. Then it spread around the area in the direction where there was an exit from this fortress. But after that, he headed straight towards the port to where the main character actually was. The princess did not tell this to her subordinates, but noticed that thanks to her eyes, she knew everything. Lewis finally got to the port, and looking at the coastal area, saw that there was only a warship there. He noticed that he needed a ship that he could handle himself. While he was talking about this, I heard what a noise it was, and people who were shouting that they should hurry up and run here. These were the same knights who were chasing him. Studying that he could not get out quite far, the guy paid attention to them and figured out what else it was. At the moment, it was completely unclear to him how they knew that he was here. There were thoughts in his head that everything was bad, and would he really have to fight again? While Louis was thinking about all this, the water began to freeze behind him and gradually headed towards the shore. Then he heard a voice that spoke straight to him. The interlocutor told him that if he wants to live, then let him walk along this road. The hero paid attention and saw that there was an ice path there. So without thinking, I began to run quite quickly along it and thought that the first thing I needed to do was disappear from their field of vision. After a short period of time, he saw a silhouette ahead and immediately became alert and thought it was that voice. So he slowly and carefully approached his interlocutor and asked if he had created the ice path. The creature replied that this was true, and she had been watching him for a long time. The guy first thanked him, and then, becoming wary, asked him to wait, because something was quite confusing when he saw this. So I asked if she was a demon. The girl replied that this was true, and her name was Sway. She was one of the demon lords. In addition to all this, she stated that the guy had nothing to beware of. Although she was a demon lord, she did not come here to fight him. Louis was cautious, so he grabbed his weapon and noticed that she had not come for a friendly conversation. But even so, she saved him from danger. So he will listen to her carefully. The demon lord said that he is really different from other people. They can still become more than just temporary allies. And at the same time, we can say that they will be each other's constant comrades. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked if everything would really happen like that after one phrase. Sway used her power, or she had an eye on the other one, so she said he was thinking wrongly now she was watching him all the time. Louis asked if she really was watching. The demon replied that he understood correctly, because she considered him dangerous when he destroyed her relatives in Kshatriya. But after observing his actions, she understood something. After all, in reality it turns out that he acts for his own benefit, and not for the sake of the human race. The guy said that persecution was prohibited in his old homeland. So, since they definitely didn't separate anyone there, Sve said that this was a wonderful place, and she was interested in hearing about its homeland. But to tell the truth, the right needs to deal with this. A large number of knights fled along the icy road, and the princess stood on the shore. But then she carefully looked at what was happening, and said that this man was talking with a demon, so there was nothing more to see here, and they should both be killed. At the same time, Sve received a blow, which left a wound in her stomach, and the hero asked how they were here, in general, they could find him. What if he heard the cry of his new comrade and, looking at her, asked what happened? The interlocutor noted that he should be more careful. After all, it turns out to meet the very people who attacked them, there is a strong knight. Lewis was surprised and asked if one of them had attacked her. It was surprising for him because they were still quite far away. Suddenly the guy saw someone quite quickly starting to approach them. This man turned out to be the old man who was destroyed by Edgar. He is the fastest swordsman of the Triosan Empire. He looked ahead and thought that it seemed that he had been discovered. It turns out that the demon's magical abilities were more powerful than their physical form. It also looks like the knight in front of him is trying to buy time, but everything is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. After all, if he continues to hold his own sword like this, who can't stop him? The old man attacked the guy and dealt him a strong blow, but Louis remained on his feet, and so the swordsman took notice of this and decided that he had an excellent reaction. Still, when it comes to choosing the best swordsman in the Empire, everyone remembers the Croids, Chiles. They are called the swords of the Emperor. At the same time, it turns out that everyone is judged only by the scale of destruction, and during this attack, the hero asked whether Sway could destroy this ice. The girl already said that she could only take away heat, but could not reproduce it. The guy noticed that in this case it was not worth making this road so wide. While he was distracted by a conversation with his new partner, he noticed that an attack was being prepared on him. Using his equally good reaction, he still blocked this weapon, and the opponent was unable to hit him. But the old man did not stop there, and using his speed, still managed to strike directly on the shoulder. Edgar then smiled and noted that the true art of a swordsman directly depends on the work of the feet. It seems that a fast swordsman has proven his superiority over others. The main character received blows and thought that the situation was bad because it was unclear how this man could be so fast. Now he should have avoided mortal wounds. Fortunately, at the moment he is not even paying attention to the demoness, and if the guy still holds out a little longer, then perhaps she will be able to use magic. But even so, it's difficult to hit him with magic at the speed he develops, and if you freeze more of the sea's surface, it will give him greater freedom of movement. In addition to all this, right now, quite a large reinforcement of the knights who came running here is keeping pace with him. Having weighed all these factors, the main character thought that then there was only one thing left for him. Therefore, he took his weapon directly into his hand and used the ether, gradually charging it with a large flow of energy. After that, he swung and had a fairly strong blow directly into the ice, which was near him and his partner. Edgar stopped and looked at what was happening, and realized that his opponent was still destroying the ice so that he could not move. Right now, the old man was already in the air because the hard surface under his feet was completely destroyed. But using his very good speed, he immediately pushed off from the debris and headed, using his weapon straight at the guy. Lewis, in turn, had no time to dodge this attack, and so it pierced his shoulder and went deeper inside. After Edgar did this, he immediately said that if the guy lost his foothold, it seemed that he would not be able to avoid his sword. The main character, in turn, did not lose heart, but smiled and said that this was true. It turns out that he thought that with the speed of this old man, he would definitely attack him. And as a result of this, it is true that he wanted all this. Now, due to a rather powerful attack, together they were heading in the other direction. A few moments later, both rivals landed directly on the ice where there were quite a large number of knights, as well as the princess. Louis quickly concentrated and using his weapon tried to stop and get to his feet immediately. Her Highness was surprised and asked what else Edgar was attacked, and he flew all the way here. After that, she saw something and was dumbfounded, so she shouted for her subordinates to take the sword away from this man and do it quickly. Well, the main character in turn had already begun to use his power and shouted that it was too late for her to say this. Further, a huge amount of ether spread throughout the area, and the Croid lightning was also there. Everyone noticed that Louis was in some kind of dome, which was spreading around the area at a fairly high speed and destroying everything in its path. Sui continued to be in the same place, and when she saw all this, she thought it was amazing. It turns out that she pretended to be wounded and did not interfere on purpose. All this was done in order to assess the guy's strength. At the moment, it was a dangerous, even for him, non-standard strategy and bold execution. Now we can actually say that this is the thinking of an unusual knight. In addition to all this, he uses the power of several gods, so is he really just a man? She was wondering what it was all about. Louis saw Sui and asked what it was. Had she really recovered as soon as it was all over? Although it was thanks to her that he took care of everything himself. Then he threw the princess to the ground and said that the remaining problem was her. The girl began to gradually get up and cough because of the water she had swallowed. The hero noticed that she survived, and her clothes all say that she is definitely the boss here. The princess turned to him and, angry, shouted what impudence this was. It was completely unclear to her what kind of disdainful attitude towards the imperial person this was. Louis, in turn, did not want to listen to all this, so he used a small blade and plunged it straight into the leg of his interlocutor. She then fell to the ground and started screaming in pain, and then screamed that he was just a scoundrel, and wasn't she afraid of the consequences of this? The hero pointed his weapon at her and asked if she still hadn't realized the situation. The girl had already understood everything at that moment. But the guy stood right in front of her and with a rather menacing look said that if she was an imperial process, then it was dangerous, but only if there was evidence that he killed her. The supreme demon said that she was Juliana. Louis turned to the side and looked in surprise. Then he asked what she was talking about and what it was. The girl replied that if we speak the elvish language, it means the one who is chosen among the elves. Let him just take it and look at her eyes, because Julianne sees the ethereal trace thanks to her eyes, which are called the inside of a fairy. The guy wondered what kind of inside of a fairy and what an elf, after all. She called herself a princess of the empire, and before that, it was said what a strange attitude towards her. Louis wondered what he should do at this very time. And then he put his hands in front of him and prayed in order to turn to God. After a few moments, he connected with this consciousness and had already moved there. And also at that moment, he noticed that he should talk. A goddess now appeared in front of the guy, who noticed that he had not come to them for a long time, an adept of MANHUA. The hero noticed that he did not have time, so he would get straight to the point. Then his gaze became sharper, and he asked what Juliana Sonetti was like. In that same additional quest, the main character was told that he had found this girl from the Trossen Empire. At first, the guy had no idea what he was talking about, and quite by accident he learned that Juliana was an elf chosen by God. He turned to the goddess and noted that if she was an elven god, then she probably knew what Sonetti was, so he wondered why he needed to find them. And it is also unclear why this task is so vague all the time. The creature replied that first of all, if we speak, then Sonetti is a mixed race. Besides, she, in turn, also doesn't know why he needs to find them. Louis was quite annoyed by this, and he asked what she was saying. The interlocutor replied that he was, after all, a being who did not originally belong to this world, so he was a stranger and an adept who was sent by MANHUA. On one of the inscriptions, there was information to understand whether the apples were put in the cellar. Mercila said that this was the task of MANHUA, who had lost his body. The other gods, in turn, find it difficult to read its contents. The window said that he needed to find the red fruits and place them in secret from the others. The goddess noticed that this was veiled so that he could actively engage in searches, so it was difficult for them to understand its true meaning. Louis replied that nothing was given, so it was easy. The interlocutor replied that she did not know the true content, but after listening to him, she suggested something. Juliana was still her vessel. But if he is talking about the second task, then this is most likely a warrior who has proven himself undoubtedly to become a vessel of Raum. It seems that MANHUA gave him this task in the hope that he would make them his allies. The guy was surprised and noticed that people, soldiers, elves, and this is just a classic. The interlocutor asked what a classic meant. Louis replied that that was what they said in his old world, and no further asked what kind of vessel it was. Mercila, in response to this, said that he had heard that all mortals in this world are connected with the gods, so among them there are those whose connection is especially strong. It is these people, or various creatures, who call themselves vessels. He, in turn, with a strong connection, can temporarily release the spirit of God himself. At the same time that the Holy War was taking place, the god of humanity, Charlotte, was able to intervene in the human world through his vessel, and this person turned out to be the Emperor. Louis was a little surprised and noticed that for some reason everything is always connected with the Emperor. Fortunately, he still found the vessel of the goddess, then only Raum was next in line. The woman asked why he took it, that he found her vessel. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Then he asked if this girl in front of him was not Giuliana Sonetti. After all, she has the eyes of a fairy as well as the lord of the theme, but she called her that. She may not be a pure-blooded elf, but based on the goddess's words, she is of mixed race, so it makes sense that she is the child of the emperor. Mercila noticed that she says she has the eyes of a fairy, but if this is true, then she is truly and her vessel. But at the same time, there are no those around him who have a connection with her. The main character immediately thought about it and noticed that he could say something. After all, if you think like that, and based on what he heard, then one of the people he knows named Richard is using demonic powers in human form. He also heard that it was said about his opponent that he was neither a man nor a demon, and moreover, he was a creature that did not even belong to any of the gods. So now he is actually wondering if there are those who are not under the influence of God, but can still use divine power. Mercila, in response to this, stated that it seems that she is beginning to understand why he was brought into this world, because big changes are literally coming soon. But everything is not at all as simple as it might seem at first glance. From the side where the goddess was, some kind of silhouette appeared, and so the guy asked who it was. The woman noticed that he had said shortly before that that girl had fairy eyes. It seems that his and her abilities really interact. Initially, the mortals who were connected with her definitely could not meet with each other, but isn't this currently beneficial for them in the current situation? The guy saw a completely different girl, and the goddess told him to get acquainted because she is Giuliana Sonetti. In the capital of the Troisan Empire, in the main room of this country, there was an interesting conversation between some subjects. The man said that he was asking for forgiveness, and they did not have time to properly prepare due to the sudden request for an audience. The girl replied that it was nothing, because she came herself. It was her initiative to come here of her own free will. The interlocutor smiled and politely asked her to wait here for a while. There are only 6 people in the entire country who can have an audience with the emperor in the imperial palace at any time. Of course, we can talk about this, except for the 3 children of the emperor. Then only the vessels of each blog remain in the temple of the 3 guardian gods. The first of these, of course, is the vessel of the Archbishop Charlotte. The next in line is the commander of the knights, which is the embodiment of Raum. Also among all of them there is a girl who is the incarnation of Saint Mercila. This girl was precisely Giuliana, who was sitting in the waiting room in order to get an audience. There were only these 3 who could get it. The elf sat and worried a little, and then thought that only a few years had passed since she was chosen as Saint Mercila, and she began to pray. From time to time, she does connect with the goddess of which she is an embodiment, but it turns out that she first met another person in this space. In addition to all this, the same guy said about creatures not associated with any god, and some other words about how everything leads to the emperor, and he is arrogant. While the girl was thinking about this, she was interrupted by some terrible sound that came from the side, and she immediately became very wary. Then I thought that there was something in the room, and in order to make sure of this, I looked in that direction. But it is completely unclear what kind of sound it was, because it came from the side near which there was a huge portrait of the emperor of this country. At the same time, Giuliana definitely didn't like all this, and she wanted to make sure that this sound did not belong to some creature. So in order to do this, she immediately closed her eyes and concentrated her energy, using the eyes of the fairy. The elf saw a rather strange trail that led her to one of the buttons, which she immediately pressed. And after what happened, a secret door appeared near the portrait, which immediately opened. The girl saw her and was surprised at what was happening because this secret passage led deep down, and it was quite dark there. She immediately headed there and thought that she had unknowingly followed where the fairy's eyes pointed her. In turn, there was some rather strange feeling that she had learned something that she should not have known under any circumstances. Well, soon the same sound was clearly heard again, and she, becoming wary, realized that it was the same groan. Juliana wondered if someone needed help there and therefore decided to go down, because in that case, she was obliged to help. In addition to all this, she hoped that the Emperor would understand her. But if he knew about this, after the elf went downstairs, you saw a rather large prison there. In one of the cells sat a man who was chained, and next to him was a bottle of this substance, which turned him into a demonic creature. In addition to all this, it was already empty, and it turns out that this person was given the contents to drink. There were several other people right in front of him, and one of them said that there was no rejection reaction from the serum introduced into the body. An official from the western part of the Trinity, who was the Earl of Carleton, said that everyone else was dead, but they had restored order, so His Highness should not worry. After all, it really turns out that no one in the Empire would even notice if a couple of such tramps suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was the Emperor who noticed that he understood everything. Then he extended his hand forward, and using divine power, said that this would completely cut off Charlotte's will from him. So let him accept absolute freedom and live. The man was in hellish pain, and began to moan quite loudly, and his pupils became crazy. A few moments later, something terrible happened because he transformed into a huge demonic creature that began to scream. He still had a human consciousness, so he cried and asked what they did to him, begged for someone to save him, because he did not understand what it was. The old man in the hat looked at him carefully and said that this is surprising, because the ability to speak remains. But does he, in turn, remember his name? The interlocutor began to talk about his name, but then the speech became completely slurred, and his pupil was madly spinning in different directions. Then the body became covered with some kind of blisters, inside of which there was a demonic force, and it transformed. So soon it was already a monster that had completely lost consciousness and was ready for you to attack. But when the demon tried to do this, the Emperor immediately drew his blade and easily cut it into several pieces with one blow. Together with the official, they looked there for some time, and His Majesty said that this is how it turns out. Next to these people there were some documents, and the Emperor said that they had collected his entire body of magical knowledge. In addition to all this, so many experiments have been carried out in alchemy, and despite all this, they get negative results over and over again because the experimental subjects go crazy. Still, when a living being's connection with God, given to him at birth, is cut off, sooner or later he loses his mind and becomes simply a monster. After these words, the interlocutor turned to the Supreme Ruler, and he looked at him. Well, the man told His Majesty that he really sincerely loves all of humanity, and he, as Carleton knows, is better than anyone else. The Emperor replied that what he said was true. That's why it's sad. It's terrible for him, who lives as part of his race, to watch how they, full of ignorance, do not know their own roots. It's a pity, of course, to tell everyone about this, but death is the only salvation for mere mortals. At the same time, Juliana was in the room, which was slightly open. She saw this whole conversation and what happened and thought, what else is this? Because it turns out that the Emperor turned an innocent man into a monster and killed him right there. Moreover, is it really possible that he is really going to kill all mortals? While the elf was thinking about this, a centipede crawled onto her hand. She, in turn, was instinctively frightened of this insect and began to make noise, attracting quite a lot of attention to herself. His Excellency, together with his subordinate, immediately turned their attention there and became wary of what had happened. Together they entered the very room from which the sound was heard, but did not see anyone there, because it was simply empty. Only at the same time there was a rat sitting on the floor, eating the insects that were there, but in front of them another piece of clothing was visible. The official told his interlocutor that it seemed that a large rat had snuck in here. The Emperor replied that what he said was indeed true. The same second he used his weapon and cut several boxes that stood right in front of him. Then he paid attention to the man who began to run away quite quickly from there. It turned out that it was a girl in a raincoat and glasses who was hiding there and quickly began to run. The man said that it was a huge rat, and it seemed that she saw everything perfectly. The stranger did not stop and turned her attention to His Majesty in order to make sure that it was definitely him. After the incident, Carleton shouted that he would immediately send a squad of killers after her, but the ruler said that this should not be done. Still, at the moment there is no need for this because she is needed alive. The old man understood that there was already someone to grab her. A demonic creature appeared above, who understood what should be done, and he immediately went after the girl. It was Adam, who, even without words, figured out what needed to be done, and with one easy movement struck the stranger who was trying to escape. The girl immediately fell to the ground, and blood gushed from her mouth so that she could no longer move. His Excellency the Emperor told his subordinate that he had done a really good job just now. Then he turned his attention to another part of the room in which they were, and saw a piece of clothing that was torn and did not look like anyone else here. So it caught his attention, and now he was wondering who it might belong to. Juliana successfully escaped from that very place and was already upstairs, and a piece of clothing had just been torn from her dress. The elf was amazed by what happened and wondered if he really said that death is the only salvation for mere mortals. Moreover, it turns out that this very man declared a holy war, and the demon himself was a servant. The butler turned to the saint and noticed that she had turned pale. The girl got upset and said that it was Mr. Manager, after which she turned in the other direction and said that she was sorry, but would come another time. The old man was amazed and asked what she was saying, because he would at least prepare a carriage for her, but the interlocutor did not listen to him and immediately ran out of the room. For the man, this situation seemed rather strange, and he wondered if she really saw something that was not worth seeing. The girl who snuck into the prison sat and was bound by magic. The old man said that her name was Laya, and she was the manager of the Setri branch of the Horn Company. But in reality, it turns out that their managers cannot spy here just like that, so he asks her if this was really an order from Prince Richard. The official was angry because of what was happening, and swinging his cane, shouted with you. This non-entity answered, but he, in turn, was stopped by the demon. Adam asked the Count to be a little calmer, because violence would not work with her. Then he extended his hand directly to this girl and began to use his power. And at the same time he said that it is better to influence the mind with the help of your own magic, because really no one can stand 5 minutes, and he tells everything himself. The girl asked if it was possible that now that their plan had been fully revealed, they wouldn't cut off all their tails. She also turned to Adam and asked how his 6 relatives were doing. The demon was discouraged because he just heard it, because he didn't expect that any person would be able to know about other creatures besides him. Carlton heard what she was saying and asked his friend what she was talking about. The interlocutor noted that he didn't know where she heard something like that about all this empty chatter. The old man asked if she was telling the truth, because he does not trust anyone except His Majesty, especially them, for whom communication with their own people means nothing at all. The demon immediately turned to him and asked the Count if he was really trying to quarrel with him. The interlocutor replied that this was not so, because he just thought a little, and reflections led to the fact that this creature could also be a double agent. Leia listened to what they said and realized that everything was as Mr. Richard said. Still, it turns out that not all demon lords are under the control of the emperors, based on Ryan's memories that Richard learned about. Then Adam follows the will of the emperor. But this creature does this, for some reason of its own. The demon knelt down and declared to His Majesty that he had been served faithfully and never thought about betrayal. The girl thought that, especially knowing Ryan's fear, the emperor must have treated the demons in a too tyrannical manner. After that, the old man said that this is true, because betrayal is the worst choice this creature can make, but he is a little worried after all. This is ruled out by how he does his job. If you remember, there really was a knight in the dark forest who used the power of God. As a result, it was this same guy who recreated the Tetris legend, and one of his subordinates' relatives even died at his own hands. In the end, it turns out that all this happened on his lands, so why should the emperor listen to someone else's report? The interlocutor hesitated to answer. The supreme ruler interrupted him, and turning his back, noted that he did not want to think of him as a traitor, but despite this, in truth, hope and faith are different things. At the same time, the emperor can say that Adam quite recently promised him that he would control his relatives. So right now he is already starting to think that this demon's abilities are completely insufficient, and if this is the case, then he has no reason to save them at his request. A short period of time after the incident, Adam returned to the same place where they had recently held a meeting. First of all, Lucifer turned to him and asked what this sudden gathering was. The interlocutor coldly replied that there was indeed a reason for this, Then he turned to the demonic individual and asked why there were only 4 of them here, and where Sway and Ricardo were. The interlocutor responded to this by saying that the second one is not well now, but Sway is busy with something. She was actually running away with the main character. The one who gathered them all noticed that in this case they would talk while in this composition. Suddenly, the girl told him to wait a second. Lucifer interrupted them all and said that if this was the case, then he had to tell them this. How long was this guy going to prepare for the resurrection of the devil while hiding from the emperor? That is, it turns out that if the woman has already been caught, that now they will not stay away. Most likely this is so, and then it is better to follow his plan. But now Adam interrupted his relative and said that there was a traitor among them. The demon immediately became wary after hearing this and opened his eyes. The interlocutor said that today in the palace, a spy learned about the existence of 7 sweets, and this spy also realized that the guy was serving the emperor for their salvation. Lucifer listened to him carefully and then asked why he really suspected them. If there was a traitor among them, then it was he who became the emperor's dog. Adam asked that this creature not irritate the candles. He would try to resolve this situation as smoothly as possible. He was also already able to calm the emperor. But if something like this happens next time, it will be very bad. The man asked if he is really afraid that Sway, who is not with them now, will be to blame. If so, then perhaps he wants the priest to follow her as a shadow and then immediately kill her. Adam noticed that he was not talking about this at all. Then he turned to Ryan and asked why he was silent, because he had met Prince Richard. So is it really possible that even such a situation has nothing to report to him? And so the interlocutor began to say that if he talked about it, then there was nothing special. He, in turn, of course, was going to forget about developing an elixir for turning into a monster. The demon was surprised and asked what he was talking about. Ryan said he didn't understand what they were talking about. Adam said that if we were talking about the development of the elixir, wasn't the research already over? Moreover, his way of speaking is really quite strange, and let him wait a second. Everything is very strange now, and is this really Ryan's magic? But if not, then who is he? The one who communicated with them turned out to be Richard, who smiled and noted that it was bad that the absorbed memory was fragmentary, and then asked if he had really been caught after all. The man shouted that this was just nonsense, because without his shadow he would not have been able to talk to them. What the hell is he then? The prince continued his dialogue and noticed that he was wondering why this was all happening, but he had just explained everything to him. After all, it turns out that the reason why he was able to get in touch with them is likely because he ate that same Ryan. The demons present were amazed. The guy suggested saying that if he said that, he would only confuse them because he swallowed him, which is why he will now be in place of their previous comrade. Lucifer got very angry about this and shouted that he was a scoundrel. How could he even do such a thing? The interlocutor in turn asked him not to get excited so much, because he also did not expect that it would turn out this way. So it turns out that the creature itself was the first to try to absorb him. As a result, he can say that it is better to explain that this all happened precisely on the orders of Adam. The demon whom he addressed immediately became wary. Richard continued to say that it was this creature that wanted to kill Ryan because he began to plot something. The man got angry when he heard all this, and immediately shouted Adam's name. The interlocutor in response to this told Lucifer that his simplicity was already annoying. This creature has had enough of reacting so violently and actively to the most obvious things. The demon began to think that this was really a primitive way to sow enmity between them. Richard thought that he seems to be quite effective, because the demon lords have no idea about cohesion, so it turns out that this is definitely in his favor. There is a chance that if you press a little more, then perhaps something will come out of this situation. Richard apologized to him and noted that it seemed that he did not talk about it. So his relatives most likely do not know this, but now it is not clear how to correct this situation. Adam understood that the situation was not going in his favor. Lucifer did not turn around and said that he wanted to trust him not as their kinsman, but as a friend with whom they shared hardships. But most likely he will no longer be able to follow his path exactly. It is because of this that right now he will go his own way further. The red entity was dull in the conversation, and apologizing to Adam, said that he had listened to everything carefully, but thought that the previous speaker was indeed right. After a few moments, this guy was left alone with his own thoughts, because he realized that his collaborators were no longer following his plan. The hand of this creature began to shake, and in the anger that he felt and squeezed it right until it bled. Soon, quite interesting events began to take place in the Imperial Castle, which was located right in the capital. And in one of the rather dark rooms it was quiet and only light penetrated through the columns. And then in the shadows between them some entities began to appear, which literally materialized from below. It turned out that it was Leon along with Lucifer. The man immediately said that they were here again where they once fell into a trap with the devil. After this, the girl asked if they could free the devil with just the two of them. The interlocutor noted that she should not worry about this. There were enough allies. Ahead, the man noticed his relative and said that even though he had said so before, he knew that this creature would still come. Adam did not answer anything to this, and only said that it was a pity that everything really turned out this way. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what she was saying. The same second, the left arm, left, as well as a small part of her torso, were destroyed using the demon technique. It turned out that all this was done by Adam, who approached and attacked her, and her relatives did not expect this. Lucifer got angry because of this, and shouted that he had killed a creature belonging to his race. So had he really lost his mind? The guy replied that this was not so. After all, it turns out that this is all he can do for them. The man asked in what sense he is speaking for them, and if he really is at one with them, then what is he doing? Shouldn't he join in the liberation of their chaos god, whom the emperor imprisoned by declaring a holy war? A comrade said that it was not for him to decide. It's not for him, who doesn't even realize he's a pawn, and it might be hard to understand what he's saying. But Adam says it's okay, and he understands. Then he extended his own hand, which was used by his demonic creatures, and was ready to attack his relative. After a short period of time, the dust that rose after the impact cleared away, and it was clear that no one was there. And Lucifer, using his power, hid in the shadows and soon appeared right behind the back of his new opponent, who had recently been a comrade. The man raised his hand and was ready to kill this creature, so that only a large amount of blood then scattered to the side. But Adam pierced him with his own power, with which he noted that these pathetic attempts would not work, because he knew how his shadow ability worked as well as he did. One day, this demon will really be able to understand his intentions. All this will not even happen instinctively, but independently, when he makes his decision. The guy got ready to roll in order to finish off the creature, but he saw that something strange was happening, and he began to materialize. Most of the head was already missing, and it was clear that Lucifer was using the power of his shadow to hide. Literally, a few moments passed, and the relative was no longer nearby, but he was hiding at a great distance. The man ran away from there and thought that from the very beginning he had not even thought of entering into an open battle, and this is all because his goal is not even to win the fight. It turns out that he should just find the devil, who is now somewhere in the dungeon, so there is no need to engage in a pointless fight. Continuing to be in his shadow space, Lucifer thought that no one could find him there, but suddenly he felt that someone grabbed him by the head and pulled him into the world of people. After that, he asked how this little man found him in the shadows. This is definitely not possible if you just use the ether. The one who was able to successfully pull him out of another world was His Excellency the Emperor. He noted that he was able to do all this during the First Holy War. At the same time, he became the vessel of the god of humanity. Charlotte overthrew their god and also captured all the other rulers. So after this, do they really consider it lucky that they were able to escape from prison? This is absolutely not true, because he allowed this creature to escape. All this was done only because his analysis had long been completed. The interlocutor was dumbfounded at first by what he was saying. And after that he got angry and plucked up courage, shouted not to make him laugh, and then tried to hit him in the face with his limb. But the attack was not successful, because the consequences of this action, his fingers began to die, as if they had fallen into some kind of liquid in which they dissolved. Then His Excellency the Emperor released this demonic creature and noticed that Charlotte had implanted divine powers into his body. Since the friendly forces will not be able to coexist, they will self-destruct and disappear. Lucifer became angry because of this and immediately turned to Adam, who was standing nearby. He looked angrily at his relative and said that it was he who destroyed everything. Don't I now feel their relatives who were killed in the Holy War? And does he really want to say that on Sunday the devil must be prevented for the sake of their people? Don't let such words make him laugh, because without God, mortals in this world will eventually die. And this interlocutor, who was recently his comrade, will cause the extinction of their entire race, so all this will happen precisely because of him. A few moments after all the words were spoken, this creature completely disappeared due to the forces within that were in conflict with each other. The emperor turned to his subordinate and asked if this was the true appearance of his relatives that he was talking about. Compared to this demon's incompetence, their ignorance is truly boundless. After all, it was unclear what the point of a watchdog was. After all, he, in turn, cannot even do anything alone and forces his master to intervene. Adam then replied that he could not look his majesty in the face out of shame. Then he knelt before the old man again and noticed that this incident was an unforgivable mistake on his part, which is why he brazenly asks for mercy. And also, in turn, he begs to be given just one more chance, because there are only 2 more relatives left who responded to his call. These supreme demons will be confused, because now the shadow of Lucifer, which was the means of communication, has disappeared. The emperor asked if he was going to deceive them, and then force him to act according to his will. The guy replied that this was so. Then the emperor remarked that this was not such a useless idea. In the end, he will have mercy on him and give him a chance. So let him use it properly. Perhaps, if he is lucky, he will even save the remaining relatives. Soon the emperor left him and Adama was left alone with his thoughts, pondering his future. After some time, he asked himself whether they really would never see freedom again. The main character and the Princess Empire were heading somewhere on the water, and she said that the horizon was visible there. As a result, it turns out that they reached the Republic of Marin earlier than she expected. Sway noticed that this was thanks to the eyes of the fairy and the princess. She, in turn, counted the ocean current and saw that it had intensified. The girl asked the mercenary what would happen to her when they finally ended up in the Republic. In response to this, Louis said that she really would not die, but even in the Republic there are pro-imperial and anti-American factions, so everything depends on only one thing: whoever she speaks to first, and either let her go or keep her with her. Vivian then noticed that no matter what he was thinking about, it seemed that everything would not turn out the way he wanted. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked why she was saying this. The princess used the power of her eyes and noticed that soon he would see all this himself. In the very place where they were heading from the water, buildings could be seen burning, and that city was apparently quite destroyed. The main character's sister talked to an equally famous person and asked if he was really going to the Marin Republic through Hovs, because it's very noisy there now. Usually one could say that everything was quiet, even if some wars broke out. But why now? When it was hot there, he gathered from there to such a place. The woman thought that if we talk more about this, that older brother Nicholas is now in the hospice. After that, they will definitely start a fight as soon as they see each other. Elizabeth asked her interlocutor if he was talking about this information accurately. The swordsman noted that the person concerned told him about this a few days ago. It turned out that her interlocutor was Benjamin, who remarked that he did not expect to meet them in such a place. After that, he raised his head uncertainly and paid attention to everyone present in this room. A large number of people previously known to the main character had gathered there, so the man asked them what kind of alliance this was. On one side sat the hero of the First Holy War, Jason, who is an Iron Lion, and also next to him was the student Jessica. And also on the other side sits the representative of the royal family of Citria Silvia, and they talk to each other together. The baby hesitated because she wanted to say something about this, but when Caesar heard about it, he coughed in order to attract attention to himself. And then he looked down at Elizabeth and noticed that the imperial knight should not interfere in this matter, so he urgently asks not to poke his nose into this matter. The woman in turn looked at him coldly and then noticed that this was not even something official and whether he was overdoing it if he did it. After all, if she definitely wants to be aware of what might come of it, of course it's not difficult to assume that Jason received an order yesterday to return to the Empire. But he, in turn, immediately refused, and the kingdom of Kshatriya is suffering from a lack of troops as a result of recent events. So right now, the purpose of the meeting is obvious. A large number of people say that the number of demonic beasts in Beor's territory has decreased sharply. Jason can provide funding without returning. To do this, he will not need to return to the Empire, and Cetria can provide security. Elizabeth asked what they would say to me about this. Had she really made a mistake somewhere? Jason turned his attention to the young princess and remarked that if this was really so, then why were they taking so long? At the same time, the Countess asked this old man whether he was naive or just stupid, because it turns out that the Empire declared a holy war, so the girl is here for a reason. I came to this place in order to steal knights during martial law, but it just so happened that she was caught by the daughter of the imperial ducal family. The little girl listened carefully to what happened, and then said, since everything was revealed, that she would say directly they would actually like to recruit him and the hunters. So he asks Jason to join them to ensure security around Cetria. Recently, the number of demonic beasts around has increased, and the number of free troops decreased. The old man said that he would accept this offer, even if the Empire was not looking for him. He remarked to the woman that if she was here, she could not leave. It just won't work out that way. In response to this, she said that not everything always goes as it should, and now waste recycling has become popular, but the Empire may not forgive. But at the same time, don't let them worry, because she doesn't care at all what they were up to here, because their bespectacled man wasn't here. Benjamin was amazed at what he heard. Then he came closer and asked in a whisper whether Knight Croyd was out of her mind, and whether she would really just allow him to hire the Iron Lion himself. The man was alarmed by this, and he said that during the Holy War, which is strong because they are endangering the Empire, if something goes wrong, it will be bad. They, in turn, would immediately find themselves involved in this too. The woman punched him in the stomach and told him not to make a fuss, because all he had to do was shut up. Sylvia listened carefully to this conversation, and then asked why this was so. The interlocutor asked what she was talking about now. The little girl remarked that since she wanted it to be unofficial, she would tell her in the same way, wouldn't it, that she still served this empire. Elizabeth, in turn, replied that this was not her concern, because it turns out that at the moment she was just looking for her younger brother, Louis. Sylvia wondered if Louis, her younger brother, and she was the Duke's daughter. But the little girl hadn't heard that he had a sister. How could she really be a sister-in-law? Sometime after the conversation, Elizabeth and Benjamin were leaving this place. The young princess went outside and asked them to wait. They turned the woman around and asked if she really wanted to tell them something else. The little girl noticed that she had previously said that she was Louis's sister. That's why she wonders if something really happened to him, because her kingdom of Cetria really owes him a lot, so she asks for forgiveness for these questions. But can she at least find out what happened? The interlocutor asked if she was really close with Louis. Benjamin whispered in the lady's ear that this was a personal conversation. Elizabeth told him to cover his mouth, because she knew what she was doing, and then asked the princess if she knew what the Croyd family was. Sylvia said that she knows that this is the second-ranking archducal family in the Troisan Empire. The woman said that everything is correct, and the decision of the head of the family is undeniable. Her father, and also the current head of the house, Master Croyd, is a man obsessed with power and swordsmanship, with a primary interest in raising an heir of his level. Moreover, it turns out that Louis is the only son of his second wife. In the end, it turns out that he was not trained properly, and his father did not pay attention to him. But the recent news that spread because of the incident in Cetria did its job, after which the father became very interested in his own son. Louis was still able to kill a demon of the highest level alone, and also become the chosen dragon. So the old man thought that this was a stone that he had thrown away as unnecessary. So it is he, in turn, who may prove precious. Whether he is good with his own sword or not is all that matters to her father. It doesn't matter what the guy really wants or doesn't want at all, because if Louis refuses to follow his own father, he will immediately kill him. But if she agreed, then her mother would try to secretly kill him to protect her older brother's position. Sylvia knew that the situation really looked bad. Next, she turned to her older interlocutor and asked if it was possible that she could help with anything. Elizabeth was surprised and asked why Princess Cetria would help him. The little girl was embarrassed, hesitated, and replied that if you think about it, it was she who caused trouble in their family because she hired Louis, and the responsibility also lies with her. Of course, it is necessary. and at the moment she speaks only about the moral responsibility for this, but it is not that she is trying to avoid other responsibility in turn too. Elizabeth looked carefully at how this girl was talking. This girl was with her and worried about her little brother, and then she just smiled sweetly. She went on to say that after all, Louis really does find quite good friends in himself, and if this is so, then she will ask her without any hesitation. Sylvia was a little embarrassed about this, and the Duchess said that nothing difficult should be done, just let her do everything she could for his sake. The girl, in turn, asked what exactly we were talking about, because she didn't understand. The interlocutor just waved her hand, and then told her to think about it herself. When she approached Benjamin, he asked if the family could send another pursuer to him. Elizabeth replied that her mother was probably looking for a hitman. After all, if you remember this, then she simply oppressed Louis from childhood, although even so, this is the wrong expression of these words. Because if you think about it, she most likely already sent someone for him, and there was a conversation in the diplomatic mission of the capital of the Troisan Empire. The man bowed his head before the aristocrat and said that he heard they were looking for him. It was he who addressed the manager of the western part of the empire. The front one was Count Carleton. He is the very person who conducted various experiments together with the emperor of this country. The old man asked his interlocutor if he had not been told before. Since this is an important conversation, he thinks he was asked to come with the king of mercenaries himself. Friedrich smiled and said that he was still the general secretary of the mercenary guild, so his qualifications would actually be enough for this. And when the man said all this, a weapon appeared right next to his neck. He immediately became wary, and the knight who did this asked where his respect was. Let him not forget about his manners, otherwise he will come running right on the spot. The man who did this turned out to be a paladin of the mind, and a commander of the knights named Brian. Frederick bowed his head even lower and asked the count to have mercy on him, because as the general secretary, he could not force the king of mercenaries here. That same person called Donald is a monster. He is comparable to an imperial master-level knight. A man can force him to accept the offer. But if we talk, then everything else is actually quite difficult. The interlocutor noted that so be it. That's enough, because there's no point in taking out your anger. Because a second-rate person was sitting in front of him, the secretary noticed that this was so, and could he tell him about the conditions? The count asked what conditions because he had not yet told him. It's not even clear what the mission is. The interlocutor noted that the Kurds are mercenaries. The complexity of the mission is not important. Only the reward that can be received is important. The old man threw a bag of gold coins and said that he was paying 20,000 gold coins as an advance payment. But if they succeeded, then the mind would double in doing so. Frederick noted that he still thought that this would definitely be enough for him. Then he raised the money and stated that he was also asking for indulgences and an internal empire. The count said that he really was asking for strange things, but don't worry, because he would persuade his majesty. The secretary thanked him for this with a smile, and then he said that then he would come to him with good news soon, and after a while he was already outside the door of this building. Friedrich read that it was written in the building that a guy went on a rampage in Hofs and kidnapped the princess. He needs to be killed and return her. The man thought about how he kidnapped it. In fact, we can say that it's terrible what's happening in the world. Then it became interesting what kind of crazy person would even dare to do all this, and began to pick up the photo. Soon after a moment, he saw a man who was familiar to him, and immediately asked what he was doing. This is again the same guy who came to him several times. He called him Louis Croyd, and he was just the main character. The republic to which the main character was heading along with his new comrades was burned, and cries for help were heard there. The invaders shouted to turn everything upside down, and that's not all. Every corner of this place had to be searched. A large number of people were captured. They were being held hostage, and there were different races there. Some knight kicked one orc and shouted that they had found another one. An old man who was nearby shouted that he would stop doing this, because he was a worthy citizen of this republic. The man who did all this turned to him and asked what kind of citizens they were, because it wasn't even funny, because Parliament had already approved the emergency law. But it actually said that these non-humans would be deprived of their citizenship, and if this old man is dissatisfied with anything, let him complain to Parliament, and he will fulfill his duty as a soldier. Also protects all these good citizens. This land from the very beginning belonged only to the Maroons, but everyone else changed this country. Those races that were currently considered not human were hiding and trying to hide from them. The soldier noticed that if you think like that, then this person is no longer a member of parliament. So it was completely unclear to him why he was giving him an order at all. This old man's name is Henry Thor, and he is a former member of the Supreme Parliament of the Maroon Republic. The orc at the same time entered into the conversation and asked why this was not done this way. Of course, he perfectly understands that everyone is driving them out of here, but it is not clear whether it is necessary to do it like this, using violence, because it turns out that all these guards invade the village and suppress them with military force. Theodore grabbed his weapon and asked if it was really necessary, since it turns out that they have long believed in the god of war and practiced combat. And their existence then, in reality, is a direct threat to the lives of normal citizens. When the man said this, he immediately swung his weapon at his opponent. It turns out that just a little over 10 hours ago, a civil war broke out in the Maroon Republic, and it was bloody. Before all this happened, it was a peaceful place where other races and people lived together. But shortly before this, it turned out that a holy war was declared on the Trojan Empire, and it was she who poisoned her army, the Republic of Maroon, after which everything changed. At the same time when all this happened, the aged number of people who hated other races, they all immediately began to blame them for the current situation. It got to the point that after some time, the situation went beyond the boundaries of society, so that after the incident, it reached the level of political struggle in this country. Those who believe that even if this leads to war with the Empire, they have an obligation to protect their people are hardliners, including Georg Thor. They decided to reject the other races of the Republic, and also to negotiate with the Empire and stop the war. These are the supporters of the negotiations, led by Chairman Ricardo. In fact, their confrontation only intensified with every second, and the fate of the entire Republic was determined by voting. After a short period of time, the voting of the entire Republic ended, but the fate was not determined by it, and not by what the people voted. So it was not a leaf that determined the fate of the Empire, but dozens of arrows that were fired at other races. The head of the political leaders attacked some of the orcs who were sitting in the hall, and everyone else was simply surprised. This was done by the very man who spoke from the podium and shouted that he would not allow this country to be mired in war. It was the chairman and supporter of the negotiations of the Republic, Ricardo. Even before this whole process took place, the proponents of the negotiations from the very beginning were not going to decide everything by vote. After all this happened, they teamed up with the military in the blink of an eye and captured the entire parliament, which included different races. Soon the whole hall was stained with blood, and by that time there was absolute silence in the hall. When all this happened, less than half of the remaining members of the Republic's parliament unanimously adopted the bill. He, in turn, expressed that now there would be reprisals against representatives of other races, and he was accepted precisely when blood was shed. And after everything that happened now, Theodore was angry and swung his weapon at the orc who was sitting in front of him and talking. But his attack was not successful, because the main character blocked it with his weapon and said, "Wait a minute." The guard at the car dealership was a short distance away and asked who this scumbag was anyway, and the others also became wary. Lewis, in response to this, noted that he was just a mercenary who was passing by, and it also turns out that he was just going to find out something. That's why he turned to the same orc whom they wanted to kill just a few moments ago, and whom he protected. The interlocutor drew attention to him, and the guy said that there were 2 more, which he confirmed himself to be, so he was wondering if he knew how to find him. The man listened to him carefully, and then said that he was talking about a great warrior, of course. He knows this very well, but there is a small one. The question began to creep in on him as to why he should believe that this person was different from the others who were attacking them. Louis asked if he really knew. That's great. Now I feel I need to win his trust. Theodore began his attack from the back. Of course, the main character felt this attack, and then with one slight movement of his hand, he stole the weapon with which he was supposed to be cut. And the man was shocked. People, as well as others, looked at it in surprise and said that he was fast. It turns out that now he was not even visible. The guy stopped and then said that he didn't want to make a fuss here, so he asked if there was an option that they could go their separate ways. After a few moments, the tone changed, and he stated that if, after all, the others wanted bloodshed, then nothing could be done about it. And the main one of these knights got angry and said that this stupid mercenary was just a scoundrel. He wondered if this man even understood what he was doing. Pointing to the sea, the man said that the imperial detachment would soon arrive at the Republic, and after all this happened, the country would definitely drown in fire. In addition to all this, it turns out that the goal of these people is to know other races from this world of races forever, and they, in turn, do not want to fight with the Imperial Army. That's why all this didn't happen to the formation. They just need to get rid of them first, and then, most likely, there won't be any bloody war. Lewis said that this is what this man was saying and asked what the interlocutor thought. Theodore was surprised and asked who to talk to now. Everyone present saw that a girl began to come out and asked for forgiveness for being a distraction. When they took a closer look, they said that this was Vivian, who is the imperial princess. Theodore was discouraged by what he saw in front of him. After that, he immediately asked why this princess was in a place like this. The girl was surprised and asked if she really had to report to him. Then she ordered that this person immediately take his squad and immediately report to Chairman Ricardo that she is here. It turns out that the Emperor declared a holy war in order to expel other races, but he in turn did not want to see other people fighting among themselves. That's why he expressed regret that Ricardo's faction seized Parliament. She said that your supporter left everything here to her and the mercenary, and also called the chairman. In addition to all this must be done quickly enough. Theodore and his subordinates obeyed the order and said that they would retreat as quickly as possible. Louis came closer and noticed that it was really quite convincing. The princess was indignant and remarked that it was completely ridiculous, but they were not afraid of her blood ties. So I asked the girl who was standing nearby if she could remove the knife from her throat, because it turns out that she had already proven her worth to them. In addition to all this, she helps them no matter what they ask her to do. After Sui heard this, she immediately put away the weapon, but was still wary. Then she told the main character that the commander listened to him and stopped, but in future he should be more careful. Louis asked what she was talking about. The demon replied that Chairman Ricardo was her kinsman, and he was on their side, so they in turn should avoid confrontation with him. The main character, in response to this, stated that in this case, their union ends right here. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what she was talking about. Louis said that the basis of their alliance was not opposition to the emperor, but her people actually demonstrate pro-imperial behavior in turn too. After all, in the end, since she, in general, is keeping silent and is going to reveal her cards only gradually, the guy is not going to dance to his tune, so they will finish everything now. Sui hesitated a little and said that this is a completely different story. The guy responded by saying that is it normal not to tell your allies such important things. The demon smiled and said that Louis Croyd really does everything he wants in his own way. The old man, who listened to all this attentively, asked if he was really from the Croyd family. Therefore, he approached the main character and asked if he really was this person from the imperial family. The guy responded to this by saying that it seemed like that was how it was. The interlocutor noted that if we talk about this black hair, then this is definitely true, because he is definitely Elisa's son. Louis was surprised because of this. Then he became wary and noticed why this man's name is widely known, and at the same time inquired who he even was in this country. The old man smiled and noticed that he was late in making the acquaintance. His name is Georg Thor, also a member of the Parliament of the Republic and his mother's older brother. So the guy can actually call him his uncle. This is something Louis definitely didn't expect and was amazed at what happened. Theodore at the same time arrived to the main one and told what had happened. The man listened to him carefully and said that he had done well. Now let him come back. The chairman will still sort out this problem and remarked to his subordinate that he will listen. Ricardo said that this is the imperial princess. Soon he changed his appearance, said that the situation was becoming more and more confusing, and turning to the interlocutor who arrived to him, he asked why she did this. After all, now her intentions are actually becoming more and more suspicious. The old man asks if he, in turn, can trust her at all. Sui responded to this by saying that she understands everything. It turns out that it's hard to believe, but she definitely doesn't intend to do all this. Next, you wondered if the relative of the knight who uses divine power, which Adam spoke about, remembered. He answered that this is so. Is it really the one who killed Josephine? The girl replied that this was true, and she was keeping an eye on him, because he is more willing to make contact than other people. The only problem is that he is the nephew of his enemy Georg Thor. Ricardo asked if this man really had a nephew, and so then Sve replied that this knight could indeed resist the emperor himself. The old man did not stop putting his nephew in danger and told him to leave Marin, but he refused and said that he was looking for some orc. The interlocutor said, "Does she really want to say that this problem will be easier to solve? But if they figure it out," Theodore opened the door and told the chairman that he had missed something. After all, it turns out that in his report, he did not say that Imperial Knight was looking for an orc who had undergone a warrior ritual. Suddenly, he saw creatures in front of him and asked if he was a demon. Literally at the same second when all this hit him in the head, an arrow flew in and killed him literally instantly. This was done by Ricardo, who after the incident exhaled sadly and noticed that he valued him, and it turns out that he was kind to him, but he opened the door at the wrong time. The old man asked what she was saying there. Would this guy really leave if they found an orc? Sve noticed that this was so, and he was here with the Imperial Princess. In response to this, the demon smiled slyly and said that this was just great. Let her tell him that the chairman would decide everything. It was already evening outside, and the main character was sitting with his interlocutor, and a fire was lit. Georg said that after Alice went to the Croyd family and returned with the corpse, what hurt his heart most was when the news came that this guy had disappeared. The old man really would have liked to have met him at a more appropriate time, but even in this atmosphere he was really glad that Louis was alive. The orc brought the food with a smile on his face, and then told the man that they would leave tomorrow at dawn. But before that, there was something to do, and he asked whether it would be better to get plenty of rest now. Whether it be a battle or a journey, it is important to rest well enough. The princess sat with them, and after hearing these words, she noticed that she was all for it, and Louis in turn said that her opinion was not even taken into account here. After that, for the rest of the time, they sat near the fire and enjoyed talking with each other about all the problems. But somewhere near the capital of the empire, Troisen, the paladin and the saint went out onto the mountainside, and admiring the capital, they talked. The man, in turn, stated that in the past, after the end of the First Holy War, a group of people met the Demon Lord. As a result of this whole situation, it so happened that they desperately rushed into the waters they were facing, not knowing whether they would survive, just grasping at a small hope. If they really believed in His Excellency the Emperor and waited all this time for salvation, then it would definitely overtake them. Juliana listened to him carefully, and then stated that it was not because they did not believe enough, because at that moment they knew for sure that there was hope. Well, when they saw the Demon Lord, they were all weak in the face of fear, and they gave in to their instincts. So, clinging to that same illusory hope, they could not make a sound decision and immediately rushed into the water, rather than wait for His Majesty. The very only child who survived that terrible situation simply did not have the courage to put his life on the line. The old man then saved her and extended his hand, but this did not mean at all that this child believed in hope until the last second. Now half listened attentively and noticed what it meant, how everything was, but even despite this, he now wonders what business she called him on. At first the saint was a little wary, and then she noticed to Mr. Brown that she wanted to ask him directly. So I asked if His Excellency the Emperor believed him. The interlocutor was a little surprised and asked what she was talking about. Then he smiled and noticed that naturally he trusted him greatly, because how could he trust me in a person who symbolizes the hope of all humanity? Juliana felt pain when she heard that he was the hope of humanity, but whether this was true was completely unclear. The old man saw that she had reacted strangely to this and asked if something was wrong. The girl gained a little strength and turned to her interlocutor again. Then she said that what she would tell him was something that she personally encountered just recently and something that greatly shocked her. First of all, she talked about how she met the goddess and with Louis, who said that for some reason everything is always connected with the emperor. But the deity, whose vessel she is, said that great changes were coming in the world. When she came to His Majesty's audience, she heard some strange sound. Then, using the power of his own eyes, he followed the deified path and saw a button, after which he opened a secret passage and followed the sounds. There I heard that the official was talking to the emperor about how no one in the empire would even notice if he disappeared. Suddenly, a couple of enemies like this man were. After that, he and the emperor turned the man into a demonic creature, and then he was killed after he went mad. After what happened, His Majesty said that he, of course, was sorry, but death is the only salvation for mere mortals. Finally, Juliana completed her story and stunned her interlocutor. He became wary and noticed that, to be honest, it was difficult for him to believe such things. But it was not clear why she was talking about this specifically to him. The saint said that before this incident, she met with one guy in the world of Mercenary. The paladin asked who he even was. The girl replied that she herself did not know, but there must be a reason why the goddess showed him. The captain noted that this was true. Speaking of which, it was truly an amazing story, so he wondered if the girl had told it to anyone other than him. Juliana replied that this was not so, and he was the first to hear her. The paladin began to laugh when he heard it, and said that he willingly believed. And the saint said that it was he who helped her when she first arrived in the holy city, which is why this time she asks to help him with this problem. But the girl did not have time to finish this phrase, because she saw something strange in front of her that she did not expect to see. Sweat began to form on her face, and Juliana turned her attention directly to her body. The paladin she was talking to pulled out a weapon and immediately stabbed her. He went on to say that the saint did a good job, and all this because at least another innocent person who listened to her story would not die. The girl was amazed at what was happening and asked why she was doing this. The old man noticed why this was a rather strange question. A few moments later, he pulled out his blade, did it to this girl, and immediately kicked her quite hard towards the water. And later he stated that she, who is mixed with blood from different times, cannot understand them, because His Majesty is truly the hope of all mankind. This man said all this with a crazy expression on his face, and said that she had committed a blasphemous act, doubting this hope and hoping to stay alive. Juliana had a rather deep wound in her abdomen and was now flying straight down into the icy water. She tried to reach up to all this so that at least someone would save her, but no one was going to do this. Therefore, after a few moments, her body disappeared into the water column, and after that, she did not float up. The paladin continued to look down and remarked that it would be much better if she sat quietly in fear. It would be like the day the emperor saved her. Brian said that fate was truly ironic, and after that he turned in the other direction and also began to head towards the estate. Juliana was still conscious, but continued to be pulled under the thickness of the water, which pressed her more and more. And the main character in turn was very badly beaten, and only blood flowed down his face. Ricardo held him, but Svea asked what he had done. The old man immediately told her to calm down, and it turns out that he did all this only because everything has its own reason. Everything was scattered around that moment. Also, everyone who was sitting near the fire was killed everywhere. The relative asked if he was serious when he said this. She did not understand why he should just kill everyone except the princess. The interlocutor, when he came closer to her and using his power, said that Lucifer's shadow was destroyed. The girl was surprised by this and asked what she was saying. But Ricardo continued to say that, judging by her reaction, she didn't know, but she too was broken. A relative left a message in his shadow before his own death. It turns out that he was saying that the Emperor can use divine power even without the incarnation of Charlotte. Then people should be careful. It was those who use divine power. Sway said that this has nothing to do with this guy. The old man said that no one would ever know about it. As a result, Louis could also turn out to be the Emperor's man. The demon replied that this is for sure. Isn't she vouching for him? There is a possibility that he will be healed with the help of Mercenary. In this case, this will clear up all the misunderstandings, but the interlocutor said that this definitely cannot happen. Next, he threw the guy's body down and stated that this man had been dead for a long time. To all this demon, he tried quite well. After all, it turns out that using my power, he even destroyed his brain so that he could not survive. So now it doesn't matter at all whether he uses divine power or not. He is already just a corpse. Julianne remembered the moment when the demon lord appeared and destroyed people. In despair, they realized that there was no choice then, because it was completely unclear where to run from the monster from this high cliff, and they jumped down in order to somehow escape. At the same time, when everyone resigned themselves and rushed down, the girl sat to the side and closed it because she felt fear. I sat for a long time and watched the monster catch people who tried to run away from it and devour them. With tears in her eyes, she gave up the terrible hope that she could survive when he filled her stomach. Below a rather large shelter from which streams of water flowed, a boat floated away, in which there was a creature that was humming a song. It looked more like a skeleton smiling and happily rowing with its oar. Suddenly he became wary because he heard pitiful sounds. Then he asked the girl what it was. Was she really crying all this time? Probably we can say that she was very hungry with a feeling of guilt. The girl in turn did not answer anything, and only sat, shrunken, her body shaking. The skeleton scratched his skull and said that everything is fine, that she will lighten the burden of her heart. But the people who are watching this are also having a pretty hard time. Still, that same guy is really quite strange, because it turns out that sacrificing the lives of the weak is a natural process. But he, in turn, was tormented by a feeling of guilt because of every person killed in the war. It was strange. Could this really be so? He was talking at the same time about Louis and how he had so much weight on his heart, so it was completely unclear how he was still coping with all this. After some time, the guy finally completed his battle and landed to praise near the mountain of corpses that he had just recently made. He also thought about the fact that all these people rushed at him, so there was no time to think, but now she sees that these are all those whom he killed during the Holy War. Louis realized that the situation looked really bad and looked at his system and wondered if he really was dead. He had no words at the moment because she reported that there was no connection. The hero wondered if he had just died, and the system immediately turned off after that. This angered the guy, and he said that he was used as they wanted, and once he failed, they immediately threw him away as unnecessary, and that was bad. At the same time as the hero thought about this, he felt that an opponent had appeared behind him, who was closing in on him with a weapon. Louis immediately turned to him and pulled out his weapon and blocked this blow, and then looked to see who it was. He also sent him a short distance to assess his opponent and continue the battle with him. When he saw who this man turned out to be, who disdainfully remarked that, of course, how would things work out without him, because he simply could not help but appear here. It turned out to be Captain Dave, who was the first to take the main character into his mercenary guild, but later still betrayed him. The old man began to laugh madly, as when he was still alive, he asked his boyfriend if he had really killed all his people, and also lived happily ever after. Besides all this, he had betrayed them. But even despite everything, he ends up like this in the end. It looks like he won't even be able to use his cool divine power here, and it's time to pay for his sins. Louis put out his weapon and held back the rather strong onslaught that his opponent gave with the help of his axe. At the same moment, Dave said that there should be no hard feelings now, because it turns out that everyone is either fighting for life or giving it up in the end. Now finally, it was this guy's turn to give his. The captain immediately went on the attack, and it was clear that he was completely confident in his abilities to win. But after a few moments, his weapon, as well as both limbs, flew away, because they were thrown off by the guy, and he said that some kind of fake was teaching him wisdom. After that, he stuck his weapon in his stomach and shouted to Dave that, although he was a scoundrel, he was still grateful to him. All this is because it was this damn old man who taught him life, and if it weren't for this man, the guy would have died a long time ago on the battlefield during some battle. After he said this, he cut his opponent into several more pieces in order to finally deal with him. Then Louise hid her weapon and said that she still sometimes remembers the day when she got rid of the captain and their squad. But was there any outcome then? Still, to tell the truth, he really regrets, but let others not think that he will be soft with them out of sympathy for them. This world is indeed more straightforward than the previous one. Only now the hero realized that the struggle for survival looks the same in all worlds. Louis continued his wanderings then and around the place itself, until he heard a voice that told him that he had already seen enough. The guy saw this creature and asked what he was going to do next and called him the God of Death Rufus. The skeleton replied that he really surprised him, because anyone would have given up with such a burden on his heart. But the greater the test, the stronger a person becomes. The hero noted that he still remained within the limits of reason, but if everything had been different, then it would be difficult to cope. The deity thought for a moment and said that Louis was really aware of its essence, while none of the people even knew about its existence before. The guy began to take out the weapon and said he doesn't know why, but after death the sword constantly tells him all sorts of things. Rufus was surprised, asking if this is really the knowledge of the golden dragon. Then this creature tried to be scary, and raising his hands, he said that the hero is speaking correctly because he is a friend of the lost souls, the god of death, Rufus. Afterwards, he became softer and said that in fact he had lost all his relatives and was working alone. The guy thought that he alone was doing a good job of refueling her. What if the girl who was sitting in the boat with him got angry and kicked him, throwing him overboard? When the hero saw this, he was simply amazed. Juliana grabbed the stick that the god of death had been holding all this time and angrily watched as he landed in the water. There was indeed anger in her voice, and she asked if he had shown this illusion to her in order to calm her down. The skeleton a few moments later floated to the surface, and when it raised its limbs, it asked to wait because it was not clear what she was doing. The interlocutor, in turn, did not hear him at all and hit him on the skull with the very stick she was holding in her hands. Then she continued to shout that he was just reluctant and let him die now. Rufus was discouraged by this and asked how the god of death could even die. The main character watched from the side all this time and was a little shocked, asking what kind of situation was happening there. Immediately after this, I took a closer look at what was happening on board this boat and saw a girl who looked like Juliana Sonetti. Naturally, he was embarrassed when he realized who she was and wondered what she really was like with her character. After some time, the god of death finally boarded the boat. He, in turn, was saddened and said that he was still to blame, but let him take his position into account. After all, it turns out that the majority are really creating chaos here, unable to recognize their own death. So he asked if it was easy to deal with each of them separately. The girl noticed that, nevertheless, since he is a god, he has some special abilities. Louis, in turn, noticed that there was definitely no such thing. Juliana switched to him and asked what he meant. The guy said that this creature is a god who has lost all the races that worshipped him. He creates illusions using the abilities of those who came to him. So to tell the truth, Rufus is in no way capable of anything at all. The girl grabbed him and asked what she was saying. Were they really in an illusion now too? The skeleton, in response to this, said that in fact he was definitely not up to it. So to tell the truth, they really are dead now. Of course, thanks to the strong connection with God, they have a chance to be reborn again. With these very words, he stunned the girl. And after that, he continued to say that, of course, this was not at all his thing, because it turns out that when representatives disentangle themselves, their souls go to their main god. He, in turn, is just a guide and will take them to their own gods, Louis asked, since he is a person if we are talking about Charlotte. The interlocutor replied that this is not so because he really doesn't know about Bamkara, and besides, he's not even a person from this world. But of course it turns out that the god of death does everything for a reason, and both should not, in turn, repay him. Just a few moments later, the guy and the girl were both sitting near the edge of the boat and drowning the skeleton they had just talked to. Juliana was the first to start a conversation and asked if he understood correctly that his name was Louis. It turns out that they had met earlier at Mercenary's. The hero noted that this was so. And she, in turn, is Juliana Sonetti, of course. He did not expect that they would meet again, even after death. The girl exhaled sadly and noticed that it just happened. The hero thought that her mood swings were serious. The interlocutor noted that she was still glad that she was not alone in the world of the dead, and Louis noted that he agreed. After that, the elf said that Juliana Sonetti is her name in elf, so now she will call just Sonia. After that, Louis looked at her and also smiled sweetly. The girl noticed that, speaking to the word, the creature said that he was not from this world. That's why now she's wondering what this might mean for you. She further noted that, speaking to the word, perhaps she should pull it out and talk. Soon the god of death continued to control his boat and said that today he was gaining a lot of new experience, and he, as the god Rufus, would help them with this out of the kindness of his heart. To all this we can say that they are lucky, because both of them are still actually people, but they will not meet Charlotte. To be honest, the god of people is much tougher than him. When the creature did not hear the answer, she wondered if they were really not interested. Then they continued on their way on the boat and did not talk about anything. But the god of death wanted these pathetic people to answer him at least something. Some time after the journey, Rufus said that as they can see, this is not the afterlife, although it is unclear what to call it, perhaps a zone of higher spirituality. It is here, at this very point, that their gods live, and if these people are really sensitive enough, then they must have already felt their presence at this height. The main character thought that this was actually true, and he also looked at the system window and saw that it had also been restored. But if you think for a moment, he is now wondering what happened to his real body, and isn't the connection with God broken at the moment of death? After some time, the god of death said that they should have many questions, but his role was over, since it turned out that they had arrived at their destination. Pointing to the silhouette ahead, Rufus told Louis Croix to go down there because it turns out that you have been waiting for him all this time. The hero, in turn, drew attention to this creature and wondered if this was the one he had been looking for all this time. The guy immediately began to get off the boat in order to go and chat, and that's when Juliana turned to him. She, in turn, smiled rather sweetly and said that she wished, as always, a favorable outcome. It was better to be happy after death, too. Louis smiled at this and waved his hand and said that it was true. Immediately after that, he turned around and left. The god of death, in turn, directed the boat in the other direction and noticed that he was quite tired. The girl noticed that he had done an excellent job, and were they now sailing to the goddess? The creature responded to this by saying that of course they would swim, but after they had rested here for a while, Sonia asked how long they should do this. Rufo said that he doesn't know this, because now it's up to her to decide. The girl asked what he was talking about, because he's the one who wants to rest right now. The skeleton, in response to this, said that if you are interested in what he is talking about, then let him focus on what is happening there, and pointed his limb towards Louis. It turns out that she is half an elf, so let her ears go to the top of her head and listen. The guy approached the deity and asked if she was really Bamhara. The interlocutor turned to him and said that it was true, and finally they met with Louis Croix. It seems that he actually has quite a lot of questions at the moment. The hero immediately asked why this was so. The deity looked at him a little surprised, because this question was not specific, but the guy suggested asking why he was chosen. Bamhara smiled and replied that this, of course, was not entirely her choice, but it turns out that only he himself could do all this. Then I asked why you should start your story. Somewhere a little different, there was an orc who went to his god realm. The goddess asked if the guy had ever heard about the balance between the gods, as well as races. It turns out that mortals receive blessings. After all, in the end, when this creature begins to flourish, this god becomes much stronger due to this. But the soul of this mortal consequence goes to God, who gave it after death. The main character listened to her carefully, and then said that he knew this, and was going through it himself now, and then asked if he was really making the decision to be reborn then, or perhaps about some kind of life in another afterlife. The interlocutor replied that this is not entirely true. It turns out that the mortal is so mistaken because they don't know anything. They truly know nothing about what exists after death, because after this happens, the soul of a mortal becomes a victim to the power of God. Ram was shown killing his vessel and then eating it in order to feed on his power. Bamhara continued her story, saying that it was in this way that the gods could constantly regain their own power. As a result of this very process, he does not re-award other mortals with the increased power they recently received. Louis, in turn, noticed that this looked rather strange, and it seemed to mean that the union was not endless. The goddess replied that of course absorption was wrong, because when this happens, the stronger the god becomes, the weaker the mortal world becomes. If such a problem did not exist, she would now do the same to him. But precisely because all this was repeated over and over again with new victims, the mortal closest to the divine power began to become a vessel. As a result, the gods considered their manifestation in the vessel a great opportunity, because this way they could become even stronger personally by descending into the mortal world. As a result of all this, that same holy war took place, and the god who used the powerful vessel became the winner in it. He became the god Charlotte, who used the body of the emperor, with the help of which he was able to win. All people who are aware of this war call it sacred. At the same time, headed into demonic chaos in the gods, personality descended into the mortal world. During the war, when all this was happening, Charlotte personally ordered the death of all other races, of course. Then the goddess was against it, because it is possible to destroy a god. In this case, all this will be considered only as a matter of course, the disappearance of divine power. But what's more, he becomes a bloodthirsty creature who is left with only the anger that belongs to the race with which he is associated. In reality, it turns out that the goddess lost the battle with Charlotte, but in the end, even he spent quite a large amount of energy there. So when this happened, he did not have enough strength to kill the demon, and instead the god tore her physical body apart. And then he used it to seal her, as well as all the other demons that existed. Raum, as well as Merzila in turn, were forced to conclude a truce. Despite the outbreak of war, from Charlotte's position, this was just a point. He, in turn, used too much force and lost control of the vessel. Louis listened to this carefully and said that this is some kind of complicated story. Now, if all this is true, then he wonders why he was summoned to this world. The goddess replied that it is simply a person who can remove the magic of Charlotte. But despite this, all the people who are in this world are under the supervision of Charlotte, so a person was needed, but at the same time a creature using the abilities of the vessel. This was done in order not to be subject to the intervention of the supreme god of people. In other words, it was necessary for a human soul from another world to also eat something else. Because to tell the truth, this was not Bamhara's personal choice, just as she found him. He found her, in turn. Louis asked if this had anything to do with his memories. Since he could not remember his past life, the goddess noticed that this was true of her divine ability to manifest thoughts. A lot of memories and common sense come into conflict, which can lead to a bad outcome for her. Louis, in turn, demanded this very system before losing his memory. The guy drew attention to it and asked if it was he who wanted this. The interlocutor replied that he heard everything correctly because in a past life he wanted to realize the game. He then said that first of all in the game a fair reward is given, and he is obliged to follow his own path. Bamhara, in turn, had not played games before, so she did not recognize anything special about them, so this system was actually recreated based on the guy's memories. The hero hesitated a little and noticed that, be that as it may, this system, which requires killing someone, looks really strange. The goddess then smiled and said that it would be impossible to maintain existence without Charlotte. He had to become her embodiment and take part of her souls. If we talk about this in other words, then Louis takes her place and steals a soul that will go to the gods. She used the souls that were collected in her world. So all this was done in order to make a deal with the gods, and she is the god of freedom, Bamhara, so she wants all the mortals of this world to start living freely. The person who communicates with her really has a desire to avoid Charlotte's influence. She began to come closer and said that the fact that he joined in saving the world was the most important thing in all this. This is his fierce desire to live freely, and it is simply beautiful. So it turns out that Louis Croyd is the reason why the man in the past who went by the name MANHUA was chosen. The hero listened to her, and then asked if the mortals of this world were really just food for the gods. The goddess replied that it was quite cruel, but that's what it looks like. Then the guy asked if the person he kills doesn't become food for the power of another god. Bamhara, in response to this, said that they will wait and see. It turns out that the skills, staying here, made the deal as needed. Louis remarked that he wanted to hear the last thing, whether she remembered Elisa. The interlocutor replied that of course she remembers her in fact before. Other battles made similar attempts, but those who came from other worlds either went crazy. This happened because of the difference in the worlds, or they abandoned their own lives, and Elisa was the one who helped him endure all this, and she is grateful to her. At the same second, a memory appeared in front of the guy about how there was a system window, and he looked there. His mother said that she had made a mistake. Also then, a large amount of blood poured out of her body, and she had mortal wounds. Louis asked her not to talk about nonsense, and immediately stood up. But the woman didn't say anything. She just asked her own son to kill her with his own hands. The guy was amazed at what she just said. The knights fled to that place in quite a large number, and Mother, in turn, continued to say that the guy must now live without the help of the Croyd family. So at the moment, it is necessary to add at least a second to his life. Alice was telling the fox that she was really fine. So if she can save him, she will at least give her life, and the main character immediately hesitated after that and said that it was all a lie. Mom did not understand what he was talking about and asked what he meant. The son replied that he lied to her about the existence of that timer that he only saw. That is precisely why he asks her to get up quickly, because there is no need to sacrifice herself. Elisa smiled and said, "Doesn't he really need to kill others then?" After that, she thanked God and died immediately. The hero continued to look at her in despair for some time and cried bitterly. At the same time, he didn't want her to take her last breath worrying about him, But everything was not at all as simple as it might have seemed at first. It turns out that Bakmara herself allowed Charlotte to absorb the soul of his mother. The goddess said that if you think like that, then he has plenty of reasons to fight with this god. But a few moments later, something happened that she could not have expected, because the guy took out his weapon and pointed the blade directly at her neck. The interlocutor got angry because of this and asked what he was doing. Louis, in response to this, said that for some reason her speech began to irritate him more and more. Right now, he finally realized that she also evaluates them from the point of view of God. In the end, it can be said that she and the other gods in the form of this are just livestock in them. So if she, in turn, wants to deal with people, then it is better to expand her horizons. Then I asked if she really said to help her in this world. It was clear that the guy was quite angry and shouted, did she really think that he would endlessly be her pawn, even if he didn't really make him laugh? Because from now on, he will not follow her will, but only his own. Bamhara, in response to this, told him to do as he wants, because she herself wanted all this. So it turns out that she wanted freedom along with other mortals, and here is this man like him, who does not follow the will of God, the embodiment of her ideal. Louis listened and then said that everything is now clear, and this is what happens in this situation. After that, he immediately threw down the weapon that was in his hands, and said that if they were a hedgehog, he could not help but obey her will. Then everything was clear to him. Then the guy sat down on the ground, and the goddess asked what he was going to do now. Louis, in response to this, said that it was nothing. But here it is her turn if she wants. She can absorb him with her power and get rid of him, so let her do with him whatever she wants and whatever she pleases. Bamhara was actually surprised by this, and noticed that she didn't understand anything. It turns out that he just recently wanted to live so much, but it's unclear why he's giving up now. Louis, in response to this, said that it was fate or something, but he just wanted to live in his own way. But I am like the very hero that she so desired. In the end, it so happened that even what he considered a second chance turned out to be just a decision he made, so it was better not to exist at all, rather than live such a meaningless life like his. At the same time, Juliana approached, who noticed that she understood Louis. The goddess gave him a new life. And also, as a result of this, she gave freedom to a mortal. But in the end, it turns out that all this was brought to life by her hand. That Louis lived with such determination to fight, was a fight for its own sake, was also not done in order to become a faithful servant to her. Then she turned to the guy and asked if he was really going to just give up everything like that, even if it was just a play played by God. But at the same time, there were moments when he even enjoyed it. The hero then panicked and noticed that this was not so, because now he no longer knew anything. Suddenly, the interlocutor shouted what he didn't know, and by doing so, she attracted his attention, and he immediately looked at her. Juliana continued to scream and said that even now he denies everything, because it turns out that she cannot agree with this. Even if it's something insignificant, it still doesn't matter. He ate and drank something tasty, but there is still a lot that he still hasn't even tried. But when he traveled or spent time with his comrades, there was something good, and there will be more in the future. And his mother, whom he had talked about shortly before, also wished him a happy life. After these words, the main character immediately became angry. When this happened, he immediately turned to his interlocutor and grabbed her by the clothes, lifted her up, and also told her not to use her tongue. After all, even if she is now talking about his mother, then she knows nothing about Alice, and that's the truth. The girl saw the guy's angry face, but at the same time his gaze was rather empty, so she said that of course she didn't know, but he himself knew. The goddess Mercila, in turn, is the god of prosperity as well as recovery. The temple where the girl was often visited by married couples who have children, so they in turn ask for happiness for their own child, although it is just a ritual, but they sincerely asked for blessings for him. Of course, there were often reverse cases of all this activity, so even Juliana cannot imagine what this guy was experiencing then. Then she touched the hands of her interlocutor with both hands, and said that therefore he should answer to himself what kind of person Elisa was. The elf continued to gently squeeze her hand with her hands, and then his grip gradually began to relax. The girl asked, telling his mother whether all the time they spent with her was in vain or not, and also whether there were really no precious memories. What kind of life did she really want for him? The main character began to remember those very moments when his mother died, as well as this time when they were still together. After a while, he let go of his interlocutor and also removed her hand from him. And then he turned in the other direction and noticed that Elisa wanted him to live a free life. Now he will obey Bamhara, but still he will live in his own way. It just so happens that their paths crossed only briefly, so his condition for life is that she brings Sonia back to life too. The goddess smiled when she heard this and said that she would be happy to fulfill it, and also to talk to Mercila about this. Soon the main character and the girl walked away, and he said that he was ashamed to appear in front of her in this form. Julianne replied that he should not worry. After all, to tell the truth, everyone has quite difficult times. Earlier in turn, it was the case that she also cried quite a lot in the boat. Then Louis noticed that he was unconscious in the Republic of Marin and asked where she was. The girl said that she fell into the river near the capital, very far from Hofs. Then the hero smiled and said that it was good, then he would find her after the resurrection, and asked if they could meet with her again. Julianne responded with a smile and said that this was a promise to definitely meet each other again. When Luis died, Ricardo said that it didn't matter at all whether he used divine power or not, because he was already a corpse. Sve shouted to the old man why he was complicating all this. The interlocutor noted that she should think about it more simply, because relatives and humans cannot exist together. Suddenly he stopped talking, felt that this had happened, and immediately turned his attention to the side, and there he saw a bright flash of light. It turned out that it was the main character who came to life, who immediately after regaining consciousness and rushed to attack his opponent and was behind him. Using his weapon, he immediately tried to hit this target with just one blow and almost succeeded. But the weapon he was using melted and did not cause any harm to the demon in the process. After what happened, Louis immediately raised his head and saw the hand of a creature right in front of him, which was trying to attack him. But using his instincts, the hero still managed to dodge, but the building that came under attack was completely destroyed into several parts. The guy jumped to the side and took a fighting stance, but the weapon in his hands was destroyed. The chairman was surprised and asked how this happened. After all, it turns out that his husband absolutely exploded when he did this just recently, so this should have solved this problem. Whether it was resurrection or magic, nothing should have helped. Louis immediately threw away his weapon and noticed that he had returned from the spirit of light. And then he began to take out the sword, which he got from the dragon, and said that he would not tell how he did it, but because it was of no use to anyone who would soon recline. Another demoness entered their conversation and shouted, "With you!" They stopped immediately. The rivals immediately drew attention to her. And at the same time, she continued to shout, "What are they doing? When even their joint efforts will not be enough for everything, nothing will be achieved with the skirmish that they want to organize." The old man did not want to listen to her at all, and noticed that there was no turning back for a long time. Surprisingly, the main character agreed with him, and noted that, in addition, he, unlike his opponent, would receive something from his death. Remembering what happened recently, he got out, thought that everything within the reach of this demon was destroyed. One can take into account that he is confidently concentrating on the offensive. And if this is really so, it is unlikely that he will be able to defend himself, so what he will do now will do. The hero took advantage of Raum's blessing and grabbed his sword. Then I took a closer look at the opponent, developing a plan of attack, and decided that Wednesday would equalize my opportunities. The old man then noticed what was happening and prepared to dodge and then counterattack immediately. Swinging his sword, he used the divine power of the god of war and directed the energy flow forward. When his attack had not even reached his place where you were eating this demon, then Ricardo had already jumped up and found herself a few meters away from him. Of course, the guy saw him and thought that he swung his sword, and he was already right in front of him, although it did not at all look like this creature was moving at super speed. And most likely, if you look closely, you can understand that with his hands he can destroy space. If so, then this ability is very annoying. When the demonic creature was already preparing to attack the sky, whoever attacked from the side and kicked it aside. It turned out that it was an orc who masterfully controlled his body and attacked the chairman with ease. The main character was dismayed by what happened and wondered if a flying orc had just appeared right in front of him. Ricardo's body missed strong blows, so it flew quite far and had not yet landed, but the man was already on his feet and said that fortunately he arrived on time. As a result, the same red light of the god of war brought him here, and the fighting spirit of the great warrior is still boiling right now. He smiled brightly and, turning to the main character, said that he was glad to meet his brother. The main character looked at him carefully, and a system window immediately popped up, which said that the additional quest to find the war had been completed. Ricardo still survived, and after a while began to get out from under the rubble, after which he smiled and said what other orc brothers are humans. Is Louis really such a brat, and his mother was an orc or something? Roger stated that this demon of reality is very stupid, because they are not related to this person by blood. But even despite this, they have the same fate, because they were both chosen by the gods, and if this is so, then all noble warriors are truly brothers. Ricardo jumped up and said that even this idiot has a god. He was already heading to the attack and was ready to kill both of them. After this, a rather powerful explosion occurred in the place where the guys were standing, and it was accompanied by demonic energy. Louis saw that the demonic creature was right in front of him. The old man said that this was the very god that he could not have demons. The guy saw how a hand appeared literally a few centimeters from his face and was heading there. But he tilted his head a little, and then it began to pass through. Louis realized that something was wrong here, and immediately looked at the old man and wondered what was going on. But he decided to take advantage of that very moment and what happened, so he took out his weapon and prepared to attack. Using this opportunity, he immediately cut the belly of the creature that tried to attack him a few moments earlier. The hero thought that this was an unfamiliar feeling. The chairman noticed what happened and wondered if this man had really been so fast before. While he was distracted, an orc was flying like this. The man said that this demon should not forget about him and immediately hit him quite hard right in the face with his own hand. While he was doing this, the main character also did not relax and prepared to finish off the creature with a weapon. But for that same moment, Ricciardo did not remain in the same place and disappeared somewhere without a trace. Since Louis had already fought with him shortly before, he realized what had happened and, looking to the side, said that he was there. The demon used his power to destroy matter, and then said that they were intolerable scoundrels, thought that something had gone wrong, and he needed to sort out the strategy now. Suddenly, he heard the main characters addressing him from the side and immediately paid attention. The guy swung his weapon and asked if he had always been so slow. And then he delivered a rather strong blow which cut the creature's back right along the spine. Ricardo immediately fell to the ground from the injury he received and began to bleed. Only after screaming in pain, the orc came closer and asked if his brother was sympathetic to this. It turns out that their joint blessings of Rauma resonate and strengthen each other. Louis thought that perhaps his opponent seemed so slow to him because of this. As a result, this is what happens if you use the divine power of the same god. The guy began to wonder what would actually happen if he joined forces with Sonia. The man stepped forward and apologized for interfering with his brother's most glorious fight. But there was one thing, and wouldn't he accidentally let him finish it? This orc took advantage of a large amount of divine power and sent it to his hands. It turns out that this demon, who was in front of him, killed a large number of his relatives. So now he will be disgraced. He is going to deal with him in the same way as he did with his comrades. Then the man turned his attention to his new brother, and the guy said that in principle, it didn't matter to him. But he is going to take the life of this creature for himself. But for the rest, this creature can completely rely on itself. The interlocutor was inflamed with anticipation of the upcoming battle, and immediately said that he would try to give his best. At the same time, their conversation was entered by Svei, who stood right in front of her comrade. She asked him to stop and stop this. She also added that they should allow her to convince him and asks him to do this, to give her just a little time, and it will be easy to deal with us. Roger told this girl to get out of her health, because she started the dialogue, so he does not attack her, but still he is not going to leave alone the enemy who fought his family. The old man heard this conversation and immediately began to laugh very hard, holding his wound, and then asked if he was really saying this seriously. The hero paid attention to this creature and realized that something was about to happen, as he spoke rather self-confidently. Ricardo stood up and, getting closer to the princess, pointed his hand straight to her neck, and then noticed that these fools should not move for a second. It will happen. It turns out that right now the fate of this entire republic is in his hands. Will they cope with such an outcome if he kills this girl right now? Roger, in response to this, shouted that these threats did not affect him. so let him try if he could do it, and he was not afraid of any outcome of the situation. Suddenly, another person came up and ran with you. Everyone immediately stopped, and they turned their attention to him. It turned out that this man was Henry, who survived and approached him. Louis asked him how he could survive. The old man approached rather slowly because his wounds did not allow him to move well. At the same time, he approached his nephew and, leaning on him, noticed that fortunately he was still okay. The hero asked him to rest a little, and they would sort it out themselves. The uncle noted that he could not do this because these were the affairs of the Republic. Battle was the worst outcome of all this, and at the same time, the last resort. So it turns out that he asks to leave all this only to himself. The main character was surprised by what he just heard. Then he saw how Henry began to use his power to heal his own wounds, so he declared that he would intervene if he considered it necessary. The uncle thanked him for this, and then declared that he would not disappoint him after all, and slowly went forward to the demon. Louis watched him go and immediately thought about it, decided that if for a very short time he sent him to slaughter, then everything would be absolutely fine. He approached his new opponent and told him to let the princess go. She was friendly towards the Republic, so this girl could see the Empire. Even though they oppressed other races and killed members of the National Assembly, in the end, everyone wanted to protect the Maroons from war. Ricardo got very angry when he heard all this and shouted that he was worthless and a traitor. So do they really still consider the creature in front of him to be familiar to him before? He is not the same person at all, and the demon Lord Ricardo, who appears to the children of the oppressed god, is also different from these pitiful people. This weak creature, who has been living under the protection of Charlotte all this time, cannot understand anything, the very sorrow of his relatives, who have lost the protection of God and live in darkness. Henry listened to him, and then told him to remove his relatives and move to the Maran Republic. The old man asked what he was saying. The protagonist's uncle replied that elves and orcs live here, so why can't demons do this then? For all this, he will prepare a place for them, and there will be tolerance and respect. Also, sympathy will certainly appear between them, and isn't this what their country is proud of? The interlocutor immediately began to laugh when he heard this proposal. At that moment he was mad and said that Henry was still living in the world of his fantasies. So did he really forget what he did before and said that he would forgive him everything? The old man replied that this was definitely not the case and that this could not simply be forgiven. He would have to be punished for his sins, and yet we should work together to prevent a repetition. In truth, this is a tragedy. Taking a knee, he noted that someday in the future, he wants to create a world in which they live together without racial hatred. But the uncle, in turn, cannot do this alone and hope that they will join them. Sway told her relative that she wants the same thing as him, so she asks to listen. Ricardo interrupted her and noted that these people, who are the victors in the war, do not understand this, because how much blood was shed in the war of humanity, as well as demons. His entire family, as well as his brothers, died and were crushed by this empire. All this is true because they survive only with fantasies, because they did not experience everything on their own skin. Although this is not a bad fantasy, it is really so charming. Perhaps if this suddenly became a reality, then everything would be just fine. The creature did not finish its sentence, and now it was killed by someone in an instant. Some creature that looked like a worm appeared from underground and immediately killed this demon, so that he could not even react. Henry, who communicated with Ricciardo, was simply amazed by what happened, because he understood that it was really bad. Also, Svei and the orc were also amazed, because they did not expect this to happen. Louis immediately grabbed his weapon, because he felt that this was the person he was familiar with, and he was using his magic. Very close to the place where the murder of that very demon took place, a magic circle appeared, in which there was a transformation of a person. The one who got paid here and used this monstrous power was Richard, who noticed that it turned out to be a force of destruction. At the same time, when the guy appeared here, he looked around and saw who was in the area. The prince saw the main character and noticed who it was that had appeared here for a long time. They had not seen him. Then he waved his hand sweetly and asked if he had accidentally ruined anything. Sometime after Chairman Ricardo suddenly disappeared somewhere, the opposing party, having lost its stronghold, ended the civil war. Georg sat and talked with his nephew, and noticed that if the death of that demon became known, everything would get worse again. But it is also not correct to announce to the entire Republic that he was a demon. Lewis said that if he suddenly can help with something, then just let them say it. The old man responded to this by saying that he shouldn't do this, because these are the affairs of the Republic, and besides, he already helped him a lot. Just let him accept his heartfelt gratitude for this, and that's all. The guy exhaled sadly after that, and thought that it must be hard for his uncle too. But after that, he thought about what happened. It turns out that the evening the dialogue went really well, but in the end it was not possible to find out the will of Ricardo, who was killed so insignificantly. Even his corpse, in turn, disappeared after that same monster swallowed his body and was unable to bring it back to them again. And suddenly a girl entered the room where these people were talking and noticed that if there were any ways, would they listen to them? The old man, in turn, asked Princess Vivian how she was feeling now. She replied that everything was fine now, and this was thanks to the cordiality of the Republic. She further noted that right now she had come to repay for her own life. The hero looked at her in surprise and waited for what she would say. The princess then declared that war was an excellent political means, and therefore, if they did not do so, she would enter as an envoy of the Empire, coming to declare war. It turns out that right now the Imperial fleet is still approaching here, and it definitely won't turn back. And there are also those who are promoting the civil war led by the Empire. If they are taken to be a force spreading everywhere, will chaos unite everyone within the country? The interlocutor noticed to the princess that there is a but, and she interrupted him. And at the same time she said that shouldn't we first deal with the civil war and deal with problems as they arise, which is her brother's plan. She, in turn, will remain in the Republic, so she hangs out with the mercenary. He asked what other brother, and the girl replied that she was talking about Richard. Lewis said that that scoundrel is her brother, and this is understandable, but if she does something stupid, then she knows what will happen, so he will not spread it. The princess said that so far there are only 2 syllables, so why does it take so long to say goodbye? Suddenly the old man asked Louis to stop. The guy did this, and asked his uncle what had happened. The man came closer and said that he was sad that they had not yet discussed a lot with him. The hero replied that everything was fine, because this was the way their circumstances were. Georg continued to be sad and asked that he definitely survive, and if he needs a place to return to, let him go to the Republic, and he will give everything he can. In response to this, Louis said that he understood everything, and if there was a chance, he would definitely come here, so let his uncle still remain in health. After the end of this conversation, the main character turned around and left in the direction where his mission now led. Somewhere outside the Maroon Republic, several individuals were sitting in one of the houses, talking to each other. Richard, Roger, and Sway were sitting there, and an awkward silence hung in the room. The prince was not entirely comfortable because he understood that this was a rather unique union since an orc, a human, and also a demon gathered here. It turns out that among them there is an orc who generally calls himself and Louis brothers, and there is also a demoness who believes that she and the guy are allies. But in principle, if we talk about this, then this body is the most unique of all, which surpasses the human, and he is now talking about Richard. Sway interrupted his thoughts. And then she asked if she understood correctly that it was he who killed Ryan. The interlocutor cunningly did not reveal it, and then asked how she knew this. At that moment, she was embarrassed by the discharge that she felt on herself, and stated that it was impossible not to recognize. All this happens because the magic that comes from him is a mixture of Ryan and also Ricardo. The prince stated that this is in fact true. But she, in turn, should not be afraid, because the guy is not going to harm her. The demon asked how anyone could trust him after everything that happened, and Richard sternly replied that if he really wanted to do this, he would have killed her even earlier. And then the conversation of all these creatures was interrupted by the one who entered the door. The prince drew attention to him and noticed that the long-awaited guest had finally arrived to them. The guy immediately came to him with open arms and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And he also heard from Benjamin about what this man had done in Cetria. And not everyone met right away. He wants to hear more about his exploits. But instead of a friendly greeting, the prince only felt a fist on his head. Because of such a powerful blow, which he naturally missed, it flew quite far away. Roger got inspired and told his brother that he too was going into battle. But the hero told him to sit quietly, because he was the one who greeted this man. The interlocutor is immediately disappointed, but when he sat down, He realized that there would be no fun, but he would really like it. Finally, Richard began to get up and noticed to Louis that why did he do this so rudely to him? He was also quite happy to see him. The hero came closer to his interlocutor and noticed that when he appears, this matter never goes smoothly, so he really wants to beat him. But all this is enough. And all this because there is something more important. Then he asked what his interlocutor was planning this time. The prince smiled casually and asked what he was saying, where he was upsetting him. It turned out that he had only come here to offer cooperation. Then he said words that stunned everyone present here and asked if they accidentally wanted to plot with him. With a smile on his face, he further asked if they were really so grateful to him for this that they even used their own tongues. It turns out that he is going to overthrow the current emperor. And after that, it is he who will take the throne, because the emperor has gone crazy, intoxicated with his own complacency. He is leading the continent to destruction. He is also a byproduct. Richard is an artificial life form that will live in a new world, separated from God, so he was one of those many test subjects. As a result of this whole situation, the blood of a demon and also a person was mixed in him. The main character was immediately wary because he realized that this was an artificial life form. Remembering what happened recently, the guy noticed that then Vivian was also like that or something like that. The interlocutor replied that it was true that she was a half-breed like him. Then he used the power and said that, by the way, thanks to this, he was able to freely control the power of the demon lord, whom he absorbed in turn. At the same time, it can be said that this power is much more overwhelming than human magic. But even despite this, to be honest, this is not enough. It is because of this that he wants to borrow their powers to defeat the emperor. Sway asked if he really thinks that she will accept an offer from the man who destroyed her people. Richard noted that she had no choice but to accept him because he plans to help her become the next devil. The girl asked what she was saying. But the prince continued his story and said that thanks to the power of the predator, he could receive all the knowledge that he had absorbed, and now he learned some memories. In it, a conversation took place between them about the next devil and the god of demons. Louis asked if it was possible to inherit this place. The demon said that she knows that it is possible that before being sealed into chaos, the devil implanted a part of himself into his kin who participated in the war. This whole process is called empowerment. In other words, the fact that God does not come down to people also means that he may be trapped. Richard asked if they were uniting, and then the first thing to do was something. Louis continued the phrase and noted that they needed to break the seal and let them leave it to him. It turns out that Charlotte's power sealed chaos in Bamhara's body, so that only people who are not under the influence of Charlotte can break the seal. The prince replied that this was true, and that was the whole problem. Although he met the conditions, he could not guarantee success or failure. After a few moments, the guy thought about what he had just heard, because it turns out that he told all this information only by using his power. This was done when he searched through all the memories of the two demon lords for hundreds of years. It was completely unclear how the guy knew about this in such detail. Did he have something to do with this? Richard said that of course God would never make a deal with a person, and he should have understood all this earlier. Louis touched his weapon and said that although he looks similar, he is still not God. It's difficult to explain all this, but we can say that he is the messenger of Bamhara. And since all this is really complicated, that's why he explains to her, as his follower, the liberation of Bamhara is just one of the processes of realizing his goal. As in principle, the same applies to the overthrow of the emperor himself. Richard smiled because he heard and noticed that this was the only way things would go smoothly. Sway was surprised and asked what all this meant. Louis replied that it was quite childish and asked her to put her hand on top. After this happened, Richard said that although this was temporary everywhere, the alliance had already been formed. Then Roger approached the main character and, calling him brother, said that the path he was following smelled of battle. And if this is so, then it turns out that he is also ready to dance, to return to them, because for him, in turn, it is an honor to be covered in blood, as well as dust. The prince said that he immediately spoke, wondering who this orc was. The hero replied that it was his colleague, but the man himself said that he was his brother. Luis confirmed this and said that he was his brother. That's why he came to Meran, and now there was only one person left. The interlocutor asked who he was looking for. And the main character said that there was still someone, and immediately thought about the girl with whom he promised that he would definitely meet. Somewhere at the same time, Luis's sister came up and looked there in surprise. It turned out that Giuliana Sonetti was floating on it, who was unconscious, although it was clear that she was alive. The woman looked at what happened and asked what it was. In the air, there was only a question of whether this girl would join the Croids. George talked with the Empress and asked if they were really going to penetrate the Imperial Palace, the heart of the Empire, and punish the Emperor. If this is true, then he can really say that everything is quite reckless. Against the military might of the Trossan Empire, even their combined forces will not be enough for them. In addition to all this, even if all other states unite, nothing will happen. It is thanks to this military power that it maintains hegemony on the continent. And now we are talking about the three swords of the Emperor, as well as the judges of the Church, because it turns out that they are quite strong. But even despite this, that's not all, because there are still magicians from the Fire Magic Tower. Therefore, it is necessary to have many high-class knights with skills that can at least compare with them, and even if you defeat the Demon Lord, everything is not so simple. Because it is simply impossible to deal with everyone else, the princess replied, which is why she asks the Maroon Republic to intervene. The old man asked if she was really telling them right now to declare war on the Trossan Empire. The girl said that this was not necessary. This operation excludes armed conflict, and let them simply deploy the troops of the Maroon Republic in the territorial waters of the Empire. Any country, if a foreign fleet ends up in its territorial waters, will have no choice but to deploy its troops. George said that this is dispersal of troops. This all sounds good enough, and the Republic will help. The girl asked if, despite the fact that she would not be able to avoid disaster if the plan failed. The old man replied that the Emperor plans to kill all life on the continent, and isn't that so? And if their plan fails, then the Empire will soon perish, as well as part of this continent. It is precisely because of this that they are all simply obliged to help, but is this enough to win? Because if you think about it, Louis, as well as the rest of the participants in this deal, will be risking their own lives. The main character in turn talked to Richard and asked him if his instantaneous movement of boats was ineffective. The interlocutor hesitated a little and noticed that if you use it on more than 2 people, even a brilliant magician like him has a 50% failure rate. And in this case, it's not clear where it will take them then. He asked if they would try them once. Who wants to do this? The hero turned to the side and told him to go alone. The prince did not like this, and he asked to try it just once, but suddenly his speech was interrupted by an orc, which flew into his head with both feet. The main character heard something happen and immediately turned back to look, but was dumbfounded by what he saw. After all, he saw a flying creature again, of a different race. He was quite surprised, as if for the first time. Next, Louis asked this creature what he was doing. The interlocutor landed on his leg and noticed to the guy that he was following an amazing human culture. With a smile on his face and a sign of class, he remarked that it was truly amazing. Louis remembered that then he also hit Richard in the face and said that he was welcome, so the orc thought it was right, and did so too. The hero told his interlocutor that he was great, let him ask him next time. The man hugged him and said that he agreed with his brother. The demon looked at what was happening and wondered what would have happened if only they had not fought to the end and had simply escaped from this continent. Perhaps if they had only been able to choose coexistence instead of submission, things would have been better. Besides, if they, in turn, had not lost brothers and families with whom they could stick together like this, then it should have been good. Another demon looked at his relatives who were frozen in ice, wondering if their fate would have been different. This creature turned out to be Adam, who noted that for them, regret is just a luxury. But those who are truly cut off from God remain forever in their past. After the demon looked at his relatives, he immediately thought that he would definitely return the identity of the devil. This is the only way they will survive in the present. The main character's sister approached the girl and asked if it was true that her name was Jessica. If so, then she wondered if she would become her student. The little girl was surprised and asked if she was a student. Then she caught her breath a little after training and said that she couldn't, because Jason was her teacher. Elizabeth asked why, if she becomes her student, she will master the Croyd technique and receive a title, and career paths will open up for her. The girl replied that this does not interest her. After all, it turns out that she is simply sick of the city. The woman, of course, was surprised by these words. After that, she pulled out her blade and hid that there was nothing to be done, because she didn't think that everything would go so far. The little girl was embarrassed and asked to wait. Why did she take out the sword? Now Julianne was talking to Elizabeth and asked if she really didn't kill this child she'd been talking to recently. The Countess inquired about the answer to this, whether she would close it or not. The saint replied that everything was simply said, as if everything was leading up to this. The woman noticed that she was reading a novel there, but generally speaking, she did not kill her, and simply taught her how to use the ball while she was alive. Quite a large amount of benefit. It brought her in just one day. The girl asked if it was really possible to learn how to use a weapon in just that amount of time. Elizabeth, without hesitation, replied that this girl simply had a truly rare talent. There is, of course, a small chance that she was mistaken, but it's not that simple at all. So it seems that the Countess thinks that Jessica will succeed even after a short training, and after a while it will be possible to see her result. This carriage, on board of which the girls were sitting, was heading straight to the port of Hofs. The woman soon asked, "However, this is simply surprising." It turns out that all the girls she meets on her way do not know where Louis is going, but he made a fuss and even seduced women. Elizabeth told her interlocutor not to be deceived because he was still a scoundrel. The saint smiled after that and said that this was not so. The Countess asked what they were talking about, and Juliana said that she simply could not say this because it was all connected with the mission. The woman saw something strange in front of her, and immediately she threw a cape on her interlocutor, and then noticed that she had put it on and was sitting quietly. And in front there was some familiar person who looked at the Countess and remarked that she did not think that they would meet in such a distant place as this. Together with her subordinates, she immediately bowed down and said that Charlotte's fingers, as well as Raphael, greeted the daughter of the Duke of Croyd. This woman's name was Podna Raphael, and she is the commander of Charlotte's fingers, so I wondered if she was here to personally investigate Nicholas's death. Elizabeth asked if she looked like the kind of person who would do something like that. She knew that this woman was happy to meet her. At the same time, strongly hoping that she would no longer interfere with her vacation, the interlocutor asked for forgiveness and noted that she was glad to meet her and allowed such rudeness. But as an apology for this, could she allow them to deal with the body that this woman had pulled out of the river? The Countess asked how long they had been following her. If this is really the case, then we can say that it is disgusting, because it's none of her business, and she got involved with the wrong person. The commander replied that he understood her desire to protect her companions. However, information was received that she had insulted His Majesty the Emperor, as well as the God of Order, and the woman is aware of what a great sin this is in their empire. Julianne couldn't stand it when she heard such a speech and asked how she was offended, because it turns out that she was just telling the truth to those very people. Next, the saint took off her cape and shouted that the emperor no longer loved people, in which case he would bring destruction to humanity and even the entire continent. The commander of the Fingers, Charlotte No, waited for her to finish her speech and immediately rushed in to kill her, but this little girl was protected by her companion. After what happened, Raphael asked why this woman intervened. Had she not heard before that this girl dared to insult the emperor? Elizabeth smiled slyly and remarked that she did not like this shame. Is it really possible that just a few curses can really unsettle a person? In this case, wouldn't it be better to come down to earth? The commander, in response to this, stated that she understood this woman's intention and would follow as a commander. Following the laws of the empire, to which she unquestioningly obeys, she executes her. This is so exciting for her that she can say that it is even pleasant. While the woman was talking about this, the Countess had already begun the attack and cut down her opponent's subordinates, and she got distracted. When Raphael realized what had happened, you immediately said that Elizabeth was really impatient for doing such a thing. The commander noticed that she would not rush after all and would play with her, but when she said this, she realized that something was wrong, and the Countess swung her weapon at her. Then she tried to attack her opponent, but the girl had already run away in the other direction from that place. Julianne closely watched the fight from the side and immediately shouted to the mistress that there was someone behind her. Elizabeth at the same time felt that her hand was wrapped in a whip and was being used by her rival. Raphael soon said that her rival is indeed quite strong, but despite this, he sees everything with his own eyes. So for starters, he's going to turn her hand right into a mop, and because so, let her make that cute scream faster. The commander used the power of the ether and immediately pierced her through her weapon, thereby hitting the girl, and her outer clothing immediately began to fly off. When the woman saw and understood what had happened, she immediately began to laugh because of it, because she thought that the Countess was amazed by her attack. Julianne also saw that the situation was going badly and turned to her mistress. At the same time, after a few moments, she saw something that calmed her a little, but also made her wary. Elizabeth threw off her outer clothing and said indignantly that she treasured it, and yet she could say that for a high rank, this was not a bad ability. Next, she asked if she understood correctly that this woman's name is Raphael, in which case he promises her that he will adapt to her technique too. The commander of the enemy detachment noted that it was funny to hear from Mrs. Croyd, and then asked if I understood correctly that she was now bluffing. But the Duchess used her family power and immediately shouted for her to check it herself. When your opponent looked forward, you saw a rather large energy ball, inside of which there was a large amount of lightning. And this attack spread throughout the area, and it was visible from afar, and the main character in turn was nearby and looked at what was happening. At the same time, he became quite wary and wondered if he really saw the Croyd lightning in front of him. One person could have such technological power, and he wondered if this was the one he was thinking about right now. I wondered if it was possible that it would actually be Elizabeth, and the woman was actually fighting her opponent and stood proudly looking at her. It turns out that in the world of nobles, fighting for the right to inherit is truly commonplace. Regardless of whether there are sins or not, only one thing matters. This factor lies in whether they will become an obstacle to inheritance, and only after everything has drowned in flames will family members begin to act. Their father, who is the head of this family, also condoned this situation, and because of this, Mrs. Elisa died. Elizabeth said this to Louis, who was holding his mother in his arms. She further stated that her younger brother should go and take the money as much as he needed, and then simply leave, and not even think about getting involved with the Croyd family again. In response to this, the heroes asked his sister if her mother had ordered him to be killed. The girl, without even thinking, replied that naturally she ordered her to do this. It turns out that she ordered the death of someone who might be dangerous to the place of the heir, but she did not order the death of her father, who roars like a child. Elizabeth looked at him coldly and remarked that he should quickly leave now, before she changes her mind, and also should not come into the sight of his mother and the Croyd family again. In the end, it will be better, both for himself and for the whole family as a whole. All these memories surfaced in the guy's head after he remembered his sister. When they all surfaced, Louis thought in his head that he had already experienced these memories, but it was still unpleasant to remember it. As a result, it turns out that the next head of the blood family should be the eldest son, and the main wife, Lawrence Croy, still has people who went against her. But in the end, none of them could escape her wrath. Because of this, the guy lived quietly, and also below the grass. Of course, he got quite a lot from Nicholas. The boy did not resist, because it was dangerous to fall into their field of vision, but after he learned how to increase life expectancy on the counter, his mother helped. The results of this very situation of misunderstanding only just began to accumulate. It was in the eyes of the older wife, who was sensitive to the issue of inheritance. It looked as if you were in the process of learning to kill and preparing for an attack, so that the same woman could not be stopped. The guy's mother died overnight. As a result, he himself hardly managed to escape. The person who controlled the situation and at the same time let him go was Elizabeth Croyd. She was the daughter of the eldest wife, and even just in terms of abilities, she was the strongest among her peers. They used her exclusively as a sword. All this was to put Lawrence in charge, and the guy still doesn't know why she let him go that day. Lightning and hooves, and without any doubt it's her. There are only a few people in the family who have such power. The orc saw him and noticed that his brother had turned pale, so he asked if he had any problems. Louis thought that no matter what goal she pursued, she would not try to kill him on the spot, but his allies would not worry her, and this life was not for representatives of other races. So he turned to Roger as well as Sway, and said that when they got to the port, they would have to move separately from him. They would be surprised. She looked at him. After a while, as the guy said, they moved separately from him outside the port of Hofs. The man said that if the enemy is so strong, maybe it's worth fighting together. The demon, the answer to this, said that Louis said that bloodshed could be avoided if he went alone. The orc said that if there were 3 of them, only the blood of the enemy would be shed. But the interlocutor noted that she thought Louis made the right decision now. The man looked at her in surprise after that. The demoness replied that that man alone is capable of destroying half the city, so clearly even in the entire empire he is in the top 10 in terms of skill. After some time, the older sister finally met with Louis and asked if he remembered what happened. The same time was the same day when he ran away from their family. The sky during the same period was as dark as it is now. In fact, the weather was so disgusting that it had better be raining already. The hero noticed that it was Elizabeth Croyd, and it turns out that it really was her. Juliana was behind this woman and thought that it was Louis, although now everything was strange, because she called herself his sister. So why were they so gloomy then? The guy interrupted her thoughts because he turned to his older sister and said that there was a saint next to her. Now he was wondering if she had really taken her hostage. Elizabeth smiled after that and said that it was even a little offensive that she thought so. It just so happened that their paths crossed at one point. The hero turned to his sister and noted that, if possible, he would not want to fight with her. Before, even when Nicholas attacked her, she deliberately or not slowed him down. And on the same day when his mother died, he was able to survive precisely because of her, and only because it was her next whim. The sister began to laugh and noticed that the brother had grown quite a lot and really understood his sister's intentions. But if this is the reality, then he should not have ignored it as a warning, because in the recent past she told him not to get noticed. The guy turned away from her and noticed that the circumstances just happened. The woman was angry and said that there was no need for excuses, because he didn't even know how difficult it was for her now. Next, Elizabeth raised her hand up and noticed that he had only 2 paths. In the first of them, she grabbed him and returned him straight to the family. The main character, without even thinking, said that this is the way to go, so she asked what about the other one. The interlocutor in response to this said that he had already made his choice, and after a few moments the guy felt danger. Elder sister immediately attacked him with her weapon, but he was able to successfully stop her with his own. The Duchess continued her onslaught and said that it was another son of Croyd who had in fact revived the legend of Cetria. As a result of this situation, he is dangerous for the place of heir, so all that remains is to kill him. I would like to think that these are all empty rumors. But has he really dealt with Nicholas? It also turns out that it creates a rustle throughout the empire and beyond its borders. Suddenly, the saint attracted attention and asked to be restored. Then she asked what kind of murder we were talking about, and the brother and sister didn't say what it was. They looked in surprise, and she wondered if they were quarreling because they were relatives. The main character answered her and asked for forgiveness, and also said that he was sorry that this was happening as soon as they met. But that's how this family is. The woman, in turn, exhaled sadly and said that she would be gentler, of course. She was very sorry that she was going to kill him. Louis pointed his blade at her and asked Elizabeth what it was like to kill a person. The girl immediately smiled after this and asked what kind of emotional question this was. Then I noticed that this choice really isn't based on a person's personal feelings. A few moments after this, both opponents began their movement and prepared to engage in combat. Their weapons fed on the power of their own family and clashed with each other. The Countess noted that perhaps it was then or now. Naturally, the sister in managing family power was much stronger than the guy and entered into this fight, and he only managed to fight back. Soon, one of these tiered cuts finally reached its target, and so the guy felt that his body was cut. When this happened, he found himself holding his weapon, but the girl was behind her, preparing to attack him. Louisa touched his second blade, which was on his belt, and when he took it out, this one was already trying to attack. Naturally, Elizabeth successfully blocked it, but saw that this small blade was powered by the power of ether. She had no choice but to dodge this, because she understood what had happened, and a few moments after the incident there was an explosion. Louis gritted his teeth because he saw that the attack he tried to make was unsuccessful. The elder sister was a little to the side and dodged this attack. She noticed that it was an excessive injection of ether, and it led to an explosion. Still, we can say that this is a funny technique, but the more he concentrates on it, the larger the movements, the only way to deal with that person. But this only applies to those who do not have the skills. Thanks to quick reaction, you can dodge in 9 cases out of 10. Nicholas would never be able to do that. The main character began to use the divine technique to heal the wound that was on his belt. Elizabeth saw this and said that this was already interesting. Louis thought that an unfinished technique would definitely not work here. The longer it was delayed, the more unprofitable it would be, so he needed to fight with maximum power. That's why he immediately used divine power and also borrowed Raum's skill. So after a few moments, a huge deity weapon appeared in his hands. Elder Sister looked at it and thought that this time he had established his body and summoned a weapon, so it looked like he was actively using this technique. She, in turn, can say that this is all just fine, because it has not yet reached the final stage. A few moments after passing out, the main character immediately jumped up and flew in a furious attack towards his sister. At the same time, she continued to remain on the ground, and after a few moments, the divine power of the god of war, as well as the power of the Croyd family, came together in a duel. The forces were so great that their residual energy could be exerted within a fairly large radius of the city. Juliana hid behind a box from these attacks, which were spreading nearby, she thought. Is this really a real knightly fight? And are they really people or not? Soon, when the dust had settled a little, the girl turned her attention forward and something struck her there. The elder sister stood right in front of the guy and said that she had indeed become stronger, but of course this was his limit. Also, the left hand, which had a weapon, was cut off. Louis at that moment thought that the actuarial situation was not going in his favor. He did not understand why the power of destruction of Raum's blessing was 100 times more powerful. Elizabeth looked at him and noticed that, judging by his face, he still didn't understand why he lost, although he, who lived all this time, probably couldn't understand. She pointed her own blade at him and told him to just give up and come to terms with it. In the end, it turns out that it will be better for all of them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Friedrich appeared and said that this was not so, Mrs. Elizabeth. He did not understand whether such a tilt of the ball could kill a person. She, in turn, needs to turn him slightly to the left in order to cut his neck. The hero drew attention to him and asked if it was the bald one. The interlocutor greeted him and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he called him that in fact he even had a name. The Countess did not listen to him and immediately attacked. But in the same place where he was a few moments ago, there was no one, and he moved, said that he was scared. It turns out that he is attacked during a greeting, and is this really their family, the Countess? I asked who he was and whether he really wanted to die. Friedrich said that such things should be said before slaughtering people, and let him formally introduce himself. He is the General Secretary of the Mercenary Guild. At the same time, if everything had been as usual, he would have stopped his greeting there. But today he came here to fulfill his duties, so it's worth mentioning his name. If this is the case, then he will give up to let him introduce himself again. And now he is just the mercenary king named Frederick. Next, this man approached the commander of the Fingers of Charlotte, who was defeated, and began to twist her hand, and also asked what his rivals were fighting for. He tore off the hand of that same woman and said that he wanted to prove something. Now we are talking about the fact that he has the qualities of the strongest knight on the continent. However, even though he became the mercenary king, he did not have a chance to fight with high-class swordsmen. He shouted that this was the Croyd sword, and now they would bring Shefman later. Aristocrats surround themselves with people like them, and do not give mercenaries like him a chance. No matter how outstanding a mercenary is, he is still vulnerable to them. And this is all because the mercenary is growing. He doesn't even have money for a sword. Elizabeth looked and wondered if he really melted the weapon with the heat of the ether. The woman asked how one could swing such a club. Friedrich smiled and noted that the problem was precisely in this regard, what the weapon was and what the technique was. On the battlefield, they still don't look at whether the weapon is weak and whether the stance is correct. In any case, the strong survive and the weak die, and so nothing more is given. You can really say that it was fate that they met like this, and then wondered if they could teach him this noble art, which he calls the art of swordsmanship. The Countess noticed that he didn't know that the king of the mercenary world had such an inferiority complex. The man noted that it was difficult for someone who lived like an aristocrat to understand. The woman noted that if he talks about his limitations, then she partly understands. In addition to all this, he also understands the frantic desire to receive recognition from someone. But will he be able to cope with this at the moment? The Mercenary King immediately rushed to the attack and said that, of course, he would do it, because it was for this day that he was worth receiving this indulgence. When he finished his sentence, Yu immediately attacked the place where his opponent was standing, but she was already threatening, although the blow was quite strong. The girl jumped to the side in order to assess the situation and thought that if we were talking about this bald man, then she had heard that he was called the King of Mercenaries. But in the end, he is even stronger than the young woman could imagine. Now the man was preparing to attack his opponent. Suddenly I felt that my opponent was behind me and was preparing to hit him. That's why he easily fought off the main character, who tried to strike. He did it with his foot, and then said that he was moving quite slowly. The guy smiled and said that this secretary always did everything in secret, but why now she does it all so incomprehensibly? Frederick looked at him carefully and then smiled and immediately turned. He asked if his own hand had not been cut off not long ago. The guy's sister noticed this and wondered what had happened because he had suddenly recovered. Louis thought that while these people were distracted before, he gave a sign to Sonia. This was done so that she would not stop praying until the whole battle was over. The girl began to do this, and it turns out that as soon as Mercila's divine power strengthens, restoring the guy's hand will not be difficult. The Mercenary King stopped and asked if, as a result, everything turns out this way. On the one hand, there is Croyd with the power of restoration, and on the other, there is Croyd of the master level. But he, in turn, will fight with two of them at the same time, which is like a monster, and he said that for him this is actually ideal. And then, sometime after the incident, a fairly large explosion occurred in the very square where the rivals were fighting. Louis's body flew to the side, and he thought that this scoundrel was strong enough. In addition to all this, it turns out that he is even stronger than the Demon Lord. Frederick did not stop his attack and, rushing forward, said that he could hear this guy chattering even from afar. Well, when he was distracted by him, the Countess had already appeared behind him and was preparing to use her power and hit him. Naturally, the Mercenary King noticed this attack, and in order to fight from both sides, divided her weapon into two parts. And then he easily repelled his opponent's blow, as if he was not at all strong, which he actually was. The man was surprised. But what happened? Then he said, "So in the famous art of the sword, you need to call out to the one who has his back to him." The woman asked if he really still had time to joke. It was also interesting whether he was not going to fight properly after all. The interlocutor noted that he was completely serious and just talked a lot when he was nervous. Quite powerful attacks continued on the Mercenary King, but he managed to fight back from both sides quite easily. After a while, he said a word that in the end, even though this is called the art of ball control without the use of stigma, it's all about nothing. After this phrase, with a sharp movement, he found himself near the main character and grabbed his weapon with his bare hand. But then he turned to the guy and asked if they really had the power of restoration. Louis looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. But the man did not want to listen to his phrase and immediately used his strength, threw him straight into the wall with a fairly strong attack, and also stated that he would need to recover. After all, his internal organs will be in poor condition after this. Then he rushed to attack the girl and said that, unlike him, they cannot recover. It turns out that this is not the ability of the Croyd family. In their recent battle, they also suffered some damage. In fact, the requested target was one person, and this is Louis. Friedrich, in turn, does not want to hear excuses that they lost due to injury, so why don't they just leave then? The woman got angry and smiled madly after that. Then she shouted that he had spent quite a long period of time and asked to kill him quickly, and after that she used her power and directed the attack forward. The King of Mercenaries tried to defend himself from her and said that this was Croyd's ability, explosive power, and the speed of circulation of ether throughout the body, that's all. Elizabeth was already at the top and asked if this was not enough. She had already attacked and told him not to worry. What he saw was just a flash of lightning. But the real lightning of reality is a little late and comes along with thunder. At the same time, from the far edges of the city, a huge bolt of lightning was visible that spread in the sky and struck down. When this happened, a very powerful explosion was heard, and the noise from this spread throughout the distant area. The Mercenary King, in turn, was amazed by this attack and curled up and said that this was truly impressive lightning. However, even in this case, this was not enough to close the gap. Elizabeth was also hit in the same attack, and her opponent's weapon pierced her stomach. After a few moments, the man came to his senses a little and came up to pull out the blade, and also noticed that he was even a little sorry now. It turns out that I think it would have been much more fun if everything had been calculated correctly. Then he raised the countess up on his blade, declared even if everything happened like that. Although he can say that in any case the result would not have changed, and everything will end now with Miss Elizabeth. After that he used his power. He concentrated it in his left hand and asked to become part of his glory. Suddenly he felt the main character heading towards him, who was about to attack him. That's why he turned to him in order to repel this blow and said that Louis was recovering quite quickly. Perhaps he would even stand calmly for a while. And even despite this, in any case, he would sooner or later cut off his head, and if he is in a hurry like this, then nothing can be done. Friedrich grabbed the guy by the neck and began to hold him, and then said that his hand was on the carotid artery, and before he lost consciousness, he should still try to attack him. To all this, let them use the very ability that he used in the battle with his sister. The guy replied that if he is talking about this, then he has already used it before. A few moments later, he saw the girl in front of him and asked that it was unclear where the lady managed to appear. How could he not look at it? It didn't look like an attack. Most likely this is just a simple healing. Frederick noted that everything is clear, because they decided to heal Miss Elizabeth through him in the hands of which she is in. Well, what can we really do? And he will most likely just take all this energy. The main characters replied that he should take it as much as he wants. The man was surprised and asked what he meant, and after a while he felt that something began to happen to his body. It became covered with some kind of blisters and began to swell, so he asked what it was all about, because the force he used was completely uncontrollable. Louise looked at him and said that being overweight is harmful, so even if it is a simple life force created by the divine power of Mercila. The guy thought that if you use the divine power of one god at once, it will merge and also strengthen. The hero tried to age this man when he removed all this power along with Sonia, of course. This is a little different from what he intended, but the result was similar. The mercenary king, in turn, was in great pain, but got angry and prepared to attack the guy. Naturally, Louis returned with ease, because he realized that his opponent's movement had definitely slowed down quite a lot. Of course, this happened this way, and if you don't take care of your own body, then the destructive force increases significantly. The main character is 100% sure of one thing, and right now he needs to act, so he took a fighting stance, and behind him were two silhouettes. The eldest sister pulled out a weapon and her stomach and was ready for battle, so she declared that this might be their last chance to defeat him. Louis was surprised and asked if she could still move. Elizabeth noticed that he was now vulnerable as he struggled to control the raging force. This recovery, which defies him, just one attack will be enough to break his concentration, asks the guy to kill, that is, the force with which he fought earlier, and then let him restore it. The hero noted that it would be difficult and apologizing for this will not work either. It is difficult to explain, but there are some restrictions on the use of power. He didn't have enough life expectancy to make a deal now, because there were only 47 minutes left. His sister said that she understood everything. And then she touched him, and noticed that in this case, nothing could be done, of course. She could say that she wanted to avoid it. Louise noticed what was happening to his hand, and was simply amazed when she saw it. And all this because on his hand, where there was part of the stigma, the completed power of the Croids appeared. The mercenary king spent a long time trying to begin to control the power within. Then he noted that this was a rather interesting new way to use life force. But despite all this, it was not done so well that everything got out of his control. He thought that he needed to pour it in moderation and repeat the decay and regeneration. Then, in the end, he will find a middle ground, and this is the result of Louis' best technique, so he is very sorry, he said, not to be too disappointed, because he is the opponent. The main characters, in turn, used their completed stigma, and also directed it into weapons, and said that they would not see this yet. During the same period of time, the guy thought that with the help of his older sister, the stigma had been ended. As a result, it turns out that the power of rejection will no longer operate. He has little life expectancy to use the divine power. That's why at this moment this is the most optimal weapon, and so the guy jumped up and prepared to attack. Frederick saw this enormous power and immediately became a little wary. A few moments later, the attack reached the place where the mercenary king was located, and there was a huge explosion. Subsequently, only the glasses that were in front of this man fell to the ground. When the smoke cleared a little, it was clear that most of the city was destroyed, and there was also a huge hole in front. Elizabeth looked at it and thought that this is how things turned out in the end, and this was the way to overcome a real crisis. But the fact that the Croyd family's lightning is now in this man's possession is bad enough. Louis drew attention to his hands and said that the power of destruction exceeded his expectations. This was equal to his confirmation as a candidate for the role of the new head. Then the guy turned in the other direction and thanked his sister for what she did. The interlocutor replied that there was no need to thank him because it was the best choice for everyone. Then she held out the weapon on which she was leaning and said that she had taken the sword because it turns out that now they had no reason left to meet. The brother drew attention to her and asked if she would really go to the end. Juliana appeared in front of them, who asked to wait for Miss, and did not understand why they should take her so far. The woman threw her out to move. In response to this, the girl noticed that it was up to her to move or not, and they didn't understand what they were thinking about, whether she was going to protect Louis or kill him. The saint did not wait for an answer, and after a few seconds the interlocutor attacked her. Our hero protected the girl with his weapon and said that you shouldn't do this to her. Elizabeth wondered if he really thought she was doing this because she liked it. The brother remarked that if she was really disgusted like this, then now let her leave Croyd too. Elder sister didn't expect to hear this and looked at him in surprise. After that, she thought for a few seconds and smiled. Then Elizabeth noticed that from the free life that he had, Louis had softened quite a lot. It turns out that he knows quite well that people like them don't even have such a right to choose. The girl thought that you, her younger brother, did not say anything stupid. It turns out that before birth, it is impossible to choose how a person will exist. But she, in turn, even after birth, did not have the right to choose anything in her life. All this was not invented by the Croyd family. The Empire was to blame for everything, as well as the people, and this was done for the sake of a better world. This system that the girl is talking about was created in the name of order and rules, as well as traditions. After reflection, she noticed that the guy was already part of the Croyd system. All this would continue until either he or the family disappeared. Elizabeth, in turn, can only show her concern by making him disabled, which does not pose any danger to the family. This is her only way to take care of her younger brother, and she has no other way. Louis, in turn, began to come closer and said that this was not so, because according to his register, anyone had the same day as the day when she could get rid of the hidden threat to the family. Then she saw a boy whom she simply wanted to live with, and now this man is giving her a helping hand. Elizabeth noticed how the guy stopped in front of her and extended his hand, trying to help. Louis stood with a casual look and waited to see what his older sister would choose. She, in turn, was amazed because she heard and thought about these words. A few moments later, the guy's hand was thrown in the other direction. The sister looked down and said that if she had known that something like this would happen today, she would not have done it. So let him cover his mouth and raise his weapon right now. The hero closed his eyes and then sadly said that he agreed to this. If she wants this so much, then everything should be decided. The girl immediately raised her weapon and prepared for a fight. Louis also raised his blade and told her to attack immediately. The sister took advantage of her family's strength and rushed to attack, and then said that this was what she had been waiting for. A large flow of residual energy followed her, and the hero carefully watched what was happening. He also took advantage of the power of layer ether and also rushed to attack. As a result, they collided with each other, and the body, as well as the cage that was on the girl's neck, was cut. Eventually, she reached for the decoration and saw that it had been destroyed. The moment Elizabeth realized this, she immediately smiled. A few moments later, her body collapsed to the ground, and it was clear that she was defeated. Louis turned to her and thanked her for sparing him that day, and he is sincerely grateful, even if he had said that the problem of the family would not have disappeared. He picked up part of the decoration and remarked that if she suddenly hurt him, then she should not rise. After all, it turns out that this will actually be better for all of them. The saint stood in the way of him and asked Louis if he really would just leave like that. The guy said that she also knew about it and wanted it. Soon he turned his attention to his hand and saw that there was a perfect stigma of the Croyd family. In the end, it turns out that he still acquired the power that he is confident in, but in the future, this will also not be enough. And all this is because he will continue to have to fight with the strongest people. He is talking about Master Croyd, the next head of the Lawrence family, and also at the end, the Emperor. That's why this is not enough, and this is his personal limit in his hand, which was exposed. There was a girl's hand. He saw this and asked what she was doing. Sonia was embarrassed and said that he stretched out his hand in prostration, and she thought that he wanted her to take it. Then she was kind and noticed that no matter how complicated a relationship based on benefits may be, he always fights with his family. That's why she thought that he was in a bad mood and made such a serious face. Louis thought that everything had become so serious because of her, and I wondered what use she would be in battle. The main character was wondering how to tell her about this, but he put it aside for later and paid attention to the system windows. The guy noticed that there was a subcategory for the number of lives, a quest, and also a store, and he was surprised because of this. After this event, 5 whole days happened, and then the man brought a report to His Majesty. The Marin Republic fleet recently entered the port of Hofs. The Charlotte Finger unit, which arrived at the port, was the first to be destroyed. A large army that is heading straight from the kingdom of Tutria is heading north. They stopped at the southern border of the empire and handed over a letter with their demands. It said to stop the holy war, and if they provoke, they will respond, and also the seal was affixed with a fist. The emperor read this message and realized that the Iron Lion Jason was as powerful as he was short-sighted, but he did not expect that they would end up on the border of a small state. Carlton, who arrived with a report, asked what they should do. The ruler asked if the caravan stopped because of the barking of a mongrel. Let the subordinates immediately be placed in the magic fire tower in the southern part of the empire. But the Crusade detachment in turn must return the port of Hofs under the control of the empire. The man said that he would fulfill the demands of His Majesty. Then only the royal guard would remain in the capital, which could not stop even one night. The emperor asked what exactly the problem was. Did it really think that something would happen only because of the lack of an army? Did he accidentally forget who was in this palace? The yellow shadow controlled by Richard was above their head. The prince and the main character looked at this, and he said, as expected, most of the troops would leave the empire. Louis immediately touched his weapon and asked if they should perform then. Along with him in that room was Sway, who also began to get ready. Roger was already there too and was ready to have fun and fight properly. Just as she was completely ready for battle, there was a saint who took up her bow for battle. All the participants in the battle lined up right behind Louis, and he said that everyone should be ready for the final battle with the emperor. A carriage approached the holy city, which was located in Trossen, and was denied entry. The coachman asked what they were telling him, because he constantly supplies these goods to the Horn Company. The guard said that he was aware, but there was no one in charge here. The old man noticed that after all, the manager Laya left with a pass to the palace and still has not returned. The interlocutor noted that this is still their problem. The hero and the saint were sitting in a carriage, and the girl asked what to do because it seems everything was not going so smoothly. The guy said that Richard was really an asshole. It turns out that shortly before this, I didn't even really check everything. Suddenly, someone came up and said that everything was in order. Let them let this carriage in. The guard drew attention to this man and asked if it was Count Carlton. He probably brought him here on some business. The aristocrat asked if there were any reasons why he couldn't come here after all. The company belongs to Prince Richard. He guarantees that he can be trusted, so they let him in. The soldier noticed that he understood everything, and immediately after that he shouted for the gate to be raised. Louis was surprised and wondered if the Count really helped them. Quite recently, because he saw this man together with the Emperor through the eyes of Richard. It seems that he is close to that very person, and here he stood while the carriage passed. Then he began to say out loud that with such a size there are only 1 or 2 people inside, so are they really going to unite with the rest later? The guy heard these words and was surprised. The Emperor asked why he was so surprised. Did they really think that he did not know about their intentions? Indeed, in reality, it turns out that in this empire, the Emperor has eyes everywhere. The hero asked, well, since he already knows, why does he let them through at all? The Count said that all this is because everything is useless. This is because if they don't do it, it won't harm him in any way, so he warns them one last time. Let them soon give up doing meaningless things and quietly return back. But if they go home like they came on this strip, then nothing will happen. He really promises that everything will be fine. Louis wondered if he was making fun of them. thinking that they had done their preparations carelessly before arriving. Besides, let her keep her illusions to herself, because their target is not some emperor. The old man shouted that this mercenary is just a scoundrel. Does he really dare to insult him? He showed him a bicycle, but this man behaves disgustingly. Louis opened the curtain a little and noticed that he should speak properly, because it was he who showed mercy to him. Because if you did, Carlton got the number wrong, then they would have cut everyone out and just entered. The old man smiled when he heard this and said that this is true, and this is how he does not evaluate his strength. In any case, such freedom will not last longer than tonight. The hero noted that, by the way, is it really okay that he didn't check the troops on the front line? The Count got angry because of this, and immediately shouted that this man was just a scoundrel, so what really happened to those who remained was what he thought. Now Louis smiled slyly, and then noticed that he understood everything correctly. As a result of this strategy, only they will enter this castle. Isn't it better to entrust all this to an army that uses divine powers and demonic specialists? The two of them, in turn, will easily deal with the holy knights and magicians. Or in general, there is also a high probability that everything has already been settled long ago. At the moment, the battle site was destroyed by wars, as well as a large amount of ice. One of the bugs was still alive, so he stood up and said that you, their opponent, had stopped, because the battle was not over yet. Let her, in turn, not be proud of the fact that she single-handedly destroyed the Fire Magic Tower, because he is the master of the Fire Magic Tower, Donovan. In addition to all this, the most powerful magician of all mankind, at the same time when he said this, released a huge magic ball. The girl came closer to him and said that it seems he still hasn't gotten it. All other members of this organization, as well as it, are fundamentally different, because this is the magical power that they received by abandoning the ether. But if we talk about the original power, then this magic belonged to the demon of their race, because it is the divine power of chaos. The man was amazed by this and asked if the magical power was the divine power of the devil. A few moments after what happened, a city of ice fell directly into his knowledge. Sway continued to move forward and said that so be it. But if not for this bad thing, it would be too difficult. She would have to fight alone. And where did Louis get such a thing? The system reported that this fragment of the Shell of Chaos controls the sacred power of chaos in the radius. When the girl walked a short distance forward, she saw something strange and said that it was a magic circle. She used her power and said that the opponent didn't just slow down, but did something, wondering what kind of magic he had prepared. The demon looked at her and said that this is the desire that allows him to return to the Imperial Palace. Did he really not have the intention of going into battle from the very beginning? So the Magic Tower, also the Sacred Knights from the very beginning, simply pretended to leave. Then I wonder who is on the southern border and in Hofs. Jason was with the others and said that they had come so far, but had not launched full-scale action. If he is not going to do this further, then why did the girl invite them? Caesar asked if he didn't say that a full-scale war is the last resort. The interlocutor noted that whoever doesn't know this, the crowned people are simply not aware of the intentions. He knows little. But this is the request of the hero Tsetria Louis. The Captain Hunter was telling what a hero he was. Some former hunter had succeeded a little. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted that there was an attack from the Empire. The Iron Lion immediately stood up and said that this was excellent, and then asked how many there were, and that this was no longer a reconnaissance detachment by chance. The interlocutor responded to this by saying that there was only one person there, and the man asked what he was saying. As a result, interesting events took place in the port of Hofs itself. At the same time, the uncle of the main character asked what kind of nonsense it was that the airborne troops had lost contact. A large number of soldiers who were actually there were cut down with just one blow. One of the warriors still survived and, escaping on horseback, said that the landing party was destroyed by just one person. That's why he urgently needs to report what happened to Mr. Thor, immediately lower the boat and retreat to the sea. At that very second, while he was talking about this, the horse began to scream because it heard someone to the side. There was a man next to this man who asked if wars would really set foot in the sea. The emperor, in turn, was also angry. The soldier paid attention to the man and saw that it was a master, but at that very second he was cut. The old man continued to smoke a cigarette and remarked that it was such an honor. It was the heaviest sword of the empire, Master Chef Moon. With a smile on his face, he stated that even overseas people know his name. But is this enough to compete with Croyd in the meaning of the name? The man who was over the southern part said that this was Jason the Iron Lion, and he had not seen this flag for a long time. But he, in turn, wondered where he had gone, but it turns out he united with the kingdom of Cetria. Naturally, this is worthy of your about no pride at all. This is the laziest sword and Master Chiles. This person took advantage of his family power and dispatched a large number of bladed enemies. They flew at high speed, and the troops who were below understood that they could not dodge. But at the same time, a large shield appeared outside, around which all these blades were smashed. The master saw what happened and asked if it was a barrier. An amazing situation, because it seems that there are even people from Begamov in the center. But everything was not so simple, and the shield that this man was using began to crack. But the interlocutor who saw this immediately smiled and said that he saw everything. So it turns out that below, right in front of him, only the usual rabble gathered. But if they, in turn, want this, then he will demonstrate all his power, also the reason why the Emperor sent only one master to the battlefield. And all this is due to the fact that they turn out to be tactical weapons in themselves.